Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1396 to Chapter 1447. Missy, please get up. Ling Yan raised his hand and gently lifted He Yuqiong, who was kneeling on the ground, up. He had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect the other party to believe him so easily. If he knew it was so simple, he wouldn't have needed Wang Chongxiao to catch animals all over the world. Oh, it seems like my master was right. There is indeed something wrong with your grandfather's body. If that's the case, can you tell me what's going on? Ling Yan's luck had improved tremendously tonight. He had obtained too many treasures. He couldn't wait to rush home and deal with the treasures that he had obtained. Therefore, he didn't want to waste even a minute. He went straight to the point. It was just saving a person. To an immortal doctor like Ling Yan, it was just an errand. Seeing that the other party had saved him 6 billion yuan, he would naturally help her. Unexpectedly, the woman who had been very strong and decisive the entire night started to sob softly when Ling Yan asked. After a while, she regained her composure and slowly revealed her problem. Through He Yuqiong's narration, Ling Yan and Mo Wudao finally understood the whole story. It turned out that He Yuqiong came from a special economic zone in the south of Huaxia. The gambling industry there was extremely developed. In recent years, it had gradually surpassed the gambling capital of America, Las Vegas. Gamblers from all over the world gathered there. The He family, which He Yuqiong belonged to, was the biggest family in this newly crowned gambling city. Her grandfather had relied on gambling to make his fortune. Over the past few decades, he had worked hard to mediate between various complicated forces, allowing the family to grow stronger day by day. The family's gambling business had been flourishing for a long time, and its scope of business had radiated to the entire Nanyang. Especially in the past 2 decades, other than maintaining the huge gambling business, the He family had also invested in many countries around the world. The industries involved included finance, real estate, construction, shipping, hotels, and so on. They had completely formed a huge business empire, and the total scale of the family's assets was hundreds of billions. However, in recent years, as Old Master He was getting on in years, he was gradually losing his strength, so he decided to choose a successor to the family business. He began to secretly inspect his own descendants, hoping to choose the most outstanding one from the younger generation to take over the family business. Although He Yuqiong was young, she had been smart and quick-witted since she was young. She had a strong and decisive personality, and she did things swiftly and decisively. Therefore, after Old Mr. He's repeated inspections and countless battles, He Yuqiong stood out from the younger generation of the He family. She caught Old Mr. He's eye and began to be recognized. With Old Master He's support, the He family's various businesses naturally began to lean towards He Yuqiong. Her family gradually gained control of the family's finances, and once Old Master He relented, this huge family business would truly be handed over to He Yuqiong to manage. However, before Old Master He could actually take over, at the end of last year, Old Master He suddenly contracted a strange illness. He became delirious, acted strangely, and cursed at people at the drop of a hat. Even He Yuqiong, whom he liked the most, was no exception. Old Master He's sudden illness, and it became more and more serious, caused the various branches to go from fighting secretly to fighting openly. They were all fighting for power, and it caused chaos in the He family, especially He Yuqiong's branch. Because she was the successor chosen by Old Master He, the other branches worked together to fight against her family. Although He Yuqiong was outstanding, strong, and had many tricks up her sleeve, she still hadn't truly taken over the He family's power. Therefore, she was badly battered and felt that she couldn't do anything alone. Under these circumstances, He Yuqiong knew very well that as long as Old Master He's illness didn't get better, the He family's power struggle would intensify, and they wouldn't even be able to do business. Moreover, if Old Master He suddenly passed away one day, the He family would immediately fall apart. In this way, it would be meaningless for her to be the appointed successor. Therefore, this year, other than trying her best to maintain the family's business, the only thing He Yuqiong had to do was to treat Old Master He's illness. It could be said that in the past half a year, He Yuqiong had invited the world's best hospitals and the most famous doctors. However, no matter what kind of doctors came, they all shook their heads after seeing Old Master He. They couldn't figure out the cause of the illness at all. However, just as He Yuqiong was in complete despair, one of her uncles invited a spirit cultivator from Nanyang and began to treat the old man. In the end, after trying it out, there was a miraculous effect. Old Master He's condition obviously improved. Within a period of time, he no longer acted strangely, but he was still delirious. Even when he saw He Yuqiong, it was as if he was looking at a stranger. He Yuqiong understood very well that under these circumstances, whoever could cure Old Master He's illness would have the initiative. When the time came, Old Master He would say who was the successor, and there would be no change. She had to admit it even if she didn't want to. Moreover, He Yuqiong had a deeper worry in her heart. Old Master He was originally fine, why did he suddenly get sick? Why couldn't she find so many doctors, and why could her uncle find someone to make Old Master He better? Therefore, in the past month, not only was she worried about Old Master He's health and her identity as the successor, she was even more worried that her uncle was already harboring evil intentions in order to seize control of the family. He was going to make a move on Old Master He and herself. Her own safety couldn't be guaranteed. He Yuqiong began to put down everything at hand and began to think about how to deal with the predicament. Unfortunately, she was alone and helpless. Just as He Yuqiong was about to lose all hope, the Yi family came to the south and released the news of some important auction items. Naturally, there were purple chalcedony and clear spirit stone. This wasn't because the Yi family heard the news, but because it was the custom of the Yi family's auction. After all, when holding an auction, the more guests the better, the more they would earn. He Yuqiong was at home at her wits' end when she received the news that the Yi family was going to hold another auction. She immediately made an appointment with the Yi family. After asking about the auction items in detail, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. She decided on the spot that she would personally come to the capital to participate in the Yi family's auction. However, just as she was packing up and preparing to take a private jet to the capital, her uncle brought people to look for her. It was these 3 spirit cultivators. Her uncle told her that the 3 spirit cultivators said that as long as they could get the purple chalcedony, they could immediately use it to completely cure Old Master He. Therefore, her uncle strongly requested her to bring these 3 spirit cultivators to the capital, saying that the family must protect her safety and so on. Although it was protection, it was actually surveillance. He Yuqiong was well aware of this, but there was nothing she could do. She could only grit her teeth and agree because she was afraid that if she refused, she might not even be able to go to the capital. Therefore, for her grandfather's illness, and for He Yuqiong's own status and safety, she made this trip to the capital. Immortal, this little girl knows that you are a true expert. Please save my grandfather. He Yuqiong was eloquent. She quickly explained the whole story and immediately knelt on the ground. As long as you agree to save him, no matter what request you have, this little girl will do her best. 10,000 gold couldn't buy a life. He Yuqiong was really forced into a corner. So that's how it is. After listening to He Yuqiong's story, Lingyan smiled and once again supported He Yuqiong's body. He said, obviously, your grandfather wasn't sick at all. He was schemed against. Yes. He Yuqiong's eyes were red and her expression was sorrowful. She said decisively, I've already thought of this. The biggest suspects are my uncle and the 3 spirit cultivators. I didn't expect my uncle to collude with outsiders to frame his own father in order to seize power in the family. Sigh, Lingyan sighed. If her uncle was like this, wouldn't his own uncle, Lingzhen, be the same? There are 9 types of dragons, each different. Lingyan comforted her, then frowned and said, but this way, it won't be as simple as treating your grandfather's illness. Your grandfather's illness isn't difficult to treat, but treating your grandfather's illness is equivalent to going against your uncle's group. You also have to deal with the spirit cultivators your uncle found. It might be a lot of trouble. He Yuqiong felt as if she had heard a thunderbolt. Her beautiful face changed and she cried out, Immortal, please save me. Don't call me immortal, I'm still far from it. Lingyan smiled and said casually, just call me Lin Tian. Lingyan had killed 3 spirit cultivators, and his name had already been exposed. He had already formed a death grudge with that group of spirit cultivators, so he had no intention of rejecting He Yuqiong. The trouble Lingyan was talking about was not the trouble on He Yuqiong's side, but the matter that he originally thought he would only need to make a trip to treat his illness. He wanted to return on the same day, but now he might have to delay it for a few more days. He didn't have this time before the devil subduing conference. Seeing that Ling Yan was silent, He Yuqiong became anxious and said hurriedly, "Immortal Mr. Lin, as long as you're willing to save my He family, no matter what request you have, as long as it's within my power, I will definitely do it for you." He Yuqiong was very clear that this Lin Tian before her was definitely her benefactor. He was also her only hope, and she had to hold on to him tightly, no matter the cost. There was nothing else. Ling Yan could fly. That was enough. He Yuqiong knew that the three spirit cultivators couldn't fly. As for requests, I do have them. Ling Yan was deep in thought, calculating the time in his heart. The moment He Yuqiong heard Ling Yan's request, she knew that he had agreed to it. Instantly, she was overjoyed. "Please speak, Mr. Lin. First, you still need to stay in the capital for a few more days. You have to give me some of the medicinal herbs you obtained from the auction. I need to use them to refine a real awakening pill. As long as this pill is consumed, your grandfather's consciousness will immediately return to normal." He Yuqiong nodded like a chick pecking at grains. "Of course, that's not a problem. In that case, I'll give you all those medicinal herbs." She had originally been bidding for those medicinal herbs in order to treat her grandfather's illness. But now we all know that since it's your family that wants to harm your grandfather, relying on this awakening pill is completely useless, because they can continue to harm him. Moreover, once they find out that you found a way to treat your grandfather, they might change their plans, which will be disadvantageous to both your grandfather and you. Hearing this, He Yuqiong's originally excited expression immediately collapsed. Her face was deathly pale as she stuttered, "Mr. Lin, you're really thoughtful. Then what should we do?" Ling Yan smiled. "So, the second request is that this awakening pill can only be brought over by me personally and watched your grandfather consume it. This way, even if they want to harm your grandfather again, they won't be able to do so. Second, thank you for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes." "That's great." He Yuqiong was overjoyed. As long as this person named Lin Tian was willing to personally treat her grandfather, not only would her grandfather be saved, but her own safety would also be guaranteed. But the third condition. Ling Yan glanced at He Yuqiong and paused. He Yuqiong held her breath, thinking that Ling Yan's next condition would be very harsh. "I'll be too busy for the next few days, so I won't be able to accompany you to your house for the time being," Ling Yan said with some difficulty. Because Ling Yan was going to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he naturally had to arrange everything before he left Beijing. Therefore, Ling Yan could not run over to treat her grandfather for the next 7 to 8 days. The soonest he could go south was after the Devil Subduing Conference. He Yuqiong was stunned, but at the same time, she felt more at ease. She smiled sweetly and said, "I see. Since you have things to do, I'll wait patiently. But how long will you be busy?" "At least half a month, at most 3 weeks. In any case, it definitely won't be more than a month." Ling Yan told her honestly. "That's not a problem." He Yuqiong agreed immediately. She had endured for more than half a year, and now that there was hope of curing her grandfather's illness, waiting for another month was nothing. "Then it's settled. Leave a way for me to contact you at any time. When I'm done, I'll naturally contact you." Ling Yan nodded and the matter was settled. "Ah?" He Yuqiong was completely stunned. She asked in astonishment, "Just these 3 conditions? Is there nothing else?" Ling Yan's first condition was to use the herbs she had bid for to refine the awakening pill. The second condition was to personally go to her house to treat her grandfather and obviously protect her. The third condition was to give him at most a month's time. Other than the last condition, which could barely be considered a condition, the first 2 conditions were basically for her own good. "Yes, that's all. Nothing else." Ling Yan smiled and thought to himself, "Everything you bid for tonight belongs to me. I'm too embarrassed to ask for more conditions from you. A person should have a bottom line, right?" The purple chalcedony, which was worth 6 billion, was in Ling Yan's universe ring at this moment. Ling Yan's first condition just now was to ask for the spiritual herbs that He Yuqiong had won from the auction. These items added up to more than 10 billion. Awakening pill? That was just something Ling Yan made up on the spot. It was not necessary to save old master He Yuqiong suddenly shook her head and said, Mr. Lin, you are truly an otherworldly expert. This little girl admires your noble character and unquestionable integrity. But you have agreed to save my grandfather. That means you saved the He family and He Yuqiong, too. I won't feel at ease if I can't repay you. Ling Yan waved his hand and smiled. Oh, that's not necessary. Since you agreed to give up the bid for the clear spirit stone at the auction, we have reached an agreement. What I'm doing is just to fulfill our agreement. But you didn't get it in the end. It was snatched away by that number 958. At this point, He Yuqiong's heart skipped a beat. Dumbfounded, she asked, could it be that number 958 is really one of your people? No, no. Ling Yan shook his head and started making up stories. That number 958 has nothing to do with us. It's just that my master might have some connections with the person behind her. That's why she helped us buy the clear spirit stone. Didn't she get the opening lottery? She's just trying to get a discount and save some money. After all, cultivators like us are relatively poor. My master went bankrupt because of that clear spirit stone. Ling Yan said with a smile after distancing himself from them. He Yuqiong's eyes lit up when she heard Ling Yan's lies. Is that so? That's easy. As long as you can cure my grandfather, the He family will give you 10 billion as a reward. If it's not enough, please let me know. Ling Yan had finally experienced what it meant to be rich and imposing when he asked for 10 billion right off the bat. Ling Yan didn't accept or reject the sudden 10 billion reward. He just laughed it off. I have 2 things to remind you of, Miss He. Please go ahead, Mr. He Yuqiong had no doubt that Ling Yan had saved her grandfather. There was no need for someone like him to waste time lying to her. First, as far as I know, the 3 spirit cultivators who accompanied you to the auction should be dead. Ah? He Yuqiong was shocked when she heard that. Miss He, there is no need to panic. There are still many capable people in China. Those 3 spirit cultivators wanted to cause trouble here, so it is normal for them to be killed. I believe that your uncle's people won't think that you have the ability to kill them. So, no matter who asks you, you just have to pretend that you don't know anything. He Yuqiong nodded. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for informing me in advance. Since those 3 people died in the capital, then I think sooner or later they will alarm your uncle's people, especially those spirit cultivators. Therefore, they might make some intense reactions. I hope that Miss He, regardless of whether you go or stay, you have to make plans and deal with it properly, and wait for the day I go to your house. This was the reason why Ling Yan reminded He Yuqiong. He wanted her to be mentally prepared so that she wouldn't be confused. He believed that since He Yuqiong was recognized as the successor by old He, she would be able to deal with this situation. Thank you, Mr. Lin. That's not a problem. I know what to do. Ling Yun nodded. Very well. The second thing I want to remind you is that you can't tell anyone that you met me here. After we separate, don't try to ask about me. You'd better not even think about it. Otherwise, not only will our agreement be invalid, but you might also be killed. This was very important, so Ling Yan's words were very serious. He Yuqiong's heart skipped a beat. She nodded hurriedly. Mr. Lin, don't worry about this. At the same time, she decisively gave up on the idea of secretly finding out about Ling Yan's background based on his appearance. Ling Yan was very satisfied. He smiled brightly. All right, then it's a deal. You can go back to the auction house to rest after you give me your contact details. He Yuqiong immediately gave Ling Yan her contact details. Then, she asked, Mr. Lin, how do I give you the herbs that I bid for? Ling Yan thought for a while and said, someone will contact you tomorrow. He will give you an address. You just have to send the herbs to that address. After everything was settled, Ling Yan was about to ask Mo Wudao to send He Yuqiong off when he suddenly looked up. 2,000 meters above the park, there was another person. That person was carrying a snow-white animal. It was a huge goat. Of course, the person who came was Wan Chongxiao, who was on an important mission. Ling Yan smiled and immediately told him to come down. Wang Chongxiao carried the goat with one hand and flew down to where the three of them were. Ugh, He Yuqiang was dumbfounded when she saw this. Miss He, I thought you wouldn't trust us, so I made some preparations in advance. Even though it's no longer necessary now, I'll personally show you the goat since it's here. Why did Ling Yan ask Wang Chongxiao to catch an animal? Of course, it was to show off his miraculous skills. As he spoke, Ling Yan used his divine will to summon the clear shadow flying sword. It quickly grew to the size of a foot and flew towards the goat. Chi 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 chi. The clear shadow flying sword cut open 3 to 4 terrifying wounds on the goat's body. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. The goat started to bleed profusely. Missy, please take a good look. Ling Yan didn't want the goat to suffer too much pain. Therefore, he took out 4 level 5 healing talismans and stuck them on the goat's wounds. Appear. Following Ling Yan's soft shout, 4 rays of holy light appeared on the goat's wounds. The deep wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow. He Yuqiang was shaken. She sighed in admiration. This was simply a miracle. She couldn't help but move forward and watch as the goat's wounds healed completely. There wasn't even a scar left. Not only He Yuqiang, but even Wang Chongxiao was shocked. He finally understood why Ling Yan wanted him to catch an animal. Such a heaven-defying talisman would fetch a sky-high price at the Yi family's auction. Formations, talismans, spatial rings. What didn't his new young master know how to do? Wang Chongxiao suddenly felt like he had picked up a treasure. That kind of mentality was the same as Paul and Chester and the other members of the blood clan. Ling Yan turned his head and smiled at He Yuqiang after the goat's wounds had completely healed. Miss He, it's past 3 in the morning. I really can't find a delirious patient to test it on. Therefore, I can only settle for the next best thing. No need, no need. He Yuqiang was so excited that she waved her hands in disarray and quickly refused. At the same time, she was secretly distressed. Such a precious talisman, how much could it be sold for? The other party actually used it casually in order to gain her trust. It was simply too wasteful. Of course, Ling Yan verified his own strength and completely dispelled He Yuqiang's doubts. Next, both parties said their goodbyes. Ling Yan sent Mo Wudao a telepathic message to send He Yuqiang out of the park and back the way they came. After the two of them left, Ling Yan suddenly patted Wang Chongxiao's shoulder. Old Wang, I'm going to give you the second important task now, young master. I know. You want me to send this goat back, right? Wang Chongxiao wanted to cry but no tears came out. Third update completed. Thank you everyone for your double monthly votes. However, this time, Wang Chongxiao felt like crying but had no tears, and he felt like he was enjoying the bitter taste of it. This was because he was completely sure that Ling Yan was at least a genius at talismans, forging weapons, and formations. Meeting Ling Yan was not a curse, but a blessing. Even if Wang Chongxiao was asked to become Ling Yan's disciple, he would be willing to kowtow to Ling Yan. Alright, stop pretending, Ling Yan said, amused. Ling Yan found it funny and said, if you caught something else, we would have to send it back. But since it's just a sheep, it doesn't matter. Ling Yan really did not want such an expert to make another trip for a sheep. There was no need. Then what is the important mission that young master told me about? Wang Chongxiao asked hurriedly. He relaxed when he saw that he did not have to send it back. Go and rest. Ling Yan smiled and said to Wang Chongxiao, it's almost 4 in the morning, I should go home. So, after a night of work, you naturally have to find a place to rest. However, you can go anywhere but the Yi family's auction. Ling Yan did not forget to remind him. Wang Chongxiao started to panic when he saw that Ling Yan was going to let him fly alone instead of bringing him along. Young master, I'm already in the mid-stage of Qi Cultivation Stage 6. I won't be affected even if I don't eat, drink, or sleep for 7 to 8 days. There's no need to rest, Wang Chongxiao thought to himself, I'm already following you. You have to bring me wherever you go. Why are you throwing me aside? You want to go home with me? Ling Yan looked at Wang Chongxiao for a long time and asked with a hint of a smile. Yes, I'm more than willing to lead the horse and make the bed for young master, Wang Chongxiao said hurriedly, not choosing his words. Ling Yan heard that and wanted to send him flying with a kick. He said angrily, "Don't even think about it, you won't be able to make my bed in this life, the next life, or the life after that." Even so, he still took out a few level 6 healing talismans and tossed them to Wang Chongxiao. "This is a level 6 healing talisman. It's of a higher grade than the ones you used earlier. Use one to heal the wound on your hand and keep the rest for yourself." Ling Yan knew that Wang Chongxiao had used his fist to block his last strike. Wang Chongxiao had been injured because he had failed to block it. Although that kind of wound did not affect Wang Chongxiao much, it still hurt, right? "Thank you, young master." Wang Chongxiao thought to himself that following Ling Yan was indeed beneficial. He was able to obtain a few high-level healing talismans without much effort. How fortunate. It's easy to use. Just stick it on the wound, and as long as you shout "come," it will naturally take effect. Seeing Wang Chongxiao keep the healing talismans carefully, Ling Yan knew that he couldn't bear to use them. However, Ling Yan didn't care and only told him how to use them. "I really can't bring you home, but I can give you my contact details. Find a place to stay in Beijing for the time being, and I'll contact you if anything happens. How about that?" Hearing Ling Yan's words, Wang Chongxiao knew that it was impossible for him to go home with Ling Yan. It was obvious that Ling Yan was still worried about him, so he immediately said, "Then I'll listen to you, young master." The two of them exchanged contact details. Before they parted, Ling Yan glanced at the goat and said, "Since you're not in a hurry to rest, let's send this goat back. We don't want it to lose its life because of us." No matter what, this big goat had helped Ling Yan, so Ling Yan felt compassion for it. Yes. After Wang Chongxiao left with the big goat, Ling Yan found a quiet and empty place in the park and took out the truck. Reaching out, Ling Yan broke the huge metal lock and opened the trunk of the truck. He first put the 5 treasures into his Taishi ring before putting the truck in. After that, Ling Yan flew out of the park and returned to the Ling family's mansion. Tonight is really perfect, really too perfect. On the way home, Ling Yan was beaming with joy and in high spirits. He couldn't be any better. That was because he had really made a huge profit, too huge a profit. The Yi family's auction had a total of about 200 billion. Based on the 20% commission, they had prepared for months, worked for so long, and expended so much effort, but they had only made a profit of 40 billion. Ling Yan did a rough calculation and realized that he had earned about 40 billion yuan in just 3 hours after the auction ended. Moreover, these were all cultivation resources that Ling Yan and the Ling family could really use. There were weapons, elixirs, herbs, all kinds of precious materials. Everything. These things were too useful to the Ling family, which had officially announced their resurgence. Moreover, there were the Rainbow Inferno Mountain, White Jade Peak Honey, Secret Realm Map, and Clear Spirit Stone. Ling Yan had really picked up these 4 heaven-defying treasures. Compared to their true value, the money Ling Yan spent was not even worth mentioning. Go home. Go home immediately. Ling Yan was excited at the thought of the Rainbow Inferno Mountain. He immediately sped up, wishing he could reach home immediately. It wasn't too far from the park on the East 5th Ring Road to the Ling family's mansion on the North 5th Ring Road. It was only about 10 kilometers. Naturally, Ling Yan reached home very quickly. When he reached home, Ling Yan used his divine sense to find that Tai Xiaohu and the 5 members of the blood clan were already back. He didn't have the time to ask them and went straight into his house. After thinking about it, Ling Yan first set up a small divine defense formation in his room to isolate his divine sense. Of course, it wasn't to guard against his family. It was just that there were a few treasures that he couldn't tell others about. For example, the Rainbow Inferno Mountain. After setting up the formation, Ling Yan first took out the Rainbow Inferno Mountain. The 5-colored mountain was half a meter tall and had a total of 5 peaks. The mountain was extremely dazzling, and the entire surface of the 5-colored mountain was burning with 5 different types of flames: red, green, blue, and purple. They intertwined and rose, releasing a 5-colored glow. Little fella, you have a good eye, and your knowledge is extraordinary. Your luck is even out of this world. You even managed to obtain this 5-elemental flame essence. The voice of the Emperor Brush came from Ling Yan's sea of consciousness. Hee, senior is still the best. You can tell that this is the 5-elemental flame essence at a glance. It was rare for the Emperor Brush to take the initiative to speak to him, so Ling Yun naturally sucked up to it. Stop sucking up to me and swallow this flame. What are you waiting for? It's a waste of time. The Emperor Brush was actually urging him. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed and wary. It can't be. It even wants to snatch this 5-elemental flame essence from me? Wouldn't that be a waste of my efforts? You rascal, you're really smart and crafty. Stop thinking nonsense. This 5-elemental flame essence can only be used by you. The Emperor Brush scolded Ling Yun for being stingy. This 5-elemental flame essence can only be used by me and that old fellow after being nourished by your yin-yang qi and becoming the 5-elemental flame essence. May I know what the two seniors are going to use it for? Ling Yun asked immediately. Of course we're going to use this flame to repair our bodies. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were, after all, only artifact spirits. They had suffered irreparable damage during the ancient war of gods and demons and needed to be repaired. However, you don't have to worry. This 5-elemental flame essence is indestructible. Anyone below the immortal realm can't consume it. We're just using this flame to temper our bodies day and night to repair ourselves. Shame, Ling Yun immediately understood. Since the 5-elemental flame essence could be used to forge weapons, it could naturally be used to repair Dao weapons. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't really worried that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book would snatch the 5-elemental flame essence. After all, the stronger the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book became, the safer he would be. He was just afraid that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book would consume the 5-elemental flame essence in an instant. Then, he wouldn't be able to use it for anything else. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ling Yun lowered his head, opened his mouth, and sucked in the 5-colored flame. The 5-elemental flame was sucked out of the 5-colored mountain by Ling Yun in an instant. The 5-colored flame turned into a rainbow as it was sucked into Ling Yun's mouth and into his body. The 5-elemental flame essence was indestructible and had no temperature. It couldn't ignite anything. Therefore, it could be absorbed into one's body. After Ling Yun swallowed the 5-elemental flame into his stomach, he immediately wrapped it with the yin-yang qi. Following the circulation of the yin-yang qi, he sent it into his energy center and began to nourish it. As soon as the 5-elemental fire entered Ling Yun's dantian, it immediately overflowed his entire dantian due to being compressed. Furthermore, it blossomed with a 5-colored glow, illuminating Ling Yun's entire dantian. The eyes of the mystical yin-yang fish spewed out the yin-yang qi and began to nourish the flame. I estimate that this 5-elemental flame will completely transform into the 5-elemental flame essence in half a month. When that time comes, When Ling Yun thought about the various uses of the 5-elemental flame essence, he immediately beamed with joy. You should be happy. The weapon spirit of the Emperor Brush was naturally happy to see that Ling Yun had already started to nourish the 5-elemental flame. However, it is indeed worth being happy about. With that, the Emperor Brush cut off its consciousness and couldn't be bothered to communicate with Ling Yun anymore. It seemed like other than the 5-elemental flame essence, the other treasures that Ling Yun obtained tonight were not worthy of the Emperor Brush's discerning eyes. After Ling Yun swallowed the 5-elemental flame essence, he looked at the colorful hill again. Even though it was still colorful, its surface had become bare. Not to mention flames, not even sparks could be seen. However, Ling Yun knew that this colorful hill was the true 5-elemental flame essence. It could be called the mother of the 5-elemental flames. As long as it was around and given time to nurture, it would be able to produce a new 5-elemental flame. This was definitely a priceless treasure. After admiring it for a long time, Ling Yun immediately put it into the Taishu ring. Whoosh! Next, Ling Yun took out his super candied haws. Purple, white, yellow, red, and black. They were also colorful. Whether there is chalcedony or not depends on this. Ling Yun took a deep breath and exclaimed excitedly as he held the translucent and colorful candied haws in his hand. The 4th chapter was completed. Thank you to my readers, Xiaotao, Atao Tao, Diaoziu 55542, Uncle Lin, and 16117181913199 for your generous tips. Thank you to everyone for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. This super candied haws had been neglected by Ling Yun ever since he got it. It didn't have any spiritual energy and couldn't help Ling Yun with his cultivation. However, because it was too rare and beautiful, Ling Yun had never thought of selling it. Ling Yun wasn't short of money anyway. Ling Yun had only used it once, and that was the only time. A month ago, 2 days before the opening of the Heaven and Earth group in Xianxia City, Ling Yun planned to give Xianxia a gift. He used this super candied haws and cut a palm-sized piece from each of the 5 colors of jade. He used them to make 5 sets of jewelry and gave them to Xianxia. 5 sets of jewelry, 5 colors, and roughly the same style. There were bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and so on. However, the one that consumed the most materials was a pair of bracelets. Therefore, Ling Yun only cut a piece that was 2 centimeters thick and about 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter. This thickness was far from reaching the inside of the 5 jade balls. After all, the 5 pieces of jade on this super candied haws were one size bigger than a basketball. Now, Ling Yun wanted to cut into the inside to see if there was any jade essence. If there wasn't, then there was no point in talking about it. If there was jade essence, then Ling Yun would be rich. Ling Yun used his divine will, and the yin-yang astral energy. Sword flew out of his body. He aimed at the top-grade red jade in the middle and used his divine will. The yin-yang astral energy sword instantly came to the broken section of the top-grade red jade and started cutting inwards. The yin-yang astral energy sword was formed by the extreme condensation of energy. It had almost no thickness and was too sharp. Ling Yun could cut through the jade effortlessly now. Chi, chi, chi. Ling Yun's divine will was powerful now. His control of the flying sword had already reached the realm of microscopic detail. He could move and stop as he wished. He was very careful as he controlled the yin-yang astral energy sword to cut into the interior of the jade ball bit by bit. As the yin-yang astral energy sword cut, he also used his divine will to explore the interior of the jade ball. As long as he felt spiritual energy seeping out, it would be a success. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. When the yin-yang astral energy sword was 5 centimeters into the red jade ball, Ling Yun still didn't feel any spiritual energy. He started to feel disappointed. Could he have judged wrongly? Regardless of whether it was there or not, he might as well cut to the center. Ling Yun's eyes hardened as he continued to activate the yin-yang astral energy sword to cut into the interior. Shwa. This time, it didn't even cut half a centimeter in. A dense spiritual energy suddenly rushed out from the extremely narrow gap that the yin-yang aura sword had cut open. The spiritual energy was so rich that it refreshed the mind and filled the surroundings in an instant, causing the blood in Ling Yun's body to surge. Success! Supreme blood jade marrow! Ling Yun was overjoyed. After the spiritual energy rushed out, he immediately stopped cutting inwards. Instead, he let the yin and yang aura sword return to where it came from. It rushed out of the red jade ball and hovered in the air. Ling Yun was thinking about how to extract the blood jade essence from the red jade ball with the least amount of damage to it. This was because the value of the red jade ball that contained the blood jade essence was equally shocking. Ling Yun didn't want to waste such a huge piece of red jade. Very quickly, he had an idea. He decided to cut a hole in the red jade ball and cut out a cylinder with a diameter of 15 centimeters. Then, he would calmly dig out the blood jade essence. Ling Yun immediately activated his divine will. Using the gap that he had just cut, he used the yin-yang astral energy sword to draw an irregular circle of 15 centimeters on the surface of the red jade. Then, he let the yin-yang astral energy sword spin and sink into the surface of the blood jade essence. After cutting it vertically, naturally, he had to make a horizontal cut inside the red jade ball to completely separate the red jade from the blood jade. It was a very large circular cut. This work was too delicate. Any slight mistake would have wasted the red jade material or damaged the blood jade essence. However, Ling Yun had a strong divine sense, so he was able to do it perfectly. Just like that, Ling Yun used about 10 minutes to dig the top-grade blood jade essence out from the inside of the top-grade red jade. Wow, I've really hit the jackpot this time. What a huge piece of blood jade essence. This piece of blood jade essence was also in the shape of a ball. It was about 12 centimeters in diameter. It was as red as blood, but it was faintly transparent. It glowed red under the light. Ling Yun held the blood jade essence in his palm. It felt smooth and delicate, but it wasn't cold. It was very warm. It seemed to be able to connect with the blood energy in his body, making his blood energy surge. He could clearly feel his life force becoming stronger. What a treasure. Such a big piece of the blood jade essence, and it's more than twice the weight of the purple jade essence that I just got. Lingyan grinned from ear to ear as he played with the blood jade essence in his hands. He simply couldn't bear to part with it. It was indeed a treasure. This was because the blood jade essence was a type of spirit stone. Once it was ground into powder, people could even directly consume it. It could directly increase the blood energy of the human body. It was extremely effective for people with anemia or excessive blood loss. This was only for ordinary patients. If Lingyan consumed it, he would naturally be able to maintain his blood energy, which could be directly converted into combat power. If it was cut into small pieces, Lingyan could use them to set up a spell formation. As long as he was within the spell formation, Lingyan would be able to maintain an abundance of blood qi. His combat power would increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, this kind of blood jade essence could also be used to refine pills. Lingyan played with it for a while and quickly put away the blood jade essence. He absorbed all the spiritual energy released by the blood jade essence into his body. Lingyan's eyes lit up. Since this red jade has the blood jade essence, then the other 4 colors of jade must have it too. In for a penny, in for a pound. In his excitement, Lingyan couldn't care about anything else. He started to focus on digging his blood jade essence, starting with the purple one. This time, he was naturally more familiar with it. Soon, he felt the spiritual energy of the purple jade essence. Then, he used about 7 to 8 minutes to dig out the entire purple jade essence. Hee, it's this big again. It's about the same size as the blood jade essence. Lingyan was excited. The size and weight of this piece of purple jade essence was more than twice the size of the purple jade essence that he had snatched. It was simply too shocking. Since he had randomly picked 2 pieces of jade essence, naturally, he had all of them. Lingyan didn't stop and continued to work. Soon, another half an hour passed. White jade essence, yellow jade essence, black jade essence. Without exception, they were all supreme-grade jade essences. They were all spherical, about 12 centimeters in diameter. Finally, all 5 colors of jade essence were dug out by Lingyan. Ha 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 ha, Lingyan was very excited and laughed happily. Needless to say, with these 5 colors of supreme-grade jade essence, he basically had all the main ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill in the future. After all the 5 types of chalcedony were dug out, the shape of the sugar-coated haws became a little nondescript. Each jade ball was divided into 3 parts, the chalcedony that was dug out, the irregular cylinder with the skylight, and the main body that was still strung together. It's said that treasures are hard to find. This is true. It was hidden so well that even I almost missed it. Lingyan sighed. First, there were oddly shaped stones. After 1 centimeter of gray stone skin was shaved off, it was supreme-grade jade. However, supreme-grade jade wasn't the real treasure. It was just the skin of the 5 types of jade essence. At this moment, Lingyan suddenly thought of the He Bai. The He Bai presented by Bien He 3 times was treated as a liar and had both its legs chopped off. The last time it was presented to King Wen, he finally cleared his name and made the He Bai famous. Finally, it was carved into the imperial jade seal by Emperor Qin. This shows how difficult it is for a real treasure to be born. Even though all 5 types of jade essence were dug out, the other 2 parts weren't affected at all. Because they were both supreme-grade jade, Lingyan could use them to make jewelry or sell them for money. Luckily, I've reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3. My divine sense is strong enough, so I didn't waste the materials. After Lingyan put away the other 2 parts of the sugar-coated ha, his divine sense flickered. But I'm still missing 1 type of jade essence. Green jade essence, of course, it was the imperial green stone king that was the size of a water tank. Today, I might as well cut it open completely. Lingyan decided immediately. He took out the imperial greenstone king and started digging immediately. Of course, this time, Lingyan didn't use the Yin Yang Qi sword. Instead, he used the clear shadow flying sword because the imperial greenstone king was too big. At this moment, the imperial greenstone king, excluding the ones that had been used previously, was still 1.5 meters tall and 1. 2 meters in diameter. Other than the cut surface, the other parts still had python patterns and pine stone skin. However, Lingyan couldn't care less about that now. He was busy digging. It's done. The clear shadow flying sword was less than 40 centimeters deep when Lingyan felt a large amount of life essence emerging. It was too strong. This was the spiritual energy of the green jade essence. Its effects were similar to the spiritual energy of plants. It could greatly increase one's vitality. It could be ground into powder and consumed. It could be used to refine pills and talismans. It could also speed up one's cultivation and help cultivators break through important barriers. The benefits were endless. This time, Lingyan used a full hour to dig out the entire piece of green jade essence. He was so excited that he almost went crazy. It was simply too big. This piece of green jade essence was entirely green. It was 49 centimeters tall and 36 centimeters in diameter. It was cylindrical in shape, like a miniature version of the Imperial Greenstone King. With a wave of his hand, he held it in his palm and felt its weight. It was about 200 kilograms, which was about 1/10 of the Emerald King's weight. This is more than enough. Lingyan laughed happily. He never dreamed that the two types of King Greenstone Kings that he had spent 80 million to earn money would allow him to obtain 6 types of supreme-grade green jade essences. These were undoubtedly supreme-grade spirit stones in the cultivation world. I apologized to everyone and overslept in the evening. However, there will be 2 more tonight. Thank you for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. In order to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out, Lingyan stored the 200 kilograms of green chalcedony into his universe ring. Any spiritual stone that was exposed to the air for a long time would continue to leak spiritual energy. As time passed, the spiritual energy from the spiritual stone would dissipate and it would become an ordinary stone. At the Yi family's auction, Xiao Homing was right about one thing. Stone was the essence of earth, jade was the essence of stone, and chalcedony was the essence of jade. Therefore, chalcedony was also known as the earth essence and the earth's sarira. It was the essence of a planet that had been nurtured for billions of years. Spiritual energy was the purest form of energy in the world. If there were enough spiritual stones on a planet, the planet would definitely be full of spiritual energy. It would be suitable for all kinds of creatures to cultivate. For example, the cultivation world that Lingyan came from. The cultivation world was a planet that even had thousands of miles of immortal spiritual veins. How could it not be full of spiritual energy? I'm not selling it. I can't sell this imperial green jade in the future. After storing the green chalcedony, Lingyan stood in front of the empty Imperial Greenstone King and made his decision. Lingyan was not short of money now. Even if he was short of money, he had ways to earn it immediately. Therefore, he decided not to sell the Imperial Greenstone King even though it was only left with the Imperial Greenstone King. The reason was simple. Even though the Imperial Green Jade had no spiritual energy, it could completely isolate spiritual energy. As Lingyan's cultivation level increased, the cultivation resources he would use in the future would definitely be materials that were full of spiritual energy. Whether it was spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, or spiritual elixirs, they would all need to be stored in containers. The Imperial Green Jade was, of course, the best material to store these things. After all, even Lingyan, who was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 3, could not feel any spiritual energy from the green chalcedony. It was too useful. He wanted to use the Imperial Green Jade to make all kinds of jade bottles and jars to store spiritual elixirs and spiritual elixirs. Thinking of this, Lingyan smiled and placed his hand on the Imperial Greenstone King. He stored the Imperial Greenstone King into his universe ring. Now, after swallowing the 5 elemental flames, he had obtained another 6 pieces of supreme-grade chalcedony, including 2 purple chalcedonies. In the end, Lingyan took out the Bayou Peak honey that he had obtained. He only looked at it for admiration, because he only wanted it to refine the beauty pill and the age-retaining pill. Now that we have the primer, we can finally put those spiritual herbs to good use. Lingyan was overjoyed and nodded in satisfaction. He thought that he had to ask Auntie Green Bird to prepare all kinds of main ingredients for him as soon as possible. Next, Lingyan took out the map of the secret realm, the large-sized spirit cultivation cosmos stone, the innate sword embryo, and the supreme-grade golden black devilish silk. He admired all of them before putting them back into the cosmos ring. They are all treasures. Hee, this auction is really profitable. Ling Yan could not help but thank the Yi family in his heart. This reduced his hostility towards the Yi family. It could not be helped. This auction had allowed Ling Yan to gather almost all the resources that he needed to reach the later stages of qi cultivation. Moreover, he had obtained abundant cultivation resources that would allow the Ling family's strength to skyrocket in a short period of time: godly weapons, body-tempering liquid for the divine state, dragon tiger pill and great recover pill, all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. There was too much to count. Ling Yan had abundant resources now. With these resources, the Ling family's foundation and strength will definitely be able to crush either the Long family or the Yi family in half a year. Aspire to the peak of Xianxia and become the #1 family in Xianxia again. As for Ling Yan himself, he would be able to reach the foundation establishment stage in half a year's time and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Ling Yan removed the small god defense formation after packing everything up. The sky was already bright outside. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already 6 in the morning. Ling Yan could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. He was so focused on digging that he actually forgot to cultivate. Everything could be delayed, but cultivation could not be delayed. Ling Yan immediately flew out and went to the ghost divine willow in the 6th courtyard. Facing the direction of the sunrise, he sat cross-legged and started cultivating his stellar condensation technique. 2 hours later, Ling Yan got up and called Tai Xiaohu, who was still cultivating not far away. Tai Xiaohu was a true martial arts fanatic. The current him had no distractions other than Ling Yan's matters. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to cultivate like crazy. Xiaohu, you can't cultivate like this. You still need to have some relaxation, especially after you unlocked your divine sense. You need to rest and recuperate every day. That way, you can get twice the results with half the effort. Ling Yan said solemnly as he looked at Tai Xiaohu, who was a little unwilling to get up. Yes, big brother Yun. In Tai Xiaohu's eyes, Ling Yan was like a god. He would listen to whatever Ling Yan said without hesitation. Ling Yan nodded and smiled. Where are the treasures that we looted last night? Give them all to me. Hee, I almost couldn't fit them all. Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up with excitement as he talked about the loot from last night. He immediately came to an empty space, and with a thought, all sorts of things fell into a pile. Tai Xiaohu's spatial ring contained a 3-meter square dimensional space. It would be an exaggeration to say that it couldn't fit everything, but it was enough to show how much they had gained last night. Of course, the items that took up the most space were weapons. There were knives, swords, staffs, and sticks. The other main items were the 100 treasures pouches of the Xiantian realm masters. And there are indeed quite a lot of things. These things are enough for us to hold an auction. Haha, Ling Yan couldn't help but crack a joke as he looked at the pile of items. Then, he stepped forward, raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, collecting a large pile of items into his cosmos ring. Then, he used his will to categorize the various items and place them in the honeycomb space of the cosmos ring, so that it would be convenient to take them out in the future. Did anything go wrong while you were cleaning the battlefield last night? Ling Yan asked casually after storing everything. No, it was just that when we were about to finish cleaning, Edward noticed a masked man in black approaching from the sky. We sped up the cleaning and left early. The other party was still far away at that time, so they didn't notice us. Very good. Ling Yan thought to himself. The Blood Clan was indeed the ruler of the night. Edward had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Duke realm, and his various mystical abilities were simply too powerful. Darkness and blood were the eternal themes of the Blood Clan. Those men in black must be from the Yi family. They were basically done with their work 2 hours after the auction ended. That's why they sent people to investigate, Ling Yan concluded. At the same time, he chuckled coldly. It's a pity that they came empty-handed. The Yi family must be very depressed now. That was inevitable. That was because more than a third of the guests who went to the Yi family's auction went missing in one night. Those people were all top-notch experts in the late stage of the Xiantian realm. In the end, not even their bones were left. Once this matter spread in the pugilistic world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. If that happened, the Yi family would be like yellow mud falling into their pants. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it would still be sh*t. They wouldn't be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Disregarding the long term, at least in the next 1 or 2 years, the Yi family's auction house's business would be greatly affected. Ling Yan knew that once this incident blew up, people would definitely think that he was the culprit. The Yi family would also think that he was the culprit. However, Ling Yun did not care. After all, he had already destroyed all the evidence. If someone really came looking for him, he wouldn't say anything and just beat them up. Just as the two of them were talking, Mo Wudao also came over. He was sleepy and couldn't stop yawning. He rubbed his eyes with his hands, obviously not resting well. What's wrong? It's only been 1 night, and you're already lovesick? You can't even sleep well? Ling Yan smiled as he walked forward and couldn't help but tease him. When did you come back? After Ling Yan came back last night, he set up the little divine defense formation and focused on digging for treasures. He didn't even notice when Mo Wudao came back. 4:30 am. Mo Wudao had slept for less than 3 hours and was still grumpy. He rolled his slightly bloodshot eyes and glanced at Ling Yun. You left right after you were done, but you didn't even say goodbye. You made me go to the park after sending He Yuqiong off for nothing. So that was the case. Ling Yun felt a little embarrassed when he heard that. However, he retorted, I did it for your own good. I didn't want to disturb you when you were picking up girls, so I didn't contact you. Who knew that this sentence would make Mo Wudao even angrier? Forget it, after you showed off your skills last night, there's no one else in He Yuqiong's eyes. I have to stay away from you in the future, you're really too much. Mo Wudao wanted to cry but no tears came out. When he escorted He Yuqiong back last night, she was so excited that she almost floated in the air. She almost forgot about his existence. If not for the fact that he knew that he couldn't beat Ling Yun, Mo Wudao wouldn't have rolled his eyes at Ling Yun. He would have fought with him directly. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, Ling Yun stopped laughing and said seriously, all right, stop complaining. Let me tell you, even though He Yuqiong looks like an ordinary person, she's definitely not simple. She's very smart, decisive, and resourceful, therefore, this kind of woman usually only had a goal in her eyes. She would do anything to achieve her goal, but she wouldn't fall in love with someone easily. In other words, love was dispensable to He Yuqiong. Mo Wudao blinked a few times and couldn't help but agree with Ling Yun's point of view. Even if you're right. Mo Wudao compromised and sighed. Sigh, I can't win against you in an argument, alright, let's go for breakfast. Ling Yun stepped forward and put his arm around Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao's shoulders. I have something important to do today. Today was the 10th of September, Teacher's Day. At the same time, it was the registration day for the new batch of university students. The second update was delivered. Next up was the ending of the plot in Beijing. Big Brother Yun would leave Beijing soon. I have to get Ling Yun to the Devil Subduing Conference on the 15th of August, haha. Also, thank you for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. September 10th, the 5th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar, 9:30 am on this day, the weather in the capital city was surprisingly good. It was a refreshing autumn day. The blue sky looked as if it had been washed. There were a few white clouds floating in the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was so fresh that it was intoxicating. Ling Yun, Ming Lingyu, Qi Shaoqing, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest had gathered after breakfast. Ling Feng and Ling Li were also there. Because Ling Li was still studying, he was officially in his 3rd year of high school this year. Now that the summer break was over, his good days had come to an end, and he was sighing there. Ling Feng was too lazy to go to school. After he graduated from high school, he refused to go to school. The reason was that it would delay his swordsmanship practice. Ling Yu had no choice but to let him be. He was only here to send Ling Li to school. Actually, it had already been half a month since the start of the 3rd year of high school. However, too many things had happened in the Ling family during this period of time. Ling Yu was worried that something might happen to Ling Li when he went out, so he let him stay at home for a period of time. It was only after Ling Yun crushed the heavenly group 2 nights ago that he decided to let him go to school with Ling Feng's special escort. Ling Xiao and Ling Shui were there too. However, Ling Xiao had graduated the year before, and Ling Shui had joined the Condor team early on. Her studies had been interrupted. They were here to bid farewell to Ning Lingyu and the rest. Among the younger generation of the Ling family, only Ling Yong was not there. Obviously, he had not gotten over Ling Zhen's trauma. He had not returned to the Ling family for many days. Of course, Mo Wu Dao wasn't around either. After that fellow finished his breakfast, he came over to greet everyone, then went straight back to his room to sleep. He didn't care about things like enrollment at all. They had not gone out yet because Ling Yun was waiting for someone. He was waiting for Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling. They had just gotten off the phone and said that they would be arriving soon. Soon, Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling arrived from the Chao family. Everyone had finally gathered. Third brother, I'm going to school now. If you get any benefits in the future, remember to remember me. Ling Li was a sly person. He knew that Ling Yun had a lot of treasures on him, so he did not forget to remind him before he left. Ling Yun could not help but smile and nod. Don't worry, I guarantee that you will get everything. However, you have to study hard. Thank you, third brother. Ling Li instantly beamed with joy. Then, he said goodbye to Ning Lingyu, Mo Wu Dao and the rest one by one. Goodbye, Sister Lingyu. Goodbye, Sister Xiaoqing. Brother Xiaohu. Io. Get the hell out of here. When Ling Feng saw that Ling Li was wasting time there, he was already impatient. He directly kicked Ling Li out. Ling Feng's sudden kick naturally caused everyone in the room to burst into laughter. The days were good, the weather was good, the mood was good, everyone was very happy. Young people loved to gather together and join in the fun. Even though Ning Lingyu and the others had only interacted with each other for 3 to 4 days, they were already very familiar with each other. Of course, this had a lot to do with Ling Yun. His cohesiveness was simply too strong. Let's go. Damn, I finally don't have to be annoyed by this guy every day. Ling Feng immediately flew out of the room, grabbed Ling Li by the neck, and forced him into the car. Then, he followed closely behind and stepped on the accelerator. As the engine roared, Ling Feng waved at Ling Yun. Second brother, beautiful ladies, I wish you all a smooth registration. Happy every day. After saying that, the car sped away. Big sister, we'll be leaving too. After watching Ling Feng and Ling Li leave, Ling Yun turned around and said to Ling Xiao. Okay, go quickly. Come back early. When you come back in the afternoon, my father has something to discuss with you. Ling Xiao was very happy. This time, she put away her fierce look and affectionately patted Ling Yun's head. Ling Yun nodded and glanced at Ling Shui. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Let's go. Ling Yun took the lead and left Ling Xiao's house, heading straight for the black 7-seater Mercedes-Benz in the courtyard. Then, it was Ning Lingyu, Qi Xiaoqing, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, and Tai Xiaohu who was driving. Out of the 6 of them, only 4 were university students. Today, they had to report to 3 different campuses. Naturally, Zhang Ling was going to Huaxia Media University. Even though Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and Qi Xiaoqing were all going to Yenjing University, Ling Yun chose clinical medicine as his major. He had to report to Yenjing University's medical department. Ling Xiao and Ling Shui came to the door and said goodbye to Ning Lingyu and the rest. Then, they watched as they left. Little Shui, after your brother returned to the family, he has already gotten rid of the demons in little uncle's heart. He is also trying his best to bring little uncle and auntie together. After Ling Yun and the rest left, Ling Xiao turned her head and said softly to Ling Shui, obviously, your brother has no ill feelings towards the union between little uncle and your mother. In fact, he is very supportive of it. The little uncle and auntie that Ling Xiao mentioned were naturally Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan. She raised her hand and gently patted Ling Shui's head. Until now, are you still not willing to acknowledge him as your brother? Ling Shui's beautiful little face instantly turned red. She pursed her lips tightly and said stubbornly, who said that I don't acknowledge him? Oh? Just what? Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes lit up. Is our little princess so arrogant that she isn't even willing to call him brother? Big sister, you are bullying people. Be careful that I tell uncle. Now that Ling Zhen had been removed from the Ling family, and Ling Shui already knew that Ling Zhen was the real culprit behind Ling Zhao's death, she hated Ling Zhen the most. She had long erased this person from her heart and only acknowledged Ling Yu as her uncle. Yo, you are already in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, but you still want to snitch and say that you are not the little princess, Ling Xiu snickered and teased. Big sister, if you continue to be like this, I am really going to ignore you. Ling Shui said angrily. Ling Xiu's little face was completely red. Alright. Big sister will stop teasing you then. Ling Xiu naturally knew Ling Shui's temper. She then said, however, your brother will be leaving Beijing in 8 days at most to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference on Mount Longhu. Big sister doesn't want to see the two of you being so awkward. I hope that he can go out and work happily. Little sister Shui, do you understand? With Ling Shui's intelligence, she naturally understood this. Thus, she nodded her head lightly. That's good. Don't worry, big sister will definitely create opportunities for you so that there will be no more barriers between the two of you. At the same time, Ling Xiu sighed in her heart. In terms of stubbornness, these two siblings are just like my third uncle, let's send Zhang Ling off first. Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu after the car drove out of the Ling family residence. Since Huaxia Media College was located on the East Fifth Ring Road, it was the furthest from the Ling family residence. Thus, Ling Yun naturally sent Zhang Ling off first. There was no traffic on the road. Tai Xiaohu first drove east along the North Fifth Ring Road. After reaching the East Fifth Ring Road, he turned south. It only took him about 20 minutes to reach the main entrance of Huaxia Media College. Since these 2 days were the registration days for new students, there were cars everywhere outside the college. Most of them were parents sending their children to school. There was an endless stream of people going in and out of the college. Zhang Ling, there are so many people. Do you really not need us to send you in? Ling Yan asked Zhang Ling with a smile after getting out of the car. Zhang Ling was very happy because Ling Yan had personally sent her to the college to register. She smiled sweetly. There's really no need. Xianxia already brought me here yesterday. I know where the registration for new students is. Moreover, I'm not in a hurry to queue up for registration. I want to walk around the campus and experience the new campus, hee. Ling Yan nodded and did not insist. Then, he asked again, so, have you really decided to stay on campus? Yes. This time, Zhang Ling's answer was more straightforward. I'll stay in the student dormitory allocated by the school. That way, I can get along with the new students as soon as possible. I want to fight to be the class monitor. Ling Yan nodded his head and thought to himself, this is really ambitious. He sent a telepathic message to Zhang Ling, then you can stay in the dormitory first. I'll get Tang Meng to buy a house in the school. Then, you can stay wherever you want. After hearing this, Zhang Ling seemed to have thought of something. Her face became slightly hot. Ignoring Ling Yun, she said to the rest of the group, Xianxia, Ling Yu, hurry up and register at Yanjing University. Otherwise, there will be a traffic jam again. I'll go in first. After saying that, Zhang Ling took the initiative to wave goodbye to everyone. Then, she turned around and walked into her new campus without looking back. After entering the school gate, she turned a corner and hurriedly walked to a secluded place with no one around. The tears that she had been holding back finally flowed out of her eyes. Of course, she was reluctant to part with them. Happiness were forced upon her. However, in front of Chao Shanshan and Ming Lingyu, she had to act as if nothing had happened. She had to put on a strong, relaxed, happy, and carefree look. Don't cry, I'll definitely come and see you. At this time, a gentle and pleasant voice entered her ears. Zhang Ling's body trembled when she heard it. Of course, it was Ling Yun. Zhang Ling had only taken a few steps. On Ling Yan's side, other than Qi Shaoqing, the other 4 had divine senses and could all see this scene. Zhang Ling suddenly smiled through her tears. She lifted her head, wiped her tears, and walked towards the university. Thus, her university life began. At this time, Ling Yun and the rest had already boarded the car and went straight to Yenjing University. This time, they first went to the headquarters of Yenjing University to send Ning Lingyu and Qi Xiaoqing off. The headquarters of Yenjing University was located in the southwest direction of the Ling family's mansion, north of North 4th Ring Road. It wasn't very far from the Ling family's mansion, about 10 kilometers in a straight line and 15 kilometers by car. It was at most half an hour's drive. At 10:45 a.m., Ling Yan's car arrived at the entrance of Yenjing University. However, this time, they didn't stop. Instead, they followed the flow of traffic and drove directly in. Ling Yan had been here before. The school was simply too big, covering an area of more than 4,000 acres. After all, it was one of the best universities in Huaxia. It was very imposing and full of cultural atmosphere. Using his divine sense, Ling Yan immediately found the new student registration office. Then, he drove directly to the entrance of the building before stopping. Wow! It can't be. This time, our Yenjing University is going to go against the heavens. There were many new students who came to register. The moment Ling Yan and the rest got out of the car, it caused a huge commotion. The reason was simple. Ling Yan was simply too handsome. Moreover, beside him stood Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, and Qi Xiaoqing, three peerless beauties. Moreover, Tai Xiao, who was currently 197 meters tall and looked majestic like an iron tower. His inverted triangular body and bronze-colored muscles made him look very much like the bodyguard of these 4 people. It was hard not to cause a commotion with the appearance of these 5 people. Yes, I wrote until 5:30 a.m. I'll continue when I wake up. Thank you all for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. Wow! Prince Charming. I didn't expect Yenjing University to have such a handsome Prince Charming. Our batch is so lucky. Luckily I applied for Yenjing University. No, they should be from Yenjing University School of Arts, right? Why are they here? Who cares about that? Anyways, with these students, our Peking University will crush the National Film Academy for 4 years. Ha 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 ha. Many people were exclaiming. Most of them were new students. They were shocked by Ling Yun and the others. Students who could get into Yenjing University were undoubtedly the top students in their respective cities. They had to be at least the top few students in their respective cities. There were even some counties with poor educational conditions where no one was able to get into Yenjing University for many years. Therefore, their IQ and learning abilities were naturally top-notch. If you wanted to find a brainless student in this school, you wouldn't be able to find one even with a lantern. But at the same time, students with high IQ, top-notch learning ability, and outstanding looks were extremely rare. Although it couldn't be said that there weren't any, they were definitely very rare. They were existences as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, because the heavens were very fair. However, at this moment, 4 of them appeared at the entrance of Yenjing University's registration center. Therefore, some people shouted that Yenjing University was going to defy the heavens after seeing them. However, there were also many people who disagreed and expressed their opinions. That's impossible, right? I believe that Yenjing University has some good-looking guys and girls in every batch. However, how can they get into Yenjing University when they are so handsome and beautiful? It's too difficult. I think so too. Look at those 3 beauties. Pick any one of them and throw them into Beijing Film Academy, and they'll crush everything. They're definitely the campus belle. After they graduate, they'll definitely be big stars. Repay Yenjing University? Impossible. That's right, that's right. It's not a big deal if we talk about people who are blessed by the heavens and the earth and seize the good fortune of the heavens and the earth. But how can there be 4 of them at the same time? And they all came out in the same car? I think they might be from the Beijing Film Academy. They have nothing to do after their registration, so they came to our school to play. There were all kinds of comments, but most of them were leaning towards Ling Yun and the others. They were definitely not Yenjing University's new students. Ling Yun and the others had seen such discussions too many times, so they were already indifferent to it. Excuse me, everyone. Ling Yun led the other 3 directly inside. His body emitted an invisible yet gentle force, forcing the people in front of him to step back involuntarily. His control over his strength had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Those people involuntarily retreated, but they didn't even notice, thinking that it was their own subconscious commands. Because some people wanted to move forward, they indeed had the intention to retreat, so it was difficult to distinguish. "We're here to register." Ling Yun and the others quickly came to a long table and said to the people who were in charge of receiving the new students. These words immediately shocked many people in the surroundings, especially those who had made wild guesses just now. All of them shut their mouths and were flabbergasted. They thought to themselves, is he really here to report? Oh, welcome. Seeing that Ling Yun was indeed here to report, the man immediately stood up and said cordially, "May I know which school and major you are from?" "Yanjing University, Clinical Medicine," Ling Yun replied. "Earth and Space Science, Geophysics," Ning Yu replied. "Guanghua School of Management, Business Administration," Qi Xiaoqing replied. "History Department, History." Chao Shanshan replied. Yes, Chao Shanshan was indeed unable to participate in the college entrance examination, but this did not affect her enrollment in Yanjing University. Moreover, it was a formal undergraduate course, and even her major was chosen by her. The reason was simple, because her grandfather was Chao Juanxiong. That was enough. Oh my God, all of them, all of them. Oh my God, all of them are. Oh no, I'm going to faint, I can't take it anymore, how is this possible? All of them are from our Yanjing University, all of them are new students, haha, our Yanjing University is going to be completely amazing. Many of the new students were shocked, and their faces were filled with all kinds of expressions. Even though they were the pride of their respective cities, they couldn't remain calm at this moment. Not only the new students, but even the people in charge of receiving the new students were also shocked. This was because they were all senior students of Yanjing University, and they belonged to the school's student council. They were in charge of receiving the new students from their respective faculties. Did you bring your admission ticket, admission notice, examination number, and identification card? Please take them out. Guanghua Management School is on the left, Earth and Space Science School is on the right. The student from the History Department can give me the information directly. The student was very efficient, pointing out the information to Ling Yun and the rest. When he was done, he looked at Ling Yun. But, handsome, you're from Yanjing University's medical department, and the registration center isn't in our main department. You have to go to the medical department to register. Oh, got it, thanks, Ling Yun replied casually. He didn't bring any identification with him. He just wanted to show off, and it was indeed very satisfying. Thus, Qi Xiaoqing went to the left, Ning Yu went to the right, and Chao Shanshan directly handed her identification card to the person opposite her. In just a few minutes, all three of them had completed the admission procedures. Haha, one of them is from our Guanghua Management School. There's no need to choose the prettiest girl in our department. Our history department has one too, she's definitely the prettiest girl in our department. Why did that pretty girl choose geophysics? What a shame, what a shame. After completing the enrollment procedures, Ling Yun and the other three hurriedly left the registration center and entered the car while everyone was talking about them. Ling Yun was fine, but the other three beauties couldn't take it anymore. They were too dazzling, and they couldn't stand the hot gazes around them. Among the three beauties, only Qi Xiaoqing stayed in the school dormitory. Ning Yu stayed in a small villa bought for her by the Qin family for her to study and cultivate. Of course, the main reason was because it was convenient for her to cultivate. Naturally, Chao Shanshan stayed with the Ling family. She couldn't stay on campus. Just like that, Tai Xiaohu drove Qi Xiaoqing to her dormitory and asked her to make her bed. Then, he sent Ning Yu to a quiet villa. Ling Yun accompanied her into the house and helped her unpack her things. Actually, Qin Dongxue had already arranged everything. She could move in after putting down her things. That's right, as long as you had money and power, everything was that simple. This was unimaginable for ordinary students. If they couldn't do all that, it meant that they weren't rich or powerful enough. After all this, it was already noon. Ling Yun waved his hand. Come, let's go out for a feast. To celebrate today's admission. To Ling Yun, admission was almost equivalent to graduation. He didn't plan to study properly at this university, but he had to complete the admission procedures. That way, he could satisfy Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu's expectations. Ling Yan then picked up Qi Shaoqing, and the five of them drove to the outskirts of the school. They had a sumptuous meal and chatted merrily during the meal. After saying everything that needed to be said, he sent Ling Yu and Qi Shaoqing back to school before leaving the Yanjing University's headquarters. Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan, and Tai Xiaohu finally arrived at the medical department of Yanjing University at 2:30 p.m. This place wasn't far from the headquarters of Yanjing University. It was about 6 kilometers to the east and slightly to the south. This was because the headquarters was north of the North Fourth Ring Road and the medical department was south of the North Fourth Ring Road. Damn, why is it so quiet here? Did we go to the wrong place? Ling Yan realized that it was very quiet even before they turned into the main entrance of the medical department of Yanjing University. It was as if it wasn't the day for students to report to school, but more like the spring festival. There were very few cars on the street. There's a temporary curfew here. Even though there aren't any guards, it's the highest level of curfew, Chao Shanshan said softly. Someone important is here. Someone important? What kind of important person? Ling Yan asked. Chao Shanshan shook her head. I'm not sure. They should be here to inspect these two schools. As for which school, I don't know. This street was called College Street. On the east and west sides were the two most famous universities in Huaxia. One was naturally the medical department of Yanjing University, and the other was the Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Let me take a look first. Ling Yan smiled. Then, he released his divine sense and used the light assimilation technique at the same time. It enveloped a radius of 3,000 meters, and he was instantly shocked. There were many masters hidden in the surroundings. There were also people disguised as ordinary people walking on the street, but they were all at least at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. It's just a report. There's no need to make such a big fuss. How can there be such a coincidence? Ling Yan felt a little awkward and laughed involuntarily. There was indeed someone important inspecting, and the place he was inspecting was the medical department of Yanjing University. This was because the area around the medical department of Yanjing University was the place with the most masters. Xiaohu, stop the car. Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu to stop the car immediately. He smiled and said, you guys continue driving. I'll go and register myself. Find a place to wait for me. I'll contact you once I'm done with the admission procedures. Chao Shanshan seemed to have thought of something. Her heart was beating like a drum. She reminded Ling Yun softly before letting Tai Xiaohu drive the car away. It's just a report. It'll only take a few minutes. Don't worry. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Chao Shanshan, telling her not to worry. Then, he walked slowly into College Street and walked towards the entrance of the medical department. No one stopped him to ask any questions. His path was smooth and unimpeded. Ling Yan actually walked into the school gate without any problems. After entering the school gate, Ling Yan didn't care about anything else. He went straight to the registration office. Because of his divine sense, he already saw that there were people in charge of reception. However, there were no new students there to register. Ling Yan quickly arrived at the registration office. He smiled brightly at the people handling the registration. Hello, new students reporting for duty. Welcome, new student. May I know your name? Which major are you from? Please show us your admission letter and admission ticket. None of these people were students. They were the deans and department heads of their respective academies. Each of them maintained a serious expression, but also tried their best to put on a kind smile. Of course, Ling Yan didn't know who they were. He didn't care. Ling Yan immediately took out all the materials he needed and placed them on the table in front of the person. Oh, Ling Yun, clinical medicine major. Ling Yun? The person stood up immediately. He was so excited that his glasses almost fell off. You're Ling Yun? You graduated from Qingshui High? It wasn't just him. The 5 to 6 people behind the long table all stood up. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel a little funny. He thought to himself, isn't it just reporting my arrival? Why are all of you standing up? He said calmly, yes, it's me. Oh, student Ling Yun, you're finally here. The person opposite him grabbed Ling Yun's hand. Come with me quickly. A leader wants to see you. Ling Yun immediately groaned in his heart. That person was really here for him. Hey, I haven't completed the admission procedures yet. Can you wait for me to complete the procedures first? There's no need. We'll settle all the procedures for you. Come with me quickly. The man walked out from behind the long table and dragged Ling Yun away without saying a word. 5 minutes later, Ling Yun was brought to a very large and spacious office. It was the principal's office of the medical department of Yen Capital University. There was only one person in the office. He was about 60 years old. He was very amiable but extremely dignified. He was the one who wanted to see Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Yun knew who he was. No matter how strong he was, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of this person. This was because even though this old man didn't know martial arts, Ling Yun's divine sense couldn't detect him no matter how close he was. After seeing Ling Yun enter, the old man was very happy. He didn't stand up. Instead, he smiled and said to Ling Yun, you're here. Sit. Thus, Ling Yun sat down. The old man looked at him and smiled kindly. His tone was very amiable. Little guy, don't be restrained and don't think too much. The reason I came this time was to see you. Let's not talk about status today. Let's just talk about an old man and a university student. How about it? Just relax and say whatever you want to say. How about that? Okay. Ling Yun was very obedient in front of this old man. I've read the college entrance examination essay that you wrote. The title is Learning to Apply, right? This was the old man's opening remark. However, Ling Yun was very shocked when he heard it. He didn't expect the old man to read his essay. What else did he not know? He immediately nodded. The old man smiled and nodded. Not bad. It's a full score essay. It's a pity that one point was deducted for some reason. He opened the conversation with Ling Yun's college entrance examination essay. Then, the two of them started talking. This was undoubtedly a summit meeting. This meeting lasted for more than an hour. During this period, Ling Yun refilled the old man's tea 3 times and poured 9 cups of tea. Of course, he drank quite a lot of tea himself. No one knew what the two of them talked about or what they talked about during this hour. However, Zhao Xingwu knew that the two of them had a great conversation. When Ling Yun left, the old man was a little reluctant and actually stood up to send him to the door. Moreover, Zhao Xingwu also noticed that when Ling Yun left, the old man's hidden illness had completely disappeared. His back was straight and his face was like a spring breeze. It was as if he had suddenly become a few years younger. When Ling Yun went downstairs, he found that his admission procedures had already been completed. The person who guaranteed him at the beginning had personally delivered everything to his hands. The 7 or 8 people were all smiling and fighting to shake hands with Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He understood that he was able to receive such treatment not because the faculty leaders knew his identity, but because of the old man. However, after talking to the old man, it didn't matter anymore. At around 4:30 p.m., Ling Yun walked out of the medical department of I University and quickly walked out of College Street. Then, he contacted Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu arrived very quickly. When Ling Yun got into the car and turned around, he realized that College Street was already bustling with traffic. Ling Yun, what took you so long? Who was it? Chao Shanshan asked impatiently the moment Ling Yun got into the car. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling as she wanted to confirm. You guessed it right, it was the number 1 person in China. Chao Shanshan's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, it really was him. What did you guys talk about? Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, we talked about everything. As for the content of the conversation, Ling Yun couldn't tell anyone. He seemed to be in a difficult position and shook his head at Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan instantly understood. She smiled sweetly at Ling Yun and didn't ask any more. Come, let's go home. Ling Yun instructed Tai Xiaohu as he lay down on the seat. Actually, he was very excited. Even though he couldn't say those words, he could do the things that the old man had instructed him to do. No matter what, at least the Ling family in Beijing would have one more person to look after them from now on. When Old Bu was laying the groundwork for this plot, he originally wanted to write it as a cool point. However, due to some reasons that everyone knew, he really couldn't write it. Therefore, he could only omit it like this. It could be considered as filling in the original hole. If there was a chance in the future, Old Bu would write it as a side story for everyone. There were at least 2 more chapters tonight. Thank you for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. Ling Yun, who was on his way home, didn't know that the news of the old man's visit to Yenjing University and his meeting with him had spread like wildfire throughout Beijing. The news of the summit meeting had shocked all the top forces in Beijing. This was because every word, every order, and every inspection from that old man meant that he had sent out some kind of clear signal. Beijing, Li family. Is what you said true? The old man of the Li family, Li Guangping, lay on the sickbed and listened to Li Junhua's report. He suddenly sat up on the sickbed. Because his movements were too violent, his sallow face flushed red and he immediately coughed violently. Li Junhua rushed forward and patted the old man's back gently. At the same time, he used the pats to send a gentle stream of Xiantian true qi into Li Guangping's body. Cough cough. Junhua, I'm fine. Li Guangping finally regained his composure. He gently waved his hands and stared at Li Junhua with his bloodshot eyes. That person really went to the school in advance to wait for Ling Yun, and the 2 of them chatted for more than an hour, he asked in confirmation. Yes, father. Li Junhua nodded solemnly. After thinking for a while, he added, moreover, the place is not completely under martial law, so it's not a secret operation. I think the news of the leader's inspection at the medical department of Yen University will be broadcasted on the news tonight. Of course, the secret talk with Ling Yun for more than an hour definitely wouldn't be broadcasted on the news. Li Guangping's body trembled slightly as he listened. He clenched his fists and nodded repeatedly. Good. 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 After saying good 3 times in a row, Li Guangping raised his head and looked at Li Junhua again. There was a rare glimmer in his eyes. Junhua, it looks like our Li family made the right bet this time. We made the right bet. Last night, you made a prompt decision to bet the fate of the Li family on the Ling family. We made the right bet. Junhua, you've made a great contribution to the Li family. The old man was so excited that he said so much. However, he couldn't catch his breath and started coughing violently again. This is all part of my duty. Li Junhua said softly. Then, he stepped forward again and gently patted Li Guangping's back. Li Guangping rested for a while and finally calmed down. He thought for a long time and nodded slightly. Junhua, this signal is too clear. It's time for our Li family to do something. Li Junhua nodded. This child will follow father's instructions. That 36 kilograms, that's something silk. The old man didn't know much about this, so he couldn't remember for a moment. Father, it's top quality golden black devil silk. Li Guangping nodded. Well, in short, the things you bought from the Yi family last night were only a few hundred. This amount of money can only be used as a stepping stone over the years. Our Li family can't exchange for any real protection. Li Junhua hurriedly said, Father, I understand, but, as he spoke, Li Junhua couldn't help but reveal a trace of difficulty. Only then did he speak of his difficulties. However, before the Ling family annihilated the Sun and Chen families, our Li family maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Even when those 10 or so smaller families went to the Ling family to force the Ling family to abdicate, we did not help. In the end, we didn't expect the Ling family to really annihilate the Sun and Chen families in one night. Therefore, I immediately made a move and wanted to invest in Ling Yun's group in Xianxia City. However, no matter what I said, Tang Meng, who was in charge of Ling Yun's business, refused to budge. Li Guangping listened quietly and pondered. Li Junhua paused for a while before continuing. Later, I also figured out the crux of the matter. It wasn't that Tang Meng didn't agree, it was that he didn't have the final say. Therefore, I personally went to the Ling family to look for Ling Yu. However, who knew that the second master of the Ling family was also trying to play along with me? Even though he was very polite to me, He just wouldn't budge, unable to enter the door. It was precisely because Li Junhua's 2 attempts were met with a soft rebuff that the Li family had no choice but to go to the Yi family's auction and bid for more than 10 billion yuan worth of cultivation resources. They wanted to use it as a stepping stone. That's because you still haven't found the right person. Li Guangping finally spoke after thinking for a long time. His tone was firm. The entire Ling family is like an iron plate now, and no water can enter. This is all because of one person, the head of the family, Ling Yun. If Ling Yun doesn't say anything, it's useless no matter who you find. However, the good thing is that we already used a stepping stone to open the door of the Ling family last night. Elderly Guangping's eyes flashed. If you want to spend a lot of money, you have to find the right person. Therefore, our stepping stone is only a necessary item for the Ling family, but not for Ling Yun. But father. Li Junhua was a little anxious. Ling Yun is always appearing and disappearing unpredictably. I went to see him twice, but I just couldn't. Elderly Guangping suddenly raised his head and looked at his most outstanding son. What did I teach you in the past? If this path doesn't work, then we'll change to another one. Li Junhua's eyes lit up. Father, what do you mean? If we can't find the Ling family directly, then we'll find the Chao family. The Chao family and the Ling family are now in a marriage alliance. Furthermore, they're one step ahead of us. Before the Ling family's death match, they sent their daughter to the Ling family in front of the Sunchen alliance. Now that Chao Xianxia is living in the Ling family, she must know what Ling Yun needs now. Naturally, the Chao family will know as well. For the past few decades, the Li family had not pursued martial arts or competed for power. Although they were declining day by day, they still stood strong. Naturally, Li Guangping played a big part in this. He was the pillar of the Li family, so he couldn't die. Li Junhua immediately understood. He smiled happily. Thank you for your guidance, father. I'll look for Chao Xingchang now. Unexpectedly, Li Guangping shook his head. It's useless to look for Chao Xingchang now. Junhua, give me my phone. I want to call Chao Juanxiong personally. Prepare some gifts now and send them to him later. Yes, father. Li Junhua immediately took the phone to the old man and then left to make arrangements. Chao family. The Chao family was the first to know about the leader's inspection at the medical department of Yan Capital University because of Chao Shanshan. Therefore, Chao Juanxiong had already received a call from Chao Shanshan before Ling Yun entered the medical department of Yan Capital University. Send the signal, everything is settled. This was what Chao Juanxiong said to Chao Shanshan before he hung up the phone. Father, what are you so happy about? Chao Xingchang, who happened to be beside Chao Juanxiong, couldn't help but ask after seeing Chao Juanxiong hang up the phone. His eyes sparkled and his face was full of excitement. The leader went to the medical department of Yan Capital University for an inspection today. Moreover, it happened to be half an hour before Ling Yun reported to the medical department of Yan Capital University. What do you think this means? Chao Xingchang stood up excitedly. Father, do you mean that the leader wants to meet Ling Yun? Chao Juanxiong glanced at his son and said calmly, to be precise, this is a meeting of the pinnacle. I misspoke. Chao Xingchang immediately thought of Ling Yun's heaven-defying abilities and the Ling family's current strength. Grandpa Chao Juanxiong was happy and couldn't be bothered to be calculative at this moment. He suddenly asked, Xingchang, how far have we progressed with the land that Ling Yun wants? Chao Juanxiong was naturally referring to the land that Ling Yun had personally chosen. Outside Beijing's North 6th Ring Road near the Holy Zen Temple, he wanted to use it to build his own residence, which was also the outer residence of the Ling family. Yes, all the necessary procedures are almost done. Chao Xingchang answered immediately. It's just that the land is too big. It's a full 27 square kilometers, a total of more than 40,000 mu. According to the current price of land there, even if we can give a discount, we won't be able to get it without 80 billion. Although the Chao family was powerful, no matter how powerful they still had to use real money to buy the land. The use of power was more in the ease of operation, and it could also save a lot of money. However, it would cost a lot of money to relocate and settle down the commoners in that area. 80 billion indeed won't be a loss to the people at all. Chao Juanxiong calculated in his heart before asking, if our family continues to operate normally, how much money can we fork out at the most? 30 billion. Any more and we'll be in trouble. Chao Juanxiong nodded in agreement. After all, the Chao family gave 10 billion yuan as a congratulatory gift when Ling Yan's group opened for business a month ago. Now that the Chao family had regrouped and had 1,000 things to do, another 30 billion yuan was the Chao family's limit. 30 billion, we still need 50 billion more. Chao Juanxiong frowned slightly and pondered. Chao Xingchang hesitated for a moment before saying, Father, the second master of the Ling family, Ling Yu, told me that the Ling family wants to buy the land themselves. They don't need our help. Bullsh T. Chao Juanxiong glared at him. Who is Ling Yun? He's our son-in-law. Ling Yan's house isn't just for Ling Yun. Our Xianxia wants to live there too. What right does that brat Ling Yu have to say that he doesn't need our help? See if I don't kick him when I see him later. Chao Xingchang chuckled when he heard that. Chao Juanxiong was suddenly amused. He chuckled and said, let's see if we can come up with a little more. Buying a house and land for our grandson-in-law is what we should do as elders. Thus, for the first time, the two of them gathered together to calculate their debts. An hour and a half later. Father, that's all we have for 35 billion. The rest is really, Chao Juanxiong's brows furrowed into a knot. 80 billion, this number was really too big. Chao Juanxiong's phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly and gestured for Chao Xingchang to pass the phone to him. Chao Juanxiong's brows relaxed instantly when he saw the number. You don't have to worry anymore. The God of Fortune is here. Since it was the registration day for the new students, the bustling city of Beijing was already congested after 4:30 p.m. It took Ling Yun more than an hour to reach the Ling family's mansion. Phew. I'm finally home. The traffic in Beijing is really congested. Ling Yun jumped out of the car as soon as it entered the main gate. He took a deep breath of the dense spiritual energy in the Ling family's mansion and complained at the same time. To Ling Yun, this was a waste of time. Of course, he complained. Chao Xianxia got out of the car as well. Hearing Ling Yun's complaints, she giggled. This is considered congested? You haven't seen the real congested situation in Beijing. Cars are queuing for a few kilometers, unable to move for a few hours. Now that's called congested. If you don't believe me, wait until the National Day holiday. When everyone comes out for a holiday, Beijing will be filled with people. That scene is really, Ling Yun felt a headache coming on. I think we should forget about it. It's scary. Luckily, I won't be in Beijing then. 10 days later, it would be the mid-autumn full moon. National Day was 10 days away. Ling Yun estimated that he would not be back for at least half a month. Xianxia, I have something to discuss with second uncle later. Go back to your room first and pack up. We'll talk again tonight, sure. Chao Xianxia knew what Ling Yun was going to say. She blushed and only said one word before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Ling Yun looked at Chao Xianxia's graceful figure and laughed. He shook his head and went to find Ling Yu. Ling Yu was already waiting for Ling Yun in the courtyard. Yunair, you're back? Have a seat. It was autumn, and the weather was not hot or cold. Ling Yu was not even in the house. He had prepared tea in the courtyard and was waiting for Ling Yun. There was a simple stone table and 2 comfortable bamboo chairs. The tea was steaming and fragrant. Hee, I like second uncle's tea more and more now. Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony after entering. He sat directly opposite Ling Yu and picked up the cup of tea. Ling Yu looked at Ling Yun gulping down the tea. This is what a family should be. He smiled. Was there a traffic jam on the road? Blocked. Ling Yun poured out his grievances. That was really blocked, I almost died. Ling Yu smiled and poured water for Ling Yun, allowing him to pour out his grievances. Only after Ling Yun was done did they get down to business. How did it feel to attend the Yi family's auction last night? Tell second uncle the specifics. Knowing that Ling Yun didn't have much time to chat, Ling Yu went straight to the point. So profitable. It's too profitable. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and at the same time, his face was filled with indignation. Damn, this is daylight robbery. With a commission of 20%, the transaction value in one night was more than 200 billion. In just over 5 hours, at least 40 billion in profit was earned. Lingyu rubbed his forehead and thought to himself, who asked you this? F***ck. We have to do it. Ling Yan stood up immediately. We need to get the Ling family's auction up as soon as possible. Of course that's not a problem. Second uncle has his own plan. I've already arranged for people to start preparing. Looking at Ling Yan's ferocious expression, Ling Yu was actually very calm. Ling Yan had already proven his strength by defeating the two elders of the heavenly team. Naturally, the Ling family had nothing to worry about when organizing the ancient martial arts auction. Right now, even if the Ling family were to compete with the Long family and the Yi family, what harm was there in that? In the past 20 years, the Ling family had at most earned 8 billion a year, and that was during the good times. Every year, they couldn't make ends meet. Ling Yu had experienced this firsthand. The money that the Ling family earned in a year couldn't compare to the money that the Yi family earned in an hour. This was the difference between the two families. Second uncle was just asking you about the situation of the auction and your gains last night. Tell me roughly. Therefore, Ling Yan began to explain. Of course, it was mainly about the overall situation of the auction. There were details and summaries, and it took him about 20 minutes to finish. Finally, he said, Second uncle, now our Ling family doesn't lose to the Long family and the Yi family. When they or the heavenly team organize another auction, you can go and take a look yourself. When the time comes, we can also use it as a reference. Ling Yu nodded. You're right, that's a must. However, the operation of an auction house is basically the same. I'll go and take a look and learn from it. We can copy it and save a lot of trouble. According to Ling Yan's description, after decades of rapid development, the Yi family's auction house had perfectly integrated the auction of ancient martial arts resources with modern technology. This was undoubtedly the best model at the moment, and they could only follow it. There was no way to change it. The only way to compete was naturally by looking at the auction items. As long as the items auctioned by the auction house sold well and could lead the market, that family's auction house would be popular. Ling Yu sipped his tea. According to what you said, it seems like you gained a lot last night? Ling Yan laughed. Hee, second uncle, I don't dare to boast about other things, but participating in this auction, our Ling family earned a lot. We earned no less than the Yi family. Then, he raised a finger. 1 year. This includes all the direct descendants of the Ling family, the 36 Ling family warriors of sacrifice, and the 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect. We have all the cultivation resources for a year. From now on, for a year, everyone in the Ling family can focus on cultivation without having to worry about resources. Hearing this, Ling Yu's heart trembled. He stood up abruptly. Really? Of course, he was excited. This way, the Ling family wouldn't have to seek help from the outside world for a year. They would be self-sufficient for cultivation resources. This way, everyone could focus on cultivation, and he could start to focus on running the various businesses of the Ling family. Ling Yan was very pleased. He laughed. How would I dare to lie to you, uncle? Furthermore, this is only the compensation from the heavenly team. The compensation from the 14 people and the salaries of the 6 people in our family will be enough for at least 2 years. When it came to calculating, no one could compare to Ling Yun. Good. 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 Ling Yu was excited. He said the word good 3 times in a row. Then, he said excitedly, good lad. Now, our Ling family can finally operate normally. Weapons, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and all kinds of cultivation resources would be available. They wouldn't need to rely on others anymore. Of course, Ling Yu knew what this meant. The Ling family would regain their position as the #1 family in Huaxia and return to the pinnacle of Huaxia. After the excitement, Ling Yu calmed down and sat down again to drink a cup of tea. However, he heard Ling Yun say, from now on, our Ling family won't be lacking in money. With the white jade peak honey, I can refine the beauty pill and beauty pill. I can also auction off a few spatial rings or healing talismans. I can easily make hundreds of billions. It'll be like playing around. Pfft, Ling Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he spat out the tea in his mouth. This was the effect that Ling Yun wanted. He laughed and watched Ling Yu's embarrassment. Brat, how dare you laugh at your second uncle? Ling Yu was too excited and couldn't be bothered to argue with Ling Yun. Then, he straightened his expression and said slowly, if that's the case, I won't ask you about the auction anymore. Then, he raised his eyebrows. This afternoon, the medical department of Swallow Capital University. Are you there? Ling Yu naturally asked about the summit meeting as well. However, he didn't say it explicitly. Ling Yu nodded immediately. Yes, I have. I didn't expect it to be today. What a surprise. However, Ling Yan looked like he was in a difficult position. Second uncle, I really can't tell anyone about our conversation. Not even grandpa, father, or you. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu waved his hand. You don't have to feel troubled about this. You just can't tell us. Even if you want to, we can't listen. Ling Yu naturally understood the rules, so he didn't blame Ling Yun. However, he still needed to know the outcome. Therefore, he said, however, can you at least tell me the outcome? Is it positive or negative? This way, I can be more confident when I do things in the future. This was naturally not a problem. Ling Yun chuckled and said proudly, as long as he is, the Ling family is. As long as the Ling family is, he is. Ling Yun only said 10 words, and this was the outcome of the summit meeting. Cooperation. Win-win. Lips and teeth. As soon as Ling Yun said this, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao stood up at the same time in the 9th and 4th courtyards of the Ling family. Even though they weren't in the courtyard, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were naturally listening to such an important conversation. The 1,000-year dark room was lit up by a single lamp. Now, the Ling family had 2 lamps. Furthermore, these 2 lamps were comparable to the sun and moon in the sky. How could it not be lit up? Ha 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 ha, Ling Yu was already laughing to the sky. He only stopped after a long time. Brat, you're really something. Ling Yu sat down once again. It took him a long time to calm down. Then, he said, then, I won't ask about the rest. It was already enough. Yuner, in the past 10 days, the storm caused by us destroying the Sun-Chan Alliance has gradually subsided, and the trouble caused by the Heaven Squad is now gone. You have also finished participating in the auction last night, and you have already reported to the university today. Ling Yu's eyes lit up. Beijing will definitely enter a period of relative peace in the coming period. All the waves in Beijing over the past month were caused by the rise of the Ling family led by Ling Yun. Now, no one dared to oppose him. As long as Ling Yun didn't make any new moves, Beijing would naturally be relatively peaceful. Then, Ling Yu asked, so, what are your plans from now on? Tell second uncle about it. Ling Yun had already thought about this. I'll prepare for a week. After everything is ready, I'll go to the Wind Thunder Valley on Mount Longhu to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference. It wasn't just the Devil Subduing Conference. Ling Yun had too many important things to do this trip. He wanted to avenge Bai Xianer, save Zhuang Meifeng, and save Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yun had been waiting for these 3 things for a long time. Bookmark for easier reading. Alright then, focus on your preparations for the next week. Try to be as thorough as possible, Ling Yu instructed. Ling Yu instructed, second uncle will handle everything else for you. If there's anything you need, just let second uncle know. Thank you, second uncle. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Then, he took out 36 kilograms of top-grade golden black devilish silk. Second uncle, this is the 36 kilograms of top-grade gold black devil silk. The Li clan didn't hold back at all in the auction and fought head-on against the Lu and Tan clans for 9 billion renminbi to obtain it. After weaving this devilish silk into cloth, it's enough to make a full set of clothes for more than 100 people. First, we have to make sure that every direct descendant of the Ling family gets a set. Then, the 5 members of the Blood Clan and the 36 men of sacrifice, the people I'm talking about have to be armed to the teeth. Oh, right, after weaving it into cloth, leave 3 kilograms for me. I have some use for it. At the end of his sentence, Ling Yun suddenly remembered himself and reminded Ling Yu to leave 3 kilograms of cloth for him. It's indeed good stuff. Ling Yu took it with a smile and touched it with his hands. After sizing it up, he put it in his spatial ring. The people you mentioned will at most use 25 kilograms. Taking away the 3 kilograms for you, there should be about 5 kilograms left. When the time comes, I'll use the 5 kilograms of cloth to make soft armor for all 72 disciples of yours. It should be able to protect their vital parts. After saying that, Ling Yu added, these guys that you picked are all good seedlings. That's fine too. Ling Yan thought to himself. Ever since these 72 people came to Beijing and were thrown into the Ling family's martial arts school, he hadn't visited them yet. On the other hand, his second uncle often went there. But what I mean is that we can prepare it for them first. After all, their realms are still low. We don't need them to go out and fight, so they don't need such good stuff for now. Actually, Ling Yun was worried. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or battle, they relied on their spirit. What they needed was that spirit of fighting for survival. If he protected them early on, it might weaken their spirit and delay their cultivation. After all, these 72 people would become Ling Yan's henchmen in the future. They would be his direct subordinates. I understand what you mean. We'll do as you say. Prepare for them first and do whatever they need. As for how to weave the golden black devilish silk into cloth, how to measure everyone's measurements, or who to make clothes for, Ling Yun didn't need to ask. With Ling Yu around, he didn't need to worry about these things. Since you mentioned the Li family, Yuner, how do you think we should treat them? In the past few days, the key figure of the Li family, Li Junhua, has already come to find me twice. Because you were too busy, I didn't have the time to ask for your opinion, so I haven't been able to give him a definite answer. As Ling Yu spoke, he couldn't help but think of Li Junhua's anxiousness over the past few days. He was secretly pleased as he smiled. This kind of feeling, this kind of satisfaction, was something he had never experienced before, and the person who brought all of this to the Ling family was this youth who wasn't even 19 years old yet. Because the Li family's matter involved the two big families in Beijing, even though Ling Yun allowed Ling Yu to make all the decisions for the family, Ling Yu was still the head of the family. Therefore, Ling Yu definitely wouldn't make any decisions without Ling Yan's permission. This had nothing to do with rules or seniority. It had to do with Ling Yan's position in Ling Yu's heart. He knew how much Ling Yun meant to the Ling family. Ling Yun smiled. Since the Li family has paid for the passage, and we have accepted it, we must ensure that they are safe and sound. What do you mean? Ling Yu asked. From today onwards, the Ling family will protect the Li family for a period of time. As for the rest, it will depend on their performance in the future. The person from the Li family should be the Li Junhua that second uncle mentioned. Ling Yan admired his decisiveness at the auction last night. Since you put it this way, second uncle knows what to do. After all, he and Li Junhua were about the same age and had known each other since they were young. Even though the Ling and Li families occasionally had small frictions in the business world, it was within the normal range. Therefore, the two of them had a good relationship and couldn't keep giving each other the cold shoulder. Yuner, if there are no accidents, I think the leader's inspection at the medical department of Yanjing University will be broadcasted on the evening news. Ling Yun didn't care about this. He smiled and said, Second uncle, what do you mean? Ling Yu smiled slightly. Second uncle, what I mean is that this summit meeting is an inspection by the leader to the outside world. However, to the top forces in Beijing, it is a huge signal. Lin Raleigh's eyes flashed. So, should the Ling family cooperate and release the video of you crushing the heavenly group that night? The one that Ling Li recorded, right? Take the opportunity to build momentum. Ling Yu was known as the brain of the Ling family. If he didn't cooperate at this time, he wouldn't live up to his name. Hearing this, Ling Yan laughed. Second uncle, do as you see fit. I don't care how big or small it is. Anyway, he had already crushed the two elders of the heavenly group. Even if the video was released, Ling Yun wouldn't care. He was happy to watch the show. Oh yes, second uncle, that kid Tang Meng has been following you for a few days. What do you think of him? Ling Yun suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Tang Meng for a few days. He is a promising talent. Ling Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. This kid is a natural businessman. With him taking care of the mundane affairs for you, I can rest assured. The only thing he lacks now is knowledge. However, this isn't a problem. I will take care of him from now on. Ling Yan was secretly delighted. As expected, second uncle really liked Tang Meng. If Tang Meng couldn't do it, then no one else could. At this point, the important matters were more or less settled. As for the other trivial matters, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with them. After chatting with Ling Yu for a while, he stood up and said, "Second uncle, I have something to discuss with Auntie Green Bird. I won't be staying any longer." Ling Yu stood up immediately. "You're not eating here?" "Haha, second uncle, you eat by yourself. I'm leaving." Now that Ling Yun was in the Ling family, he didn't have to worry about food. With someone in charge of cooking, he could eat anytime and anywhere. At the same time, he was also worried about food. He had to think about who to eat with and who not to eat with. Otherwise, he would be met with all kinds of resentful looks. Ling Yan left Ling Yu's courtyard quickly. When he passed by his father's courtyard, he slowed down slightly. Then, he passed through the 5th and 6th courtyard where spiritual herbs were planted and went to find Green Bird. "Ling Yan is here? Come in quickly." Green Bird obviously heard the conversation between Ling Yun and Ling Yu. Knowing that Ling Yun would come, she was already waiting outside the door. "Auntie Green." Ling Yun felt that it wasn't appropriate to call her Auntie Green Bird by her name. He thought of a compromise and decided to just call her Auntie Green. "No matter what you're here for, you're not allowed to go anywhere tonight. Just stay here and eat with Auntie Green." Green Bird grabbed Ling Yan's hand and pulled him into the house, unwilling to let go. After regaining her senses, Green Bird watched Ling Yan grow up step by step. She watched as the Ling family became stronger day by day. The sense of pride and satisfaction in her heart was too strong. This was because this was a child that she risked her life to bring out from the devil sect. More importantly, this was her master, the son of her sister, Xianxia. "It's nothing much, I'm just here to see you." Ling Yan could feel Green Bird's strong emotions of love, heartache, and concern. His heart trembled, and he immediately dispelled the idea of leaving. She wasn't a subordinate, she was a family member. Just like a biological mother. Even though Green Bird lived in the Ling family and could see Ling Yan every day, Ling Yan was so busy that he didn't even have time to say a word to her. Was he going to leave after saying a few words? Anyway, Ling Yan had nothing else to do in the following week other than cultivation and preparations for his departure. Hence, he decided to spend more time with Green Bird. Ling Yan was touched and blurted out, "Then I'll get the kitchen to cook." "No need, there's a kitchen in Auntie Green's room. I'll make dumplings for you today." Green Bird brought Ling Yan all the way into the house, still unwilling to let go. She even wanted to make dinner for him personally. Ling Yan was stunned. "Auntie Green, you know how to make dumplings?" Green Bird was instantly amused. She poked Ling Yan's forehead with her spring onion finger. "Child, doesn't our devil sect celebrate the new year?" Ling Yan scratched his head and thought that was true. "I learned how to make dumplings from your mother. Your mother's dumplings are really delicious." Green Bird's eyes turned red every time she mentioned Xianxia. Ling Yan was startled. Emotions were contagious, not to mention that the person Qingmiao mentioned was his biological mother. A night of celestial light shone on Qingshui, and a dream of his past life merged into this life. After walking on the path of reincarnation, the two Ling Yuns were no longer separated. Hence, Ling Yun could completely feel the feeling of being connected by blood. Blood was a great karma destined by the heavenly law and reincarnation. No one knew better than a cultivator like Ling Yun that this kind of karma couldn't be changed. No matter how powerful one was, one couldn't change one's biological parents. "Auntie Green, then I'll get the kitchen to send the noodles and stuffing over, okay?" Green Bird smiled through her tears and finally let go of Ling Yan's hand. "That's more like it. What kind of stuffing do you like to eat? I know there are chives and fennel in the kitchen." "Chive stuffing. Then you wait here obediently. I have to mix the stuffing myself." After saying that, Green Bird actually flew out of the house. A green shadow swept across the Ling family's courtyard and landed in front of the kitchen. She's even using qigong. Ling Yan raised his hand to his forehead, but the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He originally came to ask Green Bird to help him prepare the elixirs for the youth pill and the beauty pill. He didn't expect it to turn into eating dumplings. But this was also good. Anyway, making dumplings wouldn't delay talking. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's heart calmed down, and he began to wait in peace. Of course, while Green Bird was making dumplings, Ling Yan also told her about his situation, and Green Bird naturally agreed. At 7:30 p.m., Ling Yan ate the dumplings that Green Bird made for him personally. It was really delicious. Eat more. Green Bird piled 5 or 6 plates of fragrant dumplings in front of Ling Yan, afraid that he wouldn't have enough to eat. She almost fed him directly. That kind of love couldn't be expressed in words. Auntie Green, don't just care about me. You have to eat too. That night, there were 3 shocking news that shook the entire capital, and even the various top forces in Xianxia. 2 elders from the heavenly team brought people to the Ling family to ask for Ling Yun. In the end, they were crushed and crippled by Ling Yun. Even some of the fighting videos were seen, but they weren't coherent. They were all 10-second clips, and others couldn't see the whole process. There was a huge accident at the auction held by the Yi family this time. Dozens of intermediate and late-stage Xiantian realm masters disappeared without a trace after the auction. No one could contact them at all, and their whereabouts were unknown. When Ling Yan from the Ling family reported to school, he was met by a big leader. The meeting actually lasted more than an hour. These 3 shocking news were almost at the same time. They spread on the same night and completely blew up all the top forces in Xianxia. A storm was brewing. That night, Ling Yun and Qing Niao had a long talk after dinner. There wasn't a topic of conversation this time. It was purely family gossip after a meal, but it covered a wide range of topics. They talked about every major event that had happened in the Ling family recently, then talked about their respective cultivation situations. They even talked about the devil sect and what had happened 18 years ago. Finally, they talked about Xianxia and the devil subduing assembly on the night of the full moon in mid-autumn. Of course, Qing Niao had lost her memory for 18 years. Naturally, she talked most about Ling Yun's biological mother, Xianxia, from 18 years ago. Through this long conversation, Ling Yun also learned more about the devil sect's secrets. Of course, most of it was information from 18 years ago. He also learned more about his biological mother, Xianxia. After all, Qing Niao used to be Xianxuan's personal servant. The 2 of them were like sisters. At the same time, Ling Yan also found out that it was impossible for him to crush the devil sect with his current strength. That was because the 12 elders of the devil sect had reached unfathomable realms 18 years ago. Even Xianxia was wary of them. That was because Qing Niao said that if she hadn't self-destructed and dragged Sikong Tu off the cliff, causing him to suffer irrecoverable internal injuries and preventing him from cultivating for more than 10 years, Ling Yun would have been at least at the 6th level of the divine state when he met Sikong Tuesday. Ling Yun was shocked. No wonder the devil sect was able to resist the righteous sects for so many years. It turned out that they actually had such a terrifying foundation and strength. After listening to Qing Niao's description, Ling Yun already knew that it was impossible for him to rescue Xianxia from the devil sect's headquarters unless he reached the late stages of qi cultivation. It was no wonder that whenever Ling Yun and Xianxia were alone together, Xianxia would always remain tight-lipped about rescuing Xianxia, as if he didn't want to talk about it. Ling Yun didn't find this hard to accept because any ordinary Tian Xingzi from the devil sect, such as Sikong Wuji, was already an expert in the first stage of the divine power realm. Not to mention the great elders of the devil sect who cultivated in seclusion all year round. There might even be terrifying existences at the Xiantian full circle among them. However, Ling Yun wasn't afraid or anxious. That was because he was already at the peak of qi cultivation stage 3. He would definitely be able to protect himself now. He would need at most half a year to break through to the later stages of qi cultivation stage. He was confident that he would be able to crush the devil sect then. Don't worry, Aunt Qing. I will need at most another half a year before I can rescue my mother and reunite our family. This was what Ling Yun said to Qing Niao before he left. It wasn't passionate or impassioned, but his tone was incomparably firm. Of course, the green bird now believed that Ling Yan had the ability to do so. She nodded happily and sent Ling Yan off. At around 11 p.m., Ling Yan returned to his room. Xianxia had been waiting for him for a long time. The two of them had been apart for a long time and it was late at night. Of course, they could not avoid making out. Dry wood and blazing fire, rain and clouds, yin and yang complementing each other. However, this time, Ling Yan had learned his lesson. He simply set up a small armillary sphere maze formation around the courtyard to completely isolate divine sense and sound. The two of them could play to their heart's content and improve their relationship. After they were done, they had to say some intimate words. Ling Yan did not forget to give Xianxia pointers on the main points and difficulties of the Crimson the Arch Flaming Phoenix transformation technique. The next morning, Ling Yan woke up early and continued his cultivation of the stellar condensation technique. He only stopped at 8 in the morning. Yes, 9 days later, I will make use of the full moon to absorb the power of the moon and the moon to break through to the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. After this round of cultivation, Ling Yan felt that his stellar condensation technique was finally showing signs of breaking through. After breakfast, Ling Yan called Mo Wudao and the two of them went straight to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. The courtyard where the Ling family's training room was located. Qin Yao naturally knew what Ling Yan wanted to do and was already waiting there. This was the place where Ling Yan cultivated in seclusion before the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Sun Qin alliance. He was going to cultivate in seclusion again. It was still the same 3 people and the same place. However, this time, Ling Yan's seclusion was to focus on refining the beauty pill and the Ajarasia pill. Qin Yao had already prepared the main and supplementary ingredients for Ling Yan. Now that Ling Yan had the white jade peak honey, he could not wait to make these 2 pills. Of course, this was only a small-scale refinement because he needed it urgently. This time, Ling Yan did not use a big pot to boil the medicine. Instead, he took out the Shinnon cauldron. The Shinnon cauldron had absorbed a huge amount of purple immortal spiritual energy from the heavenly Tao during Ninglingyu's tribulation. The body of the green cauldron had already started to glow with purple light. Within the mouth of the cauldron, a purple mist was rising and releasing some kind of mystical Taoist aura. This was the second time the Shinnon cauldron had changed. The last time it changed was when the 9-colored tribulation cloud appeared. It flew into the sky and absorbed the green tribulation cloud. What a treasure! Mo Wudao could not help but stare at the Shinnon cauldron. He was practically drooling. Hee, when you can refine pills on your own, I can let you use this cauldron. Ling Yan smiled, not forgetting to provoke this guy. There was still no lid, so he could only use an open flame. However, it did not matter. This Shinnon cauldron was enough to refine the beauty pill and the Ajarasia pill. He set the fire, boiled the medicine, and began refining the pills. This time, Ling Yan spent a total of 3 days in seclusion. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the pills were formed. With Ling Yan, a grandmaster alchemist, watching the entire process, and the Shinnon cauldron, there could not be any accidents during the refining process. All the medicinal ingredients were used to their best effect. It was perfect. Damn, your alchemy skills are so much better than that old man from Mao Mountain who is obsessed with alchemy. This was the sentence that Mo Wudao said the most in the past 3 days. Ling Yan's ears were almost calloused from listening to it. In the eyes of Green Bird and Mo Wudao, Ling Yan's alchemy was simply an art. Ling Yan, on the other hand, was very calm. Alchemy was something that he had done countless times in the cultivation world. It was like eating a meal to him. Of course, only he knew the hardships he had gone through since he first came into contact with alchemy all the way until he finally became a grandmaster alchemist. After confirming that the pills were formed, Ling Yan calmly stepped forward, opened the lid, and took out the pills. This time, he used about half a caddy of white jade peak honey to refine a total of 98 pills. Among them, there were 49 beauty pills and 49 Ajarasia pills. The beauty pills were pure white and flawless. Each one was crystal clear and more beautiful than the best pearls. They all emitted a holy white light and strong spiritual energy. The beauty pills were purple in color. They were also crystal clear like purple grapes. However, they were smaller in size and emitted a purple glow under the sun. Pills that could emit light on their own were truly spiritual pills, just like the clear shadow flying sword, which was a spiritual weapon. Top-grade spiritual pills. Not bad this time. Ling Yun nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. The 5 elemental flames were still being nurtured in his energy center. It would take at least half a month for them to become the yin-yang 5 elemental flames. Otherwise, the pills that he refined this time would at least be supreme-grade spiritual pills. Of course, this was also the reason why Ling Yun only refined them on a small scale. He only had a total of 10 caddies of white jade peak honey. He didn't want to waste it. In the past 3 days, Ling Yun had already used the yin-yang astral energy sword to make tens of imperial green medicine bottles. They were of different sizes and were specially used to store all kinds of spiritual pills. With a thought, he took out 2 jade bottles of the same size and stored the 2 types of pills. However, he left 1 pill in each of his palms. After putting away the jade bottles, Ling Yun came in front of Green Bird and opened his palm to her. Surprisingly, there were 2 pills, 1 white and 1 purple. What are you going to do? Green Bird had already heard about the effects of these 2 pills from Ling Yun. She was a little nervous. In modern terms, the beauty pill could first whiten a person's skin, not just on the face, but on the whole body. Secondly, it could increase the activity of cells and keep the skin moist and glossy. Finally, it could completely remove freckles and wrinkles. This was the effect of an ordinary beauty pill. However, a top-grade spiritual pill could even remove scars on the body. Moreover, it could automatically fine-tune the bones and flesh of a person's face, allowing the person's face to change in the direction of perfection. Skincare products, plastic surgery, and hyaluronic acid injections were all trash in front of a beauty pill of the high-grade spirit pill level. The beauty pill was much simpler. It could make people look young forever. After reaching the level of a top-grade spiritual pill, a young person who consumed it would not age for more than 10 years. As for an elderly person who consumed it, they would instantly look 10 years younger. Moreover, this was a true reverse growth. All the functions of a person's body would return to 10 years ago. Moreover, it could be maintained for a long time. It was magical, but this was the heaven-defying ability of a cultivator. It was also because of this that the old monsters in the cultivation world who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years looked like an ordinary person in their 30s or 40s. As for how they looked like, it depended on their mood. Therefore, the cultivation world never looked at one's age. It only looked at the level of one's cultivation and only respected the strong. In the cultivation world, Ling Yan had seen women who were 2,000 years old. Cultivators in the ascension stage looked no different from those in their 20s. He was used to this. Looking at Green Bird's expression, Ling Yun was amused. What else can I do? Of course, I'll eat them. I don't want to eat them. Green Bird imagined herself suddenly looking 10 years younger. She was at a loss. She was so nervous that her face turned red. You have to eat them. Ling Yan's tone was very firm. After a pause, he gave in. Aunt Green, why don't you just eat the beauty pill? Green Bird was very tempted by the beauty pill. She hesitated for a while and finally nodded. All right. However, looking at the 2 pills in Ling Yan's hand, Green Bird hesitated again. Which one was the beauty pill? The purple one. Ling Yan's gaze was very sincere. Green Bird did not look at the pill. She only stared at Ling Yan's eyes. She said hesitantly, Yun, you won't lie to Aunt Green, right? If you dare to lie to me, Aunt Green will really beat you up. Aunt Green, I definitely won't lie to you. Don't worry. Ling Yan's words were very clear and decisive. Green Bird finally reached out and picked up the purple pill. She swallowed it in one go. A shocking miracle happened. In less than half a minute, Green Bird returned to her youthful appearance. She looked like she was 20 years old. Wow. Emma Wudao witnessed the entire transformation process. He was shocked to the extreme. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. When Olba looked back at the plot, he realized that the 5 blood race slaves already had the golden black devilish silk robe. I'm sorry. Also, thank you for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. Ah. Xianxia immediately felt that something was wrong after taking the pill because she could clearly feel that she was becoming younger. That feeling was very strange because all the functions of her body were changing drastically. Then, she noticed the shocked expression on Mo Wudao's face and the strange smile on Ling Yun's face. How could she not know that she had been tricked by Ling Yun? In shock, Xianxia immediately took out a mirror from her spatial ring and looked at herself. Then, she let out that scream. "I'll kill you, you little thief." At this moment, Xianxia could not care about anything else. She suddenly moved and pounced towards Ling Yun, slapping him in the face. "Aunt Qing, I was wrong." Ling Yun heard that scream and knew that something was wrong. He immediately covered his head and scurried away, one chased while the other fled. Both of them used qinggong and flew out of the courtyard in the blink of an eye, leaving Mo Wudao standing there in a daze. Rejuvenation, it's a true rejuvenation. How is this possible? Mo Wudao's lips were trembling with excitement. At the same time, he instantly thought of the shocking value of the 2 bottles of pills. "Big brother Yun, ancestor. Give me 2, no, give me 20. Mo Wudao's figure extended and chased in the direction that Ling Yun escaped. His movement technique had never been this fast before. What's wrong, what's wrong? What happened? At this moment, everyone in the Ling family was alarmed by Xianxia's scream and rushed out of their rooms. It seems like Xianxia and Ling Yun are fighting. What? They're fighting? How is this possible? Why is it not possible? Look, isn't that it? She's rushing over again. Ling Yun was chased by Xianxia through the entire Ling family's mansion. Both of them were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had gone back and forth dozens of times. Ling Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. He really did not expect that Aunt Qing, who was so gentle and loving to him a few nights ago, would be so terrifying when she was angry. At the same time, Ling Yun secretly made up his mind. It seemed that he could not afford to offend anyone around his mother. It was too terrifying. "Brat, don't run, stop right there." Right now, the green bird was like an enraged lioness. Her movement technique was getting faster and faster. She was shifting shadows, almost breaking through the sound barrier. From time to time, there would be explosive sounds behind her. Xianxia's forte was qinggong. After reaching the divine realm and learning the dragonfish phantom ability, how could she not be fast? However, the green bird was fast, but Ling Yun was even faster. This was an escape, how could he not be fast? "I won't run if you don't hit me." Ling Yun ran like a thief, not daring to stop at all. He knew that once the green bird caught up to him, he would definitely be beaten up. "I won't hit you, stop now." "Aunt Qing, I will stop if you stop." Ling Yun wouldn't fall for it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 10 words. It wasn't just the 2 of them, there was another person chasing after them. Naturally, it was Mo Wudao. As he chased after them, he muttered to himself, "Youth rejuvenation pill, I want the youth rejuvenation pill." At that moment, the Ling family was unprecedentedly lively. Everyone came out, but they didn't know what was going on. Ling Yun and Xianxia were too fast. Ling Lai and Ling Xiao could only see 2 blurry figures with their divine senses, let alone the others. Ling Xiao stood in the courtyard for a long time and realized that the 2 of them had no intention of stopping. He had no choice but to do it himself. He had to take care of his own son. Whoosh! Ling Xiao's figure flashed and blocked Xianxia's path. He said, "Sister Xianxia, what's going on? How did Ling Yun make you so angry? Tell me, I will, Xianxia, you." Ling Xiao was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. What did he see? He saw Xianxia in front of him. She had returned to how she was when they first met. "Big brother Ling, take care of your son." Xianxia was furious. Even though she had stopped, her hair was still flying. She had used all her strength to chase Ling Yun. She was exhausted and panting. Xianxia raised her hand and pointed at Ling Yun, who was hiding in the distance. She said angrily, "This brat, he actually dared to lie to me. Wow. Aunt Qing, how did you become so young?" "Miracle, it's rejuvenation." Many people from the Ling family rushed over. They immediately saw the change in the green bird. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Being stared at by so many people, Xianxia was embarrassed and angry. She really did not know what to do. But she knew clearly in her heart how much her body had changed. She became 10 years younger in an instant. It was as if she was reborn. This miracle was caused by the brat she chased all over the place. What was done was done. She was happy, but her anger was to hide her panic. The worst thing was that brat Ling Yun. He made her eat the face-retaining pill without any preparation. How was she going to stay in the Ling family in the future? She could not even leave the house now. Ling Yun naturally stopped when his father made a move. He was impatient because Mo Wu Dao caught up and pestered him for the pill. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed after the shock. Sister Qingniao, this is a great thing. You are 10 years younger, you should be happy. This was just a comfort. Ling Xiao knew that Qingniao was happy. She just could not accept such a huge change. Ling Lai, who was walking over, couldn't help but look at his precious grandson after observing the green bird for a while. Youth rejuvenation pill, how many more miracles can this brat bring to the Ling family? Grandpa Ling suppressed the shock in his heart. He did not say a word, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. Big brother Ling, that brat Ling Yun tricked me into eating the face-retaining pill. Are you going to do something about it? Qingniao gradually calmed down and began to look for people to teach Ling Yun a lesson. This brat is getting more and more outrageous. He has no respect for his elders. I will punish him by not eating for 10 days. Ling Xiao suppressed his laughter and pretended to be angry. He did not have the confidence to say that Qingniao had no respect for her elders. That was because Qingniao looked only 2 years older than Ling Yun. No. Who knew that Qingniao would say no before Ling Xiao could finish his sentence? She would be heartbroken if he did not eat for 10 days. 8 days then? 5 days? 3 days? Qingniao shook her head as Ling Xiao spoke. Finally, Qingniao stomped her feet. Punish him by not eating tonight. With that, Qingniao twisted her body and flew directly to her courtyard. Then, she hid in her room and did not come out again. After closing the door, she took out a mirror and looked at herself again. She was overjoyed and let her tears flow. Aunt Qing, Yun Er knows that I owe you 18 years of my youth. This favor is greater than the heavens. Now, I will return a portion of it to you. Ling Yan's voice suddenly rang in Qingniao's ears. Disperse, disperse. What's there to see? Go do what you need to do. After Qingniao returned to her room, Ling Lai immediately dispersed the crowd. At the same time, he did not forget to order, no one is allowed to spread what happened just now without my permission. Otherwise, you will be punished. In fact, a few days ago, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao had heard what Ling Yun said to Ling Yu. When I refine the beauty pill, I'll be able to earn hundreds of billions easily. At that time, they only heard the name of the pill, but they did not know the effects of the pill. Now, they all knew. Ling Lai was so happy that he hummed. Hee, a few 100 billion? Priceless. To Ling Yun, a mere superior-grade pill was not priceless. However, to ordinary people, it was definitely priceless. Third brother, control your son well. After the crowd dispersed, Ling Lai did not forget to glare at Ling Yun. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Good lad, don't forget to give Grandpa one later. Ling Yun smiled and winked at Ling Lai. Grandpa, don't worry, I will naturally have one for you. Ling Yun, follow me back to the house. After everyone had left, Ling Xiao looked at his son, said a few words, and turned to leave. Ling Yun followed Ling Xiao into the house, and Ling Xiao immediately put on a kind expression. He gestured for Ling Yun to sit down and talk. He asked curiously, Yun Er, what pill is this? Why is it so effective? It's just the beauty pill. Of course, Ling Yun would not hide it from his father. Then, he said, however, this is a superior grade pill, so the effect, haha. Then, the father and son chatted for a while. Ling Yun realized that Dong Rulin was not at home, so he immediately asked, Father, where's my auntie Dong? Of course, Ling Yun wanted to find Dong Rulin. This was because the beauty pill were refined for Dong Rulin. Oh, today is Ling Shue's grandfather's 60th birthday. Your auntie Dong and Ling Shue went to celebrate his birthday. Hearing this, Ling Yun was overjoyed. He immediately jumped up and said to Ling Xiao, "Father, I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do. I'll be leaving first." With that, he flew out of the house. As for what he was going to do, of course, he would not tell Ling Xiao. This brat is really, Ling Xiao couldn't describe what it was because Ling Yun's creations were simply too many. However, since Ling Yun had refined such a heaven-defying pill, he naturally had to have a chat with Ling Lai. Therefore, after Ling Yun left, he immediately got up and went directly to the 9th courtyard. Now, Ling Yun's activities in the Ling family mansion were almost always using the fulgurating shadows. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Ling Xiu's door. At this time, Ling Xiu had just returned to her room. She was sitting on the sofa in a daze because she saw that the green bird had suddenly become more than 10 years younger. That was really reverse aging. In fact, she even looked younger than she did. Ling Xiu was very shocked. "What are you looking at? Get in here." Sensing that Ling Yun had arrived, Ling Xiu was secretly happy. However, she purposely said in a bad mood. "Hee, big sister," Ling Yun immediately flashed in. "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Ling Xiu glanced at Ling Yun and pretended to be very calm. Then, she said, "However, if you need my help with anything," Ling Xiu slowly extended her jade-like hand and opened her palm. 2 elixirs. "Hee, big sister, I'm here specially to deliver the elixirs to you." Ling Yun wondered how Ling Xiu knew that he needed her help. However, he naturally wouldn't do things that way. Big brother Yun's principle was that no matter what he did, he had to do it beautifully. Bookmark for easier reading, Ling Yun was very generous. He took out 6 elixirs at once, 3 each of the beauty elixir and beauty elixir. He also included 2 small jade bottles for Ling Xiu. These are all superior grade elixirs, so they must be stored in jade bottles that can isolate spiritual energy. Otherwise, the spiritual energy within the elixirs will dissipate as time passes. Elixirs had medicinal effects and spirituality. Neither could be missing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called elixirs. It was precisely because elixirs had spirituality that they had all sorts of miraculous effects. They could allow the user's vital signs to develop in a perfect direction. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiu only took 1 beauty elixir and 1 beauty elixir each. Then, she placed them in a small jade bottle as if they were her own life. She didn't immediately store them in her spatial ring. Instead, she held them in her hands and admired them carefully. She simply couldn't bear to part with them. "Take the rest back, silly. Why don't you give such precious gifts to my parents yourself? What's the point of me giving them to them?" Ling Xiu naturally knew that Ling Yun wanted to borrow her hands to give the extra 4 elixirs to her parents. "Hee, we're family anyway. It doesn't matter." Ling Yun chuckled. However, he knew that Ling Xiu definitely wouldn't snatch such a huge favor from him. Hence, he kept the other 4 elixirs. "That's different." Ling Xiu glared at Ling Yun and pouted. "Tell me, what are the effects of these 2 elixirs? How should I use them? Will there be any side effects?" Hence, Ling Yun patiently explained the nature-defying effects of the 2 elixirs to her in detail. Finally, he said, "Big sister, don't worry. These are superior-grade elixirs. They will only be beneficial to the user. There won't be any side effects." Phew, Ling Xiu was shocked to hear that. At the same time, she let out a long sigh of relief. She had personally witnessed the huge change in the green bird just now. Her appearance was at least 16 years younger. Even her temperament had changed. She was only 23 years old now. If she was 16 years younger, wouldn't she become a child? There is a limit. This face-retaining pill can only make people reach their strongest vital signs at most, but it will never make people return to before they were 18 years old. If we take it at our age, its effect is to maintain our current physical state. We will not age for more than 10 years, which is equivalent to having more than 10 years of life. Ling Xiu was dumbfounded. Does this mean that it's not just one's appearance, but all of one's vital signs will return to the state of around 18 years old? And the effect is the same for men and women? Big sister, this is a high-grade spirit pill, Ling Yan felt helpless. Although men and women were of different genders, they were still humans, so the effects were naturally the same. Don't think that the beauty pill and the everlasting youth pill only have the effect of beautifying and keeping people young. That's a big mistake, because their real meaning to people is time and life. To ordinary people, these two things were undoubtedly the most precious things. Moreover, this did not mean that it would allow people to live for a few more decades after the age of 80. Instead, it meant that it would allow people to maintain their physical functions at their peak for a few more decades. For the user, it meant that time had lost its effect on them. Therefore, this was the true reason why they were so heaven-defying. If one were to eat one of these pills every 10 years or so, wouldn't one never grow old and become immortal? Ling Xiao stood up in shock. How can there be such a good thing in this world? For the same grade of the everlasting youth pill, the effect will decrease significantly with every consumption. Generally speaking, it will lose its effect after 3 consumption. Ling Yan gestured for Ling Xiao to calm down as he explained with a smile, if you want to become immortal, you have to consume the real immortal pill. Just one of those pills is enough. Chang'e stole the elixir, and she became restless every night. The reason why Chang'e could become immortal was because she stole Hou Yi's immortal pill. Ling Yan really didn't dare to brag about this. In the cultivation world, Ling Yan had reached the peak of the tribulation passing stage and was an alchemy grandmaster. However, the best elixir he could refine was only a supreme-grade Dao pill. Little brother, tell big sister the truth. Do you know how to refine immortal pills? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yan as though she was looking at a monster. Naturally, she asked the question that she wanted to ask. Big sister, I really don't know how to refine immortal pills. Only immortals can refine immortal pills. The reason was simple. If he didn't have the ability to become immortal, how could he refine immortal pills that could grant immortality? Oh, Ling Xiao was so shocked that she quickly patted her chest and rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. I almost thought you were an immortal who had descended from the heavens. Tell me, why are you looking for big sister? On account of your Mid-Autumn Festival gift, even if you want me to get the 8 beauties in Beijing to be your wife, big sister will do it for you. There were 10 beauties in Beijing, and 2 of them were from the Ling family. Naturally, there were still 8 beauties outside. Ling Xiao burst into laughter after she finished speaking. She wasn't bragging. With the everlasting youth pill and the beauty pill, what kind of woman couldn't Ling Yan find? Big sister. Ling Yan was so shocked that he quickly covered Ling Xiao's mouth. F***ck, Chao Shanshan was still at home. These words were too much. He was having a headache. Ling Xiao was good in every aspect, but once she got tough, even he wouldn't be able to handle her. Her way of thinking was too shocking. Look at your cowardly face, Ling Xiao laughed and pushed Ling Yan's hand away. Then, she looked at Ling Yan and asked, what exactly is it? Ling Yan immediately switched to telepathy. Big sister, let's talk using telepathy. Big sister, do you know where Sister Ling Shua's grandfather, Dong Shanchuan's grandfather, lives? I heard that it's his 60th birthday today, so I want to go over to congratulate him. Ling Yan was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause more trouble, so he decided to finish his sentence in one go. I know, I've accompanied Ling Shue many times. It's already 5 o'clock now, so hurry up and pack up. We'll leave immediately. We can still make it. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had this kind of personality. She did things in a rush and was straightforward. All right. Big sister, wait for me, I'll be right back. With that, Ling Yan flew out of the house and went straight to the training room in the backyard. He was so anxious that he didn't even put away the Shenong cauldron when he was being chased by Qing Niao. This younger brother of mine has to do everything so beautifully. I really can't help but dote on him. Ling Xiao sighed. However, the premise was that he was only good to his own people. As for enemies, Ling Yan's perfection was the enemy's nightmare. Ling Xiao had long guessed what Ling Yan was going to do. She looked at Ling Yan's hurried figure and sighed. In Ling Xiao's heart, Ling Yan was already closer to her than her 2 biological brothers. Aunt Qing. Ling Yan instantly appeared in the courtyard where the pills were being refined. He realized that Qing Niao was already standing there. The autumn waters were like divine jade, and the bones were like jade. The green bird, who had returned to being 20 years old, wore a long green dress, and was as beautiful as a fairy that didn't belong to the mortal world. She was naturally here to help Ling Yun guard the Shenong cauldron. "Come over, I'm not really going to hit you." Xianxia was staring at the Shenong cauldron in a daze. She couldn't help but laugh and wave at Ling Yun when she realized that he was here. Of course, Ling Yun was just pretending. He immediately went forward and put away the Shenong cauldron. Then, he took out the beauty pill and placed it directly in Xianxiao's hands. "Aunt Qing, take this first. I have to go out now. I have something to do." Xianxiao naturally wouldn't reject the beauty pill since she had already eaten the beauty pill. However, she didn't consume it immediately. Instead, she put it in her spatial ring and carefully tidied up Ling Yun's clothes. Her appearance had changed, but her heart hadn't. She still doted on Ling Yun as much as she should. "Go early and come back early. Don't be so busy that you can't eat." Xianxiao reminded him carefully. She had long forgotten about punishing Ling Yun for not eating at night. "Aye." Ling Yun replied and winked at Xianxiao. "Aunt Qing is even more beautiful than the fairies in heaven now. After eating the beauty pill, you'll definitely." "You're asking for a beating again?" Xianxiao glared at him and looked like she was about to hit him. Ling Yun flew away, leaving only his joyful laughter in the courtyard. "Sister Xianxiao, if you're not busy, come over and have a chat." Ling Xiao appeared in the courtyard after Ling Yun left. "My father wants to ask you something." "Coming." Ling Lai, Ling Yu, and Ling Xiao were all in Ling Lai's courtyard on the 9th level of the Ling family. This was naturally because Ling Yun had created such a heaven-defying pill. This was a huge matter to the Ling family, and they needed to discuss it. Ling Yun's creation of a superior-grade elixir meant a qualitative change for the Ling family. It was just that it hadn't been revealed to the outside world yet. Of course, this was a qualitative change. The 98 elixirs in Ling Yun's hands could make all the direct descendants of the Ling family younger by more than 10 years. This was enough to shock all the top forces in Huaxia. This also meant that the Ling family was no longer a secular family. Instead, it had become a true cultivation family that resided in the secular world. Of course, Ling Yun didn't have time to care about this. He had already arrived at Ling Xiu's courtyard and entered her car. It was a fiery red sports car, a limited edition Ferrari. "Rascal, let me tell you. Other than you, no other man has ever sat in my car. You should be glad." Ling Xiu put on her sunglasses and drove personally. She didn't forget to tell Ling Yun. "Wow, it's such an honor." Ling Yun sat in the car, pleased with himself as he sucked up to Ling Xiu. "Let's go." Ling Xiu slammed on the accelerator, and the sports car sped out of the Ling family. "Little brother, you came out of seclusion just in time. Today is the 8th of August, Elder Dong's 60th birthday. When Auntie and Ling Shui went out in the morning, I was so worried that you weren't out yet." Ling Xiu finally spoke to Ling Yun after driving 3 kilometers away from the Ling family's mansion. That was because she wanted to break the ice between Ling Yun and Ling Shui before Ling Yun left Beijing. She was waiting for this day. Ling Yun was touched. "Thank you, big sister." Genius website. Mobile version. In the past, Old Master Dong's house was diagonally opposite our Ling family's mansion, so little aunt knew third uncle from a young age. At that time, she would come to our house whenever she had something to do. As long as third uncle was home, she couldn't bear to leave and would always hang around third uncle. On the way, Ling Xiu didn't forget to tell Ling Yun about the past. At this point, she even turned her head and gave Ling Yun a you-know look. So that was it. Ling Yun finally understood that Dong Rulan and his father were childhood sweethearts. 20 years ago, Ling Xiao was in his prime. He was handsome, and he could be said to be famous in Beijing. Dong Rulan was at the age where she was yearning for love. How could she not be moved? Ling Xiao was Dong Rulan's first love. But what kind of person was Ling Xiao? He was obsessed with cultivating martial arts all day long. The degree of obsession was even greater than the current Ling Feng. Why would he be moved by an ordinary girl next door who didn't know martial arts? Ling Xiu continued. However, third uncle had always treated little aunt like a younger sister. He didn't have any other feelings for her, and little aunt must have known that she wouldn't have any chance. Thus, she could only bury her feelings for third uncle deep in her heart. She only hoped that she could see third uncle one more time. Ling Yan let out a deep sigh. It turned out that from the beginning, it was a case of falling flowers being sentimental but unrequited love. How could this not be a tragedy? However, as you know, 18 years ago, there was a huge case involving third uncle and Aunt Yin. At that time, it shook the whole of Beijing and even the top forces in Xianxia, those so-called righteous sects in the pugilistic world, along with the devil sect, massacred the Ling family in one night. That year, Big Sister was only 5 years old. Ling Xiao gritted her teeth at this point. Every time I think about this, I feel that Ling Zhen is really despicable. Even if I cut him into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't be enough to appease my hatred. That night, apart from Ling Zhen, everyone in the Ling family, regardless of age or gender, fought to the death. Grandpa's uncles and brothers were all the pillars of the Ling family, but they all died in that battle. There were a total of 5 male branches in the Ling family, and in the end, only our grandfather's branch remained. He now knew why only his grandfather's bloodline was left. Ling Zhen was the instigator of the battle that night, so he naturally tried his best to protect himself. That was why his injuries were the lightest. His father, Ling Xiao, was the key to all of this, and he had the protection of his mother, Xianxia. That was why the enemy wouldn't kill him until the last moment. Second uncle, Ling Yu, was probably at a lower cultivation level than even one of the Ling family's loyalists. He wouldn't have been able to participate in that kind of battle, so he was able to preserve his life. When our Ling family's battle strength was almost completely wiped out, the Long family's people finally appeared and guaranteed for our Ling family. Then, the other party made those 3 requests, which were supervised by the Long family. Firstly, Ling Xiao and Xianxia swore that they would completely sever all ties with each other and that they would never have any contact with each other in this life. Second, Ling Xiao would destroy his dantian and cripple his martial arts, turning him into a cripple. Third, Ling Xiao would have to marry someone else immediately, and he was only allowed to marry an ordinary woman. They would also have to consummate their marriage and have a child within a year. Ling Yun didn't even need to think about the last condition. It was definitely made by the people from the devil sect in order to completely sever any thoughts of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. This was a form of coercion and humiliation. After that night, our Ling family fell, and third uncle became a cripple. Among the top forces in Xianxia, who would be willing to marry third uncle? It was also after that little aunt remained loyal to third uncle as usual. At the same time, she made it clear to her father that she was willing to marry, and that she wouldn't marry anyone other than third uncle. The Dong family is diagonally opposite our house. Every time we open the door, we can see the shadows of our blades and hear the cries of killing. Of course, Old Master Dong knew that something big had happened to our Ling family. Old Master Dong understood my third uncle's character, so he knew that if little aunt were to marry third uncle, it would be equivalent to jumping into a pit of fire. It would ruin her happiness for the rest of her life. Of course, he strongly opposed it, but no matter how much he opposed it, he couldn't beat little aunt's willingness. At this point, Ling Xiao sighed. As for the rest, you know it all. Third uncle and little aunt got married and had Xiaoshui a year later. But third uncle did that just to protect the Ling family. His heart has always been with Aunt Yin. It can be said that he is loyal. Because of that, little aunt naturally widowed, suffered for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao swallowed the last 2 words of widowhood and said, as Ling Shui grew more sensible, she realized how she was born, so. The events of the past were simply intertwined. Old Master Dong couldn't bear to see little aunt suffer, so after Ling Shui was born, he moved to the suburb southwest of Beijing, far away from the Ling family. However, Old Master Dong was really a good person. He blamed third uncle, but he didn't hate the Ling family. Even though third uncle treated little aunt badly, he only treated it as a matter between the 2 of them. He never made any requests of the Ling family. He didn't visit us for 15 years, but when the Ling family was in a precarious situation, he was willing to go bankrupt to help us in our time of need. That's why I respect him very much. Ling Yun was really shocked after listening to this. He nodded silently, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. Ling Xiao drove the sports car west along the North 5th Ring Road. After about 10 kilometers, she turned south and followed the West Fifth Ring Road all the way south. She drove the sports car very fast, and she overtook all the cars along the way. On the Fifth Ring Road, after drawing a big half circle around Beijing, she turned left, onto the South Fourth Ring Road, and continued heading east. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there wasn't any traffic outside Beijing. The first part only took 20 minutes, but the traffic got a little more congested as they drove further in. The two of them only arrived at Dong Shanchuan's house at 6 o'clock. Dong Shanchuan's house was in the southwest corner of Beijing, outside the South Fourth Ring Road. It was close to the World Park, and the environment here was very good. It was surrounded by dense forests, and a medium-sized manor sat in the middle of it. It was very secluded. "Here, this is the place." Ling Xiu stopped the car and pointed to the entrance of the manor. Ling Yan had already released his divine sense to check out the situation inside the manor. At this moment, Dong Shanchuan, Dong Rulan, and Ling Shui were all there. Dong Shanchuan and Ling Shui were sitting in the living room of the North House, chatting. Dong Rulan was busy in the kitchen, obviously preparing dinner. "Grandpa Dong, Ling Yan and I are here to wish you a happy birthday." The two of them got out of the car, and Ling Xiu shouted loudly without any hesitation. "Aya, my sister is here." Ling Shui's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the commotion, and she rushed out immediately. "Sister." Ling Shui came to the door and called out to Ling Xiu first. However, she was stunned when she saw Ling Yan standing beside her, and she didn't know what to say. "Ling Shui, what's wrong? Don't you know how to greet your brother? Call him brother." This time, Ling Xiu brought out the demeanor of a big sister. She was very serious, and she asked Ling Shui to call him brother. "Brother. Brother. Why are you here?" It was extremely difficult for Ling Shui to call him brother. This was the first time she called him brother to his face. It wasn't because of what Ling Xiu said, but because she was shocked that Ling Yan would come. That was because Ling Xiu had never been here in the past 10 years. It wasn't because he wasn't filial, but because Grandpa Dong didn't allow him to come. Ling Xiu's face was tense, but she heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Ling Shui finally call her brother. It wasn't easy. "Hee, Grandpa Dong is our family. How can I not come for his birthday? Moreover, I'm the head of the Ling family. If I don't come, wouldn't our Ling family be lacking in etiquette?" Ling Yan didn't mind Ling Shui calling him brother unwillingly. That was because he knew that Ling Shui would be closer to him than anyone else when he left. Good, well said. Please come in." At this time, Grandpa Dong also came out of the house. He was obviously very excited as he walked in front of the three of them and invited them in directly. Moreover, Ling Yan was here for his birthday today. No matter how awkward Grandpa Dong's relationship with Ling Yan was, Grandpa Dong wouldn't give him any face. Of course, the most important point was that Dong Rulan had already told him that Ling Yan was a righteous person. He was trying his best to bring her and Ling Xiao together so that they could be a normal couple. Therefore, Grandpa Dong wasn't only happy about Ling Yan's actions, but he was also very impressed. He naturally expressed his welcome. "Aya, Ling Yan is here." This is really, Dong Rulan also heard it. She didn't even bother to wash her hands as she ran out of the kitchen and ran all the way over. Seeing that it was really Ling Yan, she was so excited that she couldn't even speak coherently. "Hello, Auntie Dong." Ling Yan was very polite as he greeted Dong Rulan. Hey, come in quickly. Let's talk in the house. Ling Shui, come in quickly and make new tea for your brother." Dong Rulan went forward and grabbed Ling Yan's hand. She was so excited that she forgot about Ling Xiu. "Auntie, really?" Ling Xiu was very jealous and resentful. The five of them quickly arrived at the living room of the North House. After taking their seats, Ling Yan looked around and went straight to the point. "Auntie Dong, go and wash your hands first. Other than to celebrate Grandpa Dong's birthday, I also have a gift for you." "Aya, child, it's good enough that you're here. Why do you have to give me a gift? I don't want it. I'll go and cook for you." Ling Yan stood up and smiled. "Auntie Dong, you have to accept this gift because my father specially asked me to give it to you." Dong Rulan was stunned on the spot. They had been married for 17 years. When had Ling Xiao ever specially given her a gift? Auntie, go and wash your hands. You'll definitely like this gift. Ling Xiao knew what Ling Yin wanted to give her. She smiled and urged Dong Rulan. This was also the reason why she dared to scold Ling Shui just now. While Dong Rulan was washing her hands, Ling Yin took out the jade bottle containing the two types of elixirs in front of Dong Shanchuan and Ling Shui. He took one of each, the beauty pill and the beauty pill. When Dong Rulan returned to the living room, Ling Yin handed the beauty pill that was glowing purple to her. Auntie Dong, try this. What? What is this? Dong Rulan asked curiously as she took the elixir with some hesitation. Ling Yin smiled. Won't you know after you try it? This is a gift from father. He told me to watch you eat it. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself when I go back. Once she heard that it was a gift from Ling Xiao, Dong Rulan wouldn't hesitate to swallow it even if it was poison. Therefore, she smiled happily and directly swallowed the pill. Half a minute later, Dong Shanchuan was dumbfounded. Ling Shui was speechless. Both of them looked at Dong Rulan's shocking transformation. Rulan, you, Dong Shanchuan only recovered after a long time. He stood there and pointed at Dong Rulan's face with a trembling finger. Tears streamed down his face. In the blink of an eye, his daughter had turned into the way she was before she got married. Auntie Dong, it's my father's fault that he delayed you for 18 years. Now, I'll return those 18 years to you on his behalf. I'll let you start over. *CK, it's a festive occasion. This chapter even moved me. What have I become? Among the 5 people in the room, the most shocked was Dong Rulan. After she swallowed the elixir, the effects of the elixir exploded in her body, causing shocking changes in her body. She felt it the most. His body, which had begun to feel heavy and tired, became light, and his hair became black and shiny and supple. The skin on his arms not only regained its youthful elasticity, but also became smooth and delicate, so tender that water could be squeezed out of them. His 10 fingers were really like spring onions, becoming slender, white, and crystal clear, as if his hands had never touched spring water in the past 10 years. Her body became light, her skin became tender, her vision became brighter, her heart beat, and so on. All the subtle changes were indescribable. This was the effect of a superior grade elixir on an ordinary person. It was far more obvious than when it was used on Qingyao. This was because Qingyao was a master of the divine realm. Even though she was 36 years old, she looked 27 or 28 years old because of her cultivation. Therefore, Qingyao's change was more reflected in her body's functions. Of course, there were changes in her appearance, but the difference was not significant. However, Dong Rulan was an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. At 37 years old, her skin had begun to lose its elasticity, and her eyes were wrinkled. Her body had also become heavy. She had experienced the feeling of aging day by day. Now that she had taken the elixir, the strong contrast was too obvious. However, what women cared about the most was their own face. It was a pity that Dong Rulan couldn't see it herself. Then, she moved, feeling lighter than she had ever felt before. The heaviness disappeared completely, and she soon arrived in front of a mirror in the living room. Dong Rulan immediately covered her eyes with her hands after taking a single glance. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed bitterly. Big brother, Ling Shui finally recovered from her shock. She looked at Ling Yun in shock. She was willing to call him big brother this time. Go, wipe your mother's tears. There's one more here, let her eat it too. Ling Yun smiled and gave the beauty elixir to Ling Shui, then signaled with his eyes. Mom, big brother asked you to eat this elixir too. Ling Shui went forward and took out a towel to wipe Dong Rulan's tears before placing the beauty elixir in her hands. This one, you want to eat it too? It won't become. Although Dong Rulan was excited, she was also hesitant. She thought to herself that she was only a little older than Ling Shui. If she were to eat, then she could not be a mother anymore. No one would believe it even if she went out. Aunt Dong, don't worry. I won't. Ling Yin smiled and shook his head, telling her to eat without worry. Therefore, Dong Rulan ate the beauty pill again. This time, she looked into the mirror, and could directly see the amazing changes in herself. Wow, Mom, you've become so beautiful. I'll have to call you sister from now on. Ling Shui was also watching, and she was completely stunned. In less than 5 minutes, 2 pills had not only made her mother younger, but she had also become more beautiful. You guys sit down first. I'll go back to my room first. After Dong Rulan saw her shocking transformation, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She didn't dare to look at anyone and directly ran towards her bedroom. Big brother, what pill is this? It's so magical. I want it too. Ling Shui knew that her mother had returned to the house to tidy herself up and calm down. She didn't disturb her mother but ran over to pester Ling Yun instead. You're only 16, you don't need it now. Let's talk about it in 2 years. Ling Yun didn't care whether Ling Shui was happy or not. He directly rejected her, then turned to Dong Shanchuan and said, Grandpa Dong, let's sit down and talk for a while. Okay. Dong Shanchuan saw that his daughter had really returned to her appearance from 18 years ago. Moreover, the words that Ling Yun said to Dong Rulan just now were also very beautiful. As a father, how could he not be happy? The 4 of them sat down again. This time, Ling Shui didn't let go of Ling Yun. She sat close to Ling Yun, and anyone could see that she was very close to Ling Yun. There was no need for anything else. Both of them were of Ling Zhao's bloodline and were originally connected by blood. Ling Yun first got rid of Ling Zhao's inner demons and then restored Dong Rulan's 18 years of youth. Ling Shui was exceptionally intelligent, so if she still held a grudge against Ling Yun, she would be too insensible. Yes, they're biological siblings. Dong Shanchuan sat opposite the 2 of them, looking left and right at Ling Yun and Ling Shui. He was so happy that his beard was about to curl up. I'm very happy. Ling Yun only needed to do one thing to completely win Dong Shanchuan's approval and good impression. Naturally, it would be much easier for him to talk to them next. Grandpa Dong, I heard from my second uncle that he asked you to help us manage the Ling family's business, but you rejected him? Ling Yu had mentioned this to Ling Yun a few days ago. At that time, Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He said that Grandpa Dong was too straightforward and stubborn. That was why Ling Yun decided to refine the beauty pill immediately. Returning Dong Rulan's 18 years of youth, resolving the estrangement between him and Ling Shui, and naturally inviting Dong Shanchuan to help manage the Ling family's business. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, Ling Yun's straightforwardness made it difficult for Dong Shanchuan to respond. His old face was obviously embarrassed. Grandpa Dong, if you have anything to say, please say it. No matter what requests or difficulties you have, I, Ling Yun, will help you solve them. Dong Shanchuan had a long list of reasons to reject Ling Yu. Any one of them would be enough to shut Ling Yu's mouth. However, after Ling Yun's move, all those reasons didn't exist anymore. This was because Ling Yun was Yin Qingshuan's son. It could be said that Ling Yun's identity was originally the most awkward in the family. In layman's terms, he was an illegitimate child. However, with Ling Yun's awkward identity, he treated Dong Rulan with such an attitude. No matter how dissatisfied Dong Shanchuan was with Ling Xiao, he couldn't blame Ling Yun. Sigh, it's all fate. In the end, Dong Shanchuan sighed and shook his head. Ling Yun, I understand the meaning behind your actions. I'm very grateful to you. I also know that with you around, my daughter Rulan and Shuer will have a bright future ahead of them. It's just a matter of time. The rest was, of course, for Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan to be a normal married couple. Dong Shanchuan was an elder. Naturally, he couldn't speak too clearly in front of 2 juniors. He only touched on the topic and said with a bitter smile, Child, I really can't find any fault in everything you've done. Since that's the case, let's not talk about the past. It's just that, Ling Yun smiled. It's just that what? Grandpa Dong, please speak. Dong Shanchuan sighed. But as you can see, this old man is 60 years old this year. Whether it's my body, mental strength, they are all far from what they used to be. If I come out to take care of the Ling family's business, I really don't have the strength to do what I want. If I cause trouble for you, wouldn't I be letting you down? That was the only reason Dong Shanchuan could come up with now. Ling Yan thought to himself, I knew you were going to say this. I was waiting for you to say it. He immediately smiled, sat up straight, and took out an Ajarasia pill and a beauty pill. Grandpa Dong, I came in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring you any birthday gifts. Please accept these 2 pills as a token of my respect. Dong Shanchuan's face turned red when he saw it. He waved his hands hurriedly. Ling Yun, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean what I said just now. Quick, keep it. How can an old man like me eat this? Really? Dong Shanchuan had been upright all his life, and he had always fought for his pride. He had never expected that the reason he had just come up with would actually turn into him asking for treasures. Also, he subconsciously thought that the pill that Ling Yun took out just now was only effective on women and not on men. Therefore, he didn't think about it in that direction. Otherwise, he would have agreed to Ling Yun directly instead of saying those words. However, he realized that he had said the wrong thing the moment Ling Yun took it out. Ling Yun snickered in his heart. This old man was really too upright. It was quite interesting. Grandpa, don't reject it. Quick, keep it. You're still more than 10 years younger. Eat it, eat it. Ling Shui was very straightforward. She took the 2 pills and stuffed them into Dong Shanchuan's mouth. You little brat, you're messing around again. How can an old man like me waste such priceless treasures? Stop it. Dong Shanchuan tried his best to block Ling Shui's hand, but Ling Shui was at Xiantian realm level 4. How could he stop her? Grandpa Dong, we're a family. We should eat our own things. What's there to waste? If you continue to reject it, you're treating me like an outsider. Ling Xiao couldn't help but persuade the old man when she saw how stubborn he was. In the end, Ling Yun used his trump card to deal a fatal blow to Dong Shanchuan. Grandpa Dong, if you eat these 2 pills, you'll be at least 20 years younger. You can help the Ling family manage the business. If my father still dares to mistreat Auntie Dong, you, Auntie Dong, Ling Shui, and my grandpa will deal with him together. Let's see where he can run then. Ling Yin chuckled after he finished speaking. Rascal, are you serious? This was the last thing Dong Shanchuan said before Ling Shui fed him the youth-halting pill. No one was surprised this time. 3 minutes later, Dong Shanchuan returned to his 40s. He felt that this was the most magical thing he had ever experienced in his life. This was Ling Yun's birthday gift to Dong Shanchuan. Ling Yun, you don't have to say anything else. I promise you that after tonight, I'll go to your house tomorrow to find your second uncle and discuss with him what to do. Ling Yun exchanged glances with Ling Xiao after hearing that, and they both smiled knowingly. At this point, their purpose for coming here had been achieved. At this time, Ling Yun finally started to look at Ling Shui. He stared at his sister, sizing her up. Ling Shui felt a little scared, thinking that Ling Yun was going to settle the score with her. Ling Yun knew that Ling Shui was the first member of the Ling family that Ling Yun had met. Everything was destined. Big brother, I know I was wrong, you. Ling Shui's face turned red. Little sister, listen to what Big Brother has to say first. Ling Yun suddenly laughed. He suddenly stood up and walked slowly to the middle of the living room. He looked at the air in front of him and made a few gestures. At the same time, he said a few words. Every word he said was different, but his voice became hoarse and old. It was as if he was singing a one-man show. The *TCH is so pretentious. This was what he said to Chen Jianrou from the Chen family on the Huaxia surveillance ship after he returned from Turtle Island. Scram. As if there was someone in front of him, Ling Yun roared and raised his hand to slap Chen Jianrou. This was the slap he used to slap Chen Jianrou into the sea. I only know that if you say one more word, I guarantee that you will fly further and higher than her. This was Ling Yun's threat after Long Tianjiao's warning. How dare you? You should have heard of the Assassins Organization, right? I am the Heavenly King. No matter who dares to follow me, I will kill without mercy. Ling Yun was performing now. Other than the absence of Chen Jianrou and Long Tianjiao, his actions, expression, tone, and voice were exactly the same as when he was on the surveillance ship. Finally, Ling Yun stopped and turned to Ling Shui with a smile. Little sister Ling Shui, we will meet again. Indeed, they would meet again. Actually, Ling Yun didn't need to perform at all. Ling Shui felt like she was struck by lightning when he said B*TCH is so pretentious. Returning 18 years of Dong Roland's youth was as easy as lifting a finger. Asking Dong Shanchuan to help the Ling family was not essential. However, the most important purpose of Ling Yun's trip was to move Ling Shui and remove the estrangement between the two of them. From then on, the siblings would be inseparable. Ling Shui stood there, watching Ling Yun's performance in a daze. Her nostrils flared and suddenly she felt a lump in her throat as tears started to flow. Big brother. This time, there was no longer any hindrance in calling him big brother. Whoosh. Ling Shui dove into Ling Yun's arms like a swallow returning to the forest, sobbing uncontrollably. At this moment, she realized that she had been hiding from Ling Yun for so long, and Ling Yun had waited for her patiently for so long. What was a biological brother? This was it, phew. This hole was finally filled after nearly 1,000 chapters. Ling Shui threw herself into Ling Yun's arms and sobbed. Her cries got louder and louder until it became a wail that shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances and unwillingness in her heart for so many years. She was like a child who had been wronged and suddenly saw her loved ones. The first time they met, Ling Yun had left a deep impression on her. Ling Shui could still remember it vividly even now. That was because that was the first time Ling Shui had gone on a mission after joining the Huaxia Condor team. Ling Yun had used his dominance to leave a seed in Ling Shui's heart. Ling Yun had used his actions to tell her what it meant to be strong and powerful. Ling Shui's tears of regret were even more so because she had told Ling Yun her name when they were on the surveillance ship. The two of them had already met before. When Ling Yun first came to the Ling family, she deliberately ignored him and gave him a hard time. However, Ling Yun had always tolerated her infinitely. Ling Shui finally understood. Every time Ling Yun looked at her, he always had a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with love, concern, and pampering. He allowed her to do as she pleased. Every time he wanted to say something, he would hold back. That was all patience, tolerance, and waiting. She thought back to the day when the Ling family worshipped their ancestors. The ghost divine willow mutated again, and she took the opportunity to break through. When she reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1, she wanted to continue, but Ling Yun told her not to rush. He told her to build a solid foundation first. Everyone in the Ling family was breaking through, including Ling Yun. However, he still took the time to take care of her. She thought about how Ling Yun didn't forget to ask Big Sister to give her the spatial ring after it was made. She thought about how Ling Yun saved Ling Xiao alone and tried his best to get rid of the demons in her father's heart. He even tried his best to bring her father and her mother together. She also thought about how Lei Xing from the Huaxia Condor team looked at her in a different light after Ling Yun left Beijing for the first time. He had been taking care of her to the point of being respectful. Just now, when Ling Yun found out that it was his grandfather's 60th birthday, he immediately dropped everything and rushed over. He gave his mother and grandfather a total of 4 elixirs, which made them 10 years younger in the blink of an eye. Ling Shui had been at home for the past few days. Of course, she knew that Ling Yun had been cultivating in seclusion. She finally understood why her brother was doing this. For so long, although Ling Yun had never said anything to her, he had done so much for her in silence. However, she only knew how to be stubborn, only knew how to escape, not even willing to call him brother. After crying for a long time, Ling Shui's cries gradually weakened, and her agitated emotions gradually calmed down. She slowly left Ling Yun's embrace and raised her head. Her eyes were red, but her gaze was firm and sincere. "Big brother, I was wrong," she said to Ling Yun. "Sister, those things are already in the past. You're only allowed to cry this once today." Ling Yun allowed Ling Shui to release all the emotions she had been suppressing for a long time. He wiped Ling Shui's tears lovingly. "Look, both of your eyes are swollen from crying. Big brother promises that from now on, our Ling family will always be sunny." Ling Yun said with a smile as he patted Ling Shui's shoulder and stroked her hair lovingly. "Yes, from now on, it will always be sunny. It will always be a good day." Dong Shanchuan didn't know how Ling Yun's one-man show could make Ling Shui cry like this. However, he was very comforted to see that the two siblings were no longer estranged. At the same time, Elder Dong was also blaming himself. He felt that he had said too much every time he saw Ling Shui in recent years. The girl had a heavy heart and a stubborn personality. That was why she was dissatisfied with Ling Xiao and even affected her attitude towards Ling Yun. At this moment, Dong Shanchuan was also very regretful. He had to make up for his mistake as soon as possible. Luckily, Ling Yun is a sensible child and handled things appropriately. At this point, the gap between Ling Yun and Ling Shui, this pair of siblings from different mothers, was completely resolved. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the siblings finally acknowledged each other. Ling Shui's crying just now naturally alarmed Dong Rulan. She didn't know what happened in her room and ran out to ask about it. However, Ling Xiao told her the reason through telepathy and persuaded her to go back. Good. 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 Dong Shanchuan said good 3 times in a row. He said to Ling Shui, Xiaoxiwe, don't pester your brother. Go and take out the 2 bottles of Maotai that Grandpa has kept for 30 years. Grandpa is happy tonight, so we have to drink. Aye. Ling Shui agreed without hesitation. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and smiled through her tears. Only then did she run off to get the wine. Since they were here to offer their blessings, Ling Yun naturally couldn't leave after settling his matters. Therefore, he and Ling Xiao stayed behind to accompany Grandpa Dong and drink to their heart's content. Under such circumstances, Ling Yun couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Dong Shanchuan, Dong Rulan, and Ling Shui definitely wouldn't agree. Dong Rulan collected her emotions and came out of her room. She used all her skills to cook a table full of sumptuous dishes to entertain Ling Yun and Ling Xiao. An 18-year-old daughter and a 36-year-old's cooking skills. This old man has really struck it rich. During the meal, Dong Shanchuan drank with Ling Yun and Ling Xiao. He was really happy today and didn't forget to tease his daughter. Dad. Food can't stop your mouth. Dong Rulan was still busy. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to entertain Ling Yun well. She brought up another dish and rebuked her father. Dong Rulan knew better than anyone the value of the 4 elixirs that Ling Yun gave her. It was a huge favor that she couldn't repay in this lifetime. Big brother, eat this. Mommy's cooking is delicious. Big brother, this, and this. Eat more. Ah, big sister, don't fight with me. Ling Shui sat close to Ling Yun. The chopsticks in her hands danced as she picked up food for Ling Yun. Almost half of the food that was brought up was piled onto Ling Yun's plate. It looked like a small mountain was about to form in front of Ling Yun. People who were true to their emotions would be willing to sacrifice everything for others once they had a change of heart. Ling Shui was such a person. Ling Xiao was helpless. She looked at the smiling Ling Yun with a resentful gaze. She knew it would be like this. Ling Shui, now that you've acknowledged your biological brother, you don't want your big sister anymore? Ling Xiao put down her chopsticks and looked at Ling Shui with a serious expression. Hee, Ling Shui laughed awkwardly. She sneaked a glance at Ling Xiao's expression and quickly picked up some food to put on Ling Xiao's plate. Big sister, eat too. It's not my big brother's first time here. Big brother, hurry up and eat. After a symbolic gesture, Ling Shui went to pick up food for Ling Yun. Sigh. Ling Xiao could only shake her head helplessly. She poured a full glass of wine and turned around to toast Dong Shanchuan. Grandpa Dong, let me toast you. I wish you a long and healthy life, forever young. Good. Dong Shanchuan was overjoyed. He had drunk as much as he could tonight, and the 3 of them had already finished a bottle of wine. Dong Shanchuan was celebrating his 60th birthday. However, after eating the 2 elixirs from Ling Yun, it was no different from his 40th birthday. Ling Yun naturally drank a glass with him. After drinking, he put down his glass and muttered to himself, Grandpa Dong, since I've asked you to come out and help us manage the Ling family's business, I have 2 things that I have to say now. Speak. Dong Shanchuan's eyes were bright and full of expression as he smiled at Ling Yun. The first thing is that since we're asking for your help, we have to discuss the remuneration. We can't do it for free. Why don't we think of a suitable model of cooperation? What do you think? Even though Ling Yun said that they were family, Ling Yun's surname was Ling, and Dong Shanchuan's surname was Dong. The Ling family still had to keep their accounts clear, not to mention inviting Dong Shanchuan to help them. Now Ling Yan knew that the businesses of the big families in Beijing were controlled by the family. However, they were only the major shareholders. Some of the small families in the secular world or wealthy businessmen were the minor shareholders. At the same time, they were in charge of the operations. At the end of the year, the dividends would be distributed according to the proportion of the shares they held. For example, the Ling family used to work with those small families that were fence-sitters. This was also the common model of the super families in Xianxia. This was the suitable model of cooperation that Ling Yun mentioned just now. Originally, he had chosen Dong Shanchuan because he had taken a fancy to Dong Shanchuan's good character. He was honest and did not curry favor with those in power, and was willing to help in times of need. That was why he had decided to let Dong Shanchuan step forward and replace the 12 small families to take control of the properties that had been vacated after those people withdrew their investments. However, after hearing that, Dong Shanchuan only smiled at Ling Yun. Then, he glared at him. Not much. Ling Yun was speechless. Then, Dong Shanchuan raised his hand and pointed at his own face. Rascal, how much do you think I'm worth for being 20 years younger? Then, he pointed around his living room and outside the courtyard. He smiled and said, what do you think I'm lacking now? What else do I need? Compensation? Model? If you want to slap me in the face, you might as well let Grandpa extend his face to you. You can slap me hard. These words made Ling Yun feel very awkward. He thought to himself that the old man had only drunk half a liter of wine. Why was he talking so fiercely? At this time, Dong Rulan also walked over. She rebuked, Ling Yun, this child, what are you saying? Why are you talking about compensation? How can Auntie Dong still have the face to return to the Ling family? Being attacked from both sides, Ling Yun immediately gave up. He spread his hands and said, it's my fault. Let's not talk about this for now. Ling Xiao and Ling Shui giggled as they watched from the side. Don't ever mention it again. Dong Shanchuan corrected him seriously. Grandpa, I don't lack anything now. My daughter belongs to the Ling family. My granddaughter also belongs to the Ling family. Why do I need so much money? Let's get straight to the second matter. Ling Yin replied and scratched his head. Grandpa Dong, my second uncle is managing our family's business now. Since you're going out of retirement, you'll have to see him more often in the future. However, our families are so far away from each other. It's not a good idea to travel back and forth every day. Therefore, I want to buy you a house next to my house. You can move there so that it'll be more convenient for you to move around in the future. A smile appeared on Dong Shanchuan's face as he listened. Yes, of course, that's not a problem. However, you don't have to buy the house. I'll buy it myself tomorrow. Ling Yin sighed in his heart. This old man was really too straightforward. Bookmark for easier reading. Literature website, providing you with interesting reading. The dinner at Dong Shanchuan's house lasted until 9 at night. It was a birthday celebration and also a reunion dinner. The only thing missing was Ling Xiao. The banquet was joyous and harmonious, and the conversation was joyous. Ling Yan did not miss a single thing that he had set out to accomplish. The two of them had to leave when Ling Xiao received a call from her father, Ling Yu, asking Ling Yan to hurry back. When Ling Yun was about to leave, Ling Shui wanted to follow him no matter what. Ling Xiao tried to dissuade her, but to no avail. In the end, Ling Yun said that it was Elder Dong's birthday celebration and that she should stay and chat with him. Only then did Ling Shui stay behind. The two of them returned the way they came. Ling Xiao was still the driver on the way back. She was in high spirits, and her beautiful eyes kept looking at Ling Yun as if a flower had grown on his face. Rascal, I was wondering why you always looked so confident when it came to Ling Shui. So you still have this trick up your sleeve? Where did you meet? When did you see him? Ling Yin smiled proudly. In the East Sea, near Turtle Island. On a surveillance ship. Speaking of which, Ling Shui was the first member of the Ling family I met. I beat up Qin Jianrou from the Qin family and threatened Long Tianjiao from the Long family. Those two people didn't even dare to fart. I must have left a deep impression on Ling Shui. Ling Xiu came to a sudden realization. No wonder you were so calm and allowed Ling Shui to mess around. There was a period of time when I thought you held a grudge against her. Ling Yan shook his head seriously. No. I can tell and understand the grievances she has suffered all these years. I will only dote on her. Why would I hold a grudge against her? Ling Xiu nodded. Your personality is not like my third uncle's. You're like Auntie Yin's, she said thoughtfully. Ling Yin finally glanced at Ling Xiu and smiled. Are you talking about my father? Actually, it's not that he doesn't understand. It's just that he has too much on his shoulders. He can't breathe. Ling Xiu naturally understood, so she immediately stopped talking about this matter. Then, she said with a smile, Brat, tell me, how can you always do things so beautifully? It seems that no matter how difficult the matter is, you can solve it in the blink of an eye, and no one can find fault with you. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan laughed out loud. He sat in the car and looked around. He said proudly, intelligence. Ability. Understand? Tisk. Ling Xiu said disdainfully, you dare to climb up just because I gave you a pull. Really, the two of them joked around for a while before Ling Yan finally got down to business. Big sis, what's going on at home that second uncle is rushing us back? Good news. Ling Xiu chuckled. Aren't you going to build the Ling family's outer residence? I've already bought the piece of land you chose. He bought it? Ling Yan was also very excited. Let's go, big sis, can you drive faster? If you can't drive, I'll drive. Stop blabbering. This is already 150. There was definitely no traffic after 9 at night. Ling Xiu drove the sports car as fast as lightning and arrived at the Ling family's residence in only 20 minutes. Ling Yan got out of the car and went directly to the living room in the front yard. There were already quite a number of people gathered there, including Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Tang Meng, Chao Xingchong, and Li Junhua from the Li family. They were drinking tea and chatting in the living room, waiting for Ling Yan to return. Ling Yan went straight into the house and greeted Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Chao Xingchong. Finally, he hugged Tang Meng and smiled. You rascal, I finally get to see you. What have you been up to these past 5 or 6 days? Ever since Ling Yan sent the drunk Xing Yingying home in the wee hours of the 8th, the two of them had miraculously not seen each other. It had been almost 6 days. Ling Yan was busy, and so was Tang Meng. Furthermore, the things they were busy with had nothing to do with each other. That was why they hadn't seen each other for a few days even though they could see each other at any time. Hee hee, big brother Yun, I'm just very busy. You don't know how busy I am now. I can't stay at home at all, so I might as well stay in a hotel. Tang Meng didn't want to go into too much detail in front of outsiders, so he simply explained it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun instantly understood. Tang Meng originally lived in the 7th courtyard of the Ling family, and the Ling family's training room was on the 8th courtyard. From morning to night, there were people practicing martial arts there every day. All sorts of fighting sounds could be heard, so Tang Meng couldn't focus on his work. Therefore, after learning from Ling Yu, he simply moved out and disappeared for a few days. However, since Tang Meng had appeared now, it meant that he had something to tell Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't have the time to ask, so he nodded and didn't say anything for the time being. Yun Er, let me introduce you. This is Li Junhua from the Li family in Beijing. He came over tonight especially to see you. Ling Yu went forward and introduced Li Junhua to Ling Yun. Li Junhua had already stood up when he saw Ling Yun enter. Now that Ling Yu introduced him to him, he immediately went forward, bowed slightly, and shook hands with Ling Yun. Ling Yun shook Li Junhua's hand and smiled. Nice to meet you, Uncle Li. Actually, on the night of September 9th, we already met at the Yi family's auction house. I was in VIP room number 9 at that time. Ling Yun went straight to the point, but Li Junhua was stunned. After a while, he suddenly revealed a look of gratitude. Young Master Ling is really a godly person. Thank you, young Master Ling, for saving me. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Back then, Uncle Li staked everything on one throw and decisively chose to rely on the Ling family. I was also very shocked at that time. If I still don't help you, then wouldn't your choice be a mistake? At this moment, even though Ling Yun called Li Junhua uncle, he was putting on the demeanor of the head of the Ling family. Moreover, his words were actually quite blunt, using the word rely on. It couldn't be helped. In a family struggle, strength was everything. Now that the Ling family was definitely strong enough, Ling Yun completely had the right to say such words. If Ling Yun didn't agree, the Li family wouldn't even be able to knock on the door of the Ling family. Now that they came to see Ling Yun, if this wasn't relying on him, what was it? When Li Junhua heard the word rely on, a hint of awkwardness appeared on his face. However, it was gone in a flash. He said in surprise, so everything that happened that night was as clear as day to young Master Ling. That's really amazing. Ling Yun nodded. Indeed. That's why I made some arrangements to counter the actions of the Lu and Tan families. However, I didn't expect Uncle Li to trust our Ling family so much. Come, come, come. Everyone, don't just stand there. Sit down and talk. After some small talk, the 6 of them sat down. Ling Yun smiled and asked, the Ling family has already accepted the 36 kilograms of supreme-grade golden black devilish silk. May I know why Uncle Li is here this time? Please speak your mind. Li Junhua didn't know how to phrase his words. Because Ling Yun's performance was too shrewd and straightforward. Chao Xingchang opened his mouth. Yun, let me say it. Since we're all on the same side, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get to the point. The first thing is that Brother Junhua found me a few days ago and said that he knew you wanted to buy the land near the Holy Zen Temple. He's willing to pay for it for you. Buying that piece of land, including the demolition fees, would require about 80 billion yuan. Our Chao family paid 30 billion yuan while the Li family paid 50 billion yuan. Today, all the procedures have been completed and the approval document has been obtained. As expected, Chao Xingchang only got to the point, and he did so in a concise manner. That was because he was here to deliver the approval. Ling Yun was shocked when he heard that the Li family actually paid 50 billion yuan. Wasn't that too much? This meant that the Ling family didn't have to spend a single cent on his own house? At the same time, Ling Yun was even more shocked by the Li family's financial resources. It seemed like the Li family was rich. Since the land has been bought, the next step is naturally demolition, and then the problem of construction. Chao Xingchang paused and said, Yun, do you know that the real estate industry in Huaxia has been developing rapidly these years? Who owns the best construction companies in Huaxia? Chao Xingchang kept Ling Yun in suspense. Of course it's Uncle Li's. Ling Yun grinned. He didn't even need to think about it. Chao Xingchang nodded. That's right. No matter what kind of building it is, it has to be the construction companies controlled by the Li family. Therefore, Brother Junhua said that the Li family's construction companies will be responsible for the construction. All the materials will be provided by them. I guarantee that they will be of the best quality. Ling Yun couldn't help but look up at his second uncle, Ling Yu. He saw Ling Yu smiling and nodding lightly. It seemed like these things had been discussed with Ling Yu and the rest. Both parties had reached an agreement and were only reporting it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought that this saved him a lot of trouble. He could just move in after the house was built. Uncle Li, how long will the construction take? The Li family had given him such a big gift, but Ling Yun was still as calm as usual. He was only concerned about the construction period. Li Junhua pondered for a moment and said, if it's just the construction of a house, with over 1,000 people working together, it can be done in half a year. But if we want to make effective use of the more than 40,000 mu of land, including building the foundation, laying the pipelines, installing the water and electricity, as well as all kinds of renovations and landscaping, then we'll have to wait for the engineering drawings to be made before we can determine the deadline. But we definitely have no problem with manpower. That's settled then. Ling Yun nodded. He had originally thought of 5 years, but Li Junhua said 3 years at most. That was equivalent to saving 2 years. Of course, Ling Yun was happy. The second thing is that I heard that you have more than 100 mu of land in Qingshui. You just started building a large medical research center. Our Li family can also help with the construction. Since Chao Xingchang had taken the lead and said the most important thing, Li Junhua was easy to talk to. he might as well say it himself. After all, it was a matter of his Li family. However, I heard that the Xianxia city government has already planned for the 100 mu of land and found the best construction company. That's why it's not convenient for us to interfere. However, you seem to have bought the 1,000 mu of beach around the 100 mu of land. Can we be responsible for the construction of that 1,000 mu of land? Lingyan glanced at Tang Meng and thought to himself, no wonder this guy is here tonight. So that's why. Tang Meng was the one who understood the progress of the construction of that 1,000 mu of land. Of course. Lingyan nodded immediately. However, I'm building that 1,000 mu of land mainly to sell houses. It's considered a business. How many shares does the Li family want? Just now, the Li family's first gift to Ling Yun was to build a house for him. Of course, he could accept it calmly. However, now that they were discussing business, Ling Yun couldn't be so immature as to let them build such a large piece of land for him. Li Junhua didn't expect Ling Yun to be so understanding. He was a little surprised. Then, he smiled. Young Master Ling has the final say. After a pause, Li Junhua said, but I think 5% of the shares is enough, as long as you have the intention. He originally wanted to give it to Ling Yun for free. Of course, Li Junhua wasn't stupid. Actually, this was equivalent to giving it to Ling Yun for free. Then, he looked at Li Junhua and smiled. Uncle Li, these two gifts of yours are a little fierce, not fierce at all. Li Junhua shook his head. Not fierce at all. These two gifts are just a token of our Li family's appreciation. Then he immediately said one last thing, I've already talked to your father and your second uncle. From today onwards, the Ling family will have 30% of the shares in all of the Li family's coal business. I originally wanted to give you 50%, but your second uncle only wants 30% at most, so I can't do anything about it. Li Junhua smiled bitterly at the end of his speech. Ling Yun almost stumbled when he heard that 30% of all the coal business of the Li family would be given to the Ling family for free. What kind of concept was that? This was equivalent to the Li family giving the Ling family 100 billion in profits every year. At least 100 billion, compared to this present, the previous two gifts were indeed not impressive at all. However, Ling Yun was clear that when the Ling family was at its peak, most of the coal business in Huaxia belonged to them. Now that the Ling family was rising again, the Li family just wanted to return it to its rightful owner. Moreover, they could use this opportunity to tie themselves to the Ling family. This kind of tie was even stronger than the Iron Alliance. The Li family had the protection of the Ling family. The remaining 70% of the shares was much better than waiting for the family to collapse and be taken away by others. Since second uncle said 30%, then 30% it is. Ling Yun smiled. I have no objections. At this point, Ling Yun knew that the other party was done. He asked again, Uncle Li, what do you want from my Ling family after spending so much money? Li Junhua was waiting for Ling Yun to say this. He immediately raised two fingers and said, only two. First, I hope that the Ling family can publicly announce that the Ling family and the Li family will form an alliance. Secondly, I heard that young Master Ling is a miracle doctor with unparalleled medical skills. I sincerely hope that young Master Ling can save my father. Mobile users, please browse no problem. Ling Yun agreed immediately. The Li family had spent so much money to make these two requests. They were all for the sake of preserving their family's status. Moreover, these two requests were as easy as lifting a finger for Ling Yun. Of course, the main reason why Ling Yun agreed so readily was because he admired Li Junhua. He liked his attitude and boldness when doing things. Otherwise, with the Ling family's current strength, they could easily crush the Li family and support another family to rise to the top. Or, together with the Chao family, they could split up the Li family's businesses. That would be much more profitable. However, since the other party had done so well, Ling Yun had to return the favor. Phew, Li Junhua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ling Yun agreeing so readily. He thought to himself, Grandpa Ling is the one with the boldness. These three gifts have finally moved Ling Yun. I didn't expect young Master Ling to be so straightforward. I'm impressed. With that, Li Junhua smiled and extended his hand to Ling Yun again. Both of them shook hands again, and it was a deal. The Li family's goal was finally achieved. Ling Yu looked at the two of them shaking hands and said with a smile, Yun, since you agree to all three of Uncle Li's points, will second uncle sign these documents? In front of him were a few thick documents. They were definitely the three requests that Li Junhua had mentioned. Ling Yu nodded, and Ling Yu began to sign. The Ling family and the Li family were officially allied. Yun, you don't have to worry about that house of yours. Father will take care of it and build it for you. Ling Xiao said as well. Ling Xiao had told Ling Yun this before, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Not only did the Ling family not have to spend a single cent, but they also had the most professional construction team. He didn't have to worry about anything in the future. Thank you, Father. Ling Yan stood up immediately and nodded to Ling Xiao. He then turned to Li Junhua and said, My second uncle will officially announce the alliance tomorrow. As for treating Grandpa Ling, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. I'll go with you tonight and treat him as soon as possible. Li Junhua was stunned by Ling Yun's words. That fast? Ling Yun grinned. Yes, it's that fast. However, please stay here with my father for a while. I still have something to do. I'll be right back. With that, Ling Yun dragged Tang Meng out of the living room. In a flash, they arrived at the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. What is it? Ling Yun asked directly after Tang Meng regained his balance. Sigh. Tang Meng stomped his feet. Uncle Ling is too much. Just now, the Li family insisted on giving us 50% of the shares, but Uncle Ling insisted on only 30%. My heart aches. Ling Yun furrowed his brows slightly. You don't understand. There are emotions involved here. Furthermore, if our Ling family's behavior is too unsightly, we will attract the attention of all parties in the future. The Long family and the Yi family will definitely intervene and set up many obstacles. When that time comes, many things will be difficult to handle. I see. I understand now. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Tang Meng was no longer depressed. Big brother Yun, the reason I met you this time is to tell you two things. The herbs that He Yuqiong from the He family gave us have already been stored at Fast Speed Logistics for a few days. Isn't it time to bring them back to the Ling family? After the auction ended, at 4 a.m. on the 10th of September, Ling Yun and He Yuqiong came to an agreement. One of the conditions was that He Yuqiong would give all the spiritual herbs that she had bid for to Ling Yun. Ling Yun said that he would find someone to give her the address the next day. The person who contacted He Yuqiong was naturally an ordinary person arranged by Tang Meng. As for the address of the delivery, Tang Meng asked her to send it to Fast Speed Logistics in order to cover up the matter. Speedy Logistics was the logistics company that Tang Meng had bought when Ling Yun first came to Beijing to deliver spiritual herbs to the Ling family. Considering the convenience of logistics, Tang Meng had spent money to buy the company. This company was perfect for covering up the matter. With so many goods being sent every day, who would know where they came from and where they were sent to? Who would know if they had been sent out? No matter how good the Yi family's spies were, they wouldn't be able to guess this. Moreover, that logistics company was bought by Tang Meng on the spur of the moment when he first came to Beijing. Until now, it hadn't entered the sights of any forces. This was done beautifully. Is He Yuqiong still in Beijing? Ling Yan asked casually. Tang Meng's eyes lit up. Yes, big brother Yun. Do you know who she's with now? Who? Ling Yan asked curiously. Hee, Xing. Tang Meng chuckled. How could the Huasha's gambling god, Xing Liuji, not have been to that gambling city? With his status and reputation, how could he not know He Yuqiong? The gambling city and the god of gamblers had always been inseparable from each other. That's good. She found a good reason to stay. This woman is indeed resourceful. Ling Yan commented before turning to Tang Meng. In that case, get those spiritual herbs here as soon as possible. They are all supreme-grade spiritual herbs. They will lose their spiritual energy if left outside for too long. Got it, big brother Yun. I'll arrange it immediately. After a pause, Tang Meng brought up the second matter. Big brother Yun, I've already taken over that Qingyun Productions. We only spent 1 billion. That Wang Jingjun has nothing to do with Qingyun Productions now. 1 billion? Aren't you being a little too ruthless? Ling Yan couldn't help but feel sorry for Tang Meng. He thought that Tang Meng was being a little too ruthless. One had to know that Xing Yingying had said that Wang Jingjun had poured all his blood, sweat, and tears into Qingyun Productions. As long as the approval was granted, they could go public at any time. When that time came, wouldn't the market value be 18 billion? Tang Meng was very calm. Who asked him to provoke us? However, seeing that he had a good attitude, I didn't go too hard on him. I've looked for our Lingyun Group's accountant to calculate the accounts of Qingyun Productions. The annual net profit is only slightly more than 300 million. The total assets are at most 3 billion. Ling Yan was speechless. A total assets of 3 billion? Tang Meng was still saying that he wasn't ruthless? Yes, you've received my teachings. I have nothing more to teach you in the future. Learn well from my second uncle and broaden your horizons. Ling Yan smiled as he patted Tang Meng's shoulder and said sincerely. Tang Meng was very pleased. He chuckled and finally said to Ling Yun, Big brother Yun, I've already changed the name of that Qingyun Productions. It's now called Lingyun Productions. Second uncle said that after a slight restructuring, he'll immediately let it go public. Alright, you can do whatever you want. However, you're in Beijing now. Keep a close eye on Qingshui City. Don't let anything go wrong. Ling Yun didn't forget to remind him carefully. Big brother Yun, don't worry. I have 2 video conferences a day now. Everything can be arranged. It's no different from Qingshui City. That's how big companies do things nowadays. Seeing that Tang Meng was confident and calm, Ling Yun was finally completely relieved. He could clearly feel that Tang Meng's temperament had changed. He was growing very quickly. Alright, is there anything else? Let's go back then. I have to treat elderly. After saying that, Ling Yan brought Tang Meng back to the guest hall. He knew that Tang Meng had already been recognized by his second uncle and was gradually beginning to come into contact with the core business of the Ling family. Otherwise, Tang Meng wouldn't have the qualifications to be present at a negotiation of this level. That night, Ling Yan followed Li Junhua to the Li family to personally treat elderly Guanping. He didn't use silver needles. Instead, he only used the 5-elemental pulse sealing finger. After a round of tapping on the acupoints, all of Li Guanping's illnesses were cured. He could walk and move around like a normal person. Everyone in the Li family was dumbfounded. The illness that had plagued Li Guanping for so many years had left all the hospitals helpless. However, Ling Yun was able to cure it in less than a few minutes. This was too godly. If you think that it's too simple and that the price paid by the Li family is too high, you can change your mind now and take back those 3 gifts. It's not too late. Ling Yan looked at Li Junhua, who was dumbfounded, and joked with him. No, no, no. No, no, young Master Ling really knows how to joke. With such a miraculous doctor, our elder will still need to rely on you in the future. How could? Li Junhua was so anxious that his face turned red. Junhua, all of you can leave now. Li Guanping got off the bed and walked around for a while. After doing a few more exercises, he felt refreshed and full of energy. He immediately ordered everyone to leave. Li Guanping bowed to the ground. Ling Yun, thank you for saving my life. Li Guanping knew his own illness. If it wasn't for Ling Yun, he might not even be able to live past this year. Now that all of his illnesses were cured, he felt that he could live for another 10 years. How could he not be grateful to Ling Yun? Elderly, you're too kind. You've already paid enough. It's only natural for me to treat you. Ling Yun said calmly as he moved aside. You can't say that. If I'm dead, what's the use of having more money? Li Guanping smiled. Since our 2 families have formed an alliance, I think we should immediately start working together in many areas. However, I also know that you have no time to care about worldly affairs. So, I'll let Junhua talk to your second uncle about those matters. In the future, please take care of the Li family. That's great. I think elderly will definitely not be disappointed. According to the agreement, Ling Yan only treated Li Guanping's illness. However, he still had the beauty pill and beauty pill with him. He didn't take them out because he wanted to see Elder Li's true attitude. As long as the Li family was really determined to be a subordinate of the Ling family and listen to everything the Ling family said, what harm would it be to give Li Guangping a beauty pill? Definitely not. From now on, the Li family will only recognize the Ling family. If you want money or people, just say the word. Li Guangping's eyes were burning. He didn't feel that saying such words would lower his status and the Li family's face. Elder Li's eyes are like torches. Ling Yan replied with a smile. In his heart, he thought that the big shots of the families in Beijing were really not easy to deal with. The Li family spent a lot of money and was dead set on the Ling family. How could they lose out? They had earned big, the Chao family had power, the Li family had money, and the Ling family had people and power. There were also two bright lights shining on them. With the Ling family as the leader, the three families officially formed an alliance. Ling Yun, the Long family, and the Yi family were only one battle away. September 14th, the 9th day of the 8th lunar month. Ling Yun ended his cultivation early in the morning at 7:30 am. Ling Yun had to leave today because he had something to do. Another reason was that Ling Shui was back. Ling Shui was forced to stay at Dong Shanchuan's house by Ling Yun last night. She stayed up all night and rushed back to the Ling family's ancestral home when the sun rose. Ling Shui didn't go anywhere after she got home. She went straight to the ghost god Willow in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family. That was because she knew that Ling Yun would cultivate there from 5 to 8 every morning unless there was something important. Big brother, where are you going today? I'll go with you. Ling Shui's eyes lit up when she saw Ling Yun stop his cultivation. She ran forward and hugged Ling Yun's arm. Ling Yun's head hurt. He recalled what Ling Xiao said to him on the way back last night. Just wait for Ling Shui to stick to you. At that time, Ling Yun dismissed it with a laugh. However, Ling Xiao's words had come true in just one night. I'm going to the martial arts school today. The 72 disciples I brought from Qingshui City have been here for 7 to 8 days, but I haven't had the time to see them. The 72 disciples of the Immortal Physicians sect had arrived in Beijing on the 6th. Ling Yan had thrown them into the martial arts school that Ling Yu had bought. A week had passed, and Ling Yan would leave Beijing in 4 days. He wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't go and take a look. Ling Shui's eyes lit up. Wow. 72 disciples, I'll go too. Ling Yan was hesitant. Big brother. Good big brother. I'm begging you. Ling Shui hugged Ling Yan's arm and started to act coquettishly. All right, I'll bring you along. Ling Yan had no choice but to agree with a smile. He planned to leave Beijing on the 13th of August. Including today, he would be able to spend 4 days with Ling Shui. It would be good to play with her for a few days. Have you had breakfast? The answer was, of course, not yet. Ling Shui woke up early in the morning, greeted her mother, and rushed back. How could she have time to eat breakfast? Ling Yan hugged Ling Shui's shoulders intimately. Come, let's have breakfast first. I'll take you there after breakfast. After breakfast, Ling Yan called for Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, and Ling Feng to lead the way. Naturally, he had to bring Ling Shui along as well. They took the 7-seater Mercedes-Benz straight to the Ling family's martial arts academy. Hey, sister, what's going on? Did the sun rise from the west today? In the front passenger seat, Ling Feng couldn't help but tease Ling Shui when he saw how intimate Ling Yun was. If you want to fight, just say it. Ling Shui was very domineering. Her beautiful eyes were wide open and fierce, like an angry lion cub. I surrender. Ling Feng directly raised his hands in surrender. Everyone in the car burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious and joyful. Second brother, isn't this the road we took to see my plot of land last time? After driving for a while, they headed straight north. Ling Yin immediately sensed it and asked Ling Feng. That's right, it's there. Outside the North 6th Ring Road east of the Chongping district, a place called Baishan Town. That place is at most 10 kilometers away from the plot of land you chose. When my father brought us to choose a place for your house, we happened to pass by there. He noticed the martial arts academy at that time and even specially stopped the car to check it out. Then, he said that he wanted to buy the martial arts academy. In the end, you didn't even choose your house, but bought the martial arts academy first. I even asked him why he bought such a martial arts academy in such a remote place. He said that with you and our Ling family, in the future, this large area to the north of our ancestral home will become our Ling family's sphere of influence. How can we allow others to sleep soundly beside our bed? Also, he said that after buying this martial arts academy, our Ling family will definitely need it in the future. Ling Yan listened and nodded secretly. He thought that Ling Yu's calculations were right. The Ling family's ancestral home was in the North 5th Ring Road, and the outer residence he chose was outside the North 6th Ring Road. The large area in between was, of course, the Ling family's sphere of influence. If there was a martial arts academy established by someone else in the middle, it would definitely be inappropriate. Not to mention Ling Yu, even if he discovered it, he would have to find a way to get rid of it. Ling Feng continued, after that, I also looked at it. This martial arts academy is really not bad. It's backed by a mountain and faces a river. It's very large, about 1 square kilometer. There are teaching buildings, dormitories, a general building, a library, a reading room, a cafeteria, and a large field. Of course, there's also the most important martial arts hall and training hall, as well as a very professional arena. Nothing is lacking. Therefore, even though I bought it in a hurry, it's not considered a loss. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. Second uncle never makes a losing deal. Ling Feng naturally understood his father. He laughed and said, but if you look at it from the outside, then it's completely over. It's surrounded by barren mountains and wilderness, and there's only one lonely school by the side of the road. In front of it is a wild river without a name, and the nearest village is 5 to 6 kilometers away. Entering that school is no different from being thrown into a ravine. Ling Feng's spittle flew everywhere, but Ling Yan listened with great interest. He thought to himself that the martial arts school had to be built in such a place because the students practiced all day. Hundreds and thousands of students would shout and shout. If it was in a bustling city, wouldn't they be chased away? Moreover, most of the students who practiced martial arts were hot-blooded and hot-blooded. Once they went out, they would fight with others. If they injured or crippled people outside the school, then the school would have to bear a lot of responsibility. Just like that, listening to Ling Feng's introduction along the way, Ling Yun and the rest quickly arrived at a place called Baishan Town outside the North 6th Ring Road. Then, they followed Ling Feng's directions and followed an east-west road. After driving for about 6 kilometers, they finally saw the Ling family's martial arts school. Jingjin Martial Arts Academy. Whoa! That's a pretty impressive name. Ling Yan released his divine sense and enveloped the entire school. He found that everything was exactly as Ling Feng said. The school was backed by a 500-meter-tall mountain, and there was a wild river more than 10 meters wide in front of it. The facilities inside were very complete, but there were less than 100 people in the school that could accommodate 1,000 people. Therefore, the school seemed very empty. What Ling Feng didn't accurately describe was that there was a small lake with a radius of 100 meters not far to the east of the school. It was definitely a wild lake, and the lake was surrounded by lush trees and weeds. Using his divine sense to explore, Ling Yin found that the deepest part of the wild lake was more than 10 meters deep. He guessed that this wild lake must have been dug out by the construction workers when the school was first built. That was indeed the case. Father is here, Big Brother is here, and Ling 17 is here too. In his divine sense, Ling Yin saw not only Ling Xiao, but also Ling Yong and Ling 17 from the Ling family weapon workshop. He was a little surprised. It turned out that his father had left the house early at 4 in the morning to come here. Ling Feng wasn't surprised at all. He smiled and explained, ever since your 72 disciples moved into this martial arts school, third uncle has been coming here every other day at most. He has been here at least 5 times so far. Ling Yong hasn't been willing to go home these few days. I don't know how he was brought here by third uncle, but he refused to leave. He ate and lived with these 72 disciples and trained them every day. Uncle Ling Xianxia, on the other hand, was called over by third uncle and a few people from the Ling family weaponry workshop to take care of these people's food and drink. Naturally, he was also in charge of disciplining them and teaching them some rules. Ling Yan's heart warmed up when he heard that, and his nose turned sour. Ling Xiao had never told him about these things, but he had done so much for him silently. Ling Xiao said that he would take care of these 72 disciples for Ling Yun and supervise their training. Ling Xiao said that Ling Yun didn't have to worry about Ling Yong and that he would untie the knot in Ling Yong's heart. However, he had never mentioned these things to Ling Yun. He had been doing all these things since the first day the 72 disciples arrived at the martial arts school. Originally, Ling Yun knew that Ling Yu had been to this martial arts school twice. He thought that it was his second uncle who was helping him take care of everything. He didn't expect that it was his father, Ling Xiao. A father's love was like a mountain, and great love was silent. Ling Yun had truly experienced it. Big brother, daddy, Ling Shui felt the same way. After the estrangement between her and Ling Yun last night, her attitude changed completely. When she thought of her father again, she didn't only think about the bad things Ling Xiao did to Dong Rulan. Instead, she started to think about how Ling Xiao had treated her in the past. She suddenly realized that no matter how mischievous and willful she was, her father had never scolded her. Those meticulous care, those apologetic and doting eyes, those silent sacrifices. Ling Shui's eyes were instantly filled with tears. That father who endured humiliation, that father whose heart was like dead ashes, that father who condensed all the hatred of the Ling family, that father who could not straighten his back due to the heavy burden of guilt, that father whose heart had been split into half, that father who could only silently endure it alone. For so many years, he had been so tolerant and protective of her. I told you not to cry. Ling Yan raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on Ling Shui's face. It's good that you understand. Ling Shui nodded heavily, her eyes red. That's how third uncle is, but he's really amazing. Without looking at Ling Yun and Ling Shui, Ling Feng got out of the car first. Come, let's go down as well. After Ling Shui had calmed down a little, Ling Yun opened the car door and jumped out. Little Hu, you drive the car in. We'll walk in slowly and take a look at the school. The plot in the capital was about to end. Tomorrow, Big Brother Yun would leave the capital for the Demon Subduing Conference. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. G-Cup Female Idol's first video AV bravely wins the championship. Watch online. Stay tuned. Tai Xiaohu drove directly into the school gates and found a place to park his car. Ling Yun, Ling Shui, Ling Feng, and Mo Wudao walked slowly into the school gates. The first thing that came into view was a large building that faced the school gates. It should have been an office building in the past. At this moment, all the floors were empty, and there was almost no one. From the school gates to the large building was a 10-meter wide straight road that could accommodate 2 cars at the same time. Ling Yun and the other 3 were walking on this straight road at this moment. Trees were planted on both sides of the road. On the left was a basketball court, and on the right was an empty space of the same size for students' daily activities. Currently, it was empty, but there were a few cars parked there. Among them, there were 3 sedans, a van, and a truck. Ling Zhao's car was among them. Behind the large building, there were 2 other large buildings. One was a teaching block for former students to attend cultural classes, and the other was naturally a dormitory for students to stay in. There was an open field between the teaching block and the dormitory. It was very large, taking up almost half of the school's area. Outside the field was a running track. This was naturally a place for students to run and practice. Around this field, there were also martial arts centers and training halls. There was also a relatively large professional arena in the training hall, obviously for students to spar. When Ling Yan's group arrived, Ling Xiao and Ling Yong were coincidentally in the technique training hall, supervising and guiding the 72 disciples in their training. The 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect were all sweating profusely as they shouted. Whoa! It's only been a few days, and this bunch of people have actually all entered Hotian Realm Level 6. There are 5 people, no, 6 people who have actually broken through the advanced stages of Hotian Realm and reached Hotian Realm Level 7. Ling Yin used his divine sense to observe the 72 disciples. He nodded his head frequently, extremely satisfied with their cultivation speed. Ling Feng gloated and explained, third uncle himself is a genius. Back then, his aptitude and comprehension were publicly acknowledged by the entire capital. In addition, that fellow Ling Yong is ruthless and has been training them day and night. There's also the body-tempering liquid that our Ling family uses to train death warriors. We give it to them every day. How can their cultivation speed not be fast? Ling Yan laughed in his heart as he thought that Ling Yong had finally found an outlet to vent his frustrations on. It seemed like the next 7 to 8 days were going to be tough for those brats. Later on, he would have to remind Ling Yong not to train his disciples too hard. Luo Yuqing. Meng Shui. Were you two dancing there? Punch faster. Ma Qianjun, Su Shangdong, did the two of you not have breakfast? Do you still want to run 100 laps on the field? Wu Tingfei, LV1 Long, don't even think of slacking off. Practice the storm gudra legs again. At this moment, in the training hall, Ling Yong had a fierce look in his eyes as he loudly berated the 72 people, urging them to practice their martial arts. Ling Yan noticed that the 6 people that Ling Yong was berating were the first to break through the advanced stages of the Hotian realm and reach Hotian realm level 7. These 6 brats are indeed the most talented among the 72 people. No wonder big brother Ling Yong keeps a close eye on them. Ling Yan nodded to himself, but his footsteps didn't stop. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu had also parked his car and caught up with them. Because the front and back of the building were connected, the 5 of them were prepared to pass through the building and head straight for the training hall. Subordinate Ling Sanchi greets master. At this moment, Ling 17, who was in charge of the Ling family's weapon workshop, suddenly flew out from the building and came in front of Ling Yun. He lowered his head and paid his respects. Isn't that Ling 17? Why is it Ling Sanchi now? Ling Yun asked with a smile as he reached out and helped Ling 17 up. Reporting to master, because the Ling family now has 36 men of sacrifice, I can only be in charge of these trivial matters. Therefore, Commander Cui rearranged the numbers, and naturally, I am Ling Sanchi now. The 36 men of sacrifice of the Ling family didn't use their real names. Instead, they used their numbers instead. Now, there were only 36 people left with real combat strength. Therefore, they were rearranged from Ling 1 to Ling 36. Ling 17, who had been in charge of the Ling family's weapon workshop for many years, naturally became Ling Sanchi. Ling Yun nodded. Starting from the 5th of September, Ling Yun had Cui Lao hand over all 36 of the Ling family's loyalists to Xianxia to train and build an intelligence system. It seemed like Cui Lao had rearranged the numbers for ease of management. That works too. Let's go, bring me to the training hall. My father and big brother are already out. Ling Yun didn't say much. Instead, he walked towards the back. Father, big brother. Ling Yun and the rest quickly saw Ling Xiao and Ling Yong. Naturally, they greeted them first. For a moment, both sides were shouting all kinds of things, and it was a mess. After a long time, the place finally quietened down. Ling Yan looked at Ling Xiao, his blood surging. Father, I've troubled you. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yun, then at Ling Shui. Looking at his son and daughter standing side by side in front of him, he also felt a surge of emotions. Only he knew how hard it had been for him over the past 18 years. Now, he could finally see the light of day. Don't worry about it. I just happen to have something to do. Ling Xiao patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Then, he said, from today onwards, I have 2 major things to do. One is to build your house, and the other is to guide these 72 disciples well. They are all talented. Within half a year, I guarantee that all of them will advance to the Xiantian realm. 2 things. Build a house for Ling Yun and marry a wife. Also, train the troops for Ling Yun. Ling Xiao had already explained everything to Ling Yun. Thank you, father. Other than expressing his gratitude, what else could Ling Yun say? However, he thought about it and asked worriedly, but what about yourself? Ling Xiao naturally understood what Ling Yun meant. Smiling proudly, he said, don't worry, my cultivation won't be delayed. After saying that, he gave Ling Yun a look. Ling Yun immediately understood and said to Ling Yong, big brother, let's go to the lake outside and talk for a while. All right. Ling Yong agreed readily. There were no outsiders here. In a flash, the 2 of them arrived at the lake outside the school. Big brother, I've made you suffer. Standing by the lake, Ling Yan said seriously as he looked at the tranquil, emerald lake. Who knew that Ling Yong would laugh? How can a man grow up after experiencing a little pain? Moreover, I'm a descendant of the Ling family. With such a father and big brother. Ling Yan was silent for a moment. Then, he asked, Big brother, you don't blame me, right? Hearing this, Ling Yong patted Ling Yan's shoulder heavily. Third brother, you're treating me like an outsider. The two major incidents of the Ling family were caused by the mistakes of my father and big brother. My father's mistake was especially serious. Because of his selfishness and greed, more than 100 members of the Ling family were harmed. He harmed third uncle and Aunt Yin, and even caused you to wander outside for 18 years. At this point, Ling Yong laughed bitterly. If you really want to blame someone, you should be the one blaming me. How can I blame you? Third brother, you don't have to worry about me. After half a month, I've already thought things through. Whether it's grandfather's decision or yours, I'll support it all. Ling Zhen deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. However, no matter what, he is still my father who raised me. No matter how much he deserves to die, I can't bring myself to kill my own father. So, how the Ling family treats him, that's their business. From now on, I won't care about him at all, just treat it as if my father is already dead. Ling Yan's heart trembled. He turned around abruptly and looked at Ling Yong with tears in his eyes. Big brother, as long as you say the word not to kill Ling Zhen, I'll spare his life. Ling Yong calmly shook his head. What I said just now was all from the bottom of my heart. I will only say it to you once. From now on, Ling Zhen has nothing to do with me. You don't have to say it again. Ling Yan only needed to look at Ling Yong's calm expression to know that he had thought it through and had made up his mind. After a moment of silence. Big brother, it's been hard on you. Ling Yong shook his head and said, Third brother, you're wrong. The one who's really troubled is third uncle, your father. He already knew about it 18 years ago, but he refused to reveal it. Even when you returned to the Ling family and single-handedly killed Sun Chen, he refused to say a word about it. He even tried to stop Chen Jingtian from revealing it. If we're talking about being righteous and thinking about the Ling family, third uncle is the most difficult person in our Ling family. If he can get through it, why can't I? Ling Yong stopped Ling Yin immediately. I've made up my mind. You don't have to say anything else. This matter ends here. Alright, then I won't bring it up from now on. Since Ling Yong had thought it through, Ling Yun naturally didn't say anything else. He asked, Big brother, what's your next plan? Do you want to join the heavenly team? Ling Yong shook his head and smiled. With you around, why would we need anyone else to join the heavenly team? I've talked to third uncle many times in the past half a month. I know all about what you've done. I'm really happy for you from the bottom of my heart. That's why I won't join the heavenly team. I'll stay here with third uncle and train these 72 disciples for you. Don't worry, just like what third uncle said, I'll give you 72 Xiantian realm masters in half a year at most. Ling Yan turned around and bowed to Ling Yong. Then I'll thank you in advance. Ling Yong hurriedly helped Ling Yan up. We're all family, what's there to thank? Ling Yan asked tentatively after getting up. Big brother, you can't always be outside and not return to the ancestral home. When do you plan to come home? It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's good for the family to be reunited. As long as he settled Ling Yong's matter, the Ling family would be truly complete. Ling Yan could then focus on roaming the martial arts world without any worries. That was why he asked this question. Grandpa has mentioned to me many times that he misses you very much and hopes that you can come home as soon as possible. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he added another sentence deliberately. Mid-autumn it is then, Ling Yong replied. Isn't that too late? I left Beijing on the 13th of August. Ling Yong, I don't have time to send you off. In the end, the two brothers actually started laughing. Finally, the two of them reached out at the same time and shook hands heavily, brothers of one mind. At this point, the feud within the Ling family was completely over. From now on, the Ling family would be united. In the future, when Ling Yun returned to the capital and led the Ling family to fight against the world, the Ling family would be united against outsiders. Phew. This feels so good. G-Cup Female Idol's first video AV takes first place, watch online. Stay tuned. After Ling Yun and Ling Yong had a heart-to-heart talk, their thoughts were clear and harmonious. After chatting for a while more, they flew back to the field of the school. At this moment, the 72 people in the cultivation hall could no longer hold themselves back after knowing that Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu had arrived. They all rushed out of the cultivation hall. Most of them were topless, and each of them had a strong physique. Their eyes shone with a fiery passion. Seeing Ling Yun and Ling Yong appear on the field, the 72 disciples knelt down in unison. "Greetings, Supreme Chief." "Greetings, Master." The 72 voices were in unison, and their voices shook the heavens. The person they were worshipping was naturally Ling Yun. Now, Ling Yun had two titles in their mouths, the original Green Dragon Chief and the current Master. Ling Yun enjoyed the kowtow. He looked down at the people kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but smile. "Get up, you can only call me Master from now on. You can no longer call me Supreme Chief." "Yes, Master." Only then did the 72 disciples all stand up and look at Ling Yun with blazing eyes. "After you came to Beijing, I let you cultivate here because I couldn't let go of my family. You won't blame me, right?" Ling Yun's opening speech immediately caused a burst of laughter. The answer was, of course, no. One of them shouted, "Master, we eat well, sleep well, and cultivate well here. We're so happy that we forget about home." Ling Yun glanced at the person who spoke. It was Lu Wenlong. He was 1.8 meters tall and had a burly physique. He had a faint aura about him. "Lu Wenlong, step forward." Ling Yun shouted. Luo Yuqing, Meng Shuwei, Ma Qianjun, Su Shangdong, Wu Tingfei, step forward. They were the first 6 disciples to reach Ho Tian Realm Level 7. The 6 of them flew out in response and stood in a row. Their faces were filled with excitement because Ling Yun had called their names. Ling Yun looked at the 6 of them and realized that they were all burly and imposing. They stood there like 6 ferocious tigers. He was overjoyed. From today onwards, you 72 disciples will be divided into 6 groups. Each group will have 12 people. LV Wenlong, Luo Yuqing. The 6 of you will be the leaders of the 6 groups. If anyone can't manage their own group well, and someone in their group falls behind the other groups, they'll be punished. In order to save trouble for Ling Xiao and Ling Yong in the future, Ling Yun began to make arrangements. First, he divided them into groups and selected a group leader to manage them. After all, Ling Xiao and Ling Yong could help Ling Yun impart martial arts to them and supervise their cultivation, but they couldn't stay with them day and night. It would be much more convenient in the future. When LV Wenlong and the other 5 heard this, they were overjoyed. Smiles blossomed on their faces. They looked at each other, but instantly remembered that they would be competitors in the future. They couldn't help but snort and turn their heads away. With the grouping, there would be comparison and competition. Ling Yun's action would ensure that they would strive to be the first to train in the future and supervise the others in the same group. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, couldn't help but smile and nod his head. He thought to himself that his son was really good at everything and never disappointed anyone. For the past 10 years, the Ling family's men of sacrifice had been trained by him and Cui Lao. Ling Xiao naturally had a set of effective management and training methods. It was just that this was just the beginning, and he hadn't implemented it yet. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed at the 6 people in front of him. "The 6 of you shouldn't get ahead of yourselves. If the other 66 people surpass you one day, I'll immediately replace you as team leader and replace you with someone else. Do you understand?" "Master, don't worry. That's impossible." This time, Ma Qianjun was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with confidence, and he had the aura of a conqueror. He didn't dare to speak just because Ling Yun was their master. Ling Yun didn't care about this at all. After all, he had put in so much effort and went through so many rounds of selection. What he wanted was people who dared to fight and fight. Ling Yun would be really disappointed if they didn't dare to speak in front of him. "Good. I hope you can do as you say." Ling Yun smiled casually. The matter of the grouping was completed. Then, he turned his head and said to his father, "Ling Xiao, father, Before they reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9, we can only give them the body-tempering liquid to temper their bodies. We can't give them any other elixirs. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Yan was worried that giving them elixirs in advance would spoil their growth and be disadvantageous to this group of disciples. Therefore, he smiled and nodded. Yun don't worry. I know what to do with their cultivation. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at the 72 disciples. Now, you will automatically be grouped into groups. Whoever you want to be in will automatically stand behind him. In the end, before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, the field was immediately in chaos. Luo Yuqing, Ma Qianjun, and the rest were all fighting over people. Each of them was red in the face, and no one was willing to give in to the other. This was a martial arts school. After the grouping, each group would definitely have to spar with each other, fight in the arena, and even engage in team battles. This was a matter of ranking and rewards. How could they not fight over people? Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with this. He only smiled and watched, letting them fight. He completely abided by the concept of the strong being respected. However, other than these 6 outstanding people, the remaining 66 people were all at Hotian realm level 6 even though they hadn't broken through to Hotian realm level 7 yet. Their realms and strengths weren't too far apart. Based on the current judgment of these 6 fellows, it was impossible for them to pick out who had the most potential. Therefore, they could only blindly fight over people based on their intuition. After another period of chaos, 10 minutes later, the 6 groups were finally divided. They stood in 6 rows and waited for Ling Yan to continue speaking. Ling Yan said leisurely, "All of you, watch me carefully." With that, Ling Yan's thoughts moved, and a green shadow flying sword rushed out of his body. In an instant, it became a huge green sword that was 1 foot wide and 2 meters long. Under the sunlight, it shone with a deep green light as it stopped in the air. Ling Yan flew up and then used the sword kinesis flight. At first, the speed wasn't fast. He circled the field twice before suddenly accelerating. He used the flying sword to shuttle back and forth between the school building and the dormitory building. In the blink of an eye, he flew back and forth more than 10 times before finally stopping in the air, 2 meters above the ground. Other than Ling Xiao and Mo Wudao, everyone present at this moment, including Tai Xiaohu, Ling Feng, Ling Shui, and of course, the 72 disciples, were all dumbfounded. Tai Xiaohu naturally knew that Ling Yan could use the sword kinesis flight. Ling Feng was the same as him. They saw Ling Yan use the sword kinesis flight on the night of the 8th. However, it was only that one time. They had never seen Ling Yan use the sword kinesis flight again. Therefore, both of them were incomparably shocked. Among everyone, the ones with the most intense reactions were, of course, Ling Shui and the 72 disciples. All of them were dumbfounded. Each of them was as round as a wooden chicken, and their mouths were so wide open that a duck's egg could be stuffed in. Wow! Big brother, you can really fly. Ling Shui only regained her senses after a long time. She was so excited that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Ling Yan turned his head and winked at Ling Shui. Using telepathy, he said, "As long as you practice well, you can do it in the future." Ling Shui was so happy that she almost fainted. Did you see that? As long as you aren't afraid of hardship and practice well, there will be a day when all of you can be like me. Not only will you be strong, but you will also be able to fly like a deity. Ling Yan's voice wasn't loud at this moment. However, after his performance and the fact that he was riding the sword kinesis flight, every word that came out of his mouth struck heavily on everyone's heart. It was simply deafening. The 72 disciples of the immortal physician sect felt their hearts pounding so hard that they were about to jump out of their chests. All of them were breathing heavily. This was too shocking. They had never dreamed of this. This was especially so for Luo Yuqing, Ma Qianjun, and the other 2. They stared at the flying sword under Ling Yan's feet. They didn't even dare to blink. "Master, we aren't afraid of hardship." The 72 people roared together. Their voices rang through the clouds. "Good, as long as you aren't afraid of hardship." Ling Yun nodded. Then, he smiled and said, "Well, today is the 9th day of the new year. It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. If any of you want to return to your hometown in Qingshui City for the festival, you can tell me now. I can arrange a holiday so that you can return home for the festival. Ling Yun was very magnanimous and thoughtful, reflecting the humanistic care of a master. However, this thoughtfulness was only after he had performed the sword kinesis flight. Return home for the festival? With their current terrifying cultivation speed, they might be left behind if they were delayed for a few hours. If they were to return home for a few days, wouldn't they be left behind? Those in my team, listen up. Whoever dares to return home for the festival can go wherever they want. In any case, don't enter my team. Whoever dares to return home, I'll break all 3 of his legs. Luo Yuqing, Lu Wenlong, Ma Qianjun, and the rest were all anxious. They threatened their own team members viciously. They even used vulgarities. After all, they were from Green Dragon, and none of them were good students. In fact, they didn't have to be anxious at all. None of them were willing to return home. Ling Yan's sword kinesis flight had completely ignited their motivation. If that's the case, then everyone should call home and let us know. Then, this Mid-Autumn Festival will be celebrated here. I'll celebrate it with all of you. Ling Yan's last sentence sparked a round of enthusiastic cheers. However, Ling Yan immediately said, however, I'll be leaving Beijing on the 13th of August, so we can only celebrate this Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. Let's do it tonight. Right now, Ling Yan was no different from a deity in the hearts of these 72 people. Whenever he came, it would be like celebrating a festival. Why would they care about the date? Therefore, that night, Ling Yan and the rest accompanied the 72 students in this martial arts school to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. Everyone drank and ate in the cafeteria. This group of students couldn't bear for him to leave. Therefore, Ling Yan decided to stay that night and guide them in their cultivation. He didn't favor one over the other and answered every question they had. That was because these people would be his bodyguards in the future. They were his true subordinates. In the end, Ling Yan stayed in this martial arts school for 2 whole days. He ate and stayed with these people, guided them carefully, and improved their relationship. Within 2 days, he had memorized all the names of these 72 people. 2 days later, on the morning of the 11th day of the 8th lunar month, Ling Yan accompanied everyone for breakfast. Then, under the reluctant gazes of the 72 students, he left the martial arts school and returned to Beijing. Bookmark for easier reading. In fact, it wasn't just these 72 disciples who couldn't bear to part with Ling Yan. Ling Yan couldn't bear to part with them either. That was because they were all hot-blooded youths of similar age. Even though they were master and disciple in name, they were more like brothers in reality. After spending 2 whole days together, eating, living, and cultivating together, their relationship had improved tremendously. Of course, the more they interacted with Ling Yan, the more they knew how powerful Ling Yan was. Naturally, they became more respectful to Ling Yan. That was respect and reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't need to say it out loud. It was reflected in their eyes and actions. The most important reason was that after Ling Yan drank on the first night, he took advantage of the dark night to demonstrate his ability to form a formation with a wave of his hand. This was naturally to stimulate the motivation of these people. Another reason was to set up a large spirit gathering formation in the martial arts school to absorb all kinds of spiritual energy from the surroundings. This would double the speed of these 72 people's cultivation. After the spirit gathering formation was set up, spiritual energy gathered from all directions. These 72 disciples felt different that night. They were very shocked. Since there was nothing to do at home, Ling Yan really wanted to stay in this martial arts school before leaving Beijing. However, he had no choice but to leave. This was because the great elder of the heavenly team, Zhou Wenyi, had suddenly contacted him and told him to report to the heavenly team. If he dared to refuse, he would cancel his double salary. Therefore, Ling Yan had no choice but to leave the martial arts school. He didn't go home. Instead, he brought Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao to report to the heavenly team. Ling Yan had heard about the mysterious heavenly team many times in Xianxia city. He had even beaten up the 2 great elders of the heavenly team, but he still didn't know where the door to the heavenly team was. Therefore, he was very curious. Xiaohu, turn on the GPS. Go to the West 5th Ring Road near Badachu Park. Badachu Park was the location of the heavenly team that Zhou Wenyi had told Ling Yan. However, he didn't specify the exact address. He only said that the heavenly team was nearby and that Ling Yun would contact him when he arrived. Around 9 in the morning, the three of them arrived at Badachu Park. Then, Ling Yun took out his communicator and contacted Zhou Wenyi, informing him that they had arrived. Head northwest from there. There is a mountain here, and on the mountain is the Fragrant Moon Temple. Further north is the Flowing Cloud Cave. At the foot of the mountain between the Fragrant Moon Temple and the Flowing Cloud Cave, you will see an earth maintenance factory. That's it. Zhou Wenyi's explanation over the phone was very detailed. F***CK. Isn't it just the Heaven team? Why are you acting so mysterious? After Ling Yun hung up the communication device, he sneered at Tai Xiaohu before telling him how to get there. There were many mountains to the west of the capital. The mountains were lush, and there were 8 major places: Fragrant Mountain, West Mountain, and several other national forest parks. It was very suitable for the people of the capital to come to play and relax on weekends. However, because there was too much vegetation here and there was the West Mountain Cinerary Forest, it seemed a little gloomy, and almost no one would choose to live here for a long time. The reason was simple. The yin qi was too strong. It was also because of this that the surrounding mountains were almost filled with temples of all sizes, and incense was constantly burning throughout the year. Considering that many of the people in the Heaven team were monks or Taoist priests, the headquarters of the Heaven team was chosen to be nearby to hide from the public. Maintenance factory? What the hell? The three of them cursed as they searched. At the same time, they couldn't help but be more curious. Tai Xiaohu drove the Mercedes-Benz and wandered around the area. After about a kilometer northwest, they saw a large maintenance factory at the foot of a mountain. Huaxia Earth Maintenance Factory. Restricted maintenance site, unauthorized persons not allowed. At the entrance of the maintenance factory, there was a wooden sign hanging on each side. It was unknown how many years it had been there, but the paint was almost peeling. F***CK. When Ling Yun saw this maintenance factory, he instantly thought of his own family's weapon workshop because the two were too similar. This maintenance factory was located in the middle of the two mountains. It occupied a large area, but it was very hidden. The surroundings were deserted, and there were no residential areas nearby. There wasn't even a shop. It was a lonely factory with a dilapidated door that was wide open. Facing the door, there were more than 10 dilapidated trucks or vans parked there. It was unknown how many years they had been parked there, but the cars were covered in dust. No matter who passed by this door, as long as they took a glance inside, they would be too lazy to take another look. They would definitely walk as far as they could. Of course, even if someone was really curious and wanted to come here to take a look, the Heaven team would naturally have a way to let him leave. It was impossible for them to let him in. However, with Ling Yun's divine sense, he knew that even though the front of this maintenance factory was as dilapidated as it could be, there was a whole new world behind the row of dilapidated trucks. Great Huaxia Maintenance Factory. This is the headquarters of the Heaven team. F***CK, they really know how to name it. Isn't the Heaven team's Baoguo specialized in repairing the Great Huaxia Maintenance Factory? Ling Yun couldn't help but mutter, amused at the same time. Xiaohu, drive the car in directly. Tai Xiaohu drove the car directly into the long gate of the Great Huaxia Maintenance Factory and found a place to park. Then, Ling Yun and the other two alighted. Old Zhou, I'm coming. Ling Yun shouted at the top of his lungs after getting out of the car. Then, he led Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao around the row of dilapidated trucks and directly walked inside. The first time they met at the Ling family, Ling Yun still called Zhou Wenyi Mr. Zhou. This time, he directly called him Old Zhou. After bypassing the row of dilapidated trucks, the interior suddenly opened up. First, there was a large open space. Then, there were 2 rows of simple and unadorned rooms on both sides. It was similar to the buildings behind the Ling family's ancestral home. The surroundings were filled with towering ancient trees and lush foliage. The air was extremely fresh. Ah, you found it so quickly? As expected, it's the 3 of you. Zhou Wenyi, of course, had long known that Ling Yun and the others had arrived. He had already come out to welcome them with a smile. Old Zhou, what kind of lousy maintenance factory is this? You don't even have a worker pretending to be in maintenance. Ling Yan walked forward and teased Zhou Wenyi with a smile. Isn't it just a great Huaxia maintenance factory? As for maintenance workers, everyone in the heavenly team is one. From today onwards, you will naturally be one too. The heavenly team was in charge of protecting the country, subduing monsters, suppressing evil, assassinating enemy agents, and exploring all kinds of secret and dangerous places in Huaxia. Calling it maintenance of the Great Huaxia Maintenance Factory was very fitting. Alright, I've been tricked by you. If you don't give me the position of Great Elder, you'll be letting me down. Ling Yan nodded, acknowledging that he was a member of the heavenly team. However, he had asked for an exorbitant price, asking for the position of Great Elder from Zhou Wenyi. What a joke. Ling Yan now knew that the salary of a Great Elder was equivalent to 5 masters of the divine power realm in the heavenly team. We'll talk about that later. Zhou Wenyi smiled and didn't blame him. He pulled Ling Yan inside. Come, let's sit inside. Ling Yan and the other two followed Zhou Wenyi to the innermost room in the north. It was a simple bungalow, but the living room was very spacious. Looking out from this room, they could observe the entire courtyard. Ling Yan noticed that there was no one else in the heavenly team other than the 4 of them. Old Zhou, this is your fault. I rushed here to report to the heavenly team. Why didn't you beat the drums and gongs or set off firecrackers or something? At least bring a few subordinates and line up to welcome me. Ling Yan complained as he sipped his tea after sitting down. Where am I going to find so many people for you? Beating the drums and gongs? Dream on. Zhou Wenyi glared at Ling Yan and then explained, our heavenly team is just that loose. Other than a few great elders who take turns to guard here, the rest can go wherever they want and cultivate wherever they want. As long as the country doesn't have a mission, no one has to stay here because it's meaningless. When the heavenly team has the most people, there are usually 2 situations. First, when the entire heavenly team is required to go on a big mission. Second, when the new leadership comes to inspect once every 5 years. Of course, it's not open to the public. Usually, when there are some small missions, 1 or 2 teams will gather here and complete the mission before returning to report. Other times, there's no one here. Zhou Wenyi explained in detail. Obviously, because Ling Yan was already in the heavenly team, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. How loose, Ling Yan was very emotional after hearing it. He felt very relaxed and sighed with a smile. Then he asked with a smile, then, what about Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng? Why aren't the 2 of them here? Zhou Wenyi's expression turned awkward as he glared at him. Are you purposely trying to anger me? You beat the 2 of them up so badly, how can they recover without 2 to 3 months of rest? They've gone to recuperate. Ling Yan, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wu Dao burst out laughing at the same time. They were so happy that they couldn't stop laughing. I can recuperate, but the compensation they promised me must not be small. Ling Yan went straight to the point and then said with a smile, Old Zhou, when are you going to give me their compensation? Cough cough, Zhou Wenyi coughed repeatedly and said hurriedly, don't worry, those things will definitely be given to you. Let's get down to business first, business first. As he said that, Zhou Wenyi took out 6 gilded notices and handed 3 to Ling Yan. These are the appointment notices for the members of the heavenly team, the 3 of you should be in the heavenly team, right? Ling Yan had already discussed this matter with Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wu Dao, so the 3 of them naturally nodded. Alright then, the 3 of you just need to sign your names here and press your fingerprint on it. From now on, you'll officially be members of the heavenly team. Therefore, Ling Yan, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wu Dao did not waste any time. They directly took the gilded notices, signed their names, and pressed their red fingerprints on it. Congratulations to the 3 of you for joining the heavenly team. From now on, you will protect the country and serve the country. Ling Yan nodded his head randomly. He could not be bothered to listen to Zhou Wenyi's nonsense. He said directly, what about the other 3 spots? Give them to me, I'll sign them. Who are they? Zhou Wenyi was stunned. He had been in the heavenly team for so many years, but he had never done something like signing for others. Don't worry, they're definitely from the Ling family. Hurry up and give them to me. Ling Yan smiled faintly, giving Zhou Wenyi some reassurance. Then, he snatched the other 3 notices. Ling 1, Ling 7, Ling 9. The 3 names were signed one by one. Then, Ling Yan took turns pressing his fingerprint on 3 fingers. After he was done, he raised his head and said, "My fingerprint is even better than the 3 of them doing it themselves. Thank you for your tips. 4 chapters today was too tiring. I'll list out the list of tips tomorrow. Thank you for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. I believe that." Zhou Wenyi gritted his teeth as he watched Ling Yan sign his name on the 3 letters of appointment. He felt a little resentful. He had thought that other than the 3 people in front of him, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the rest would be assigned to the heavenly team. At the very least, it would be Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Xiao. Who knew that none of them would come, Ling 1, Ling 7, and Ling 9? It was obvious that they were the loyalists of the Ling family. Even though Zhou Wenyi had promised Ling Yun that Ling Yun could choose any of these 6 people, wasn't that a little too casual? That was why Zhou Wenyi could not do anything about it. After all, Zhou Wenyi had given the Ling family 6 people just so that Ling Yun could enter the heavenly team. Moreover, ever since September 10th, the heavenly team didn't even have the authority to follow the usual procedures. Ling Yun had the final say on who the 6 people would be. That was because the leader had already informed him. Of course, that was also why Ling Yun dared to call Zhou Wenyi Elder Zhou. "Why, Elder Zhou, do you think that these people are not qualified to join the heavenly team because their cultivation levels are too low?" Ling Yun asked with a grin. He did not mind Zhou Wenyi's resentment at all. "That's not what I meant. It's just that these 6 appointments have to be shown to the other 8 great elders. It's hard for me to explain it to you so casually." Zhou Wenyi was telling the truth. The heavenly team was managed by the great elders. Ling Yun and the rest joining the heavenly team was equivalent to absorbing a batch of fresh blood. Of course, they couldn't just enter quietly. The other elders had to know who the newcomers were. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and laughed coldly. "That's easy. When the time comes, if anyone is dissatisfied and dares to jump out and oppose, just tell me directly. I'll get him to randomly find 5 people. I'll bring my own 5 people and have a real fight. Let's see who wins and who loses." Under the heavenly team was a small team system. Usually, there were 6 people, 1 leader, and 5 team members who went on missions together. That was why Zhou Wenyi gave the Ling family 6 slots at once. He knew that with Ling Yan around, he wouldn't be able to join anyone else's team. Fight. Fight again. Ling Yan really carried the concept of whoever had the harder fist was the one in the right to the fullest. Ahem, that won't be necessary. There shouldn't be any problem. Zhou Wenyi hurriedly put away all 6 copies of the documents that were stamped with their fingerprints and signed by Ling Yun and the others. He turned around and said to Ling Yun, "But at the very least, you have to get those 3 people to come to the heavenly team and let me meet them. Then, I'll give them the necessary documents and communication devices." To be appointed to the heavenly team, one naturally had to have a certificate. The certificate could prove one's identity. In the future, this certificate would represent the privileges of the heavenly team. As for the communicator, it was naturally to communicate at any time, transmit information, and issue orders. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. "That's no problem. I'll get them to come to the Heaven Group after the Mid-Autumn Festival." Following that, Zhou Wenyi busied himself again. Everything was done personally. He prepared the documents and communication devices for the 3 of them and handed them to them separately. "It's all done." After everything was done, Zhou Wenyi sat opposite Ling Yun again and said with a smile. "Then who's my boss from now on? Who's in charge?" Ling Yun immediately threw out a very important question. "The country." Zhou Wenyi was very serious. After saying these 2 words, he glanced at Ling Yun proudly. "However, in the heavenly team, your small team is temporarily under my management." F***CK. Ling Yun rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you just say that it was under your management? Why did you have to use the country to pretend? I say, old Zhou, are you really not going to give me the position of Great Elder? You know my current strength. Don't you think it's a waste of talent to be an ordinary member of the heavenly team?" Ling Yun immediately felt at ease after hearing that Zhou Wenyi would be in charge of the Great Elder in the future. He laid down on the sofa behind him and asked lazily. He was as smug as he could be. It couldn't be helped because what he said was the truth. Ling Yan was now at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3. His true strength was already comparable to Zhou Wenyi's. Zhou Wenyi's expression immediately became awkward. This was because he really didn't have the final say on this matter. No one had the final say on this matter. This was because the Great Elder system of the Heaven Team was set by the country. Right now, there were a total of 11 Great Elders in the Heaven Team. Now that the positions were full, no one could squeeze in if they didn't move. Of these 11 Great Elders, Zhou Wenyi was naturally the chief. Then, the Long family occupied 2, and at the same time, they controlled Xiongbiao and Li Jingfeng, which meant that the Long family occupied 4 seats. Then, the Yi family occupied 2, and their family also controlled a Great Elder, which meant that the Yi family occupied 3 seats. The last 3 seats belonged to Mount Longhu, Mount Wudong, and Shaolin Temple. Of course, these last 3 seats were all elusive figures. Although they were the Great Elders of the Heaven Team, they didn't even care about the daily affairs of the Heaven Team. They would only appear when the country was in great danger. Now that Ling Yan had just joined the Heaven Team, he was temporarily considered Zhou Wenyi's soldier. Therefore, Zhou Wenyi wouldn't hide anything from him. Although he looked troubled, he still told Ling Yan these things in detail. The Long family has 4 seats, and the Yi family has 3. Out of the 11 Great Elders, their 2 families have 7 seats. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to mention the last 3 seats. That's right. That's right. Zhou Wenyi nodded and gave Ling Yan a you-know look. That happens to have 3 seats. These 3 seats will belong to the 3 of us in the future. Ling Yan slapped his thigh happily. He wouldn't touch the Long family and the Yi family for the time being, but he had his eyes on the 3 seats controlled by these 2 families. Xiongbiao, Li Jingfeng, and the Great Elder controlled by the Yi family. Ling Yan had to think of a way to fight for these 3 people's seats. Ahem, the position of the Great Elder of the Heaven Team is not really untouchable. If you really want to fight for it, there's a way. Zhou Wenyi's eyes flashed with the cunning of an old fox as he said to Ling Yan. What way? You don't have to keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly, those 3 positions of the Great Elder are mine. Since Ling Yan had joined the Heaven Team, he naturally wanted the highest position and the most power. He couldn't be under anyone else. Merit points. Zhou Wenyi's eyes flashed as he said these 3 words. As long as a member of the Heaven Team goes on a mission, different merit points will be set according to the level of the mission. Every time you complete a mission, you can accumulate your own merit points. As long as you accumulate more merit points than any of the Great Elders, you can replace them. Holy **T. Ling Yan rolled his eyes when he heard this. Zhou Wenyi's words were as good as not saying anything. Now that Huaxia was prosperous and the world was at peace, how could there be so many missions for him to accumulate merit points like before? Moreover, even if there was an occasional mission that Ling Yan obtained and completed, it wouldn't add much merit points. He wouldn't be able to replace the other party even if he accumulated it for a long time. I say, old Zhou, don't tease me. As far as I know, the Heaven Team hasn't had any decent missions in the past 10 years, right? Do you want me to be like you, working in the Heaven Team for 40 to 50 years before getting the position of Great Elder? Ling Yan had just signed and put his fingerprint on the Heaven Team, but now he was talking about the Heaven Team again. He was too disappointed. Listen to me patiently. Zhou Wenyi calmly poured him a cup of tea, then explained, merit points can't only be obtained by completing missions. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. There's another way? Of course there is. As long as you can provide the Heaven Squad with all sorts of valuable items, such as weapons, medicinal pills, talismans, spirit medicines, spirit herbs, cultivation resources, or even information, as long as they are of value, they will be converted into your merit points according to their value and added to your body. Perhaps you can't provide these, but you have the skills to use the various materials provided by the Heaven Team to help them refine pills, talismans, weapons, and so on. The Heaven Team will also give you merit points. At the end of his sentence, Zhou Wenyi's smile was like a blooming flower. At the same time, his purpose in summoning Ling Yan into the Heaven Team was clear. Ling Yan was very calm at this moment. He thought to himself, "You old fox, you've finally revealed your fox tail." At the same time, he also knew how such a loose organization like the Heaven Group was able to maintain its normal operations. He also knew how the auction items of the Heaven Group came about. There was no need for outsiders at all. How many cultivation resources could the hundreds of Divine Power Realm experts in the Heaven team get for a casual trip out? With so many capable people, there were naturally many who were good at making talismans, pills, and weapons. Moreover, there were very few lone wolves among these divine tier elites. Most of them had the support of powerful families and sects, and those families and sects wanted someone to quickly accumulate merit points in the heavenly squad. How could it be slow? For example, Xianxia and Li Jingfeng supported by the Long family, the one supported by the Yi family, and even the uncle masters of Mount Longhu, Mount Wudong, and the Shaolin Temple. However, when it came to refining pills, talismans, and forging weapons, Ling Yan thought to himself that his skills could finally be put to good use. Moreover, with the ingredients provided by the heavenly team, he would be able to save at least a third of the ingredients needed to concoct 100 pills. These saved ingredients would naturally go into his pocket in the end. Of course, making talismans, forging weapons, and so on were the same. This way, Ling Yun would be earning from both ends. One side would earn merit points, and the other side would get materials for himself to develop and strengthen the Ling family. Ling Yan smiled as he looked at Zhou Wenyi's cunning face. It was uncertain who would be the one tricking who. If that's the case, how many merit points does the Heaven team give to refine a spatial ring? Ling Yan asked with a smile as he stared at the spatial ring on Zhou Wenyi's hand. Genius website. Mobile version website. Zhou Wenyi had said so much precisely because he was waiting for Ling Yan to say this. Of course, it depends on the size of the spatial ring. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at Zhou Wenyi's hand with the spatial ring. How many merit points is the one on your hand worth? The spatial ring he gave Zhou Wenyi was the same size as the one Tai Xiaohu was wearing now. The space inside was 3 square meters. With such a large space, it should be worth at least 3 million merit points. Zhou Wenyi looked serious, but he was overjoyed. Is it enough? Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with Zhou Wenyi's expression. He would leave immediately if Zhou Wenyi said it wasn't enough. Ling Yan wouldn't waste time with him if a spatial ring couldn't be exchanged for a great elder of the heavenly team. Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng both have about 1.5 million merit points. The great elder of the Yi family has about 1.5 million merit points. Therefore, a spatial ring like this can barely surpass Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng. Zhou Wenyi chuckled. Ling Yan smiled faintly as he turned to Tai Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, go out now and buy a few platinum rings from the city. Something similar to the one on your hand will do." "Yes, big brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu stood up immediately. "If you don't have enough money, give Tang Meng a call and ask him to transfer it to you." Ling Yan reminded Tai Xiaohu again. However, an ordinary platinum ring only cost tens of thousands of yuan. Tai Xiaohu definitely had enough on him. "Don't worry, big brother Yun. I definitely have enough money." Tai Xiaohu left immediately. Zhou Wenyi didn't stop Tai Xiaohu from leaving. He smiled at Ling Yun. "Actually, there's no need to be so anxious," Ling Yun chuckled and said, "Isn't this exactly what you want? Since I have to make it sooner or later, I might as well make it earlier. I don't want to delay our salary." Zhou Wenyi was taken aback. He said in shock, "Can you really refine the spatial ring in a day?" Ling Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He thought to himself, why would I need a day? I can make a spatial ring of this level in 3 minutes, and that's slow. Then, how many do you plan to make? Ling Yan rolled his eyes and said, 2 is enough to crush those 3 people. Why make so many? Ling Yan, you can actually make a few more because the merit points can be accumulated and spent. Since the heavenly team members exchanged their cultivation materials for these merit points, you can naturally use the extra merit points to buy the things you need. Ling Yan said. Merit points were the hard currency among the members of the heavenly team. It was just like gold in the secular world and spirit stones in the cultivation world. The reason was simple. After Ling Yan handed over a spatial ring, any great elder from the heavenly team would have to exchange at least 3 million merit points for it. Their merit points were obtained by handing over cultivation resources or completing various missions. To these great elder-level experts of the Heaven Squad, it was obvious whether a spatial ring or 3 million merit points were more important. Who knew that Ling Yun wouldn't budge? He only raised 2 fingers and said, "Just 2, the rest will depend on the situation." Ling Yun thought to himself, "I'll use these 2 spatial rings to get 3 great elder slots first. The rest can be made at any time." This spatial ring was a heaven-defying treasure. Once it was released, the Long and Yi families would definitely snatch it at all costs. Ling Yun didn't want to release too many and cause the price to depreciate. The salary of the 3 great elders was equivalent to the salary of 15 divine tier elites of the heavenly division. It was a cultivation resource that had been accumulated over the years, and there was no need to exchange merit points for it. To the Ling family, it was more than enough. If the Long family and Yi family were unhappy that their 3 grand elders' spots had been snatched away, then they could compete for cultivation resources and merit points. Then Ling Yun would be able to make a spatial ring in 3 minutes. Let's see who would win then. The treasure was too valuable, there was no other way. Moreover, Ling Yun also knew that once he entered the heavenly team, he would definitely be fought over these 2 spatial rings. Whoever used 3 million merit points to exchange for them would lose 3 million merit points. Ling Yun knew that among the 11 elders of the heavenly team, at least 9 of them had less than 5 million merit points. When the time came, the 3 of them would each have 2 million merit points, and they would still be firmly in the top 11. Alright, 2 it is then. Then I'll give you the 3 great elder slots first. Zhou Winnie was overjoyed, thinking that it was fortunate that he had called Ling Yun over before he left the capital. That was because he had the best relationship with Ling Yun in the current heavenly team. They could be considered on the same side, and everyone had the same interests. Ling Yun snatching 3 great elder slots in the blink of an eye meant that Zhou Winnie had 4 slots in the heavenly team. His and Ling Yun's faction had instantly replaced the Long family's original position. This way, Zhou Winnie would undoubtedly have a greater say. Of course, Ling Yun had the same thoughts as Zhou Winnie, but Ling Yun thought even deeper. He had snatched 2 great elder positions from the Long family, 1 from the Yi family, and 3 from the Ling family. The Long family and the Yi family were left with 2 each. From now on, even without considering Zhou Winnie, the Ling family would have the most say in the heavenly team. Whoever Ling Yun supported or opposed would be terrifying. Other than the salary and resources of the 3 great elders, this say in the heavenly team was even more important to Ling Yun. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, Ling Yun still benefited the most. What were the families fighting for? They were fighting for these things, resources, and say. Every step the Ling family took, they would snatch the original resources of the Long family and the Yi family, suppressing their original say. That was why they fought and fought. Moreover, Ling Yun snatching these 3 great elder slots was also one of the main topics of the summit. It had been decided long ago, and he had to get his hands on it. Now, Ling Yun already knew that Zhou Winnie was the leader's man. That was why he could become the chief great elder, but how could he alone be enough? Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Old Zhou, how many merit points do you have as the chief great elder?" 100 million. Zhou Winnie didn't hide it and told Ling Yun frankly. Then, he chuckled. "Why, do you want my position too?" "No problem, make 30 spatial rings, and that's about it." "Not interested." Ling Yun was just asking out of curiosity. It was impossible for him to be on duty here. He didn't have the time for that. However, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that person to pay such a huge price to become the chief great elder. 100 million merit points. How many resources did it take to accumulate that much? However, even though you have enough merit points, being promoted to the great elder of the heavenly team is different from joining the heavenly team. There must be more than 7 great elders present. Only when all 7 of them pass the meeting will you be considered the great elder of the heavenly team. Therefore, I can only make you temporary great elders today. Your authority and treatment will be the same as the 11 great elders, but not the real great elder. Zhou Winnie didn't forget to explain to Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't care. He waved his hand. "Let's do as you say." At the same time, he also thought that 3 of the 11 great elders of the heavenly team had been absent for years, leaving only 8. Important matters of the heavenly team required at least 7 people present to pass. Obviously, the Long family and the Yi family had veto power over important matters of the heavenly team. That's interesting. Ling Yan's eyes gradually lit up. If that was the case, Ling Yan would have 3 seats in the future. Naturally, he would have veto power over the heavenly team's matters. As long as he didn't agree, the important matters of the heavenly team wouldn't be passed. Rascal, do you know the purpose of coming to the heavenly team? Zhou Wenyi naturally guessed what Ling Yan was thinking. He said with a smile. Ling Yan looked at Zhou Wenyi, and the 2 of them smiled knowingly. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, Zhou Wenyi suddenly stood up. The 2 of you, follow me. He brought Ling Yan and Mo Wudao out of the house and came to a warehouse in the headquarters of the heavenly team. According to tradition, when a new member joins the heavenly team, everyone can come to the warehouse to choose a weapon after the ceremony. But the 3 of you now have the treatment of the Great Elder, so each of you can choose 5 weapons. As he spoke, Zhou Wenyi smiled and opened the door to the heavenly team's armory. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, there was everything. Every one of them was a divine weapon, shining with cold light and threatening killing intent. Wow, Elder Zhou, so the heavenly team has so many treasures. Mo Wudao didn't dare to address Zhou Wenyi as Ling Yan did. He still called him Elder Zhou. Zhou Wenyi smiled and nodded. How can we not have weapons when we fight for our country? Choose whatever you want. Thank you. Ling Yan walked into the armory with a smile and said to Mo Wudao, 15 weapons, I'll choose. Next, Ling Yan didn't care about the style at all. He picked the biggest and heaviest weapons and put them all into his spatial ring. Ling Yan didn't need weapons now. He wanted metals for forging, so of course he only picked the heaviest ones. Seeing Ling Yan put all 15 weapons into his spatial ring, Zhou Wenyi couldn't help but be envious. How big was the space in Ling Yan's spatial ring? After receiving his first benefit after joining the heavenly team, Ling Yan walked out immediately. The 3 of them returned to the living room in the north house. After another half an hour, Tai Xiaohu finally returned. This time, he bought 12 platinum rings in one go and handed them all to Ling Yan. Old Zhou, you can't look at the spatial ring I'm forging. Ling Yan said to Zhou Wenyi, who was staring at him. Zhou Wenyi spread his hands. What should I do then? But he understood immediately. He saw Ling Yan throw out dozens of spirit stones, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a white fog. He couldn't even penetrate it with his divine sense, let alone his eyes. This was the spirit stone version of the armillary sphere maze formation. Half an hour later, Ling Yan removed the universal maze formation, and the white fog disappeared. After he appeared, he casually threw the 2 spatial rings to Zhou Wenyi. Then, with a face full of regret, he sighed and said, Sigh, my skills are still not good enough. Out of the 12 spatial rings, I actually wasted 10 of them. This was, of course, a foreshadowing for when he used the materials given by the heavenly team to forge elixirs and talismans for the heavenly team in the future. He had just made 12 spatial rings in one go, and all of them were successful. They were all 3 square meters of space. At this moment, the other 10 were all in his Taishu ring. 6 million merit points and 3 slots for the Great Elder of the heavenly team were in his hands in the blink of an eye. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. Genius website address. Mobile version. So fast? How is that possible? Zhou Wenyi turned a blind eye to Ling Yan's deliberate expression and sigh. He stared blankly at the 2 spatial rings in his hands, but his heart was in turmoil. In his opinion, Ling Yan had used half an hour to successfully make 2 spatial rings. Furthermore, he had failed 10 times and destroyed 10 platinum rings. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Ling Yan had used half an hour to make 2 spatial rings. To Zhou Wenyi, it didn't matter if it was real or fake. All he knew was that Ling Yan only used half an hour to turn 2 ordinary platinum rings into 2 spatial rings. This was simply too fast and too terrifying. 2 platinum rings like that would only be worth 50,000 yuan on the market, but Ling Yan used something that was worth 100,000 yuan to turn it into something worth 6 million merit points in the blink of an eye. Alright, Let's just assume that what Ling Yan said was true. 10 platinum rings were destroyed, and that was only 600,000 yuan in total. Mo Wudao lay lazily on the sofa, looking at Ling Yun. Keep pretending, I can't stand you anymore. This was because when Ling Yun was making the spatial ring, he was the one who brought him there. How long did it take for Ling Yun to make a Taishi ring? Mo Wudao knew this very well. Ling Yun, my little ancestor, aren't you a little too heaven-defying? After recovering from his shock, Zhou Wenyi put away the 2 spatial rings and looked at Ling Yun in a completely different light. How was he still human? He was practically a walking god of fortune. Zhou Wenyi thought to himself that he wouldn't be the chief elder of the heavenly group if he had this ability. What was 100 million merit points in Ling Yan's eyes? 100 million merit points were equivalent to 33 spatial rings. Ling Yan could make one in 15 minutes. If he put in all his effort, he could take Zhou Wenyi's position as the first elder in less than 9 hours. Of course, Zhou Wenyi didn't know that Ling Yan would take less than an hour to make 33 spatial rings. Ling Yan, let's make a deal. I'll give you the position of chief elder, and I'll provide you with the materials. You'll make the spatial rings, and you'll only give me 10% of the profits. How about that? Zhou Wenyi couldn't help but crack a joke. You wish. Ling Yan replied with a smile. Of course, he knew that Zhou Wenyi was joking. Then, he asked about the matter that concerned him the most. Old Zhou, you still haven't told me when the salary of our heaven squad will be distributed. Ling Yan had come to the heavenly group to fight for the position of the great elder precisely for those cultivation resources. Of course, he was most concerned about this. Zhou Wenyi chuckled and said, 4 times a year, once a quarter. The next time the salary will be distributed will be 2 weeks later, on the 1st of October. Hearing this, Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief. At least there wasn't any delay. What if I'm not in the capital then? Ling Yan suddenly realized that he might not be able to make it back in half a month. Zhou Wenyi smiled. You don't have to worry about that. As long as it's a member of the Heaven Squad, there won't be any shortage. Those who can't be contacted when the salary is distributed will be saved up for them. When the time comes, they can come and collect it together. Members of the Heaven Squad often go into seclusion to cultivate. Naturally, they won't be contacted then. The Heaven Squad has its own way of dealing with such situations. Anyway, the salary that should be given will definitely not be reduced. Moreover, you are the 3 elders of the Heaven Squad. After listening to Zhou Wenyi's explanation, Ling Yan nodded in satisfaction. Then I'm relieved. If we can't make it back in time, then save it for us. When I come back, I'll collect it together. Because of the Yi family's auction, Ling Yan had made a lot of money. In the short term, the Ling family didn't lack cultivation resources. They wouldn't be needed for a month or 2, so Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry. Then, what about the compensation for Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng? That was a year's salary for these members of the Heaven Squad. Ling Yan couldn't help but ask. That's their salary for the next year. If the Heaven Squad doesn't pay, they won't be able to take it out themselves. Therefore, they can only count it on you every time the salary is distributed and send it directly to you. After hearing this, Ling Yan suddenly revealed a look of fear. He asked in shock, after Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng's positions as great elders are removed, won't their salaries become the same as ordinary members? Ha 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 ha. When Zhou Wenyi heard this, he suddenly laughed out loud. I knew you would ask that. Don't worry, how did you guys negotiate back then? When the time comes, the Heaven Squad will compensate you. The compensation for the 2 of them will still be based on the Great Elder's salary. The Heaven Squad can still afford this little bit of cultivation resources. Phew, Ling Yan patted his heart and said, that's more like it. As long as it was according to the agreement, it was fine. As for what Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng were going to do, it had nothing to do with Ling Yan. In any case, it was the Long family who instigated them to cause trouble at the Ling family. Old Zhou, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, we're leaving? There's one more thing. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, Zhou Wenyi immediately said, you should be leaving Beijing in 2 days to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference, right? Ling Yun nodded. That's right. I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. If there's no need, try to kill as few people from the ancient martial arts world as possible. Consider this as me, Zhou Wenyi, begging you, alright? Zhou Wenyi's gaze, expression, and tone were all very sincere. He knew that with Ling Yan's current strength, this trip would definitely stir up a storm and turn Huaxia upside down. If he were to be ruthless, there would definitely be rivers of blood and corpses. Therefore, Zhou Wenyi couldn't bear to see that happen. That depends on whether those people are tactful or not. Ling Yan's tone was very indifferent. Then, he raised his eyebrows. However, I've been in the Ling family for so long, and I already know which sects are our enemies. As long as I meet those people, I'll kill them without mercy. Zhou Wenyi's heart trembled. He sighed and said, "Sigh, that's only natural, let's go." Seeing that this matter was settled, Ling Yan immediately said that he wanted to leave. "Brat, this is your first time here. Aren't you going to have a meal with me?" Seeing that Ling Yan left just like that, Zhou Wenyi immediately blew his beard and glared at him. Ling Yan was speechless. He looked left and right, then said to Zhou Wenyi, "I want to, but there are only 4 of us here. How are we going to eat? Are you going to cook?" "There's no need." Zhou Wenyi shook his head and smiled. Then, he took out his communicator and made a call. In the end, someone delivered the food half an hour later. It was very sumptuous and piping hot. It was as if it had just come out of the pot. "Brat, do you think I, the great elder of the heavenly team, starves here every day? Then what's the point of being the great elder?" After the food and wine were placed on the table, Zhou Wenyi said to Ling Yan, "I've already arranged this meal. Take it as a welcome for the 3 of you to join the heavenly team. Moreover, it's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival, so this meal will be a reunion meal for you." It's a welcome, a reunion meal, and also a farewell for me. After hearing that, Ling Yan couldn't help but mutter, "Old Zhou, you're killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I have to learn from you in the future." Zhou Wenyi was teased by Ling Yan, but he smiled like an old fox. He said, "Same to you." This was one of them. After crushing the 2 great elders, Xiong Biao and Zhou Wenyi, Ling Yan had a summit meeting with that person. Now, he already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with Zhou Wenyi. Therefore, he didn't mind Ling Yan's unrestrained performance on this trip. Instead, he was very happy. Naturally, the banquet was filled with happy conversations. After drinking wine, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao completely let loose and frequently toasted Zhou Wenyi. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Ling Yan had done all that he needed to do and said all that he needed to say. Now that he was full, he got up to leave. "Old master, here's a Mid-Autumn Festival gift for you." Before Ling Yan left, he took out a youth-retaining pill and tossed it to Zhou Wenyi. Zhou Wenyi caught the youth-retaining pill in his hand and felt the overflowing spiritual energy and fragrance. He immediately knew that it was a treasure and asked hurriedly, "What's this for?" "It's food. Just eat it directly." Ling Yan said with a smile and gave Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao a look. The 3 of them flashed out of the door and left. This little guy snatched 2 great elder spots from the Long family as soon as he entered the heavenly team. The Yi family also lost one. I wonder how Long Hauran and Yi Qingfeng will react when they hear about this. After Ling Yan and the other 2 left, Zhou Wenyi smiled leisurely. "Amazing, really amazing. Looks like I really made the right bet this time." As Zhou Wenyi thought about how terrifying Ling Yan was, he secretly rejoiced. He knew that if his thoughts had been crooked back then, all these benefits would not have been his. Then, he opened his palm and looked at the pill that was emitting a purple glow. His eyes flashed. Then, he swallowed the pill. A minute later, Zhou Wenyi regained his youth. He was at least 10 years younger. "Ling Yan, you rascal, come back here." After a moment of shock, Zhou Wenyi flew out of the house. However, Ling Yan was nowhere to be seen within the range of his divine sense. The shock that Ling Yan brought to him this time was too great. To Zhou Wenyi, who had almost reached the point where he couldn't make any more breakthroughs in his cultivation, this was equivalent to giving him a huge opportunity. He had more than 10 years of time. First, the spatial ring. Now, he regained his youth. How could he, Zhou Wenyi, repay such a huge favor? He could not afford it at all. Zhou Wenyi was a little dazed. He slowly walked back to his house and sat on the sofa again. After thinking for a while, his gaze gradually became determined. From now on, I, Zhou Wenyi, will only recognize the Ling family and Ling Yun. Today's midnight was completed. The big plot of the capital city was also completed. Next chapter, Ling Yun leaves the capital and heads to Dragon Tiger Mountain to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. At this moment, the three of them had already left the 8 Great Parks and arrived at the West 5th Ring Road. They were rushing back to the Ling family's ancestral home. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to guess what Zhou Wenyi would think after consuming the youth-retaining elixir. He only knew that this gift would only benefit him and the Ling family in the future. There wouldn't be any downsides. Big brother Yun, you're too generous. Don't you feel the pinch for giving me a youthful elixir? Mo Wu Dao, on the other hand, was resentful. When he saw Ling Yun take out the youth-retaining pill, his heart ached terribly. It's just a superior-grade spirit pill. Ling Yun glanced at Mo Wu Dao and said indifferently, we still have 19 gene of white jade peak honey. In another 10 days, I will be able to concoct a higher-grade face-retaining pill. Using that honey, I can concoct 1,900 higher-grade pills. It had been 6 days since Ling Yun swallowed the 5 elemental flames. After 6 days of nourishment from the yin and yang qi, he could clearly feel the changes in the 5 elemental flames. In another 10 days, the 5 elemental flames would completely transform into the yin-yang 5 elemental flames. With the yin-yang 5 elemental fire, Ling Yun could at least refine a supreme-grade elixir, or even a treasure-grade elixir. Therefore, he didn't care about the elixirs in his hands at all. Concocting pills was the same as forging weapons. Pills were also divided into different grades. There were normal pills, spirit pills, treasure pills, Dao pills, immortal pills, and the legendary golden pill of the Great Path. No matter how good something is, it has to be used in the end. If you don't use it, then it's meaningless. The key is whether it's worth it. A superior grade spirit pill in exchange for the undying loyalty of the first elder of the heavenly team. Of course, Ling Yun had profited. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the three of them returned to the Ling family's ancestral home. Big brother, you're finally back. Grandpa and the others are waiting for you in the backyard. How is it, have you successfully joined the Heaven Squad? Ling Shui flew over as soon as Ling Yun got out of the car. Her pretty face was filled with excitement as she chattered nonstop to Ling Yun. Yes, of course I'll join the Heaven Squad. Furthermore, I still have your big brother Little Tiger and big brother Wu Dao. They're all great elders of the Heaven Squad. Ling Yan hugged Ling Shui's shoulders intimately and smiled. Ah? So powerful? Ling Shui looked at her brother in awe. She thought to herself that her brother was simply too amazing. He reported to the heavenly team on the first day, and then he became the great elder of the heavenly team. That's why I asked you to leave the Condor team and focus on cultivating at home. Right now, the Ling family has the most spirit qi in the entire capital. If you continue to cultivate here, your cultivation speed will be more than 10 times faster than outside. During the 2 days at the martial arts school, Ling Yun had already told Ling Shui to resign from the Condor team and focus on cultivation. And I'll listen to Big Brother. The siblings chatted and laughed. Soon, they arrived at the 9th courtyard of the Ling family and entered Ling Lai's courtyard. At this moment, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yu were all there. Obviously, they knew that Ling Yun had been called over by Zhou Wenyi to join the heavenly team. Brat, I heard you say that you, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wu Dao are now the great elders of the heavenly team? Are you kidding me? Ling Lai was so excited that he thought he had heard a fairy tale. Hence, Ling Yun sat down and greeted the three of them. He briefly explained the process of joining the heavenly team before concluding, 2 spatial rings in exchange for 3 great elder slots. It's not a bad deal. Hearing that Ling Yun had given away 2 spatial rings, the other 3 understood immediately. Of course, they knew the value of 2 spatial rings. If they were to compare the value of 2 spatial rings and 3 great elder slots, Ling Yun would be at a slight disadvantage. Yun Er, if news of you giving away 2 spatial rings to the heavenly team gets out, will it attract unwanted attention? Ling Xiao asked worriedly after hearing that. That's for sure. Ling Yan smiled. But don't worry, father. I'm sure Zhou Wenyi will be able to handle this matter well. Moreover, even the East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance knows that I have a spatial ring. It's no longer a secret. If anyone wants to snatch it, they can just come and die. After Ling Yan said that, the other three nodded. They all believed that Ling Yan might not be able to defeat the enemy, but if he only wanted to protect himself, it would definitely not be a problem. Next, Ling Yan officially told the three elders that he would be leaving Beijing on the 13th of August to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference at Mount Longhu. In other words, the day after tomorrow. Everyone in the Ling family knew that Ling Yan was going to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference, so Ling Lai and the rest weren't surprised. What a pity, this is Yun Er's first reunion after returning to the family. To think that it would be ruined by this Devil Subduing Conference. I'm so angry. Ling Lai was furious when he thought about how he couldn't drink with Ling Yun on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Grandpa, don't worry. This is nothing. We will have many more reunion days in the future. One day and one night won't make a difference. Ling Yun consoled Ling Lai with a smile when he saw how angry Ling Lai was. Then let's set it for the 12th of August tomorrow night. This year, our Ling family will celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. I don't care what day it is, I want to drink with my precious grandson and admire the moon. Ling Lai decided to celebrate the festival in advance. Of course, it was also to send Ling Yun off. Alright, thank you, Grandpa. Ling Yun naturally agreed. Then, he took out all the beauty pills and beauty pills. Then, he took out 2 green jade bottles and placed 10 pills in each. He handed the 2 jade bottles to Ling Lai and said, Grandpa, here are 10 beauty pills and 10 Agerasia pills. You should know how to use them. It's best to take the Agerasia pills first, then the beauty pills. People under 20 years old don't need them, it's a waste. Whoever in the Ling family needs these pills, you can give them to them. If anyone dares to refuse, you can find trouble with them. Ling Yan couldn't help but sneak a glance at his father. That was because his words were directed at his father, Ling Xiao. Now that Dong Rulan had returned home, Ling Xiao had naturally seen her current state. Even though Ling Yun didn't know how his father would feel, the feeling of an old man with a young wife in the same house would definitely be awkward. However, Ling Yun was worried that Ling Xiao would refuse to eat the pills if he gave them to him. Therefore, he gave all the pills to Ling Lai for him to distribute. Ling Yu stood behind Ling Xiao and gave Ling Yun a thumbs up. He winked at him and praised him for doing a good job. Among the direct descendants of the Ling family, only Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, and at most Ling Yong needed the youth-retaining pill. Therefore, after Ling Yun gave out 10 pills, there would still be a surplus after Grandpa Ling distributed them. Alright. Ling Lai accepted the elixir calmly and couldn't stop smiling. He turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao. Third brother, did you hear that? You're the first to eat this elixir. If you don't eat it, I won't eat it either. Ling Xiao was instantly embarrassed. He knew the heaven-defying effects of the beauty pill. After eating it, he probably wouldn't look much older than Ling Yun. Therefore, he was very repulsed. However, Ling Xiao was the most filial. It was absolutely impossible for Ling Lai to not eat it. He glared at Ling Yun and nodded helplessly. Father, I'll eat it. However, I want to eat it after Yun Er leaves the capital the day after tomorrow. That's settled then. Ling Lai glared as if he was blaming Ling Xiao for teaching his precious grandson a lesson. Then, he snorted and said, not willing to eat it even though you're more than 10 years younger. What a blockhead. I can't wait to be 20 years old again. Seeing how protective Ling Yun was, Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to say anything else. Second uncle, then I won't give it to you, and second aunt. I'll ask Grandpa to give it to you later. Ling Yun knew that Ling Yu would definitely eat it. Yun Er, second uncle and second aunt are truly grateful to you for such a precious gift. Ling Yu nodded at Ling Yun and spoke from the bottom of his heart. After this matter was settled, the next step was naturally to discuss Ling Yun's departure from the capital. To Mount Longhu, right? Then we have to go to Nanchang City in Jiangxi province before going to Eagle Pond. That place isn't far from Mount Longhu. Ling Lai sat there boldly. He had seen the map countless times. This time, we'll take Grandpa's private plane. You'll fly directly to Nanchang the day after tomorrow. As for who to bring, Yun Er, you decide. Everyone in the Ling family will listen to your arrangements. If you want Grandpa to go with you, then I'll go with you. As he said this, Ling Lai really did stretch his muscles. He wanted to go out after a long period of silence. Hearing this, Ling Yin felt a headache coming on. There's no need for that, Grandpa. I've already chosen the participants for the Devil Subduing Conference. I don't need too many people, and I don't need you to go either. Then, in order to reassure his family, he announced the candidates for the Demon Subduing Conference: Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Qin Niao, Xiao Mimi, Qin Dongxue, Yi Xingchen, and the 5 blood breeds. Of course, in the end, Ling Yan still concealed 2 people, Bai Xianer and Wang Chongxiao. After hearing who Ling Yan was going to bring, Ling Lai and the other 2 were instantly relieved and didn't say anything more. Because this lineup was too luxurious, Ling Yan, Yi Xingchen, Qin Niao, just these 3 alone were enough. Adding on the 5 major blood clans. If such a lineup wasn't enough, then it wouldn't matter how many people went. After saying this, Ling Yan stood up. Grandpa, father, second uncle, I'll be leaving Beijing in half a month if I'm fast, and a month if I'm slow. I'll be back. Don't worry. However, before I leave, I still have to go out and visit a few people. I'm going to deliver the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts and say goodbye to them. Ling Lai was overjoyed and waved at Ling Yun. Go then. 2 days should be enough. You don't have to worry about anything else, the family will arrange everything for you. That afternoon, Ling Yin first brought Chao Shanshan to the Chao family to give Old Master Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, and his wife the Youth Pill and the Youth Pill as Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. Then, he stayed for a reunion dinner with them. After 10 p.m., Ling Yin left the Chao family and went straight to the center of Beijing. After meeting up with Dragon Team leader Zhao Xingwu, Ling Yin gave him a total of 10 pills and explained in detail how to use them. On the morning of August 12th, Ling Yin personally went to the Xue family to visit Xue Mining's parents. Similarly, he gave 6 pills as gifts, including 2 for Miracle Dr. Xue. In the afternoon, Ling Yin went to Lin Minghan's house and gave 6 pills to Old Master Lin Hongjun and Lin Jinggang. Because these people were all on his side, Ling Yin wasn't stingy. He was very generous. With such a generous gift, those people were naturally grinning from ear to ear. They treated Ling Yin as a gift from afar and wished that he could stay in their house every day. On the night of August 12th, all the direct descendants of the Ling family, including Cui Lao, the Ling family's warriors of sacrifice, and Ling Yan's 72 disciples all came to the Ling family's ancestral home for a reunion dinner to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. At the same time, they also sent Ling Yan off. That night, Ling Lai drank himself into oblivion and was extremely happy. On the morning of August 13th, Ling Yan went to Yanjing University and Media College to bid farewell to Ning Lingyu, Qi Xiaoqing, and Zhang Ling. After settling all the matters in Beijing, Ling Yan got Venerable Lai of Mount Longhu and Di Yutong of the Heavenly Sword sect out of the Ling family's dungeon at 1 in the afternoon on the 18th of September, which was the 13th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar. Ling Yan led his luxurious lineup and took off on Ling Lai's private plane, flying straight to Nanchang City at 2 in the afternoon. 2.5 hours later, at 4:30 in the afternoon, the plane landed in Nanchang. At around 5:30 in the evening, Ling Yan rushed to the hotel that he had booked in advance. The group stayed there. One more update for Big Brother Yun to lead Beijing. Thank you for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. Genius website address. Mobile version. You sure know how to pick a place, Xingchen. The scenery here is so beautiful. After checking into the hotel, Ling Yan stood in front of the bright floor-to-ceiling window in his room and admired the beautiful scenery of the lake. As Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen had already discussed the time to leave Beijing, this hotel was booked a week in advance by Yi Xingchen's subordinates. This was a 5-star luxury hotel located in Nanchang City's Qingshan Lake district. Moreover, it was located on an island in the middle of the lake. It was surrounded by beautiful lake scenery and the environment was extremely elegant. Nanchang City was an out-and-out water city. It had the reputation of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The vast Poyang Lake was located in the northeast of this city. It was only 50 kilometers away from the city. Because Ling Yan took a plane from Beijing in the north, the plane happened to pass over Poyang Lake when it was about to land. He had already enjoyed the view of Poyang Lake from the air. Yingtan City, where Mount Longhu was located, was in the southeast of Nanchang City. If one were to drive there, it would only take them less than 2 hours to get there. Even though Ling Yan's group was only staying in Nanchang for one night, Xianxia still booked an entire floor of the hotel. All 18 suites with lakefront views were there for Ling Yan's group to stay in. In this way, just the cost of a night's accommodation would be more than 60,000 yuan, but Xianxia obviously didn't care about this bit of money. When you were in the capital for more than a month, you were fighting and killing almost every day. Now that you've finally come out, it's rare for you to rest for a day or two. Of course, you should live more comfortably. At this moment, Xianxia was standing by Ling Yan's side, accompanying him and admiring this rare scenery. She didn't avoid it at all, and even until now, she hadn't gone to her own room. Yes. Ling Yan nodded, smiled, and said, "It's a pity that we can only enjoy it for a day or two. I wonder how many more people we'll have to kill the night after tomorrow. Those who deserve to die naturally deserve to be killed. Those so-called righteous martial sects have nothing better to do than organize this devil-subduing assembly. Do you think I'm a pushover?" There was a hint of a smile in Xianxia's beautiful eyes. She was very indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. The devil-subduing assembly this time really isn't for nothing. Their intentions are very deep. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth curled up into an evil smile. 4 months ago, you appeared out of nowhere and roamed the martial world to avenge my parents. Within a month, you massacred more than 10 sects and clans. To them, this was equivalent to a strong signal. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect from 18 years ago was going to take revenge. At that time, I was also starting to rise in Xianxia City. Moreover, I already had the Devil's Blade. Because my surname was Ling, those people who forced my parents couldn't sit still anymore. Those who possess the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade will be recognized as the current Devil Lord. Thus, even though it's called a devil-subduing assembly, it's not just targeting you. They're also targeting me. In the past month or so, I've led the Ling family to rise in power in Beijing. Now, the entire martial world knows that I'm from the Ling family. After more than a month of brewing, those people will definitely find out. Once I'm done in Beijing, I'll definitely seek revenge on them one by one. Even though those people talk about righteousness and morality, they're actually just cowards who are afraid of death. They see that I'm getting stronger day by day. Instead of waiting for us to come knocking on their doors for revenge, they might as well gather together and discuss a feasible plan to kill us before we become truly strong. Ling Yan used only a few words to reveal the true purpose of this devil-subduing assembly. Then, he turned to Xianxia and smiled. Therefore, this battle is a devil-subduing assembly to them, but for the two of us, it's a battle of revenge. This time, Ling Yan brought along Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Qin Dongxue, Yi Xingchen, Qin Miao, Xiao Mimi, and the 5 members of the Blood Clan. Of course, he also brought along Wang Chongxiao, who was at the mid-stage of Qi Cultivation level 6. Other than the 13 of them, Miao Xiao Miao from Xianxia City had also rushed to Nanchang City with Baixianer. They were currently on their way to this hotel. There were a total of 15 people. Among these 15 people, there were 3 from the Devil sect, Yi Xingchen, Qing Miao, and Xiao Mimi. There were 5 from the Blood clan, 1 from the Demon clan, and 1 from the Gu clan. There were people from the Devil sect, the Demon clan, the Blood clan, and the Gu clan. Ling Yan's actions were, of course, a slap to their faces. Didn't you guys organize the devil-subduing assembly to subdue the demons and demons? Alright, I'll bring all of them here. Let's see who's going to crush who then. That's right. Then, let's kill to our heart's content the night after tomorrow. We'll avenge Master and Uncle Ling. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a smile, but her beautiful eyes shone with a fierce and murderous light. She thought of the 18 years of nurturing and teaching Yin Qingxian. After spending so many years with Yin Qingxian and feeling the pain and torment her master endured day and night, Xianxia could no longer restrain herself. Originally, she thought that she could only do these things alone. But now, with Ling Yun, they could fight side by side. At this time, Ling Yun's communicator rang, and he picked it up immediately. Ever since he got off the plane, Ling Yun had taken out his communicator and phone from the Great Void Ring for easier communication. It was Miao Xiao Miao, who told Ling Yun that she would be arriving at the hotel soon. Go straight to the entrance of the hotel lobby, I'll go down to pick you up. Ling Yun had been away from Xianxia City for more than a month. He didn't know how Baixianer and Miao Xiao Miao's cultivation had progressed, but he was looking forward to it. Ling Yun released his divine sense and found a luxurious sports car slowly driving into the hotel. The two people inside were Miao Xiao Miao and Baixianer. TSK, Yi Xingchen had already used her divine sense to scan the car. After seeing the two peerless beauties in the car, she turned to Ling Yun with an unfriendly gaze. Ahem. Don't think too much, I'll go down first. Ling Yun knew that there was no way to explain such things, so he simply left the room and went downstairs. Brat, wait for me. Qin Dongxue also walked out of her room and quickly caught up with Ling Yun. The two of them went downstairs together. After all, Qin Dongxue, Miao Xiao Miao, and Baixianer got along very well during their time in Xianxia City. Naturally, she had to go downstairs to pick them up. Wow, Miao Xiao Miao, you're at Xiantian Realm Level 3 now. You're advancing so fast. Ling Yun hurried to the hotel lobby, and Miao Xiao Miao and Baixianer happened to walk in as well. Because Miao Xiao Miao didn't come on purpose, Ling Yun asked her to drive Baixianer over, so Ling Yun was very enthusiastic. Big brother Ling Yun. Baixianer finally saw Ling Yun. She threw herself into Ling Yun's arms without a care. Good Xian, I missed you so much. Ling Yun couldn't care less about Yi Xingchen's jealousy. He hugged Baixianer in his arms. The pain was not enough. Xian missed you too. Baixianer burrowed into Ling Yun's arms and couldn't bear to leave. She even took off her sunglasses. Big brother Ling Yun, Xian has 4 tails now. Baixianer whispered to Ling Yun after being intimate with him for a long time. Really? Then, do you know how to fly? Ling Yun asked immediately after a moment of shock. Baixianer blinked her big foxy eyes and nodded lightly. Wow. My good Xian, you're the best. Ling Yun was very excited. At the side, Miao Xiao Miao seemed to have known that this would happen once Baixianer and Ling Yun met. Hence, she didn't mind at all. She only greeted Qin Dongxue and the two of them chatted. Xian, come over and greet auntie. Ling Yun hugged Baixianer affectionately and pushed her away to let her greet Qin Dongxue. Baixianer blushed and greeted Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue smiled and nodded. Xian is getting prettier. Ling Yun, I brought your Xian here. You'll pay for the transportation. Miao Xiao Miao finally had time to talk to Ling Yun and joked with him. Beauty, don't worry, I'll definitely pay for it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Where's little gold? Ling Yun thought of Miao Xiao Miao's top-grade golden silkworm and asked about it. She's flying by herself. Miao Xiao Miao smiled. Ling Yun thought to himself, you have little gold, and now I have big gold. Let's go, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go upstairs. The rooms have already been arranged for you. After meeting them, Ling Yun immediately brought them to the elevator and returned to the 23rd floor. There were 18 lakeside suites for 15 people, so each person had a room to spare. However, those who knew Miao Xiao Miao and Baixianer were already waiting for them in Ling Yun's room, except for the 5 members of the Blood Clan and Wang Chongxiao. Fortunately, the lakeside suites were big enough, and Ling Yun's room was the largest. It was about 150 square meters, so it didn't feel crowded with more than 10 people. It had been more than a month since they last met. Naturally, there was a lot of pleasantries. Ling Yun called the 5 members of the Blood Clan and Wang Chongxiao over to introduce them to everyone. Of course, the most important thing was to introduce Yi Xingchen and the Green Bird, as well as Miao Xiao Miao and Baixianer. Since everyone had arrived and it was time for dinner, Ling Yun brought everyone to the largest private room in the hotel and had a sumptuous meal. The 5 blood-breed slaves, if they didn't transform, were all exceptionally handsome. They were all dressed in decent suits and simply did the work of serving in the private room. Every one of them was elegant and gentlemanly. During the meal, Ling Yun naturally asked about the situation in Xianxia City, starting from Miracle Dr. Xue to Xue Mining and Yao Rou. Miao Xiaomiao also answered all his questions. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms on the 23rd floor to rest. That night, Ling Yun specially went to Miao Xiaomiao's room and personally gave her a platinum spatial ring and a beauty pill. At the same time, he already knew that Miao Xiaomiao's Supreme Green Emperor technique had reached the 5th realm and could mature herbs on a large scale. That night, because everyone had left their original place and suddenly reunited in a foreign place, everyone had different feelings. However, they were all trying their best to adjust to the new environment, so they didn't chat much with each other. Early the next morning, everyone got up. After breakfast, they left the hotel. Ling Yan took out 2 7-seater business cars from the Great Void Ring. Yi Xingchen followed suit and took out a sports car for himself. Thus, the 15 of them escorted 2 prisoners to Dragon Tiger Mountain in Yingtan City in 4 separate cars. Because of the switch to a new map and a brand new plot, they had to be meticulously crafted. The update was late, but it was done very quickly. Genius website. Mobile version. After the 4 luxury cars left the city in the east, they soon got on the Round the City Highway, and then they went south along the Round the City Highway. After rushing all the way to the Shanghai Kunming Highway, they headed straight for Yingtan City in the east, as fast as lightning. Yi Xingchen took the lead in a black sports car with Qin Dongxue. Wang Chongxiao and the 5 members of the Blood Clan followed closely behind in a 7-seater Mercedes-Benz with the 2 prisoners, Spiritual Master Lai Ri and Di Yutong. Then, Miao Xiaomiao drove her luxurious sports car with Xiao Mimi. The remaining 5 people were naturally in Ling Yun's MPV. Aunt Qing, what's wrong? Ling Yun noticed that ever since Qing Miao saw Miao Xiaomiao for the first time yesterday evening, her expression had been a little off. Her gaze kept drifting over to Ling Yun's body. Today, this state was even more obvious. She was obviously uneasy. Ling Yun already knew that 20 years ago, Qing Miao was the most talented Gu lady in the 18 stockade villages of Miaojiang. Her attainments in the art of Gu, poison, and medicine had already reached the pinnacle at that time. She had lost her memory and was muddle-headed for 18 years. When she suddenly saw Miao Xiaomiao who walked out of the 10,000 mountains of Miaojiang, she would definitely be a little emotional. Actually, Ling Yun didn't intend to bring Qing Miao along on this trip. After all, to Ling Yun, Qing Miao was his elder. Now that he was in the Ling family, there was no need for Qing Miao to come out and fight. As for Qing Miao, Ling Yun hoped that she would be like a part of his family. From now on, she would stay in the Ling family, plant flowers, cultivate, and enjoy the rest of her life. However, Qing Miao hadn't left the Ling family's ancestral home. She had been staying there for more than a month. Qing Miao hadn't seen Yi Xingchen since the night Ling Yun saved his father. She missed her dearly because Yi Xingchen was the disciple of her sister, Yin Qingxian. Qing Miao also wanted to ask Yi Xingchen about Yin Qingshuan's situation in the past 18 years. However, in the capital, Qing Miao and Yi Xingchen couldn't meet for a long talk even though they occasionally contacted each other to prevent the Ling family from repeating the same mistake. Therefore, Qing Miao volunteered to come along after learning that Ling Yun was going to attend the Devil Subduing Conference with Yi Xingchen so that she could spend some time with him. Secondly, Qing Miao treated Ling Yun like her own son. As an expert who was about to break through to the 2nd level of the Divine Power realm, she couldn't bear to stay at home and let Ling Yun go against the entire martial world. This had nothing to do with strength but love. The last reason was naturally because this Devil Subduing Conference was targeted at Yi Xingchen and Ling Yun. In other words, it was targeted at Yin Qingxian and Ling Xiao. As one of the people who had personally experienced that case, her hatred for the martial arts sects that had forced Yin Qingxian back then could be said to be even more intense than Yi Xingchen's. Not only had Bluebird regained her memory and appearance, but she had also become a dozen years younger. Her strength had also reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Divine Power realm. She had to avenge her past grudge. It was because of these 3 reasons that Qing Miao insisted on accompanying Ling Yun to attend the Devil Subduing Conference. She did not expect that when she arrived here, before the Demon Subduing meet even started and before she fought a single battle, she would meet the Miaojiang Gu lady again. Although it was the first time they met, they were like old friends. It felt like a lifetime had passed. that child looks a lot like Aunt Qing. Qing Miao's gaze was fixed on Miao Xiao Miao, who was far away. She was reminiscing about the past. Hearing Ling Yan's question, she smiled gently and said, I like her very much. Aunt Qing, when I was 15 or 16 years old, I had already mastered the art of venomous poison. I was in the prime of my youth. Because of the battle of witchcraft, I secretly left the 100,000 mountains and went to the territory of Xianxia alone to fight with people. In the end, I was schemed against by those people from Xianxia. In the end, I was outnumbered and almost died. Luckily, I was saved by my sister. After that, I followed my sister to the headquarters of the Devil's Sect. This was the first time Qing Miao told Ling Yan about her background. At that time, Big Sister was like a goddess in my eyes. She treated me better than her own sister. As long as I was willing to learn, Big Sister would teach me. In those 2 years, my cultivation progressed at lightning speed, and I reached the late Xiantian realm very quickly. The elder sister that Qing Miao was referring to was naturally Yin Qingxian. She continued, elder sister said that I'm extremely talented, and I'm the best among her sisters. Even Qing Wan and Qing Feng aren't as good as me. Speaking of happiness, Qing Miao couldn't help but smile. I stayed with my sister and the others all day long, cultivating, playing, and traveling the martial world. I was extremely happy, and I couldn't bear to leave her. So, from the day I met my sister, I never returned to the Miao village. But it was only for those 2 to 3 years. In the last year, Big Sister met your father, and then that case happened. After Big Sister and I returned to the headquarters of the Devil Sect, she gave birth to you not long after. She was really happy at that time. But less than half a month after Big Sister gave birth to you, the 12 elders of the Devil Sect tricked Big Sister in the name of a sacrificial ceremony. When she returned from the sacrificial ceremony, she found out that your Yanghe meridian had been destroyed. Big Sister was naturally furious, but she knew that she couldn't defeat the 12 elders and the 8 guardians of the Devil Sect by herself. That was why she could only suppress her grief and secretly discuss with us sisters. In the end, we decided that I would bring you out of the forbidden area of the Devil Sect. Big Sister's intelligence and strategy were unparalleled. We originally planned it carefully, so the process of me bringing you out of the forbidden area of the Devil Sect was very smooth. Who knew that not long after I brought you out of the Devil Sect, we would be hunted down by Sikong too? The plan we came up with was for me to bring you to Shirwan Mountain, back to our Miaojiang village, and raise you up. That was why I couldn't escape. Who knew that Sikong too would still catch up to me when we reached Qingshui territory? At this point, Green Bird stopped because Ling Yan already knew the rest of the story. Then, she turned her head and looked at Miao Xiao Miao, who was driving. She smiled and said, if I could successfully bring you back to Miaojiang 18 years ago, the two of you would have been childhood friends and grown up together. Ling Yan was stunned. Aunt Qing, do you know Miao Xiao Miao's grandmother, Miao Fenghuang? Of course I do. Qing Miao smiled sweetly. Don't look at the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. There aren't many Gu ladies who are successful in cultivating the art of Gu. Our Miaojiang's art of Gu has been passed down from generation to generation, so no matter which village, everyone knows who is cultivating the art of Gu and whose cultivation is good or bad. Sometimes, there will be competitions to choose the sacred lady of Miaojiang. After the age of 10, Aunt Qing's Gu techniques became famous in the entire Miaojiang. Miao Fenghuang was the Miao holy lady of the previous generation. How could we not know each other? Not only does she know me, but she also treats me very well. She said that I would be the new Miao holy lady when I was 18. Unfortunately, I ran away from Miaojiang before I was 16 and haven't returned since. I don't know what Aunt Miao would think, Ling Yan thought to himself. At the end of the day, they were still family. He immediately asked, do you know about the matter between Miao Fenghuang and Miracle Dr. Shui? I've only heard about it. Green Bird nodded. However, the matter with Aunt Miao is a taboo in the entire Miao village. Everyone doesn't talk about it, so that's how it is. Ling Yan finally understood everything. Miao Fenghuang was the Miao holy lady, and Green Bird originally had hopes of succeeding her. However, she left the Miao village. Even though the two of them had a good relationship, they weren't from the same village. Based on Miao Fenghuang's generation, Miao Xiao Miao should be the third generation Miao holy lady that she had deliberately cultivated. No wonder Green Bird was so unsettled after seeing Meow Xiao Meow. Aunt Qing is from the Black Meow. Green Bird said to Ling Yan again and then didn't say anything else. Aunt Qing, what's the use of just thinking about it? You can just tell Meow Xiao Meow. I think she should be able to tell that you have goose skills, right? Green Bird nodded. That's right. Between Goo ladies, unless there's a huge difference in their realms and they can't hide it from each other, everyone would be able to tell. She smiled in relief. This child, Meow Xiao Meow's goose skills have already surpassed the time I left Meow Village. Ling Yan chuckled and said, Aunt Qing, that's easy. When we arrive at Yingtan City, I'll let her stay with you. You can explain things to her then. You can also ask about the situation in your stronghold at the same time. That's good too. Green Bird nodded lightly. After more than an hour, Ling Yan and the rest finally arrived at Yingtan City. It was already the morning of the 14th of August. After entering Yingtan City, Ling Yan could clearly feel that the number of ancient martial arts experts around him had gradually increased. They were in groups of 3 to 5 and were dressed in all sorts of clothes. They blended into the crowd and seemed to be in a hurry. There were many Xiantian realm experts, but Ling Yan had yet to find any traces of divine realm experts. Ling Yan and the rest naturally wouldn't care about these people now. They directly drove past them until they reached a remote and deserted place. Then, they all got out of the car and gathered together again. According to the original plan, we'll split into 3 groups. The enemies had already begun to appear, so Ling Yan naturally began to make arrangements. Such a large group of people with varying realms of cultivation was too eye-catching. Xing Chen, Aunt Qing, Xiao Mimi, Meow Xiao Meow, the 4 of you will go together. Xing Chen will lead and act according to the situation. Edward, the 5 of you, take the 2 dead men and stay in Yingtan City. Find a place with no one around for the time being. Without my orders, no one is to act on their own, let alone go into the territory of Mount Longhu. The rest of you, follow me. We'll go straight to Mount Longhu. This was originally discussed in advance, so no one had any objections. After Ling Yan finished speaking, the 3 groups began to move. Before returning to the car, Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Xiao Mimi and Meow Xiao Meow. The 2 of you must ensure that your communicators are switched on at all times. No matter who meets Shuang Meifeng or the people from the Tranquil sect, contact the other party immediately. After that, Ling Yan brought Bai Xianer, Qin Dongxue, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, and Wang Chongxiao straight to Mount Longhu. The Ling Yan of today was no longer the same person who had just started cultivating in Qingshui City. He knew nothing about the ancient martial arts world and the cultivation world. When the enemy came, no matter how strong or weak they were, he had to rely on himself to deal with them single-handedly to the end. Now, not only did he have a deep understanding and knowledge of the ancient martial arts world and the cultivation world of Huaxia, but he was also able to resolve the problems he wanted to solve in a calm and composed manner, as well as face the enemies he was about to face. That was because Ling Yan had power now. In Beijing, Ling Yan led the Ling family to rise and gain a firm foothold. With the Ling family as the leader, the Chao family, the Li family, the Shui family, and the Lin family all belonged to Ling Yan. Moreover, he was now the great elder of the heavenly team and had a secret identity in the dragon team that wasn't inferior to the leader of the dragon team, Zhao Xingwu. Other than that, there was also the power that Yi Xingchen controlled. Of course, other than the power that the Ling family and Yi Xingchen controlled, the other powers were either unpresentable, such as the Li family and the heavenly team, or unpresentable, such as the Lin family and the dragon team. But when the time came, Ling Yan only needed to say the word and it would be very useful. At least, it would make things much more convenient for him. But for the current Ling Yan, just the power of the Ling family and the power that Yi Xingchen controlled was enough. The more Ling Yan interacted with Yi Xingchen, the more he could feel how powerful the power she controlled was. Even though there were some things that Yi Xingchen didn't tell Ling Yan, perhaps because she didn't have the time, or perhaps because she didn't think it was necessary, there was no doubt that when Ling Yan was fighting his enemies and when he was cultivating crazily, Yi Xingchen had been secretly arranging and planning for him. For example, this time, before Ling Yan left the capital and boarded the plane, Yi Xingchen told Ling Yan that 2 days ago, the Tranquil sect had dispatched more than 20 people. Under the leadership of Priestess Desireless, they descended Mount Qingqing and headed east. Their target was Mount Longhu. And the person that haunted Ling Yan's dreams, Zhuang Meifeng, was among that group of people. The people from the Tranquil sect arrived at Ganqi province even earlier than Ling Yan's group. However, the group of nuns completely concealed their tracks after entering Ganqi province, and they couldn't be found anymore. Ling Yan guessed that the group of nuns had chosen to travel at night after entering Ganqi province. They should have already reached Dragon Tiger Mountain by now, but he didn't know where they were hiding. That was why Ling Yan said those words to Xiao Mimi and Miao Xiao Miao before they parted ways. This was because both of them had seen Zhuang Meifeng before, especially Xiao Mimi. Before Zhuang Meifeng had been captured by Priestess Desireless. The two of them had spent many days together. They were already as close as sisters, and Xiao Mimi had been captured by Xianxia because she had gone to look for Zhuang Meifeng. The tranquil pill might be able to make Zhuang Meifeng forget about Ling Yan, but she would definitely not forget about Xiao Mimi. This was the biggest reason why Ling Yan had to bring Xiao Mimi here. It didn't matter who met Zhuang Meifeng first. What was important was that he could see Zhuang Meifeng, and that was enough. This time, as long as Ling Yan could see Zhuang Meifeng, he would not let anyone take her away from him. Not even the emperor himself would be able to stop him. If God stood in his way, he would kill God. Dragon Tiger Mountain was 20 kilometers southwest of Yingtan City. With Ling Yan's speed, it would only take him half an hour to get there. The closer they got to Dragon Tiger Mountain, the stronger Ling Yan's anticipation grew. He couldn't wait to see that enchanting figure in front of him. Ling Yan actually started to worry about his gains and losses along with this intense anticipation. It made him feel a sense of homesickness and unease. Rascal, don't worry, we will definitely see her this time. Even if we can't, the Tranquil sect is at Qingqing Mountain. It's not like she can run away. Once the demon subduing conference is over, I will accompany you to the Tranquil sect to get her. At this moment, a gentle but firm voice traveled into Ling Yan's ears. At the same time, a soft hand pressed on his shoulder. Naturally, it was Qin Dongshui. When Qin Dongshui rushed to Qingshui City and met Ling Yan for the first time, it was at Zhuangtianda's Qingshui Wharf No. 1 mansion. At that time, Ling Yan had just dismembered Sun Tianbiao because Zhuang Meifeng was taken away. Therefore, no one knew better than Qin Dongshui how important Zhuang Meifeng was to Ling Yan. Thank you, Auntie, I understand. Ling Yan nodded. When he looked up again, Dragon Tiger Mountain was already in front of him. Dragon Tiger Mountain was located 20 kilometers southwest of Yingtan City in Jiangxi province. In the middle of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the founder of Taoism, Zhang Daoling, used to refine the 9 heavens divine pill here. Legend has it that when the pill was completed, the dragon and tiger would appear. Mount Longhu was a Danxia mountain formed by massive red sandstone. It had the most typical Danxia landscape in China and was the birthplace of Chinese Taoism. According to the ancient records of Taoism, the 4th generation of Zhang Daoling's descendants had already settled down at Mount Longhu during the Three Kingdoms or the Western Jin dynasty. Since then, the descendants of Zhang Daoling had lived at Mount Longhu for more than 60 generations, which had lasted for more than 1,900 years. Dragon Tiger Mountain was famous because of its beautiful scenery. Another reason was that it had 2,000 years of Taoist heritage. It was the ancestral court of the Taoist celestial sect, also known as the Taoist capital. Dragon Tiger Mountain was a paradise hidden in the celestial court. Even though the Tao mausoleum was far away, it was still feared by the demons. That was Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain had been worshipped and conferred titles by the imperial court for generations. At its peak, it had more than 80 Taoist temples, 36 Taoist schools, 10 Taoist palaces, and 10 Taoist nunneries. No wonder it's one of the 72 blessed lands of Taoism. Such strong spiritual energy, Ling Yan could already feel the strong spiritual energy of Mount Longhu even though he was still in the car. The density of the spiritual energy was already comparable to that of the Ling family spirit gathering formation in Beijing even though they were still outside Mount Longhu. Of course, that was when there was no divine ghost willow. It's just SOSO. It's just a little taller and bigger than the main peak of Mao Mountain. Other than that, it's nothing special, Ling Yan sighed, but Mo Wu Dao expressed his dissatisfaction. Oh? Is that so? Ling Yan patted Mo Wu Dao's shoulder. Then why isn't Mao Mountain called the ancestral court of Taoism? Emma Wudao blushed slightly, but he argued, who said that? Mao Mountain is also the birthplace of the Xianxia sect of Taoism. Moreover, Mao Mountain has the reputation of being the #1 blessed land and the 8th grotto heaven. Speaking of which, it's much stronger than Dragon Tiger Mountain. Oh? Mao Mountain is one of the 36 grotto heavens? Ling Yan asked in surprise. Grotto heavens and blessed lands were different. Grotto heavens were of a much higher level than blessed lands. Inside the grotto heavens was a world of its own, which was the legendary small world. No matter how big a blessed land was, it was still on the ground. There's no conclusive conclusion about grotto heavens, but Mao Mountain is widely acknowledged as the #1 blessed land. Being questioned by Ling Yun, Emma Wudao couldn't brag anymore. Anyway, it's much higher than Dragon Tiger Mountain. Then I'll go to Mao Mountain to play when I have time. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Mao Mountain was known as the #1 blessed land for a reason. He wanted to reap some benefits. You'd better not go. Hearing this, Emma Wudao's face turned pale with fright, secretly regretting his bragging just now. The car arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain town in the blink of an eye. They found a secluded place to alight and Ling Yun put the car away. It was too convenient. Among the 15 people who came to Dragon Tiger Mountain, except for Wang Chongxiao and the 5 members of the Blood Clan, everyone had a spatial ring. Last night, Ling Yun gave by Xianxia a platinum ring after seeing her. He told her to make use of it first. When he had time, he would make a great void ring for her. After getting out of the car, Ling Yun appeared in front of a red rock in a flash. He grabbed a handful of rocks, crushed them, and sniffed them. Good soil quality. No wonder Zhang Daoling chose to refine pills here. The soil quality, water quality, and rich spiritual energy here are the most suitable for refining pills. Ling Yun's eyes lit up after inspecting the soil quality of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He couldn't bear to leave. He wanted to find a place to refine pills immediately. This was the best place to refine pills. Let's go. It's still early. Let's go to the main peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain and have a bird's eye view. At the same time, we can find the Wind Thunder Valley. Ling Yan's group didn't walk very fast. They enjoyed the beautiful scenery and chatted as they walked. At the same time, they took the opportunity to size up the tourists, the martial artists who had come to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference. When they arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain, there were obviously more martial artists than when they were in Yingtan City. They could be seen almost everywhere. There were men and women, young and old. Most of them were dressed like Taoist priests and Taoist nuns, followed by monks, nuns, swordsmen, and wanderers. There were also people from hidden families or ancient martial arts sections. They were of varying realms. Moreover, Ling Yun finally saw the traces of some divine realm experts. Ling Yun knew that these people might not be his enemies. That was because Dragon Tiger Mountain's Wind Thunder Valley was going to hold an auction tonight. They might have come for that auction. However, after participating in the Yi family's auction, Ling Yun knew that the Yi family had reached the pinnacle of auctions. Moreover, it seemed to have been widely accepted by the martial artists. Therefore, he didn't think that the auction would be able to produce anything extraordinary. Therefore, he wasn't very enthusiastic about it. However, he had to go. That was because there was a high chance that he would bump into Zhuang Meifeng. The group of lustful nuns from the Tranquil sect were famous for wanting to be in the limelight. Ling Yun had a feeling that they would definitely go. Just like that, they observed and moved forward. To Ling Yun and his group, climbing the mountain was no different from walking on flat ground. When it was close to noon, Ling Yun and his group finally reached the main peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was Tianmen Mountain, which was 1,300 meters above sea level. I will reach the peak and look down upon all the other mountains. Standing at the peak of Tianmen Mountain, Ling Yun finally had a panoramic view of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The white clouds and mist were faintly discernible on the mountainside. The scenery was breathtaking. Suddenly, Ling Yan's divine sense moved. Then, his handsome eyes flashed with excitement, and he couldn't hide it. An extremely enchanting figure suddenly barged into the range of his divine sense. She was accompanied by 7 or 8 nuns, walking slowly from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Zhuang Meifeng. Fate was truly a wonderful thing that could not be put into words. Those who were meant to leave couldn't stay, those who were meant to come couldn't be stopped. When Lingyan first started cultivating, he was only at physique tempering level 1. Just by helping miracle Dr. Xue suppress the heart-devouring goo insect, he won the favor of Xue Mining. Xue Mining insisted on bringing him to the shopping district. In the end, they met Sun Xing from the Sun family at a crossroads. He bullied Zhuang Meifeng in public and was saved by Ling Yun. From then on, Ling Yun caused havoc in the Zhuang family twice. The first time, he almost died. Fortunately, the Emperor Brush Spirit Qi helped him to step onto the path of cultivation. The second time was naturally because Zhuang Meifeng was taken away by the Tranquil sect. Ling Yan was so angry that he killed nearly 100 experts from the Sun family and cut Sun Tianbiao into pieces. Finally, Ling Yan killed his way to Beijing and annihilated the Sun family. Now that the Sun family was destroyed and the Ling family was rising, Ling Yan left Beijing for Dragon Tiger Mountain. He didn't expect Zhuang Meifeng to appear just as he was worrying about his gains and losses. This was really wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. Ling Yun was naturally overjoyed. Using his divine sense, he saw that Zhuang Meifeng was now wearing a greenish-gray Taoist robe. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation, she had grown 2 to 3 centimeters taller, making her look even more slender and graceful. However, now that Zhuang Meifeng was no longer wearing any makeup, she looked even more ethereal and ethereal. After half a year, Zhuang Meifeng was no longer burgundy. Her black hair had already reached her waist. She held a sword with one hand, and her beautiful eyes were pure. However, there was a hint of arrogance and coldness in them. She gave off an ethereal vibe that kept people at arm's length. The pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. Ling Yan could see through Zhuang Meifeng's current realm. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He almost cursed the crazy nuns from the Tranquil sect. Fortunately, Zhuang Meifeng hadn't broken through to the late stages of the Xiantian realm. There was still time. Ah! It's Sister Meifeng. Bai Xian'er's divine sense was also strong. She naturally saw Zhuang Meifeng and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Where? Qin Dongxue had noticed the change in Ling Yan just now. She was secretly surprised, but she immediately understood what was going on when she heard Bai Xian'er's exclamation. She just reached the foot of the mountain and is walking up. Tai Xiaohu answered on behalf of Ling Yan. His divine sense was now 2,000 meters long, so of course he could see Zhuang Meifeng. Qin Dongxue scanned with her divine sense and saw Zhuang Meifeng immediately. She couldn't help but sigh. She finally understood why Ling Yun was so frustrated on the way here. Even though Qin Dongxue had never seen Zhuang Meifeng before, she could recognize her as soon as she scanned the foot of the mountain with her divine sense. Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meina were similar, just much prettier. Stinking brat, how is it? I was right, right? I told you that you would definitely meet her. What do you plan to do? Qin Dongxue couldn't help but tease Ling Yun when she saw how distracted he was. Ling Yun finally came back to his senses. He didn't even think about it. Of course I'm going to see her immediately. Just like that? Yes. Just like that. Ling Yan's eyes sparkled. But I'll still go alone. Auntie, you guys can enjoy the scenery here. If they come up the mountain later, listen to my telepathic transmission and act according to the situation. If they don't come here, I'll go with them. You guys keep your communicators on so we can keep in touch. Ling Yan turned to Wang Chongxiao. Old Wang, if anything happens to them, I'll hold you responsible. Ling Yan brought Wang Chongxiao here specifically to be a fighter and bodyguard. Naturally, he had to be put to good use. Don't worry, young master. Wang Chongxiao cupped his fists respectfully. Xian'er, wait for me here with Auntie and the rest. Don't run around. No matter what happens, you have to listen to Auntie. Big brother Yun, you have to get big sister Meifeng back. Bai Xian'er nodded obediently and blinked her beautiful eyes. Ling Yan laughed. Don't worry, she won't be able to run away anymore. With that, Ling Yan's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Hee, the show is finally about to start. After Ling Yan left, Mo Wudao shook his head and laughed sinisterly. At the foot of the Tianmen mountain, Zhuang Meifeng was escorted by 7 to 8 people from the same sect. She was like the moon surrounded by stars. Junior sister Lycan, your aptitude is too good. After taking the Dragon Tiger pill from Mount Longhu last night, you advanced from the early stages of Xiantian realm level 5 to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. Third senior sister, that's not all. Master said that the Dragon Tiger pill hasn't been fully unleashed because of the short period of time. If she absorbs all the energy, junior sister Lycan will be able to break through to Xiantian realm level 7. A few celestial masters from the Shangqing Palace said that junior sister Lycan has a strand of immortal qi in her body. With this immortal qi, she will be able to cultivate faster and faster. She might even reach Xiantian realm level 9 within a year. No wonder junior sister Lycan was accepted as the last disciple of our abbess and was given a dharma name. Junior sister Lycan, you've been in the tranquil sect for almost half a year. Why haven't you shaved your head? Even though the 7 or 8 nuns were all disciples of the tranquil sect, they couldn't hide their female nature. Without their elders around, they felt less pressured. They chattered non-stop, but all of their topics revolved around Zhuang Meifeng. Lycan? F***ck. What a lousy name. Ling Yan was rushing down the mountain. His divine sense had been enveloping Zhuang Meifeng the entire time. He was afraid that she would disappear suddenly, so he heard a lot of information. He was about to die of anger from the stubborn old nuns of the tranquil sect. The Dragon Tiger pill, it was indeed the Dragon Tiger pill. These crazy women were too impatient. Shaving your head? Shaving my ass. Now that I've seen Meifeng, you can all continue to dream on. Tianmen Mountain was 1,300 meters high. However, the journey from the peak to the foot of the mountain was a few kilometers. Zhuang Meifeng was right in front of him, so Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry. He began to descend the mountain slowly while trying to find out more information about the tranquil sect. Junior sister Lycan, didn't Master and Uncle Master tell us to go to the Wind Thunder Valley first to find out what's going to be auctioned tonight? Why are we here at Tianmen Mountain? Zhuang Meifeng, who was also known as Lycan, listened to the chatter of these people along the way and remained silent. Occasionally, she would admire the scenery around her. However, when she heard what Zhuang Meifeng said, she thought for a while and suddenly said, There's no reason, I just suddenly felt like going to the top of the mountain to take a look. At this moment, someone beside her suddenly said, there's no harm in taking a look. Anyway, the auction only starts at night. We can definitely make it in time. I heard that halfway up Tianmen Mountain, there's a peach-shaped boulder that was split in half by someone. It was placed horizontally in the stream, forming a natural door. It said that it was done by the Celestial Master's godly sword. It's called opening the heavenly gate with one sword, and that's how the name of Tianmen Mountain spread. Hearing her explanation, the surrounding people couldn't help but be fascinated. The person who asked the question just now naturally didn't say anything. However, now that our junior sister Lycan's cultivation of the tranquil heart technique has deepened, she's really different from when she first came to the tranquil sect. She's already starting to break away from the mortal world. At this moment, the person who asked the question just now asked again, Junior sister Lycan, why have you been cultivating so hard these past 2 months? Fifth junior sister, why do you have so many questions? The person who explained suddenly took on the style of the eldest senior sister and scolded in a low voice. However, she quickly said, I heard that one night 2 months ago, junior sister Lycan seemed to have sensed something and went out of the tranquil sect alone. After that, you started to cultivate crazily. Is that right? There was a trace of jealousy in the nun's eyes. She purposely asked, what happened that night? Can you tell us about it? The night that the tranquil sect's female disciples were discussing was naturally the night when the immortal light shone on Qing Shui and Ling Yun was struck down by the golden divine lightning. Eldest senior sister, it's nothing. Zhuang Meifeng's voice was indifferent. It's all in the past. After that night, Zhuang Meifeng's heart was like dead ashes. She started to cultivate the tranquil heart technique crazily, which coincided with the tranquil heart technique's principle of having no desires. In less than 2 months, she actually broke through to Xiantian realm level 5. It was also because of this that Zhuang Meifeng finally received the approval of the current abbess of the tranquil sect, Priestess Miju. She officially accepted her as her last disciple and gave her the name Lycan. She even tried to shave her head several times, but for some reason, Zhuang Meifeng refused. However, Miju and Miju weren't in a hurry. That was because once the tranquil heart technique was cultivated to a small realm, not only would the cultivator forget about all the men in the world, but they would also forget about the prosperity of the mortal world. As long as Zhuang Meifeng broke through to Xiantian realm level 7, even if the tranquil pill lost its effect and Ling Yun stood in front of her, she would only treat him as an unrelated person. Even though the people from the tranquil sect talked non-stop, their footsteps weren't slow at all. Soon, they were halfway up the mountain, and the place where the sword opened the gate of heaven was already in sight. But at this moment, a man ran down from the front. He was wearing white sportswear and was rushing towards the 7 or 8 people. It seemed that because he was running too fast, he suddenly slipped and stepped on nothing. That person instantly lost his balance and stumbled towards the nuns. He was about to collide with Zhuang Meifeng. That young man was about to fall off the cliff at any time. He was so scared that he lost his head. His hands were waving wildly in front of him. From the front, it looked like he was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Io. The speed of that young man stumbling became faster and faster. Finally, he couldn't stop himself anymore and fell into Zhuang Meifeng's arms. Seeing this, Zhuang Meifeng frowned slightly. However, she could tell that the other party didn't do it on purpose. She couldn't bear to see him fall and was about to use a palm to block him, but she was a step too late. Humph, these stupid mortals. Big senior sister Li Su, who was beside her, suddenly attacked that pitiful and innocent young man. Of course, Li Su's attack wouldn't take his life. However, if this young man was hit, he would definitely fall at least 5 to 6 meters back. Then, he would definitely fall heavily. Just as Zhuang Meifeng was sighing in her heart, that young man suddenly crashed into her arms. That pair of hands that had been waving wildly also landed firmly on her chest. Meifeng, long time no see. Ling Yan said in his heart as he crashed into Zhuang Meifeng's body and felt the familiar soft and warm fragrance. Genius website address. Mobile version. He missed? Li Su from the Tranquil sect hadn't noticed the state of Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng. She was in a daze because she didn't manage to hit the youth who lost his footing. How is that possible? Li Su was shocked. She even began to wonder if her reaction was slow. Of course, she didn't miss. It was just that the pitiful wind from her palm had no effect on Ling Yun. Suddenly, 5 to 6 high-pitched screams rang in her ears. It was deafening and pierced through the clouds. The group of nuns from the Tranquil sect had mostly grown up in the Tranquil sect. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before. What's wrong? Big senior sister Li Su turned her head and saw Ling Yun snuggling into junior sister Li Chen's arms. The places his hands were grabbing were simply unbearable to look at. You lecher. Zhuang Meifeng was caught off guard. She didn't expect that this young man who lost his footing would actually fall into her arms. Furthermore, his hands were actually grabbing onto her. Furthermore, his grip was firm and forceful. It was as if a drowning person was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. He refused to let go. Over the past half a year, Zhuang Meifeng had chosen to bathe alone in the Tranquil sect when there was no one around. Now that she had suddenly come into contact with a man and felt his strong aura, she almost lost her composure. Scram. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't care less about anything else. She released her Xiantian realm aura and flung her arms outwards. Bam! This time, the young man couldn't take it anymore. He was flung more than 10 meters away by Zhuang Meifeng. With a loud thud, he fell into a nearby stream, splashing water everywhere. Io! That youth was sprawled out in the stream. His head even knocked heavily on a rock, causing him to fall unconscious. It's still the same feeling and smell. Ling Yan pretended to be unconscious, but he was still reminiscing about the feeling between his fingers. He was overjoyed. Oh no! Aya, junior sister Lycan, that fellow seems to have been killed by you. He's just a mortal, he doesn't know martial arts. Master said that we monks must be compassionate. We sweep the floor without harming the lives of ants and cherish the moths. Li Xiao, shut up. Eldest senior sister Li Su finally recovered from her shock. She heard her junior sister talking nonsense and immediately said angrily, just based on how he treated junior sister Li Chen just now. That's enough for him to die 100 times. What's there to be merciful about? Li Xiao hesitated and did not dare to speak. He only muttered in a low voice, but was he unintentional? Falling from such a high place, humph, look at all of you. Are you even cultivators? You're scared out of your wits when you encounter a small problem. Li Su was reprimanding everyone. She coldly snorted and said, he's not dead yet. Ah? Not dead yet? Junior sister Li Xiao's eyes lit up and immediately ran over to check. After confirming, she immediately relaxed. Phew. He's still breathing. He's really not dead. He's just unconscious. As long as he's not dead. Humph, what an idiot. This section of the mountain road is the steepest. He actually dared to rush down from the mountain. He's simply courting death. Let's go, continue up the mountain. At this moment, Li Su was still angry at herself for hitting nothing but air. She felt that it was inexplicable and there was an unknown anger in her heart. Ah? Li Xiao was stunned. She could not bear it anymore. Let's not care about him? But he's unconscious in the water. If the current gets stronger, he'll drown. Humph, such an idiot deserves to drown. Li Su could not be bothered with Ling Yan's life or death. Her enjoyment of the mountain scenery was completely ruined by the other party. She was furious and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. This eldest senior sister and junior sister were so busy arguing that they did not notice that Zhuang Meifeng had already come to the side of the stream and was looking down at the unconscious youth in the water. After sending the youth flying, Zhuang Meifeng used the tranquil heart technique and almost instantly recovered her state of mind. Then, she began to feel regret. She had just advanced to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. She still could not control her strength with ease. She must have used too much force just now. When she thought about how she must have been like this youth in front of her half a year ago, a mortal that eldest senior sister Li Su mentioned, she could not move her feet. Junior sister Li Xiao was right. This youth fell from a high place. Once he fell, he would roll down the steep stone steps. At the very least, he would be seriously injured. Coincidentally, he was blocked by her. How could she not grab onto him tightly? Master taught that the body was just a bag of skin. A monk should be compassionate. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. However, while Zhuang Meifeng was thinking about this, she was also looking at the unconscious youth. Inexplicably, a special feeling arose in her heart. She could not explain it. It was a strange feeling, but it was just enough to make her unable to move. I must save him, it had nothing to do with anything else. It was as if her instinct was giving her a command. Hence, the other 7 disciples of the Tranquil sect stared in shock as Zhuang Meifeng stepped into the stream. Ignoring the fact that her robes were wet, she bent down and carried the youth out of the water. Forget your feelings, Tranquil pill. What kind of trash pill is this? How dare you boast about forgetting feelings and purifying your heart? Ling Yan had been lying on the ground for a long time just for this moment. When he felt himself in Zhuang Meifeng's arms again, he was secretly delighted. However, it only lasted for a few seconds. Before he could finish cursing, Ling Yan was placed on the ground again. Eldest senior sister, I hurt him unintentionally. We can't just leave like this. At the very least, we have to wake him up. Otherwise, how can we be called righteous in the martial arts world? Zhuang Meifeng stood up and said to Li Su. Yes, junior sister Li Chen's words make sense. Li Su could see that Zhuang Meifeng was determined. A group of nuns came forward and looked down at the drenched and unconscious Ling Yun. However, none of them could do anything about it. Senior sisters, this person is unconscious. The water in the stream is so cold, but it didn't wake him up. How are we going to save him? Li Xiao stood at the front and looked the most carefully. After a long time, she realized that this youth was actually very handsome and had a perfect body. She even blushed for no reason. Among the 8 disciples of the Tranquil sect, Li Su was the oldest at 35. Li Xiu was the youngest at 17. At the same time, her realm was the lowest. She was still far from mastering the Tranquil sect. It was inevitable that she would be attracted to such a handsome youth after leaving the Tranquil sect. After all, everyone loved beauty. It was the same for ancient martial arts masters and immortal cultivators. It was not possible that the more you cultivated, the more you liked ugly and disgusting things. The tranquil heart technique that we cultivate is useless on him. We can only use mortal methods. Li Xiu, pinch his philtrum. Li Su didn't have much of a background in the secular world, so she was very familiar with it. Oh, Li Xiu agreed. Just as she was about to squat down, she heard Zhuang Meifeng say, "Let me do it. My family is in the medical industry. I know a little about saving lives." As she said that, Zhuang Meifeng had already squatted down and reached out a finger to pinch Ling Yan's philtrum. Who didn't know how to pinch someone? Zhuang Meifeng's reason was too far-fetched. However, for some reason, she was very repulsed by other people touching Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan finally woke up half a minute later. Zhuang Meifeng was right in front of him. He really couldn't bear to keep his eyes closed. What's going on? Who are you guys? Am I in a nunnery? My head hurts. Who am I? What is this place? Why can't I remember anything? Ling Yan opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were blank at first. Then, he hugged his head and asked a series of questions. Sigh. Big Brother Yan's amnesia is really good. How shameless. On the top of the mountain, Mo Wudao, who was watching everything with his divine sense, couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead. Halfway up the mountain, the disciples of the Tranquil sect heard Ling Yan's explanation and were all dumbfounded. He actually lost his memory after kowtowing. Furthermore, he didn't even know who he was. What were they supposed to do? Zhuang Meifeng said, Little brother, you fell just now. We are tourists who came to Tianmen Mountain. How do you feel now? Can you try standing up? Ling Yan groaned and struggled. He tried to stand up, but in the end, he only managed to straighten his body. He sat on the ground, dripping wet. He continued to pretend to be in pain. My whole body hurts, I can't stand up. Tianmen Mountain? What kind of place is Tianmen Mountain? Why am I here? Who am I? Ling Yan's eyes were filled with fear. It was as if he had completely lost his memory from that fall. This made Zhuang Meifeng feel even more guilty. Little brother, don't be afraid. You were just thrown by me. Maybe you'll be fine after some rest. It's you. Ling Yan suddenly hugged Zhuang Meifeng's legs. You said that you threw me. You have to treat me, cure me, and send me home. His goal was achieved. Ling Yan was secretly delighted. He just had to admit that she was the one who threw him. He would be able to stick his husband to her. Calm down. Zhuang Meifeng was caught off guard. Ling Yan hugged her legs again. She instantly felt uncomfortable. However, this time, she really couldn't throw him away. She could only endure it. Don't worry, we definitely won't leave you alone. However, you have to rest first and see if you can remember anything. For example, your name and where your home is so that we can send you back. Oh yes, do you have a phone or identification on you? Zhuang Meifeng comforted Ling Yan. She suddenly remembered that as long as he had a phone or identification on him, she would immediately know his identity. However, Ling Yan had naturally thought of everything that she could think of. Other than this set of clothes, everything else had been thrown into the Taishu ring. Let me see. Nothing. Genius website. Mobile version. Ling Yan pretended to rummage through his clothes and pants pockets. He didn't even find a single cent, let alone his phone or identification. The disciples of the Tranquil sect were all dumbfounded. This youth couldn't remember anything, and he didn't even have money on him. What could they do? Maybe his home is near Tianmen Mountain. He probably came to the mountain to play. A disciple of the Tranquil sect made a judgment. That might not be the case. From his accent, he's obviously not a local. He seems to be from Beijing. Is he here for a vacation? Another disciple said. She made her judgment based on Ling Yan's accent because he spoke in Mandarin. What should we do? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Someone muttered. The disciples of the Tranquil sect were at their wits' end. They had to rush to the Wind Thunder Valley later. They couldn't possibly bring a mortal there, could they? Faced with such a thorny problem, Zhuang Meifeng was at a loss as to what to do. After thinking for a while, she said in a negotiating tone, "Little brother, I have an idea." What do you think? We'll take you to the management of this scenic area and hand you over to them first. At the same time, they'll help you find out your identity as soon as possible. During this time, we still have something to do. You just wait there patiently. When we're done, if you haven't recovered your memory, then we'll know. Without waiting for Zhuang Meifeng to finish her sentence, Ling Yan rejected her decisively. He hugged Zhuang Meifeng even tighter as he said, "Do you think you can just walk away after beating me up to this extent? Not a chance. I'm not trying to extort you, but before I recover my memory, I'll go wherever you go. You have to bring me along." Since he had decided to be a dogskin plaster, he had to make full use of its characteristics. Once stuck, he couldn't get rid of it. Didn't you eat the tranquil pill and forget about me? Then I'll just completely lose my memory and start over again. Humph, this person's brain is damaged, but he's still not stupid. Li Su snorted. Zhuang Meifeng frowned slightly. Big senior sister, I was wrong first, Li Su retorted, how is it your fault? If he hadn't run blindly in the mountains, he wouldn't have tripped and fallen, and he wouldn't have bumped into you. All of this serves him right. Ling Yan was instantly displeased. He rolled his eyes and said to Li Su, how can a monk like you speak like that? What's wrong with me running on the mountain? So what if I tripped and fell? Don't tell me you've never fallen before? Oh, I deserve to be beaten to death just because I bumped into someone? You're completely unreasonable. How can you still have the face to be a family member? Ling Yan was simply unscrupulous and was not polite to Li Su at all. Although he pretended to have amnesia, he firmly held the initiative because he did not care what the other party would do, and he did not care when he would be recognized. You, Li Su was so angry that she couldn't even speak properly. In terms of bickering, how could she beat Ling Yan? Ling Yan was secretly pleased. He knew when to stop and waited for Zhuang Meifeng's decision. Big senior sister, this matter started because of me. Let me handle it, Zhuang Meifeng said to Li Su before looking at Ling Yan. Little brother, since you don't accept my suggestion, what do you want to do? Zhuang Meifeng said to Li Su before looking at Ling Yan. Beautiful big sister sure knows how to talk. Ling Yan pretended to be angry and glared at Li Su before saying to Zhuang Meifeng, didn't I say it just now? Before I recover my memory, none of you can run away. Once I recover my memory, you can go wherever you want. I promise I won't pester you. Actually, Ling Yan wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about Zhuang Meifeng. He believed that as long as Zhuang Meifeng regained her memories of him, she wouldn't be able to leave his side, let alone the Tranquil sect. You mortal, you actually want us to bring you along? Do you know where we are going? Is that where you want to go? Li Su was furious when she heard that Ling Yan wanted to pester them. Big senior sister, I said I'll take care of this. Zhuang Meifeng frowned unhappily. She felt that her big senior sister was too heartless. She treated ordinary people like ants and didn't care about their lives. Little brother, let go first. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone before I solve your problem. This time, Ling Yan was very straightforward. He immediately let go and tried to move. Yes, move more and see if you can still walk. Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yan was obedient and not someone who would pester endlessly. She made a decision in her heart. Aya, why does my body hurt so much? My back seems to be swollen. Ling Yan pretended to move and struggled to stand up slowly. His body swayed as he pretended to be unsteady. Ling Yan knew that he had to walk on his own if he wanted to follow Zhuang Meifeng into the Wind Thunder Valley. This was because no one would carry him. Senior sisters, from the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be much of a problem with his body. It's just that he knocked his head on that rock and suffered a concussion. He has temporarily lost his memory. Zhuang Meifeng stood up and said to the disciples around her, "Why don't we bring him along for the time being and let him recover his memory slowly? Once he does, this matter will be over." Junior sister Lycan, although what you said makes sense, with our status, it's really not suitable for us to bring a man around. Moreover, the place we're going to next is not a place a mortal like him can go. Li Su knew that it was hard to change Zhuang Meifeng's decision, but she made a final effort. What she said was the truth. "Senior sister, since this has happened, let's go there later. It won't delay us anyway. If he hasn't recovered his memory by then, I'll bring him along." Zhuang Meifeng had originally wanted to say that she would leave him alone depending on the situation. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she looked into his eyes and said such a sentence. It was as if she was possessed. Thus, there was an additional man in the group of 8 female disciples from the Tranquil sect. The female disciples had long lost interest in climbing the mountain after Ling Yun's interference. They turned around and brought Ling Yun down the mountain. "Young master, Goddess Qin asked me to ask you, what should we do next?" Wang Chongxiao was the only one who could use telepathy to communicate with Ling Yun over such a long distance. "Follow me from afar and don't let them detect you. Just listen to my instructions." Before Ling Yun left, he ordered Wang Chongxiao, "We'll follow these people from the Tranquil sect into the Wind Thunder Valley." These disciples from the Tranquil sect obviously knew where the Wind Thunder Valley was. This saved Ling Yun the trouble of looking for it himself. Turning around and descending the mountain, Ling Yun pretended to be in pain from time to time. However, when he reached the foot of the mountain, he could not be bothered to pretend anymore. Reverting to his normal self, he walked alongside Zhuang Meifeng. Then, he began to pester her. "Big sister, you're really pretty, just like a fairy." "It's just a shell." "Big sister, what's your name?" "Zhuang Lycan." Fortunately, Ling Yun hadn't forgotten his surname. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Lycan? What a weird name. Why did you choose such a name? Also, why are you with these nuns when your hair is so long?" I cultivate with my hair. They're all my seniors and juniors." Zhuang Meifeng did not know why, but she was surprisingly patient with him. She answered all his questions and did not feel any repulsion towards him. Why? Only God knew. It seems like Master was right when he said that I still have worldly thoughts in my heart. I've already made some progress with the Tranquil Heart technique, and I don't seem to reject this boy at all. Zhuang Meifeng answered Ling Yun's questions as she pondered in her heart. But ever since I left the mountain, I've seen quite a few men. No matter how they looked, when I looked at them, it was as if I was looking at a mountain rock or a withered tree. My heart was filled with rejection. Why is it this boy? Even though Zhuang Meifeng had lost her memory of Ling Yun, she was still intelligent and had many thoughts in her mind. Along the way, she sneaked a few glances at the young man's face. There was a sense of familiarity, and she couldn't bear to distance herself from him. This shocked her greatly. Gradually, she felt that the circulation of her innate qi was somewhat stagnant, no longer smooth and unimpeded. The innate qi of the Tranquil Heart Sutra began to flow slower and slower in her meridians, showing signs of stagnation. Realm drop. Zhuang Meifeng's shock was no small matter. Little brother, can you stay away from me?" Zhuang Meifeng didn't dare to let Ling Yun near her. She forced herself to stay away from Ling Yun. "Ah? Why? Beautiful sister, you're not going to abandon me, are you?" Ling Yun could naturally feel the changes in Zhuang Meifeng. He was secretly happy but still pretended to be dumb. The Tranquil Heart technique from the Tranquil Heart sect? After Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng got back together, he had to completely destroy her cultivation technique. Therefore, he didn't care about Zhuang Meifeng's realm drop. He was looking forward to it. No, don't overthink it. That's not what I meant. It's just that walking like this will attract too much attention. I'm a cultivator, so it's not appropriate." When Li Su heard this, she could not help but glance at Zhuang Meifeng. She also cultivated the Tranquil Heart technique and naturally noticed Zhuang Meifeng's condition. She was overjoyed. She was now at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. If Zhuang Meifeng hadn't come to the Tranquil sect, she would have been the next abbess of the Tranquil sect. However, her master, Priestess Miju, had already taken Zhuang Meifeng in as her last disciple. It was obvious that she wanted Zhuang Meifeng to be the next abbess. How could she not be jealous? Thus, she hurriedly said, "Junior sister Lycan, since you've already decided to bring him along, and we've been gone for so long, I don't think we need to care about the opinions of the secular world. When we meet Master, as long as we explain the reason, I believe Master won't blame you." For the first time, Li Su actually spoke up for Ling Yun. "Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and double monthly votes. What a godly assist." It was definitely a godly assist. Ling Yun was full of praise for Li Su after hearing her words. It seemed like no matter how good or bad a person's character was, it was still useful. Ling Yun had divine sense and understood people's hearts very well. He had long noticed this senior sister Li Su. From time to time, she would display the demeanor of a senior sister in charge. However, she was secretly jealous of Zhuang Meifeng. It was just that she never showed it on her face. Everything was smooth and natural as she fought for position with Zhuang Meifeng. However, this was undoubtedly a great help to Ling Yun. Indeed, after Li Su finished speaking to Zhuang Meifeng, she turned to Ling Yun and said, "Young benefactor, don't worry. My junior sister Li Chen comes from a good family and her family is in the medical industry. Since she said that she would cure you and send you home, she will definitely do it. Before that, we definitely won't leave you behind. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just calm down and slowly recover your memory. Before that, we will bring you along no matter where we go." Li Su's words had a hidden meaning. Even though she said that Ling Yun would recover his memory, she meant that he should take his time and not rush. Even if he couldn't recover, it was fine. First, she reiterated Zhuang Meifeng's promise to Ling Yun. Then, she promised that she would bring Ling Yun along no matter where she went. Unknowingly, she had tied the two of them together and was waiting for Zhuang Meifeng to fall. It was indeed a good move. Li Su had even decided to bring Ling Yun to the Wind Thunder Valley to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference. Of course, she knew that it was dangerous, but why would she care about the life and death of a stranger? However, she did not expect to fall into Ling Yun's trap. "Really? Aya, this senior sister is indeed a monk. She is indeed compassionate. I almost misunderstood you just now. I'm really sorry." Ling Yun turned his head and glanced at Li Su. His face was full of gratitude and he was really proud of himself. However, he immediately asked Zhuang Meifeng, "Pretty sister, does this senior sister mean what she said? You have to make me feel at ease." Of course." At first, Zhuang Meifeng looked like she was in a difficult position, but in the end, she still nodded and said, "Don't worry." She was in a dilemma. She was not worried about what Li Su had said, but about Ling Yun's safety. Although this youth looked strong and had a good physique, he did not know ancient martial arts. If she brought Ling Yun to the devil subduing meet, his life might be in danger. "Wow, that's great." Ling Yun pretended to be relieved and said happily, "Aya, beautiful sister, look, why is that person dressed like that? It's like he's shooting a movie. He even has a sword on him." "Ah, that's right, sister, you're also holding a sword. Are you guys going to shoot a movie?" At this moment, Zhuang Meifeng and the rest were on their way to the Wind Thunder Valley. As they gradually left the scenic area, there were fewer and fewer tourists on the road. However, there were more martial artists. These martial artists did not deliberately hide their tracks. They just carried their swords and sabers on their backs as they hurried along the road. They did not avoid pedestrians. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yun was actually pointing at the martial artists. She quickly stopped him and thought for a while before saying, "Actually, it's not that we didn't want to bring you along just now. It's just that we all know martial arts. Now that we're going to a secret valley to participate in a martial arts conference, there might be danger. I was worried about you, so there was no way to hide it." Zhuang Meifeng decided to tell Ling Yun the basic situation and let him make his own decision. This way, if he really followed her to the devil subduing meet and she could not protect him with her strength, she would feel less guilty. Wow. Martial arts conference. Will there be a competition? It must be fun. Ling Yan was extremely excited when he heard about the martial arts conference. His eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. Actually, Ling Yan was thinking to himself, damn, after all this trouble, we're finally getting to the point. It's not the kind of martial arts conference you're thinking of. Zhuang Meifeng did not expect that her words would have the opposite effect. She immediately corrected her, yes, there might really be a fight, and many people might die. You have to think carefully, don't think that it's going to be fun. People will die? Pretty sister, don't lie to me. If people died, the country would not have allowed them to organize it. The police would have arrested the organizers long ago. Ling Yan pretended to be ignorant, his train of thought completely following an ordinary person's train of thought. Zhuang Meifeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could not explain it at all. She could only think that the country really did not care about this devil subduing meat, much less the police. That was because no one could enter the Wind Thunder Valley without being at least at Ho Tian Realm Level 8. Ordinary people would not even be able to find the place. Junior sister Lycan, don't try to persuade this young man. Since he's so interested, why don't we bring him to the conference to broaden his horizons? In any case, our sect will be able to protect him. Li Su's godly assistants came again. Everyone in the tranquil nunnery was eager to groom Zhuang Meifeng. Even Priestess Mija did not hesitate to personally go to the celestial master abode of Mount Longhu to ask for the dragon tiger pill for Zhuang Meifeng so that she could shine at the devil subduing meat and bring glory to the tranquil nunnery. Of course, Li Su could not wait for Zhuang Meifeng to fall one realm after another. Therefore, after discovering that Ling Yan could affect Zhuang Meifeng's state of mind, Li Su would think of a way to bring him to the devil subduing meat even if he regained his memory. Of course, Zhuang Meifeng knew why Li Su had changed so quickly. However, she was at a loss for words and knew that it would be useless to say more. Thus, she said to Ling Yun, little brother, don't talk nonsense. You should focus on your own matters and regain your memory as soon as possible. She was worried that Ling Yun's heartless and blabbermouth would offend those martial artists. If that happened, there would be a lot of trouble. Oh, I know. I'll listen to pretty sister. Ling Yan agreed immediately. His goal had been achieved. Of course, he could not be bothered to say anything else. Junior sister Lycan, since this little brother has decided to go, then we don't have to wait for him to regain his memory. Master's instructions are more important. Let's hurry to the Wind Thunder Valley. Li Su was most afraid that Ling Yan would suddenly regain his memory. Therefore, she immediately suggested rushing to the Wind Thunder Valley. I'll listen to senior sister's arrangements. Zhuang Meifeng did not insist. She began to keep her distance from Ling Yan and turned a deaf ear to Ling Yan's pestering. She focused on the tranquil heart technique. However, her state of mind was already broken, so the true qi in her body could not circulate smoothly. At around 3:30 p.m., Zhuang Meifeng and the rest finally arrived at the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu. The Wind Thunder Valley was a huge narrow valley in the middle of a few mountain ranges. Both sides of the valley were filled with steep cliffs. The outermost section was extremely dangerous and narrow, but the deeper one went, the wider the valley became as the two mountains on the left and right gradually separated. When they reached the innermost part, it suddenly opened up. It was already a small basin with a radius of 1,000 meters, and the terrain was relatively flat. Ling Yan knew why this place was chosen for the demon subduing conference. It was because the Wind Thunder Valley was more than 10 kilometers away from the nearest scenic spot. The valley was surrounded by steep cliffs and steep cliffs. Ordinary people would not be able to climb the surrounding cliffs, let alone the valley itself. What's more, with the advancement of technology, the people in the city were getting lazier and lazier. It was fine for them to come out to play and enjoy the scenery after work, but there were too few people who would come to explore the wilderness. Hee, there's only one long and narrow exit. This is really a good place to kill people and rob them. Along the way, Ling Yan could not help but nod to himself. This was definitely a no man's land, the most suitable place for him to kill. At this time, they had reached the open area in the deepest part of the Wind Thunder Valley. There were martial arts experts walking around them, and most of them were Xianxia realm experts. Ling Yan had already seen 7 or 8 divinity realm experts. Most of them had an extraordinary background, and they were surrounded by many Xiantian realm experts. They didn't hide their realms at all, releasing a strong aura. There were at least 200 people gathered here. Among them were monks, Taoist priests, Taoist nuns, and nuns. There were even martial artists dressed in layman's clothing. They gathered into more than 10 groups and were chatting and flattering each other. After arriving at the Wind Thunder Valley, the disciples from the Tranquil sect did not go near crowded places. Instead, they found a secluded forest and stopped. Wow! No wonder you dared to run down the mountain. Your stamina is not bad. You only panted a little after following us for more than 10 kilometers. Junior sister Li Xiu exclaimed as she ran to Ling Yan's side. Along the way, ever since Zhuang Meifeng deliberately distanced herself from Ling Yan had become very familiar with the other disciples of the Tranquil sect. For example, Li Qing, Li Yu, Li Chou, and Li Xiu. Of course, because Li Xiu was young, she was the most talkative. Therefore, he chatted with her the most and obtained a lot of information from her. Hee, it's SOSO. I'm a man. My stamina can't be weaker than you women, Ling Yan spoke vaguely and passed by. He laughed in his heart. If he didn't come with them, he would have used sword kinesis flight. It would have been enough for him to fly a few hundred rounds around the mountains. Junior sister Li Chen, you guys rest here for a while. Junior sister Li Yu and I will go find out about the auction. Yes, senior sister. Zhuang Meifeng naturally agreed. She found a clean rock and sat down far away from Ling Yan. Then, she closed her eyes to rest. However, very quickly, she felt a wave of annoyance. She couldn't help but stop her meditation and open her beautiful eyes. What entered her vision was that young man standing not too far away from her, staring at her without blinking. What are you looking at? Zhuang Meifeng asked immediately. She felt very uncomfortable under his stare. She blushed inexplicably and panicked. I'm looking at you. Big sister, you're so beautiful. You're like a fairy. How can others live up to your eyes? Ling Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he spoke. In the Wind Thunder Valley, Ling Yan did not care about anything, this was Ling Yan's home ground. Of course, he was unscrupulous. The second chapter was ready. The exciting plot was about to begin. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yan's mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. Regardless of age, as long as it was a woman, there wasn't a single woman who didn't like being praised for their beauty. It was the same even for the women from the Tranquil sect. It might be possible for them to cultivate the Tranquil heart technique and forget about men, but if they were disfigured by a few cuts on their faces, wouldn't they go crazy? Don't spout nonsense. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned red as she glared at Ling Yan. However, she was secretly on guard as she noticed Ling Yan's eyes. That pair of eyes was undoubtedly very beautiful, and they complemented that handsome face perfectly. However, that wasn't what Zhuang Meifeng was focused on. What she was focused on was Ling Yan's gaze. It was an unbridled gaze, bright and sharp. When he stared at her, it was obvious that there was a hint of naughtiness in his eyes. That feeling was as if Zhuang Meifeng was naked in front of him, completely seen through by him. He was still the same person, but the youth in front of her was completely different from when he had just woken up from his coma. That was because he clearly had an idea in his eyes. A person with amnesia would even forget his own name and where he came from. Everything he showed should be based on instinct and habit. How could his gaze be so sharp and clear? Thus, Zhuang Meifeng asked carefully, have you regained your memory? Or have you already remembered some things? I seem to have remembered quite a bit, but they are all fragments of scenes. Some key parts are mysteriously broken and can't be connected. Furthermore, the scenes are very blurry. I seem to have completely forgotten the most important person in my life. That's why I still can't remember who I am. Ling Yan was not talking about himself, he was talking about Zhuang Meifeng's condition. Finally, he hugged his head with both hands and acted like he was in pain. Sigh. I don't know how to describe the feeling of almost remembering everything, but I'm sure you won't understand it. In short, it's very uncomfortable. Ugh, Zhuang Meifeng's body trembled as she heard that. She was dumbfounded and her heart was in turmoil. How could she not understand the state that Ling Yun was talking about? Not only did she understand it, but she understood it better than anyone else. This was the state she had been in for the past 6 months. He had forgotten the most important person in his life. Many scenes in his memory had become fragmented and couldn't be pieced together. They were always intermittent. In those memory fragments, there was always a blurry figure, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. As time passed, the figure became more and more blurry until he gradually forgot about it. Especially in the past 2 months, she had completely given up and cultivated the Tranquil Heart Sutra crazily. Even a name that she could not get out of her mind gradually disappeared. That was what her sister said to her when her master brought her away from the Zhuang family. There was a name in that sentence. Are you not going to wait for Ling Yun to come back? Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly felt a splitting headache when she thought of this name. She felt as though her head was being pierced by thousands of needles and the true qi in her body was running amok. Looking at Zhuang Meifeng's sudden pain, Ling Yan's eyes turned cold. He thought to himself that the Tranquil Heart Sutra was too overbearing. It was simply inhumane. This tranquil sect must not be left behind. If you could really erase a person's memory like a powerful cultivator, such as Ling Yun, who was at the 9th level of qi refinement stage, could erase part of a person's memory without any side effects and completely forget some scenes, then it would be fine. However, this Tranquil Heart Sutra could make a person forget a person, but it couldn't be completely erased. Just thinking about it would cause a backlash. Furthermore, the longer it was used, the more terrifying the backlash would be. How was this any different from the devil sect's methods? The more Zhuang Meifeng was in pain, the more Ling Yan's heart ached. At the same time, his hatred for the Tranquil sect increased by hundreds and thousands of times, especially for the culprit, Priestess Desireless. Ling Yan clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he said, I have to go relieve myself. After saying that, Ling Yan turned around and walked away. He reached a secluded place where there was no one around and really went to relieve himself. Then, he walked a few meters to the side, bent down, and smashed a palm-sized gray rock into the ground. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a gray rock appeared in his hand. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. This was naturally the piece that Lin Minghan's father, Lin Jinggang, had given him. Ling Yan's movements were too fast. He bent down and smacked the rock into the ground. At the same time, he took out the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and replaced it with a pillar. Even if there were Divinity Realm experts watching him, they would only think that he picked up a rock from the ground. Ling Yan grabbed the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and ran back to Zhuang Meifeng excitedly. Pretty sister, I picked up a beautiful stone just now. It's a gift for you. Zhuang Meifeng smiled. After Ling Yan left, Zhuang Meifeng did what she had done for the past half a year. She forced herself not to think about that name anymore. She focused on the Tranquil Heart technique and finally calmed down. However, the intense pain that felt like thousands of needles piercing through her body had lessened, but it still made her sweat profusely. Ling Yun was a person that she couldn't think about. She didn't dare to think about. What is this? Zhuang Meifeng frowned as she looked at the ugly gray stone in Ling Yan's hand. Why did she associate it with beauty? She was really afraid of Ling Yun wandering around in front of her. One reason was that this youth in front of her was able to destroy her state of mind unintentionally. Another reason was that she felt guilty when she heard about the youth's current state. She understood the pain and felt that she had let him down. Some pain was too much for her alone. Now, because of her, another person had to bear it. This is my gift to you. Look at the pattern, it's so beautiful. Take it. As Ling Yan spoke, he did not care whether the other party wanted it or not. He directly stuffed the stone into her hands. I don't want your gift. The moment the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone entered her hand, Zhuang Meifeng first felt a weight on her hand. Then, an indescribably refreshing feeling spread from her palm to her brain. Her mind was clear. The backlash from the tranquil pill was instantly rendered useless. Why else would Ling Yun be so excited whenever he saw the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone? It was because it was indeed a heaven-defying treasure with endless benefits. Zhuang Meifeng was dumbfounded. She stared at the youth in front of her in disbelief. Wasn't this youth's luck way too good? How did he get such a treasure when he just went to relieve himself? Of course, Zhuang Meifeng didn't know what Ling Yan had given her. However, to her, this was a real treasure. What was a treasure? To those who were about to starve to death, food to fill their stomachs was a treasure. To those who were crazy from poverty, money was a treasure. To those who were sick, health was a treasure. To those who were about to die, time was a treasure. Whatever you needed the most was a treasure to you. Ling Yan, holding the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in her hand, Ling Yan's name popped up in Zhuang Meifeng's mind. She was so shocked that she subconsciously shouted it out. Even though her voice was soft, Ling Yan heard it clearly. It's useful. Ling Yan was excited. However, there was another person who was even more excited than Ling Yan. Zhuang Meifeng. This time, when she thought of that name, the intense pain from before didn't follow. It was as though the pain was pushed back by the coolness of the stone in her hand. Little brother, this gift of yours is too valuable. I can't accept it. Keep it for yourself. The gift was too heavy. It was a pun. She couldn't tell the youth about the benefits of the stone in front of her peers. Zhuang Meifeng knew that it was a treasure, but the youth in front of her knew nothing about it. She didn't want to take advantage of him, so she returned the stone to him. Pretty sister, if you don't want it, you can throw it away. It's just a useless stone that I picked up. Ling Yan smiled nonchalantly. He didn't care at all. This stone in Zhuang Meifeng's hands was no different from his own. Even if it was in the hands of anyone in the Wind Thunder Valley, Ling Yan wouldn't care. That person wouldn't be able to leave the valley alive. She had no choice but to use telepathy on him. Little brother, listen to me. This stone that you picked up is a treasure. It will be very useful for you to recover your memory. Take it back and keep it for yourself. Look, this is how my wife should be. Even after spending half a year in a sanctimonious place like the Tranquil Sect, she's still untainted by the mud. Thus, Ling Yan smiled and said, "Oh, really? No wonder I feel like I've recovered some of my memory. I think I remember coming to Dragon Tiger Mountain with a classmate. That classmate's name, what's his name again?" Ling Yan scratched his head and pretended to be in deep thought. Finally, he blurted out, "I remember now, my classmate's name is Ling Yun." Of course, Ling Yun used telepathy to say this sentence so that only Zhuang Meifeng could hear it. Then, he continued, "Hey, pretty sister, you have to remember this name for me. I'm afraid that I'll forget it again if my brain isn't working properly." What? Who knew that Zhuang Meifeng would stand up immediately after Ling Yan said her name? Her face turned pale instantly, and her eyes flashed with surprise, shock, confusion, and excitement as if she had seen her savior. For some strange reason, he had to climb the Tianmen mountain, and he had inexplicably become acquainted with the young man in front of him. However, because he had accidentally caused the young man to temporarily lose his memory, he had no choice but to bring him here. However, Zhuang Meifeng didn't expect that the name that the young man in front of her suddenly remembered would be the same name that she didn't dare to think about. How could there be such a coincidence? Of course, there couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. All of this was Ling Yan purposely reminding Zhuang Meifeng and helping her recover her memory step by step. Of course, Ling Yan wanted to save Zhuang Meifeng. However, he didn't want the Zhuang Meifeng in front of him who had completely forgotten about him and their past. He wanted the Zhuang Meifeng who had a sweet smile, beautiful eyes, deep feelings for him, and was willing to follow him through life and death, everything that the two of them had experienced together. From the time when they first met to the time when they shared a bed, Ling Yan would feel that it was imperfect if even a little bit of it was missing. Otherwise, with Ling Yan's ability, he would have snatched Zhuang Meifeng away the moment he saw her at Tianmen Mountain. Why would he waste so much effort? Of course, with Ling Yan's medical skills, he could have snatched Zhuang Meifeng back to his side and healed her so that she could regain her memories. However, Ling Yan felt that they would lose a lot of things if he did that. Because he had healed Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meifeng had slowly regained her memories. These were two different things. Ling Yan believed that man could conquer nature. He believed that a mere tranquil pill would not be able to suppress Zhuang Meifeng. What caused Zhuang Meifeng to become like this was not just the effects of a half-baked pill made by an ancient martial arts sect. There was also the constant brainwashing, coercion, and even threats. Ling Yun, your classmate is called Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng's face was pale as her chest rose and fell rapidly. She repeated this sentence in a voice that only she could hear. What a coincidence that their names overlapped. Even if it was just the same pronunciation, it was not important to Zhuang Meifeng at this moment. She needed someone to whisper these two words into her ear. Junior sister Lycan, what's wrong? Zhuang Meifeng's sudden change in expression naturally attracted the attention of Li Qing, Li Chou, and Li Xiu. They all came forward and asked with concern. Ah? Nothing. Zhuang Meifeng knew that her reaction was too intense. She immediately calmed herself down and came up with a plan. It's this young man. He said that he remembered quite a lot of things just now. If he can recover his memories as soon as possible, I want to send him out of Wind Thunder Valley before the sky turns dark. Oh, it seems like it really is a temporary amnesia. If he can recover his memory, then let's do as junior sister says. Li Qing was the second senior sister. She didn't like to talk much, but she wasn't as cunning as Li Su. Second senior sister, I want to talk to this young man alone. I want to see if I can help him recover his memory as soon as possible. Zhuang Meifeng immediately voiced out her thoughts. Actually, she had also used some tricks to lie to everyone. This was because she really couldn't bear to miss the opportunity to hear Ling Yun's message. Even if it was just those two words, as long as it came from another person's mouth, she would feel at ease just by listening to it. To Zhuang Meifeng, this was basically an obsession. It had even integrated into her blood and bone marrow. It was almost an instinct. This was because before she ate the tranquil pill and when she endured the intense pain for more than 2 hours, she had repeatedly reminded herself that even if she had to forget everything, she couldn't forget Ling Yun. That's right. The sooner he remembers his past, the sooner he can leave this place. After all, after tonight, this place won't be peaceful anymore. Li Qing was also worried about the safety of the young man in front of her. This was because no matter if it was his appearance or his mouth, he was really unlovable. She couldn't say that she liked him, but at least she felt like she was bathing in the spring breeze when she was with him. It made her feel like she was still alive. Which woman who went to the Tranquil sect didn't have a painful experience that they couldn't bear to look back on? Which one of them didn't have a dead heart? Otherwise, if it was just for cultivation, who would go to a secluded place like the Tranquil sect and be surrounded by green lamps and ancient Buddha statues? Thank you, second senior sister. Zhuang Meifeng thanked her and gave Ling Yun a look. Come with me for a while. She couldn't wait any longer. Ling Yun naturally followed her. The two of them quickly left the place and walked back the way they came. This time, Zhuang Meifeng actually led him back for more than a mile until they saw a rugged fork in the road. She took the lead and walked up it. After a few turns, she stopped behind a huge rock. In front of them, there was the sound of water flowing. It was a medium-sized waterfall that was just enough to cover the sound of their conversation. This place was very secluded because Zhuang Meifeng didn't want anyone to hear their conversation. The two of them had a tacit understanding and stayed silent until they reached this place. After stopping, Ling Yun sat down on the ground and leaned against the rock behind him. He was prepared for a long conversation. This was a battle. To Ling Yun, it was more important than the demon subduing conference tomorrow night. He had to fight well. You really can't remember your name? This was the first sentence that Zhuang Meifeng said. Ling Yun shook his head. Of course, he couldn't say it now. However, he didn't need to pretend anymore. There was only the two of them left. Then, do you remember the name that you said just now? The name of your classmate? Zhuang Meifeng asked carefully as she held the spirit cultivation cosmos stone tightly in her hand. She felt her heart beating wildly and couldn't calm down. I remember. I was afraid that I would forget, so I didn't dare to speak on the way. His name is Ling Yun. Which Ling Yun? How do you write those two words? It's the Ling Yun from Soaring Aspirations. He's my classmate from university. We just met not long ago, but we don't like to go to school. That's why we decided to travel together. My phone and wallet should be with him. So he's your classmate from university? Do you know where his hometown is? Zhuang Meifeng felt her heart beating faster as she asked this question. She was so nervous that her mouth was dry and her voice was trembling. Then, she heard the familiar name of a city. He said that it's Xianxia City. He's a very interesting person. He's quite fat, but he's very domineering. He has a bad temper and would hit people whenever he doesn't agree with them. Sigh, it's a pity that I can't beat him and get bullied by him every day. Ling Yan sighed on purpose. Xianxia City. Zhuang Meifeng's body trembled when she heard this. Boom, intense pain flooded her mind and body like a tidal wave. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't even stand straight and was on the verge of collapsing. Ling Yan flew up and held onto Zhuang Meifeng's shoulder. Pretty sister, what's wrong? If you're tired, why don't we sit down and talk? As he spoke, Ling Yan secretly sent a stream of purple immortal spiritual energy into Zhuang Meifeng's body. This was too effective. With the purple immortal spiritual energy entering her body, coupled with the power of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, the pain was completely suppressed. Ling Yan didn't feel the pinch at all when he gave away this huge stream of purple immortal spiritual energy. What was there to feel the pinch for when his wife used it? However, Ling Yan's technique was too brilliant. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't sense it at all. Zhuang Meifeng felt the pain disappear instantly. She was shocked and thought that it was the magical effect of the stone in her hand. Then, other than knowing that his hometown is in Xianxia City, do you know anything else about him? Like his phone number or something? There weren't many people with the surname Ling and the range was narrowed down to Xianxia City. Zhuang Meifeng really wanted to contact Ling Yan as soon as possible. She wanted to find out what happened between her and Ling Yan through Ling Yan. Big sister. Ling Yan helped Zhuang Meifeng to sit down. He smiled at her and said, "Didn't you want to help me recover my memory? Why do you keep asking about that guy?" Zhuang Meifeng's face turned red. She suddenly remembered that ever since she came here, she didn't ask anything about this young man at all. Everything she asked was about Ling Yan. However, she still decided to be honest. I won't hide it from you. Actually, my brain was heavily injured and I forgot some things. Those things are related to a person called Ling Yan. He has the same name as your classmate. Furthermore, they both live in the same city, Xianxia City. She had completely forgotten about Ling Yan. As for whether the city he lived in was Xianxia City, Zhuang Meifeng naturally had no idea. However, since her sister had asked her whether she would wait for Ling Yan to come back, Ling Yan had at least stayed in Xianxia City and had just left not long ago. After she finished speaking, Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yan embarrassedly. So, we are actually in the same boat. Ling Yan was speechless. He thought to himself, your hubby is right in front of you. What name, what city, what bed we slept in are the same too. You might have forgotten about me, but I haven't forgotten about you. Oh, I see. What a coincidence. Beautiful sister, you are so pitiful. Ling Yan sighed. Looking at Zhuang Meifeng acting as if nothing had happened, his heart ached. Then, can you tell me more about your classmate called Ling Yan? Don't worry, tell me as much as you can, okay? After she finished speaking, Zhuang Meifeng seemed to feel that she was being too impatient. She hurriedly explained, this way, we can find him as soon as possible, right? Ling Yan thought to himself that her explanation was unnecessary. However, he still smiled and said, no problem, I will tell you everything I know. What do you want to know? You said that he was quite fat. How tall and fat was he? He was about the same height as me. At most, he was 1 or 2 centimeters shorter than me. However, his body was far from mine. He was at least 3 times fatter than me. He was at least 180 kilograms. What Ling Yan described was exactly what he looked like before he went to the crater. That was the last image he had before Zhuang Meifeng forgot about him. He wanted to re-establish this image in Zhuang Meifeng's heart. Zhuang Meifeng listened attentively to Ling Yan's description. At the same time, a blurry image began to form in her mind. Then, why did you say that he was interesting and had a bad temper? Ling Yan laughed in his heart. Here comes the main point. I said that he was interesting because he had many unimaginable abilities. Ling Yan emphasized again, I'm not lying to you. Those abilities of his are really amazing. Finally, he said the most important point, as for his bad temper, sigh, I really can't bear to mention it. What is it? Tell me. Zhuang Meifeng was on the verge of tears. Ling Yan suddenly sat up straight and stared at Zhuang Meifeng. That guy told me that he lost his wife in Xianxia City. That woman was called, what was her name again? Zhuang Meifeng stared at Ling Yan. On account of Big Brother Yan's good intentions and old booze racking his brains, I hope that everyone can vote for me. Everyone, please cast a few more recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yan's ability to keep her in suspense was unparalleled. Every step he took, he guided her patiently and firmly grasped the initiative. In the end, he had to say that name. It was also the name of the woman in front of him. What's that woman's name? Tell me, tell me. Zhuang Meifeng grabbed Ling Yan's arm tightly and shook it violently. In her mind, the name Zhuang Meifeng was on the verge of coming out. No one could understand the urgency she was feeling right now. That kind of intense fluctuation in her heart could almost destroy a person. However, she quickly realized that something was wrong. She suddenly remembered that the young man in front of her was also someone who had amnesia and was trying his best to piece together his memories. She immediately stopped shaking and swallowed a mouthful of perfume. Carefully, she said, you don't have to rush. Think about it carefully and tell me when you remember. I remember that fella only mentioned it to me once, and it was after we were both drunk. Let me think. Ling Yan scratched his head and pretended to think hard. Then, he hesitated a few times and muttered to himself. Take the stone. Zhuang Meifeng was so anxious that she stuffed the stone into Ling Yan's hands. She was throwing her life away. With her current state of mind, if she were to leave the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and hear the answer, she would probably go berserk. Her meridians would flow in reverse and she would die. Of course, that was if Ling Yan did not send the purple immortal spiritual energy into Zhuang Meifeng's body. No need, Ling Yan naturally rejected it. Then, he slapped his thigh and said, I remember now. I think that woman's name is Meifeng? Boom, when Zhuang Meifeng heard her own name, she felt her brain buzz. As if she was hit by a huge hammer, she fell backward. Ling Yan, Xianxia City. He had lost his wife. His wife's name was Meifeng. The impact of this was too strong. Even though Ling Yan did not say that the woman's surname was Zhuang, it did not matter. Zhuang Meifeng only needed to hear those two words to know that the Ling Yan that this young man was talking about was the man that she could not forget. He was her man. Zhuang Meifeng fainted on the spot. Ling Yan naturally supported her body and stared at her beautiful face. The pain in his eyes was so deep that it almost melted into water. All that was left was for him to tell a long story. Using the tone of a third party, he told Zhuang Meifeng the story of how the two of them got to know each other, how they slept together, and how they lived and died together. He told her everything in detail. Ling Yan knew that after the long story was told, she might not be able to match the Ling Yan in front of her with the Ling Yan in front of her. However, the image that he had left in her heart would definitely be able to be completely condensed and displayed in her mind. There were too many unforgettable things. If Zhuang Meifeng were to finish listening to them, any insignificant matter would cause her memory to explode and completely break through the restriction of the tranquil pill from back then. Shua, a black silhouette appeared out of thin air. She was dressed in a black veil and her figure was peerless. She looked down at Zhuang Meifeng in Ling Yan's arms and said softly, I let you win again. Ling Yan did not need to raise his head to know who it was. He continued to stare at Zhuang Meifeng's pale face and shook his head. I don't want this kind of victory. I would rather it never happened. Of course, Ling Yan knew that the entire conversation between him and Zhuang Meifeng could not be hidden from Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen suddenly smiled. Fortunately, it's not too late. However, this Zhuang Meifeng is a rare person with a strong will. It is said that the Tranquil Pill was created by a terrifying expert who founded the Tranquil sect. That woman was tortured by love and hated all men in the world. That was why she created this pill. As long as a normal woman does not want to forget her loved one, the effect of the pill can torture her to death. If she is lucky enough not to die, she will completely forget about her loved one. Moreover, she will not be able to reunite with them in person because reuniting with them is torture. Thinking about them in secret is also torture. After consuming the Tranquil Pill, coupled with the Tranquil Sex Tranquil Heart technique, as long as the cultivator reaches Xiantian realm level 7, she will have no feelings for all men in the world. She will completely forget about love. As Yi Xingchen spoke, she looked at Zhuang Meifeng. Not only was there no jealousy in her eyes, but there was also a hint of admiration. Hee hee. Ling Yan laughed coldly. You actually believe that? That's because she did not meet me. If she met me, even if she was at Xiantian realm full cycle, I would still be able to restore her memory and remember who I am. This was the truth. Ling Yun was not bragging. Yi Xingchen naturally believed Ling Yun. She only smiled and asked, so what do you plan to do next? Restore her memory directly? Ling Yun shook his head. I still want to let nature take its course. However, I estimate that she will remember everything after tonight. We will continue to act according to the original plan. Yi Xingchen nodded. All right. However, the Tranquil sect already knows how powerful you are now, but they still want to bring her to the Devil Subduing Conference. I think she might just be a bait. Ling Yan laughed heartily. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. However, even if they have thousands of evil plans and tens of thousands of traps, we'll break them all. Yi Xingchen loved Ling Yan's domineering attitude. She smiled sweetly again. Then I won't disturb your reunion any longer. I just received news that the main force of the Tranquil sect is already on their way to the Wind Thunder Valley. They will be attending the auction tonight. I will make the arrangements. Wait. Ling Yan stopped Yi Xingchen. With a thought, he took out an ordinary spatial ring and 2 bottles of pills and threw them to her. We will act according to the circumstances for tonight's auction. If necessary, I will make last-minute arrangements. Leave it to me, don't worry. With that, Yi Xingchen flew away. Xingchen. Ling Yan suddenly called out Yi Xingchen's name. Then, he looked at her and said, thank you. Some words didn't need to be said. One sentence was enough. I am willing. Yi Xingchen smiled like a flower. In this world, as long as you want to do it, I will do it for you. After saying that, her figure immediately disappeared on the spot. Of course, Ling Yun knew that even though Yi Xingchen pretended to be jealous sometimes, she never treated the women around him as enemies. Otherwise, Yi Xingchen wouldn't have planned and arranged these things for him. That I am willing. Even though it was only 3 words, it contained a lot of affection from Yi Xingchen. While Zhuang Meifeng was completely unconscious, Ling Yan placed his palm on her back and transferred pure spiritual energy into her body again. He helped her massage her acupoints and guided the purple immortal spiritual energy to take effect in her body. From now on, with the purple immortal spiritual energy protecting her energy center and meridians, she wouldn't have to suffer pain when she thought about Ling Yun even without the spirit cultivation cosmos stone. Ah! Zhuang Meifeng finally woke up. She fainted because she was overwhelmed by the strong emotions after hearing her name. It wasn't because she fainted from the pain. Ah, pretty sister, what happened? You scared me to death just now. Seeing that Zhuang Meifeng had woken up, Ling Yan immediately asked with concern. I'm fine. Zhuang Meifeng found herself in Ling Yan's embrace and immediately felt a little repulsed. She sat up abruptly and left the embrace of the young man in front of her. This was because she already knew that the person she had forgotten was the classmate of the young man in front of her. Of course, she wouldn't let the young man touch her body again. You said that your classmate's wife is called Meifeng, right? Zhuang Meifeng was a little nervous, but her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. She was afraid that the young man in front of her would remember wrongly and say another name. This time, Ling Yan's answer was resolute. Of course. I'm a student at Yanjing University and I have a photographic memory. I'm the god of memory. Pfft. Zhuang Meifeng was amused by Ling Yan and laughed like a blooming flower. This was the first time Ling Yan had seen her laugh since they met again. However, what Ling Yan didn't know was that this was also the first time Zhuang Meifeng laughed after taking the tranquil pill. Is that woman's surname Zhuang? Zhuang Meifeng? At this point, Zhuang Meifeng didn't need to ask anymore, but she still wanted to confirm. Sigh. Now that you mention it, I seem to remember. Yes, he said that his wife's surname is Zhuang Meifeng. Big sister's name is Zhuang Liken, you guys actually have the same surname. Ling Yan pretended to be surprised. Not the same surname. Zhuang Meifeng shook her head slowly and said firmly, the wife that your classmate was talking about is me. I am Zhuang Meifeng. Ah. Ling Yan was dumbfounded when he heard that. He jumped up immediately. Of course, this was an act, but it was too realistic. How is this possible? How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Zhuang Meifeng's cheeks were flushed red and she was extremely beautiful. It is a coincidence, but God has been kind to me. Little brother, thank you. No need, no need. Ling Yan waved his hands and said excitedly, it's a pity that I don't have a phone now. If I had a phone, I would call that guy directly and he would definitely come to see you immediately. Although Zhuang Meifeng still couldn't remember what Ling Yan looked like, her heart was filled with sweetness. This was because she knew that the man she loved was still thinking about her and would even get drunk for her. He would definitely come to see her the moment he heard about her. Haha. Ling Yan suddenly smiled brightly. This time, I've struck gold. Ling Yan is always so mysterious. Not only does he know how to make pills, but he also knows how to make magical talismans. I asked him for them but he didn't give them to me. This time, I have to make him pay. Ling Yan knew that Zhuang Meifeng's condition was getting better and better because of the immortal spiritual energy that he had guided. The purple immortal spiritual energy was starting to take effect. Don't worry, as long as you can help me see him, I will get whatever you want. So, can you tell me now, what exactly happened between me and him? Of course. Sister-in-law, so you're my sister-in-law. I'm so happy to have met you. Ling Yan took the opportunity to address Zhuang Meifeng as his sister-in-law. You call him Big Brother Ling Yan? Zhuang Meifeng was overjoyed to hear the young man in front of her call her sister-in-law. I have to. Ling Yan pretended to be resentful. Your husband is too strong. I can't beat him at all. When we first met in university, he asked me to call him Big Brother and asked me to follow him. Pfft. Zhuang Meifeng laughed again. She suddenly realized that the tranquil heart technique that she was cultivating seemed to be losing its effect. She could no longer control her mind. What was even more amazing was that her cultivation level didn't drop. This stone, Zhuang Meifeng attributed all of this to the stone in her hand. That was because the stone was constantly transmitting a refreshing feeling to her. It made her mind clearer and clearer than ever. In her mind, a figure seemed to be jumping and flashing as it became clearer and clearer. Then tell me quickly, what happened between me and him? Tell me everything he told you. The more detailed, the better. Zhuang Meifeng desperately wanted the figure in her mind to be completely clear. She wanted this young man to tell her everything that she had forgotten. She wanted to completely recover that part of her memory. That was her life. This is a long story. Ling Yan frowned and pretended to be puzzled. Sister-in-law, since we already know each other, why don't you ask him yourself when you see him? Is there a need to ask me here? Zhuang Meifeng thought to herself. If it was that easy, she would have brought him out of the Wind Thunder Valley long ago. Why would she ask him here? Meeting a man in secret was a taboo in the sect. It was equivalent to betraying the sect. With her strength, she would probably be caught up by the elders of the Tranquil sect before she could even meet Ling Yan. At that time, 3 lives might have been lost. She knew that once her master, Abbess Miju, found out about this, she wouldn't know how she would be punished. Ling Yan and the young man in front of her would definitely die. With Zhuang Meifeng's intelligence, she would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, she wanted to find out more about the relationship between her and Ling Yan. Once she had a clear understanding of the situation, she would then plan to use the opportunity of sending the young man in front of her out of the valley to meet Ling Yan. She looked at the carefree young man in front of her and then looked up at the darkening sky. Her heart was anxious, so she urged, hurry up and tell me. There are many things you don't understand. Only after you tell me will I be able to deal with them. Of course, Ling Yan knew what Zhuang Meifeng was worried about. He looked at her anxious eyes and felt touched. Then, he sighed and said, all right, I'll tell you everything that he told me. Following that, Ling Yan began to narrate. He chose his words carefully. He started from when Ling Yan met Zhuang Meifeng at the crossroads and beat up Sun Xing. Then, he talked about that stormy night when Zhuang Meifeng braved the rain to look for him at Qingshui High. Then, he talked about the small courtyard in Qingshui City where the two of them stayed. He talked about how he was assassinated by Xiao Mimi, how he captured Xiao Mimi, and how he treated Lin Menghan. The last two key points were naturally when Ling Yan knew that Zhuang Meifeng was captured. He charged into the Zhuang family's mansion in the western suburbs alone to save her. Then, he talked about Ling Yan's trip to the crater. Zhuang Meifeng was forced to consume the tranquil pill by Abbess Miju and was brought to the tranquil sect. When Ling Yan found out about it, he flew into a rage and barged into the Zhuang family again. He killed everyone who brought Sun Tianbiao to Qingshui City. Although Ling Yan said that he was narrating, these were actually his own experiences. How could they not be detailed? Everything was described in detail. It was like a movie. Everything was vivid in her mind. Especially when it came to the key details, he would deliberately stop and wait for Zhuang Meifeng to digest them before continuing. There were too many people involved in this. For example, Xiao Mimi, Lin Menghan, Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Bai Xianer, Miao Xiaomiao, Zhuang Tianda and his wife, and Zhuang Meina. Ling Yan even talked about how he opened an account with Zhuang Meifeng at a securities company after he made a fortune. After he met Zhuang Meifeng, everything he did was for one purpose. That was to help Zhuang Meifeng recover her memory. Ling Yan knew that Zhuang Meifeng might not remember him at the moment. However, other than him, she would definitely remember the things that Zhuang Meifeng had experienced with them. Now, he was just putting the things that he did into Zhuang Meifeng's memory fragments. He was trying to fill in the person that was forcefully erased from her memory. This was the end, the most important part. How could Ling Yan not be attentive? From the beginning of Ling Yan's story to the first time they met, Zhuang Meifeng's face was already covered in tears. Until the point where she covered her face and cried bitterly. Sometimes, she would smile with tears in her eyes. Sometimes, she would be in a daze. It was all because of the ups and downs. The person that she could not forget, who had completely disappeared from her memory, was actually so good to her. The two of them actually experienced a few life and death situations, and such a man, because she was forced to eat the tranquil pill, she had completely forgotten all those experiences. She almost could not see Ling Yan in this life. Tranquil pill. Priestess Desireless. Especially at the end, everything that Priestess Desireless did to her, Zhuang Meifeng gritted her teeth. At that moment, she wanted to skin her alive and eat her bones to vent her hatred. At the end, the figure in Zhuang Meifeng's mind finally became clear. It was as if she could jump out at any time. However, her efforts always failed. It was only a step away, but it was like a heavenly moat. Zhuang Meifeng knew that as long as the figure jumped out of her mind, she would be able to remember everything about Ling Yan, including the experiences, memories, feelings, and the love that accompanied her through life and death. Actually, if Zhuang Meifeng was not immersed in Ling Yan's story, she might have remembered Ling Yan's appearance a long time ago. However, she chose to listen attentively and think about it. She did not look at Ling Yan at all. This was because the person in front of her wasn't important to her. The person in front of her was important to her. Back then, when Ling Yan had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, which was also before he had descended into the crater, the first part of his body to lose weight was his face. Therefore, apart from his temperament, there wasn't much of a change. However, after listening to her and Ling Yan's past, how could there be any other man in Zhuang Meifeng's eyes? Therefore, Ling Yan was miserable. Right now, he really wanted to use his skills to change himself into that appearance. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it. I'm done listening, thank you. After Ling Yan finished, the two of them were silent for a long time. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly stood up with tears on her face. Little brother, remember this. If you want to keep your life, don't tell anyone else about what you just told me, especially those people from the Tranquil sect. From now until tomorrow night, I will risk my life to protect your life. After tomorrow night, if I'm still alive, I will go with you to see Ling Yan. From then on, we will live and die together. If I die, please help me tell him that I don't care about others, but before I die, I will definitely kill that old nun Miayu with my own hands. Then, get him to kill his way to the Tranquil sect to avenge me. At this moment, the tranquil sect was no longer Zhuang Meifeng's sect. Instead, it was her mortal enemy. I, Zhuang Meifeng, will be his wife for generations to come. I will never forget. Actually, Ling Yan's description of everything that happened between the two of them in such detail was obviously not a paraphrase. He was already full of loopholes. However, Zhuang Meifeng's mind was in turmoil. It was as if she had experienced a few reincarnations in a short period of time. The emotional impact was too great. Furthermore, she tried so hard to remember Ling Yan's appearance, so she could not think about those things. This was a classic case of being blind under the light. The person she loved was right in front of her, but she did not look at Ling Yan at all. Sister-in-law, don't worry. You are blessed by the heavens. You won't die. My words are very accurate. Ling Yan's blood boiled as he listened to Zhuang Meifeng's last few words. He was touched and said gently, I can die. But you must not die. Zhuang Meifeng was determined. She looked at the sky and said, the sky is already dark. The people from the tranquil sect should be arriving soon. I can't send you out of the valley now. We can only wait until tomorrow morning. Follow me back and cooperate with me to put on a good show. If you can remember your name, tell them that you have regained your memory in front of them tomorrow and ask me to escort you out of the valley. The tranquil sect prides itself on being a righteous sect. They will definitely agree to your request. If you still can't remember by then, you have to pretend to remember and give me a fake name so that I can bring you out of here. There will be an earth-shattering battle tomorrow night. When that time comes, no one will care about your life or death. After saying everything in one breath, Zhuang Meifeng lowered her head and looked at Ling Yan. Everything I said concerns our life and death. Do you remember it? Ling Yan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will remember everything. Send me out of the valley tomorrow morning. When I see my big brother, we will kill our way back and destroy the tranquil sect to avenge you. Zhuang Meifeng's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. This young man was really loyal. After knowing that she was Ling Yan's woman, he actually hated the tranquil sect more than she did. She couldn't help but have a good impression of the young man in front of her. Let's go. We have been here for too long. The people from the tranquil sect will definitely be suspicious. After saying that, Zhuang Meifeng secretly thanked the heavens in her heart. Luckily, Priestess Desireless and Priestess Miju had not arrived yet. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely be discovered. Let's go. Ling Yan stood up and patted the dust off his body. He said in high spirits, don't worry, sister-in-law. Even though I'm not as strong as Ling Yan, he taught me a thing or two. I will definitely protect you on his behalf. Zhuang Meifeng smiled when she heard this. She finally understood why this young man dared to rush down the steep mountain back at Tianmen Mountain. This young man was practicing martial arts. However, it was a pity that Zhuang Meifeng couldn't feel any true qi from Ling Yan's body. Sigh. It's a pity that the person I met on Tianmen Mountain wasn't him but my hubby Ling Yan. How great would that be? Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yan sighed deeply in their hearts as they returned in the night. The best part was about to happen. The 2 chapters after midnight were the updates on the 8th. After Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng left, 5 figures slowly appeared on a steep mountain ridge in the distance. They were Qin Dongxue, Bai Xianer, and the others. Ah, exciting. Really exciting. Ling Yan's ability to get his wife back is truly admirable. It's simply amazing. Mo Wu Dao had followed Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng the entire way. He had witnessed the entire process of Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng's meeting. That girl is indeed worth it. Qin Dongxue sighed. Qin Dongxue sighed. Zhuang Meifeng's infuriated decision to break ties with the tranquil sect on the spot after hearing about what had happened to her had left her in awe and admiration. Qin Dongxue thought about Yi Xingchen's I do and Zhuang Meifeng's determination. Qin Dongxue suddenly felt that Zhuang Meifeng's indecisiveness was hilarious. I almost wanted to tell Big Sister Meifeng that the person in front of her is Big Brother Yun. Bai Xianer's eyes were red, and she was pouting unhappily. She had participated in most of Ling Yan's and Zhuang Meifeng's experiences. Young master is really a genius. Even Wang Chongxiao was shocked. This time, it wasn't because of Ling Yun's strength or his heaven-defying abilities, but because of Ling Yun's attitude and methods. He shook his head and said, I'm convinced, I'm completely convinced. Emma Wudao turned to Tai Xiaohu and asked, Old Tai, I didn't know that Ling Yun had such an interesting story. Tai Xiaohu was vexed and had mixed feelings. He said impatiently, TSK, there are too many things you don't know about Big Brother Yun. Given Tai Xiaohu's personality, he would never be as patient as Ling Yun. There were a few times when he almost jumped out and told Zhuang Meifeng the truth. He knew that Zhuang Meifeng would instantly know that the youth in front of her was Ling Yun if he appeared. However, Ling Yun had said that he was going to play it big tonight. He wanted them to act according to his plan, so Tai Xiaohu could only bear with it. It was painful to bear with it. At this moment, Qin Dongshua's communication device suddenly lit up. There was a message. After looking at it, she immediately said, Xingchen said that the auction will start in an hour. Let's get ready. Qin Dongxue had to fulfill his wish since he said that he wanted to give her a huge surprise. When Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng returned to the vicinity of the wide basin, they realized that countless torches had already been lit. The flames were blazing everywhere, lighting up the entire basin as if it was daytime. There were people moving about inside, and from time to time there would be a burst of noise. At this moment, close to 600 people had gathered in the Wind and Thunder Valley. They were all martial arts experts who had come from all over to participate in the devil subduing meet. More than half of them were at the middle or late stage of the Khanate realm, and more than 40 of them were at the divine ability realm. Without a doubt, this was a grand meeting of the martial arts world. Ling Yun used the light assimilation technique, and his divine senses enveloped the entire Wind Thunder Valley. In the end, he discovered many familiar faces. Shaolin Temple, Wudong Mountain, Deity Sword Villa, Divine Fist Sect, Northwest Iron Spear Lay family. However, the highest realm of the ancient martial arts experts here was only at the pinnacle of the third level of the divine ability realm. Obviously, the real big shots hadn't appeared yet. Sigh. I didn't expect a few old friends to come. Looks like I can't pretend anymore. Ling Yun sighed in his heart because he hadn't changed his appearance. He could only hope that those who had seen him before would recognize him later. Junior sister Lycan, why were you gone for so long? What did you do? Seeing Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yun return together, great. Senior sister Li Su immediately came forward and questioned her. As soon as Li Su arrived at the Wind Thunder Valley, she brought Li Yu along to gather information about the auction. However, when she returned, she heard from Li Qing that Zhuang Meifeng had left with the young man to help him recover his memory. Li Su was instantly anxious and had been waiting for a long time. If Li Qing and Li Shou hadn't stopped her, she would have gone to look for Zhuang Meifeng. Of course, she wasn't looking for Zhuang Meifeng. She didn't want the youth to recover his memory so quickly. After all, the youth could affect Zhuang Meifeng's state of mind and cause her realm to drop. This was too important to Li Su. Oh, I went to help him recover his memory and asked him many things in detail. That's why I was a little delayed. Zhuang Meifeng explained faintly. This time, she didn't call her big senior sister. She felt disgusted when she heard her Buddhist name Lycan. The tranquil nunnery might as well be called the heartless nunnery. Using the firelight from afar, Li Su carefully observed Zhuang Meifeng's realm. She was overjoyed when she realized that Zhuang Meifeng was only at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 6. In such a short period of time, Zhuang Meifeng had dropped from the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 to the early stages of Xiantian realm level 6. One had to know that cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one didn't improve, it would be equivalent to regressing. Zhuang Meifeng's realm had dropped directly. It was too difficult to recover. Li Su was naturally happy to see this. She pretended to be concerned and asked, "Oh, so that's how it is. How much of his memory has he recovered?" Zhuang Meifeng replied, "He remembers a little, but it's all useless content. It seems like it's some habits. As for his name, he still can't remember it." Li Su was overjoyed when she heard this. Sigh, that's a pity. It seems like we can only wait until tomorrow. Then, she got down to business. Junior sister, tonight, our master has something to do and can't come. Therefore, she arranged for Uncle Master Desireless and a few other elders to come and lead us to the auction tonight. Priestess Desireless brought Zhuang Meifeng back to the tranquil nunnery. After 3 months of guidance, Zhuang Meifeng's realm improved by leaps and bounds. She received the approval of the nunnery's master, Priestess Desireless, and became her master in name. Oh, okay. Then when are we going to the auction? Zhuang Meifeng hated Priestess Desireless to the core. Of course, she wouldn't call her Priestess Desireless anymore. In another half an hour. Uncle Master Desireless said that they will arrive in 15 minutes. Li Su said before looking at Ling Yun and hesitating. However, you know Uncle Master Desireless' character. If she sees that we have another man by our side, Zhuang Meifeng immediately interrupted her. Don't worry, I will explain myself. That's good, that's good. We are from a righteous sect, and Junior sister is kind-hearted. I believe Uncle Master Desireless won't make things difficult for you. Li Su had instigated Zhuang Meifeng to bring Ling Yun along, but now she was pushing all the blame away. While waiting for the arrival of Priestess Desireless, Ling Yun deliberately distanced himself from Zhuang Meifeng. Instead, he went to chat with Li Xiao and the rest. Zhuang Meifeng, on the other hand, sat cross-legged and meditated. Of course, she wouldn't cultivate the tranquil heart technique anymore. Instead, she was carefully recalling the things that Ling Yun had told her, hoping that she could recall Ling Yun's appearance as soon as possible. The scenes of her and Ling Yun together replayed in her mind like a movie. She felt that the figure in her mind was getting clearer and clearer, as if it would jump out at any time. Just a little bit more. I just need a photo, or even a portrait. Zhuang Meifeng's mind was filled with a figure. She felt that she was so close to recalling everything that she had experienced with Ling Yun. Just like that, 20 minutes passed quickly. Indeed, another 5 or 6 old nuns came from the entrance of the valley. Their movements were very fast, and they appeared in front of Ling Yun almost as soon as they entered the range of Ling Yun's divine sense. After those old nuns stopped in their tracks, they didn't look at the female disciples. Instead, they all looked at Ling Yun angrily. Humph. Very quickly, one of the old nuns with a sinister expression let out a cold snort. The few of you are really getting more and more lawless. I brought you out to broaden your horizons. Who knew that you would provoke a man so quickly? How shameless. Who brought this stinking man here? Ever since this group of old nuns appeared, the female disciples from the tranquil sect immediately fell silent. None of them dared to speak. It's me. Zhuang Meifeng had already stood up. Hearing Priestess Desireless' question, she immediately took a few steps forward. Master, I brought this young man here. Listen to me, that old nun with a sinister expression was Priestess Desireless. Even though Zhuang Meifeng hated her to the core, she had to grit her teeth and call her master at this moment. Lycan, shut up. Who knew that Priestess Desireless wouldn't listen to Zhuang Meifeng's explanation? She turned to Li Su and said, Li Su, you speak. Uncle Master, this has nothing to do with us. It's like this. Li Su first put herself out of the situation before explaining the entire sequence of events. Finally, she said, Junior sister Lycan has spoken, so we can only bring him here first. We intend to send him away tomorrow after he recovers his memory. Humph. After hearing that, Priestess Desireless snorted angrily again. She glared at Ling Yun and said, memory loss? How many people in this world have memory loss if a simple fall causes memory loss? I think he's faking it. Cough cough. At this moment, an old nun behind her suddenly spoke up and stopped Priestess Desireless. Junior sister, even though these disciples came into contact with men and broke the sect's rules, what they did was not wrong. We are a righteous sect in the martial arts world. We can't just leave them to die. Priestess Desireless didn't dare to speak anymore. She clasped her palms together and said, Second senior sister is right. However, she still didn't give up. Humph. Regardless of whether he recovers his memory tomorrow, I will find someone to send him out of the valley. As for the rest, the tranquil sect doesn't need to care. After hearing that, Zhuang Meifeng's heart suddenly trembled. However, Ling Yun was very calm. He smiled and enjoyed Priestess Desireless' final performance. He really didn't want to bother with a dead person. He let her jump to her heart's content. The higher Priestess Desireless jumped, the more tragic her death would be. The next chapter will be updated later. Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721. Please follow me. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yan was very calm, but Zhuang Meifeng could not remain calm after hearing Priestess Desireless' words. She was extremely anxious, because Priestess Desireless said that she would get someone to send Ling Yan out of the valley. All of Zhuang Meifeng's plans went up in smoke. Obviously, since Priestess Desireless and her gang were here, Zhuang Meifeng would have to stay with them until the end of the Devil Subduing Conference tomorrow night. She would not even have the chance to be alone with the youth in front of her, let alone send him out of the valley and take the opportunity to meet Ling Yan. She did not even know the name or contact details of the youth in front of her. If the youth was sent away by someone else, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if she wanted to find him again. Of course, she could only escape from the Tranquil sect after tomorrow night and return to Qingshui City or go to the Yenjing University that the youth mentioned just now to find Ling Yan. However, the chances of that happening were too slim. Zhuang Meifeng might be able to kill Priestess Desireless to avenge herself if she was caught off guard. However, with her current strength, it was impossible for her to escape from the Tranquil sect's elders and Abbess Miju with ease. This time, the Tranquil sect had sent out a total of 24 top experts to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference. Zhuang Meifeng's realm was only around the 15th. Moreover, Zhuang Meifeng's master, Priestess Desireless, and a few elders beside her had long reached the divine realm. Their cultivation was unfathomable. Zhuang Meifeng had no chance of escaping from these people. Of course, she did not know that the youth in front of her who did not know martial arts was the Ling Yan that she wanted to see even at the cost of her life. Moreover, Ling Yan had already arranged everything for her. Thus, Zhuang Meifeng panicked and said immediately, "No. This youth's memory loss is all because of me. Now that I've brought him here, how can I just leave him be? If Master finds someone to send him away, and he can't remember his own name after he leaves the valley, and he can't see his family and friends in this wilderness, won't I be harming him?" At the same time, Zhuang Meifeng winked at Ling Yan. It was obvious that she wanted Ling Yan to continue using his ability to pester others. She wanted him to cooperate with Priestess Desireless and the other old nuns so that Zhuang Meifeng could only send him out of the valley. This was her only hope of escaping the clutches of the Tranquil sect and seeing Ling Yan. Even if she could only see him one more time, it would be worth it. Who knew that at this moment, Ling Yan was like a fool. He completely ignored Zhuang Meifeng's signal and continued to smile at Priestess Desireless. It was as if he didn't take Priestess Desireless' words to heart. Ling Yan did not take Priestess Desireless' words to heart. Why would he take a dead person's words to heart? Lycan, shut up. Priestess Desireless frowned and her expression was ferocious. I see that you are becoming more and more unruly on this trip. Since when do you dare to refute Master's words? You are simply lawless. Humph. Don't think that I can't control you just because you've become the head nun's last disciple. You are still my disciple in name. Don't think that you can disregard me just because you have a good aptitude for cultivation and advanced quickly. Last night, you even consumed the Dragon Tiger Pill and reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm level 6 in one go. Lycan, let me tell you, don't think that I don't know. During this half a year, you've always been brooding over the matter of me forcing you to eat the tranquil pill of passion, and you've always harbored hatred towards me. So you don't even have the basic respect for me. Because of the sudden appearance of this young man, the long-suppressed conflict between Zhuang Meifeng and Priestess Desireless exploded. Lycan, you're the last disciple that our tranquil sect has focused on nurturing, but now you're so concerned about a secular youth. Don't you know that your actions have completely gone against the tranquil sect's teachings? Isn't that a serious crime in our sect? Ugh. Priestess Desireless glared at Zhuang Meifeng. Just as she was scolding Zhuang Meifeng and venting her dissatisfaction, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Early stage of Xiantian Realm level 6? Dropped in realm. How is this possible? Priestess Desireless' aptitude was slightly inferior. Even though she was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm level 5, she was too familiar with the true qi of the Tranquil Heart technique. That was why she could tell that Zhuang Meifeng had dropped in realm. Second senior sister, fifth senior sister, seventh senior sister. Quick, look, did Lycan drop in realm? After being stunned for a while, Priestess Desireless looked at the few old nuns beside her to confirm. Then, she noticed the obvious disappointment in their eyes. Second senior sister said, "It is indeed a drop in realm, and it happened in a short period of time. Lycan is only at the early stage of Xiantian realm level 6 now." How is this possible? That is impossible. Lycan's realm has already stabilized at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 5, and she just consumed the Longhu pill last night. The effects of the Longhu pill haven't been completely used up. The abbess said that she would need at most half a month to break through to the late stages of the Xiantian realm. Priestess Desireless began to panic. This was because Zhuang Meifeng's cultivation speed was directly related to her position in the Tranquil sect and the amount of cultivation resources she could receive. Without Zhuang Meifeng, she would only be at Xiantian realm level 2 with her aptitude. She wouldn't have the qualifications to be on the same level as the other old nuns. Li Su, who was at the side, was overjoyed when she saw the disappointment in the eyes of the other old nuns. She knew that with just this, Zhuang Meifeng might have lost the qualifications to fight with her for the position of the next abbess of the Tranquil sect. Lycan. Priestess Desireless panicked and was completely enraged. She was so angry that she almost jumped 3 feet high. What is going on? Speak. Priestess Desireless knew that only men could affect the cultivation of the Tranquil technique. For Zhuang Meifeng to fall in this realm, either the Tranquil pill had lost its effect on Zhuang Meifeng and made her remember Ling Yun, or another man had affected her state of mind. However, the Tranquil pill of the Tranquil sect was extremely potent. Moreover, Zhuang Meifeng had already achieved small success in her cultivation of the Tranquil pill. It was impossible for her to remember Ling Yun again. Reporting to Uncle Master Desireless, "It seems like the young man we met can affect junior sister Lycan's state of mind." Li Su finally made her move after enduring for so long, adding fuel to the fire. What? Priestess Desireless was furious when she heard that. She immediately turned her gaze towards Ling Yun. Her eyes were so fierce as if she wanted to eat someone. "I'll kill you, you scourge." As she said that, Priestess Desireless raised her palm and was about to slap the top of Ling Yun's head. Zhuang Meifeng was shocked when she saw that. She knew that Priestess Desireless only needed one slap to end the young man's life. However, Ling Yun was still unmoved at that moment. It was as if he did not know that he was in trouble. He did not move an inch and was still smiling as he looked at Priestess Desireless' enraged expression. Actually, Ling Yun was sighing in his heart. He thought to himself, "This old nun, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but you chose to die prematurely." He raised his head slightly and looked at Priestess Desireless' raised palm. His expression did not change as he waited for the slap. However, in Zhuang Meifeng's eyes, she thought that the young man had been scared silly. Zhuang Meifeng gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Whoosh! Zhuang Meifeng appeared in front of Ling Yun in a flash and stood between the two of them. "Master, I have already sworn to use my life to ensure the safety of this young man. If Master wants to kill him, then kill me first." She raised her eyebrows and glared at Ling Yun. Her gaze was firm as if she was not afraid of death. However, Zhuang Meifeng was secretly on high alert. If Priestess Desireless really wanted to attack her, she would not hesitate to draw her sword. Even if she had to die, she would stab the other party to death and perish together with her. Zhuang Meifeng had completely seen the evil side of Priestess Desireless. This person was selfish and ruthless. She was simply evil. Lycan, you. Priestess Desireless saw that Zhuang Meifeng was really standing between her and the young man. She was even willing to die for him. She was instantly enraged. Her whole body trembled and she almost went crazy. She could immediately tell that Zhuang Meifeng had already fallen in love with the young man. A woman who had eaten the tranquil pill of forgetfulness and cultivated the tranquil heart technique would not die for a man, no matter what, unless she fell in love again. This scene was extremely similar to the time when she forced Zhuang Meifeng to eat the tranquil pill of forgetfulness. She used Ling Yun's life and Zhuang Meifeng's entire family to threaten him. It was too similar. However, this time, the person Zhuang Meifeng wanted to protect with her life was this ordinary young man. Lycan, don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. As she spoke, Priestess Desireless waved her palm in the air again. It could come down at any time, since Zhuang Meifeng had already started to Fallen Realm and had fallen in love with a man in the world again, it was very likely that she would be crippled. Priestess Desireless really wanted to end her life with one palm. However, she was also hesitating. After all, Zhuang Meifeng had only fallen 2 small realms. She was still at Xiantian realm level 6. If she killed the young man in front of her and severed Zhuang Meifeng's mortal desires, she might be able to improve by leaps and bounds again. Of course, there was another more important reason. Zhuang Meifeng was now the disciple of the abbess. Even if she really wanted to kill her, she had no right to punish her. She didn't dare. Junior sister Desireless, stop. At this moment, the second senior sister finally spoke. Lycan only fell 2 small realms. Moreover, she has already stabilized her realm. She won't fall any further. You can't kill her. What's more, perhaps she really saved this young man out of the justice of the pugilistic world and to fulfill her promise. Otherwise, her future cultivation will be filled with inner demons. The second senior sister first stopped the crazy priestess Desireless. Then, she looked at Zhuang Meifeng and swept her gaze over to the stone that Zhuang Meifeng was holding tightly in her left hand. There might be other reasons for Lycan's sudden fall in realm. Lycan, let me take a look at the stone in your hand. Old Bu or directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes, smiley face, smiley face. Bookmark for easier reading. This second senior sister's Dharma name was Master Milan. She was at the 2nd level of the Divine Power Realm and was one of the elders of the Tranquil sect. She had noticed that something was amiss a long time ago, but she didn't say anything. Her tone was calm and unquestionable when she asked Zhuang Meifeng to hand over the stone. Yes. Since the abbess of the Tranquil sect wasn't around, Master Milan had the final say. Zhuang Meifeng wasn't willing, but she didn't dare to disobey Master Milan. Master Milan took the stone and felt its weight. An indescribable coolness passed through her palm and into her brain, clearing her mind. This is a spirit cleansing stone. I see. Master Milan's knowledge was far superior to everyone else's. She felt the spirit cleansing cosmos stone in her hand for a moment before revealing its name. Lycan, tell Uncle Master, where did you get this stone? Zhuang Meifeng was shocked. She was stunned for a moment before she reporting to Uncle Master, this stone was found by this young man by accident and he gave it to me. Swoosh 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 swoosh, instantly, everyone from the Tranquil sect turned their attention to Ling Yun, glaring at him fiercely. Abbess Milan took a step forward with the clear spirit stone in her hand. She looked deeply into Ling Yun's eyes and asked, young benefactor, can you tell me where you found this stone? That's the place. Ling Yun casually pointed in the direction of where he went to relieve himself and said with a smile, looking carefree and happy. Abbess Milan scanned the direction that Ling Yun was pointing at with her divine sense and asked in confusion, why are you going there out of nowhere? I was going to the toilet. Oh, to pee. Ling Yun chuckled. Che. Everyone from the Tranquil sect turned their heads to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun's words were too direct. They couldn't take it and couldn't face him. Then why did you pick up this stone? And why did you give it to Lycan? Master Milan's tone was calm. She seemed determined to get to the bottom of it. No reason. I just picked it up because I liked it. I wanted to give it to pretty big sister as a gift, Ling Yun answered fluently. His carefree manner made you want to slap him to death with a single palm. This was because the clear spirit stone was the Tranquil sect's natural enemy. The most important thing about the Tranquil Heart Pill and the Tranquil Heart Mantra was to forget one's emotions and purify one's heart. The purifying one's heart here was not to let one recall one's past. On the contrary, it was to completely forget one's past. The biggest function of the spirit cleansing stone was to wake people up. It could even restore the consciousness of people who were in a severe coma. How could it not be a natural enemy? This was also the reason why Zhuang Meifeng was stunned when she heard Abbess Milan say stone's name. If Ling Yun were to place the 250 kg spirit cultivation cosmos stone in the Tranquil sect, no one would be able to cultivate there. They would have to close down as soon as possible. Shua, Abbess Milan suddenly reached out and grabbed Ling Yun's wrist. She began to probe to see if Ling Yun really didn't know martial arts. In fact, she had already used her divine sense to carefully observe this youth of unknown origin for a long time, but no matter how she probed, she couldn't find any true chi in him. He really was just an ordinary man of the secular world, just that he was a little too handsome. However, after seeing the clear spirit stone, she couldn't help but personally investigate. Lingyun didn't move, nor did he dodge. He allowed her to investigate. At this time, Lingyun had already absorbed all the true chi and immortal spiritual energy in his body into his magical energy center. Not to mention Abbess Milan, who was at the second level of the divine power realm, even Zhou Wenyi might not be able to detect the abnormality in Lingyun's body. Moreover, Lingyun really didn't matter now. If the other party found any clues, he could just start fighting. Young benefactor, you really have a good physique and talent. Abbess Milan grabbed Lingyun's wrist and let go immediately. She shook her head slightly and sighed. What a pity, she felt that it was a pity that Lingyun was a man. Otherwise, according to her investigation, as long as this youth started cultivating, his cultivation speed would be terrifying. Hee, that's for sure. That's what a friend of mine told me. Lingyun pretended to be very proud and nodded continuously. This sentence scared Zhuang Meifeng secretly. She was afraid that he would say Lingyun's name directly. Then, everything would be over. What a good opportunity, Abbess Milan sighed for a while before commenting. Finally, she concluded, he really doesn't know martial arts. Really, she now believed Lingyun's words and thought that he really picked up this stone while going to the toilet. This kind of luck was really out of this world. Good physique, good talent, good opportunity, but he didn't know martial arts. What a pity. Lingyun heard this and laughed in his heart. You want to check if I know martial arts? You're still a long way from that level. Sisters, there's nothing wrong with this youth. Lycan's problem is all with this stone. Abbess Milan's words were naturally directed at Priestess Desireless. Then, she looked at Zhuang Meifeng and said sincerely, Lycan, this stone is the spirit cleansing stone. It's the natural enemy of the Tranquil sect. You can't take it anymore. I'll keep it for you and hand it over to the abbess tomorrow for her to handle. Yes. I understand. Zhuang Meifeng naturally knew how important this stone was to her. However, she couldn't refute and could only watch as Abbess Milan took the spirit cleansing stone away. It wasn't that she liked this stone that much. She was afraid that without this stone, she would never be able to think of Lingyun again. Lingyun knew that the purple immortal spiritual energy in Zhuang Meifeng's body had already begun to take effect. It was far more powerful than the spirit cultivation cosmos stone. Even if Abbess Milan took the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, it would be meaningless. As for this stone, as long as it didn't escape the range of his divine sense, he could take it back at any time. Therefore, he didn't care who had it now. Junior Sister Desireless, the Tranquil sect is a righteous sect in the pugilistic world. You should think about everything and find out the reason. Don't just shout about killing for no reason. Otherwise, you'll fall into the path of the devil. Abbess Milan glanced at Priestess Desireless after keeping the spirit cleansing stone. Her tone was slightly strict. Thank you for your teachings, senior sister. I know my mistake. Priestess Desireless hurriedly admitted her mistake. However, in her heart, she hated that youth and Milan for teaching her a lesson. She thought to herself, if my realm is higher than yours, you wouldn't have the right to teach me a lesson. However, she didn't expect that she was already one step into the gates of hell. It was Abbess Milan who stopped her and pulled her back. The auction is about to begin. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the middle of the wide basin in the distance. The pugilistic world, which was originally divided into dozens of groups, stood up and gathered in the middle. Suddenly, there were many figures, and the noise was deafening. It was already past 8 at night, and night had fallen completely. A bright moon hung high in the night sky. It was only a hair's breadth away from being full, but it still lit up the entire Wind Thunder Valley. Even without the burning torches, it didn't affect the vision of these pugilistic people. August 14th, Lingyun didn't dare to use the stellar condensation technique at all. The moonlight was too strong now, and he was afraid that if he actively absorbed the power of Yin from the moonlight, it would cause an anomaly and alarm the entire Wind Thunder Valley. However, even though he couldn't actively use it, the power of Yin from the moonlight had already enveloped his body and started to nourish it. It was gentle and quiet, making Ling Yan feel extremely comfortable. He felt that he would be able to successfully break through the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique tomorrow night and enter the unharmed realm. At the peak of the first major realm of the stellar condensation technique, one would be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. At the peak of the second major realm, one would be invulnerable to all poisons, flawless. The third major realm was the unharmed realm. As the name suggested, one wouldn't suffer any harm. Of course, the prerequisite was that the enemy's realm couldn't be too much higher than Ling Yun's. At this moment, it wasn't just Ling Yun. The 15 people that Ling Yun brought with him, as long as they cultivated the stellar condensation technique, felt the changes in their bodies. This was especially so for Xianxia, who cultivated both the stellar condensation technique and the void star attraction technique. Of course, at this moment, Ling Yan's 5 slaves had already found a deserted mountain and were absorbing the power of Yin and Moon to their heart's content. The full moon in mid-autumn was the best day of the year for the Blood Clan. These few days were equivalent to the Chinese New Year for them. Of course, it wasn't just August. Every full moon night was a carnival for the Blood Clan. Abbess Milan said, "Since the auction is about to start, let's head over as well. I heard that someone is auctioning off the intestine-severing grass tonight." The abbess said that we must get it. As for whether we get the amnesia water, that depends on our luck. The intestine-severing grass was the most important main ingredient in concocting the tranquil pill of emotion, while the tranquil water was the best catalyst for concocting the tranquil pill of emotion. Combining the two, the tranquil sect was able to concoct the best tranquil pill of emotion. As she spoke, Abbess Milan flung her horsetail whisk and led the way to the center of the Wind Thunder Valley, heading straight for the auction. Sigh, this is the end of my acting. Ling Yan knew that as long as he followed the people from the tranquil sect out of this remote forest and near the auction stage, his identity would be exposed immediately. There was no way he could hide it. At this moment, Master Zhu Yuan from the Shaolin Temple, Taoist Master Chong Su from the Wudong Mountain, Ji Shaoqing and Zhong Chenyan from the Deity Sword Mountain Villa, the Northwest Iron Spear Lay family. Too many familiar faces were there. These people would recognize him as soon as they saw him. However, the arrow on the bow had to be fired. Ling Yan had no choice but to brace himself and walk forward. Unexpectedly, before he could take 2 steps, Priestess Milan blocked his way. She looked at Ling Yan with obvious disgust and said coldly, "You can't go." Godlike assistance again. Ling Yan was ecstatic, but he pretended to be confused and asked, "Why? Why can't I go? The auction isn't run by your family." "There's no why. The seats of the Tranquil sect don't allow any men to appear. If I don't allow you to go, you can't go." Ling Yan was helpless. He frowned and asked, "Then where do you want me to go?" Priestess Milan laughed coldly. "Wherever you want to go. It's up to you." "All right, you're really unreasonable, old nun," Ling Yan reluctantly agreed. Although he mumbled that sentence, he was already overjoyed in his heart. What a godlike assistance. It was exactly what he wanted. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Tonight, Ling Yan had already made up his mind to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. He wanted to give Zhuang Meifeng a huge surprise as a present for their reunion. Therefore, unless there was no other way, he did not want to reveal his identity too early. Given his current situation, as long as his identity was exposed, he would immediately become the target of public criticism. If things went awry, it might even lead to a great battle ahead of time. At that time, not only would the auction be ruined, but even the Devil Subduing Conference tomorrow night would probably be completely ruined. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't afraid of ruining the Devil Subduing Conference. His goal was to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out all his enemies who had come to Wind Thunder Valley to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference. However, the strongest experts who had come to Wind Thunder Valley were only at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Divine Power Realm. Moreover, most of them were obviously here to participate in the auction. Ling Yan's truly powerful enemies hadn't shown up yet. If he were to fight prematurely, he would only be killing some small fries. On the contrary, he would alert the real big fish and let it go. For example, the abbess of the Tranquil sect and a few of the strongest elders around her, as well as the celestial master of Longhu Mountain, the Villa Lord of Deity Sword Mountain, and so on. There were also the top experts of the Long and Yi families. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. If that was really the case, Ling Yan's trip would have been a waste. It wouldn't have much meaning to him. Therefore, Ling Yan wanted to spend the night as peacefully as possible. He would wait until tomorrow night, when the moon was full and the devil subduing conference would begin. Only then would he go on a killing spree. After Priestess Desireless stopped Ling Yan, she couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. She snorted coldly and flew back to the Tranquil Sect's team. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly stopped and turned around. With an apologetic expression, she said, "Little brother, I might not be able to personally send you out of the valley tomorrow. If you are not afraid of walking in the dark, you can leave now. If you wish to leave in the morning, you can stay here. Don't wander off on your own. When the time comes, my sect will send someone to send you out of the valley. We will meet again, I'm sorry." Zhuang Meifeng's words had a hidden meaning. Based on Priestess Desireless' reaction and the reaction of the Tranquil sect, she knew that she wouldn't have a chance to be alone with this young man from now on. Priestess Desireless wouldn't allow her to personally send the young man out of the valley. If she persisted, it would only arouse the Tranquil sect's suspicions. Her only hope now was this young man. Now that all the heroes of the world were attending the auction in the Wind Thunder Valley, as long as this young man could take this opportunity to leave safely, regardless of whether he recovered his memory and found Ling Yan or Ling Yan found her, she would be able to die without regrets if the young man told Ling Yan about her current situation and her feelings. Therefore, Zhuang Meifeng only said these words to Ling Yan after much consideration. She only hoped that with his intelligence, he would be able to understand what she was implying. In front of the Tranquil sect's elders, Zhuang Meifeng didn't even dare to use telepathy on the young man, afraid that Priestess Desireless and the rest would see through it. Ling Yan only laughed and said casually, "Beautiful sister, don't worry about me. The moon is hanging high in the sky now, a mere mountain forest at night isn't enough to scare me. I don't need anyone to send me off, I can leave by myself." He waved his hand at Zhuang Meifeng and said, "If this place doesn't keep me, there will be a place for me. Beautiful sister, I'm leaving now, see you again." With that, Ling Yan turned around and strode towards the entrance of the valley without looking back. Seeing the young man walk away, Zhuang Meifeng's heart felt as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. She knew that from here to Tianmen Mountain, including the more than 10 kilometers of treacherous mountain roads, it was a total of 20 kilometers. This young man would need at least 3 hours to reach the foot of Tianmen Mountain. Moreover, this was under the condition that he wouldn't encounter any wild beasts or evil Jianghu people. In short, this journey was too dangerous, and it was easy for the young man to get into trouble. However, the young man still left without any hesitation. He was very resolute. Just from the words "see you again," Zhuang Meifeng knew that the young man understood what she was implying. He was going to look for Ling Yan alone and get help for her. Zhuang Meifeng was very worried for the young man. She was very touched, but more than that, she couldn't bear to part with him. Why am I so reluctant to let him go? After realizing that the strongest emotion she had towards the young man was actually reluctance, Zhuang Meifeng was very confused. She couldn't think of the reason. It was normal to be worried and touched, but why did she feel as if the person closest to her was leaving him when he left? Although the young man was indeed very important to her, Zhuang Meifeng knew that the reluctance was obviously not because of that. It was a special feeling that came from instinct, a subconscious intuition. Lycan, let this kind of person live and die on his own. We are all empty, what is there to be worried about? Go quickly. Seeing that Zhuang Meifeng was still staring at the young man after he left, Priestess Desireless immediately became furious and urged her. Yes. Zhuang Meifeng suppressed the strong emotions in her heart and turned around calmly. However, her heart was already filled with hatred, and she wanted to draw her sword and kill Priestess Desireless. Ling Yan walked forward in big strides. After walking for another 1,000 meters, a slender figure appeared beside him like a ghost, walking silently with him. I'm fine. After walking for a distance, Ling Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Xianxia laughed and teased, "Your eyes are already red, and you still say you're fine." Ling Yan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xianxia. He said helplessly, "Big sister, you can see through it, but don't say it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." Xianxia's beautiful eyes were smiling as she comforted Ling Yan. Then, she said casually, "The auction has already begun. The representatives of the Long family, the Yi family, and the Heavenly team have all arrived." Ling Yan nodded, his eyes shining. These three forces all have their own auctions, so they will naturally send people to check on the situation here. Moreover, the Long family and the Yi family both know that I will definitely attend the Devil Subduing Conference, so they will naturally send people to keep an eye on me and pay attention to my movements. There was no need to think about this. It was inevitable. Even though the Long family, the Yi family, and the Ling family had temporarily formed a tripartite balance of power in Beijing, Ling Yan's departure from Beijing didn't mean that the three forces would end their struggle and live in harmony from now on. Moreover, Beijing was the home of the emperor, and the imperial capital of Xianxia was a flourishing city. It was precisely because of this that the three forces couldn't fight openly. Now that Ling Yan had left Beijing, they no longer had to restrain themselves and could fight freely. The true struggle for supremacy among the three great families of Xianxia had only just begun. Ling Yan asked, "Have the people from the Heavenly Sword sect and Shushan appeared?" Xianxia shook her head. "It's impossible for them to appear at such a small event tonight. Even if they did come, they will definitely appear together tomorrow night to deal with us." Ling Yan asked again, "Other than my old friends, who else are my enemies here tonight?" Xianxia answered in a low voice, "Kunlun Sword sect, Kongtong sect, Mount Hua Sword sect, Mount Amei, and a few other hidden families." These sects had all sent people to attack the Ling family in the past, forcing Master and Uncle Ling to. A murderous glint flashed across Ling Yan's eyes. "Tomorrow night, don't leave a single one of these sects alive. Kill them all. Tonight, if we discover any of them leaving early, we will also intercept and kill them on the way. We can't let a single enemy escape this time." Xianxia laughed. "Don't worry, I've already asked the Assassins Organization's Kings of Assassins to set up an ambush outside the Wind Thunder Valley. None of them will be able to leave." Ling Yan already knew that Xianxia had more than 30 Assassins Kings under him. All of them were above Xiantian realm level. 8, and they were best at concealment, assassination, and spying. Thus, he wasn't surprised. He changed the topic and asked, "Do you know what will be auctioned tonight?" Even though Ling Yan had gained a lot from the Yi family's auction and didn't need any more items for the Wind Thunder Valley's auction, he was still looking forward to picking up some leftovers. Xianxia said in a low voice, "I've found out a little. This auction is actually organized by Mount Longhu, the Shaolin Temple, and a few other forces. Therefore, the main auction items are the Dragon Tiger Pill, Great Recovery Pill, and Evil Warding Talismans. If there's anything special, it's the Gelsemium elegans that the Tranquil sect needs. I heard that there's also a piece of 10,000-year ice soul and a mystic magnet crystal. As for the rest, I don't know." 10,000-year ice soul, mystic magnet crystal, Ling Yan was very tempted. That was because materials like magnets and magnetic crystals were all good materials for setting up top-notch formations. They were very useful to him. As for the 10,000-year ice soul, Ling Yan could use it to make frost talismans or forge weapons. It could also be used as the core of a formation. It was definitely a good item. "How do you usually conduct transactions at such an auction?" Ling Yan was very curious. If it was the Yi family's auction, it wouldn't be a problem to use money from the secular world. However, in this desolate wilderness, where would one get a computer to transfer money? It was even more impossible to carry a few billion in cash. It's very simple. Normally, you use the Heavenly Team's merit points to conduct transactions. All communication devices in the ancient martial arts world have this function. Alternatively, the auctioneer will directly request for an item to be exchanged. If there's nothing that the auctioneer wants, they won't sell it. Xianxia was very familiar with such auctions. She explained to Ling Yan. "What?" Ling Yan was very shocked. "The Heavenly Team's merit points can actually be used here?" Then, isn't the heavenly team's merit points equivalent to the hard currency of the entire ancient martial arts world? Seeing Ling Yan's shocked expression, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but giggle. That's the truth. If you think that the Huaxia heavenly team is just a national department, then you're very wrong. Just think about the great elders and the members of the heavenly team. You'll understand. Ling Yan was instantly enlightened. Needless to say, the Long family, Yi family, Mount Longhu, Mount Wudong, Shaolin Temple. These were the most powerful forces in Huaxia's ancient martial arts world that controlled the heavenly team. Moreover, the members of the heavenly team came from all the major forces in the ancient martial arts world. Since they all recognized and used the heavenly team's merit points, after a few decades, the merit points would naturally become the hard currency of the entire ancient martial arts world. At the same time, Ling Yan completely understood why that person at the summit wanted him to become the great elder of the heavenly team, and the more spots he occupied, the better. Controlling the heavenly team was equivalent to controlling the entire ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. Thinking of this, Ling Yan became excited. Come, let's go take a look. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing and add him to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Are we going just like this? Yi Xingchen asked with a smile. She was very happy for Ling Yan when she saw that he had finally recovered. Of course not. Ling Yan said with a smile, if we were going just like this, then what was the point of me running the 2 kilometers? I saw you running so far alone and really thought that you were going to find a quiet place to cry for a while. Turns out I guessed wrong. I made a wasted trip. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but tease Ling Yan with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Yan's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. Big sis, is it fun to repeatedly poke at people's scars? If you piss me off, do you believe that I won't kiss you 520 times as punishment? The bright moon hung in the sky, its moonlight shining brightly. Ling Yan stared at Yi Xingchen's peerless beauty, his heart stirring. He actually really wanted to fulfill his promise on the spot. In your dreams. Yi Xingchen rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and purposely said with hidden bitterness, you should wait until that old lover of yours completely remembers you. Then you can go kiss her. I really don't mind. Yi Xingchen purposely emphasized the word mind, sounding extremely sour. Haha, how could I? Ling Yan really couldn't reply. He could only laugh awkwardly, afraid that Yi Xingchen would pursue and beat him up. Yi Xingchen's slight anger was purely to relieve Ling Yan's gloomy mood. Of course, she wouldn't really embarrass him, so she immediately dropped the previous topic and asked, what do you plan to look like? Then, she saw Ling Yan's body begin to swell. Very quickly, he became 3 times fatter. At the same time, his chiseled and handsome face also became rounder. It looked as if Ling Yan had suddenly become fat and gained 15 kilograms of flesh. Ling Yan smiled and explained, this is how I looked half a year ago. Then, he made slight adjustments to his face to ensure that people who had seen him before wouldn't recognize him. He also ensured that when Zhuang Meifeng saw him now, she would immediately remember how Ling Yan looked like before they parted. Yi Xingchen instantly guessed Ling Yan's intentions. Her expression changed slightly, but it was only for a fleeting moment. She said faintly, you really put in a lot of effort for her. This time, her jealousy was real. It's also to let you see what I looked like in the past. Ling Yan smiled gently. He raised his hands and gently placed them on Yi Xingchen's shoulders. If you've forgotten me, I'll do the same. Even if I have to pierce through the heavens, I'll definitely help you recover your memories and remember me once again. From the heavens to the 9 underworlds, there were no more touching words of love than this. Yi Xingchen's heart skipped a beat and her face turned red. She was no longer jealous of Zhuang Meifeng. She lowered her head and said firmly, no matter where I go, no matter what happens between us, I will never forget you. I know. Ling Yan chuckled, then glanced at Yi Xingchen's bashful expression. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he asked again, then are you going to change your appearance? Of course I have to change. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly. She used the heavenly demon formless technique and in the blink of an eye, her appearance changed. She was still a stunning beauty, but she was shorter by 5 centimeters, and her figure correspondingly became much more voluptuous. Ling Yan was flabbergasted, Yi Xingchen was simply too powerful. After her transformation, everything was natural. No matter how Ling Yun used his divine sense, he couldn't see through her original appearance. He only thought that she was born this way. If you're short, I'm short. If you're fat, I'm fat. Xianxia giggled brightly. Ling Yun rubbed his chin and pretended to frown as he asked, I say, Xianxia, don't tell me this is your true appearance? You damned fatty, I'm going to kill you. Xianxia flew into a rage and chased after Ling Yun. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun escaped while laughing. The two of them, one in front and one behind, returned to the wide basin in no time. They had no scruples and no need to hide from anyone, directly arriving at the auction site. This is too crude, because Ling Yun and Xianxia both had powerful divine senses, they didn't need to squeeze forward. After standing still, Ling Yun couldn't help but shake his head and comment. The auction held in Wind Thunder Valley couldn't compare to the Yi family's auction at all. It was too crude. There were no attendants, no comfortable seats, and no computers or widescreen color televisions. Even the lighting came from torches lit all around and the bright moon in the sky. In the center of the basin of Wind Thunder Valley, someone had gotten a giant rock with a diameter of 2 meters. Then, someone used a divine weapon to cut off a section of it, creating a smooth and flat section. This was the auction stage. Then, 600 martial arts experts surrounded the auction stage from all directions. There were more than 100 people in each direction. This was the entire auction site. Moreover, there was no one to specially host the auction. Whoever wanted to auction something could just walk up to the auction stage and promote it. There were no professional appraisers. The authenticity of the auction items depended entirely on the judgment of the bidders. Picking up a bargain depended on one's own ability. If one bought the wrong item, one could only blame one's poor eyesight. Frankly speaking, this was the ancient martial arts auction that Ling Yun had in mind. It was just that he had participated in the Yi family's auction once. It was a little too horrible to attend another auction like this. It was no wonder that the Long family, Yi family, and Heavenly Group's auctions were getting more and more popular. It seemed like it was really necessary to keep up with the times, comparing the two. If one wanted to buy the same thing, even a fool would choose to go to the Yi family's auction in the capital and not come to this wilderness. Before the Long family, the Yi family, and the Heavenly Group held their auctions, the auctions in the ancient martial arts world of Xianxia had always been like this. The best ones were held by some large sects in their own mountains. However, none of the procedures could compare to the Yi family's auction now. Xianxia couldn't help but speak to Ling Yun through telepathy. The auction had been going on for some time. All the ancient martial arts experts brought their auction items onto the stage. After one was auctioned off, another went up. The pace was very fast. Right now, a Xiantian realm level 8 expert was on the auction stage. He was going to auction off a treasured sword in his hand. He was so excited that he flew onto the stage and continued to spout nonsense. Unfortunately, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that his knife was at most a weapon that could cut through metal like mud. It could only be used by experts below 70% of the Xiantian realm. Therefore, there were very few people who responded. He shouted for a long time before someone was willing to buy it. Only 300 merit points? Ling Yun looked at the final price and laughed. He turned to look at Xianxia, a little confused. Wasn't this too little? Xianxia rolled his eyes. You're a well-fed man who doesn't know the suffering of the hungry. 300 merit points is equivalent to selling this knife for almost 10 million. It's not a small amount. Ling Yun muttered, 300 merit points is equivalent to 10 million. Doesn't that mean that one merit point is more than 30,000 yuan? Is there a standard for measuring merit points? Yes, the Dragon Tiger Pill from Mount Longhu. One Dragon Tiger Pill is 10,000 merit points, Xianxia said directly. Oh. I see. Ling Yun understood. He remembered that back at the Yi clan's auction, the price of a Dragon Tiger Pill was about 300 million. No one would bid any higher. 10,000 merit points was 300 million. Wasn't that equivalent to 30,000 yuan per merit point? That's about right. Ling Yun nodded. His spatial ring was worth 3 million merit points. That was close to 100 billion, which was equivalent to 300 dragon tiger pills, and 300 dragon tiger pills could allow 300 Xiantian realm level 6 experts to break through to the late stages of the Xiantian realm. One spatial ring for 300 Xiantian realm experts was definitely worth it. Now, Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao had a total of 6 million merit points. He was definitely the richest among the nouveau riches here. Humph. Ling Yun looked disdainfully at the crowd. A bunch of country bumpkins. He looked no different from a billionaire who came to the slums. Yi Xingchen was speechless when she saw his smug look. However, she could only let him be when she thought about Ling Yun's merit points. Ling Yun had noticed Zhuang Meifeng long ago. She was in the crowd opposite Ling Yun. The two of them were about 400 meters apart. It was obvious that this was her first time attending an auction. She was very serious about the people and the items being auctioned. She seemed to have temporarily gotten over the influence of Ling Yun's absence. At this point, Ling Yun didn't want to waste any more time. He sent a telepathic message to Tai Xiaohu. Xiaohu, you're next. Follow the plan. Tai Xiaohu stood in the crowd and nodded his head slightly. After the people on the auction stage had completed their transactions, he immediately flew out and landed directly on the auction stage before they could even walk down. Tai Xiaohu's back was facing Ling Yun. Naturally, he was facing Zhuang Meifeng. As soon as he appeared and steadied himself, Ling Yun saw Zhuang Meifeng's petite body tremble violently. Her beautiful eyes flashed with indescribable excitement. Phew. It seems like Meifeng still remembers Tai Xiaohu. That's good. Ling Yun smiled proudly. After Tai Xiaohu went on stage, he didn't waste any time. He didn't even bother to say a word. He directly raised the 2 emerald jade bottles in his hands into the air. There were 3 beauty pills and 3 beauty pills in each bottle. The items I want to auction are the beauty pills and beauty pills. Let me first introduce the effects of these 2 pills. Then, Tai Xiaohu used only 3 minutes to explain the effects of the 2 pills. After he was done, the originally noisy auction house became so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. All the female cultivators present stood up and squeezed their way to the front. They stared at the 2 medicine bottles in Tai Xiaohu's hands, their eyes burning with passion. Is the effect you're talking about real? How can there be such heaven-defying pills? Someone couldn't help but ask after recovering from the shock. Of course, this was a female cultivator. If anyone doesn't believe me, I can verify it on the spot and let everyone see the effects. After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he smiled and said, Aunt Qin, Sister Zhuang, please come on stage and help me verify the effects of the pills. He called out 2 people, but his eyes were fixed on one person. It was Zhuang Meifeng from the Tranquil sect. After seeing Tai Xiaohu, Zhuang Meifeng was already so excited that she couldn't control herself. Now that she heard Tai Xiaohu call her sister Zhuang, her eyes instantly filled with tears. She never dreamed that after leaving Qingshui City for half a year, she would meet a family member here. Moreover, it was a good brother who had gone through thick and thin with Ling Yun. Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721, or directly search for Boojing, add me, and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Tai Xiaohu's appearance was shocking. He stood there like a black iron tower, leaving a deep impression on anyone who saw him. Of course, Zhuang Meifeng remembered Tai Xiaohu. There were many fragments of her memory. However, under the effect of the tranquil pill, the part of her memory that contained Ling Yun had been torn into pieces. Those fragments of her memory had also become scattered. In those fragments of her memory, Ling Yun had become a blurry shadow that Zhuang Meifeng could not remember. However, even though the tranquil pill was powerful, it could only make a woman forget the man she loved. It couldn't make her forget all the men in the world. Therefore, even though she remembered Tai Xiaohu, she couldn't have treated him as family. She couldn't have known that Tai Xiaohu was Ling Yun's sworn brother. However, that was before Ling Yun told Zhuang Meifeng the long story. Now, Ling Yun had just finished telling Zhuang Meifeng the parts of her memory that she had lost. He had already filled in all the missing parts of Zhuang Meifeng's memory. Now, whenever Zhuang Meifeng thought about Ling Yun, she would no longer feel the piercing pain of thousands of needles piercing into her head. In other words, because she had the purple immortal spiritual energy in her body, The other terrifying effect of the tranquil pill, which was to prevent people from thinking about their loved ones, was no longer effective on her. Zhuang Meifeng already knew everything that Ling Yan had done for her after she was taken away by Priestess Desireless. All that was left was to verify it. After seeing Tai Xiaohu, Zhuang Meifeng's memories of the three of them at the same time naturally resurfaced in her mind. Then, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Ling Yan's figure was no longer blurry. Instead, it was slowly becoming clearer and more real. Zhuang Meifeng remembered clearly that Tai Xiaohu and Ling Yan had fought their way into the Zhuang family's western suburbs villa and risked their lives to save her. Therefore, after staying alone in the tranquil sect for half a year, how could she not see Tai Xiaohu's family? How could she not tear up, especially since Tai Xiaohu dared to appear in front of the world's heroes? It was obvious that he had a terrifying cultivation. Zhuang Meifeng could tell that Tai Xiaohu was fearless just by looking at his qinggong and the powerful aura he exuded. She was finally not lonely anymore. Tai Xiaohu, who was in the middle of the field, also had tears in his eyes after calling out Sister Zhuang. He didn't have the same concerns as Ling Yun. Sister Zhuang, we've finally reunited after such a long time. Don't tell me you don't recognize me as your younger brother anymore? Hearing this, Zhuang Meifeng felt her blood boil. She almost shouted, yes, of course I will. Even if I have to break off all ties with the tranquil sect, I will still do it. With that thought in mind, Zhuang Meifeng suddenly took 2 steps forward and was about to walk out of the tranquil sect's crowd. Lycan, how dare you? Right at this moment, an angry roar sounded out from beside them. Just by hearing that voice, everyone knew that the person who had spoken was definitely flying into a rage. The person who spoke was Priestess Desireless. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that such a huge change would occur so soon after the auction began. Naturally, Priestess Desireless didn't recognize Tai Xiaohu. However, when she saw Tai Xiaohu stare at Zhuang Meifeng and call her Sister Zhuang, her heart skipped a beat. One had to know that when Priestess Desireless forced Zhuang Meifeng to eat the tranquil pill, the timing was coincidentally when the Sun family was in Xianxia City. Taking advantage of Ling Yan's absence, Priestess Desireless uprooted Ling Yan's influence. At that time, other than her parents and younger sister, no one else could speak up for Zhuang Meifeng. Priestess Desireless completely took advantage of Zhuang Meifeng's desperation to threaten her. She coaxed Zhuang Meifeng into eating the tranquil pill. Before Zhuang Meifeng ate the pill, she didn't even dare to tell Zhuang Meifeng the name and effects of the pill. After Zhuang Meifeng ate the pill, she completely forgot about Ling Yun. Then, without saying a word, she brought Zhuang Meifeng back to the tranquil sect as if she had picked up a treasure. At this moment, when Priestess Desireless saw Tai Xiaohu call out Zhuang Meifeng's name, how could she not know that Ling Yan's influence had come knocking? If Tai Xiaohu revealed that he forced Zhuang Meifeng to eat the overbearing pill and forcefully bring her back to the tranquil sect, not only would the tranquil sect become the laughingstock of the world, but Priestess Desireless herself would also immediately become the target of public criticism. Even the spittle of the 600 people present would be enough to drown her. At that time, the tranquil sect would definitely not tolerate her. The result would be obvious. She would definitely die. Therefore, at this juncture of life and death, Priestess Desireless had to stop Zhuang Meifeng no matter what. She couldn't let her out. As expected, Zhuang Meifeng stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and glanced at Priestess Desireless. Suddenly, she smiled. Why? Can't I even talk to my family and friends once I enter the tranquil sect? This time, she didn't call Priestess Desireless master. She had already made up her mind that she would never call her that again. This was a fatal blow. Priestess Desireless master was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to refute. This was because the logic was too simple. In the past, Priestess Desireless master could find any reason to reject Zhuang Meifeng's request to visit her family and friends in the tranquil sect. However, she didn't do anything now. She only met a friend by chance. If Priestess Desireless master didn't even allow her to talk about the past, she would be too unreasonable. At the tranquil sect's side, the entire scene froze. However, Zhuang Meifeng wasn't in a hurry to leave immediately. She had long disregarded life and death. She had been suppressed for too long. She couldn't bear it anymore. Priestess Desireless master racked her brains. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes. When I brought you away from home, I said that I would bring you to the tranquil sect to cultivate. After 3 years, when you have mastered your skills, you can leave the mountain and go home to see your family. However, you have just consumed the dragon tiger pill. You are only one step away from entering the late stages of the Xianxia realm. Today, you have mysteriously fallen. I'm afraid that after you go out and meet him, your state of mind will be destroyed again, causing all your previous efforts to go to waste. Priestess Desireless Master racked her brains for a long time and finally found a passable reason. Ha 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 ha, Tai Xiaohu, who was on the stage, suddenly laughed. He pointed at Priestess Desireless Master and said, "You old B*****starred, it's not easy for me to see my sister. Now, I just want to talk to her, and you want to interfere? Aren't you a little too much?" Tai Xiaohu didn't care at all. He wasn't polite to Priestess Desireless Master. The moment he opened his mouth, he called her an old B*****starred and scolded the entire Tranquil sect. As soon as he said that, everyone from the Tranquil sect, except for Zhuang Meifeng, was furious. Even Priestess Desireless Master, who had an extremely high cultivation, was angered. The Tranquil sect was a group of people who valued their reputation the most. Tai Xiaohu really didn't give them any face. You see, when Priestess Desireless Master heard the word old B*****starred, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. She pointed at Tai Xiaohu and said to Zhuang Meifeng, "You see, this is your good friend. He's such an uncultured and disrespectful person. Why do you still care about him?" Zhuang Meifeng looked at the furious Priestess Desireless Master quietly. She was still smiling, very calm. Tai Xiaohu, on the other hand, flipped out again. "I say, old B*****starred, are you retarded? Disrespecting your elders? Which family's elder are you from? I have nothing to do with you. Why should I respect you?" Tai Xiaohu flipped out as soon as he came. He was too angry. "I'm going to kill you, you evil B*****starred who came out of nowhere." After being scolded by Tai Xiaohu, Priestess Desireless Master's violent personality was completely triggered. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She actually flew out and directly pounced towards Tai Xiaohu. "Mother Kerr, are you finally out?" Tai Xiaohu's hands had been itching for a long time. He had been waiting for this moment. Seeing Priestess Desireless flying towards him, he was calm and unruffled. However, he secretly raised his internal energy to the maximum. F***ck, you better hold back. Don't beat her to death. This scared Ling Yun and he hurriedly reminded him. F***ck, if Tai Xiaohu killed Priestess Desireless with one punch, he would not be able to play anymore. Tai Xiaohu had no choice but to secretly reduce his internal energy by 40%. Faced with this scene, almost 600 heroes of the world actually did not make a sound to stop him. Of course, no one would stop him. Tai Xiaohu was just a wild kid who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The one who attacked him was the world-famous Tranquil sect. There were more than 10 late-stage Xiantian realm experts squatting there. You really kill someone just because you don't agree with them. Martial arts sections. Haha, this is the martial arts sex, a mocking voice rang out. It was naturally Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, Priestess Desireless had already arrived in front of Tai Xiaohu. In her rage, she had already used all her internal energy. She suddenly swung the horsetail whisk in her hand, aiming for Tai Xiaohu's head. "Xiaohu, watch out!" Zhuang Meifeng exclaimed in shock. Priestess Desireless did not hold back. She wanted to kill Tai Xiaohu in one move before the other party exposed her actions. Then, she would deal with Zhuang Meifeng later. "Want to kill me? You are not worthy!" Tai Xiaohu roared. He exhaled and actually did not dodge the horsetail whisk. He only tilted his head slightly to avoid the top of his head and directly punched out. Pa! Bang! There was a huge explosion of true qi as the two of them exchanged a solid blow. Priestess Desireless struck Tai Xiaohu, while Tai Xiaohu's fist naturally landed squarely on Priestess Desireless' chest. Wah! Priestess Desireless was hit by Tai Xiaohu's punch. It was as if she had suffered a heavy blow that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. That punch caused her to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body flew backward, and fresh blood sprayed all over the place. Tai Xiaohu was already at the pinnacle of the first major realm of the stellar condensation technique and could break through to the second major realm at any time. He was also using the Tiangang Demon Fist, 2 minor realms higher than his opponent, and he was wearing the golden black devilish silk robe. His shoulder had been struck by Priestess Desireless Horsetail Whisk. It was like a tickle to him, but the other party's sternum had caved in and he was severely injured. Not good. Priestess Extinguishing Desire saw that Tai Xiaohu had severely injured Priestess Desireless with just one punch. Seeing that Priestess Extinguishing Desire was about to crash into a huge rock, Priestess Extinguishing Desire immediately flew out and caught her. Pooh. Pooh, Priestess Desireless spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Unable to say a word, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. F***ck. I'll beat you to death, you old nun. In the arena, after Tai Xiaohu had established his dominance with his punch, he cursed angrily. Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721 or search for Boojing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. How is that possible? That black pagoda-like kid is on the defensive side and is obviously at a disadvantage. He actually sent his opponent flying with one punch. That kid is only at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm level 5, and the nun is at Xiantian Realm level 5. She attacked first, but he was defenseless. He's not injured at all. That nun's all-out attack actually couldn't hurt him at all. Tai Xiaohu? I've never heard of him before. There was a saying that went, 10 years of hard work and no one cared about you. Tai Xiaohu had been painstakingly groomed by Ling Yun for half a year. Every day and night, he trained like a mad devil. Now, in front of all the heroes in the world, he had shocked everyone with just one punch, causing everyone to be moved. Frankly speaking, it was a good feeling. Tai Xiaohu finally understood why Ling Yun persisted in his training every day. He was very excited. F***ck, I told you to hold back, but you still beat her up like this. Ling Yun scanned with his divine sense and instantly saw the extent of Priestess Desireless' injuries. He knew that she would have to lie in bed for half a month. He was very indignant and scolded Tai Xiaohu. Boss, I've already listened to you and retracted 40% of my power, okay. Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed, but he had to explain to Ling Yun. F***ck, I know you took back 40%. You should have taken back 60%. Think about who you're sparring with every day. Who was it? It was Ling Lai. Ling Lai, who could enter the second level of the divine power realm at any time. Hee, big brother Yun, I was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Let me enjoy for a while first. Tai Xiaohu stood on the stage, chuckling. He didn't want to communicate with Ling Yun anymore. Ling Yun was speechless and angry. Who was he going to fight if everyone was beaten up by him? I wanted to fight too just now. At this moment, Xianxia spoke up. Young master, I want to fight too. It was Wang Chongxiao. Big brother Yun, I want to fight too. Bai Xianer said. Ling Yun wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He didn't care anymore as long as it was someone from the Tranquil sect. Ba. Sigh, the Tranquil sect won't be easy tonight. There were Shaolin and Wudong seats in the crowd on the east side of the auction. At this moment, Master Zhu Yuan from the Shaolin Temple and Taoist Master Chongxiu from the Wudong Mountain were standing side by side. The two of them were communicating after witnessing Tai Xiaohu's amazing performance. Master Zhu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su were respectively the Empyrean wayfarers of Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect. They were there to gain experience and also to handle various urgent affairs for their sections. Both of them had personally witnessed Ling Yun's battles at Dragon Gate Mountain. At that time, Ling Yun had used the Tiangang Demon Fist the most in his fights. They recognized that fist technique. There are many people from Ling Yun, and Qing Dongxue is just opposite us. Yes, Mao Mountain's Empyrean Walker Missouri Wudao is here too. I didn't expect that kid to follow Ling Yun. Reaching the peak of the 4 transcendent realms is too fast. The Tranquil sect is in too much trouble tonight. Perhaps, both Master Zhu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su felt that it was inappropriate for Priestess Desireless to make a move just now. However, they didn't stop her because they knew that they wouldn't be needed. The two of them chatted for a while before Master Zhu Yuan turned to Chong Su and asked, I haven't seen any traces of Ling Yun yet. Chong Su, have you noticed? Taoist Master Chong Su shook his head. He must have arrived long ago, but I don't think he'll show himself tonight. Ba. Master Chong Su sighed and chanted silently. There'll definitely be an earth-shattering battle tomorrow night, it's unavoidable, Taoist Master Chong Su replied calmly. In the middle of the venue, Tai Xiaohu cursed after sending Priestess Desireless flying with a punch. F*CK, that old B*starred is delaying my auction. Then, he put on a smiling face and called out to Zhuang Meifeng again. Big sister Zhuang, no one is stopping you now, right? Come and help me verify the pill. Yes, he still had to do what he had to do after beating up that annoying person. At this moment, the Tranquil sect was in a mess. However, Zhuang Meifeng was completely uninvolved and turned a blind eye to it. Zhuang Meifeng was shocked by the fact that Tai Xiaohu had injured Priestess Desireless. However, she was secretly pleased. No matter what, she had finally gotten her revenge. As for how badly injured Priestess Desireless was, Zhuang Meifeng couldn't even be bothered to pretend. When she heard Tai Xiaohu call out to her again, she smiled sweetly and took another step forward. Lycan, you can't go. At this moment, another voice rang out. This time, it was Priestess Desireless Lin. After receiving Priestess Desireless, she handed her over to a few junior sisters to treat her before coming to Zhuang Meifeng's side. However, her tone was rather stern. Why can't I go? Zhuang Meifeng didn't even call out Priestess Desireless Lin anymore. She had already made up her mind to leave the Tranquil sect no matter what. This was because Priestess Desireless' actions disgusted her. There was no gratitude between Zhuang Meifeng and the Tranquil sect, only hatred. Lycan, that Tai Xiaohu has scolded the Tranquil sect repeatedly. Now that he has injured your master, he is an enemy of the Tranquil sect. If you were to go and see him again, it would be no different from leaving the Tranquil sect. Zhuang Meifeng was indignant. She smiled coldly and was about to argue. However, at this moment, Tai Xiaohu opened his mouth again. Hey, you guys are from the Tranquil sect, right? When I met my sister, I just wanted her to come up and catch up with me. At the same time, she also wanted to help me with a small matter. Why are you guys blocking my way? Why are you even threatening me with your broken nunnery? I didn't hit that old B*TCH nun just now. She was the one who rushed over to kill me. Can't I even protect myself? Ask everyone here, where did I, Tai Xiaohu, go wrong? Oh, that old B*TCH nun wanted to kill me. She was weaker than me and I crippled her. Then, I immediately became your enemy? Is there a martial arts sect like you guys? Don't you have any shame? Tai Xiaohu didn't like to speak under Ling Yun, but that didn't mean that he wasn't good with words. After all, he was an employee of the Green Dragon sect before he followed Ling Yun. Priestess Desireless Lin remained silent. She was speechless after Tai Xiaohu's rebuttal because they weren't in the right. Moreover, Priestess Desireless Lin couldn't understand why Priestess Desireless Lin had to block Zhuang Meifeng's path. It was completely unnecessary. Why, don't you dare to speak now? Do you know how unreasonable you were just now? Sister Meifeng, you don't have to care about them. I don't want to see such a heartless sect anymore. Tai Xiaohu really had no filter. He said whatever came to mind without considering the other party's feelings. If one had to use a word to describe Tai Xiaohu, it would be arrogant. In other words, it would be unscrupulous. Priestess Desireless Lin knew that she was in the wrong, so she could still keep her composure. However, Tai Xiaohu's words about the Tranquil sect being a heartless sect stung her heart. This was a slap to the Tranquil sect's face. If she could still tolerate it, then the Tranquil sect would be looked down upon by all the other sects in the martial arts world. Humph. How dare you? You really don't know your place. How dare you humiliate the Tranquil sect? You must be tired of living. It wasn't just Priestess Desireless Lin. The other people from the Tranquil sect couldn't hold back anymore, especially big senior sister Li Su. She could see that Tai Xiaohu was only at Xiantian realm level 5 and knew that this was her best chance to perform. Second Uncle Master, this person humiliated the Tranquil sect. I'm not happy about it. please accept my challenge. Priestess Desireless Lin hesitated for a moment before nodding her head lightly. Li Su was overjoyed when she got Priestess Desireless Lin's approval. She dashed towards Tai Xiaohu. F*CK, the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. That brat doesn't know his place. He has completely infuriated the people from the Tranquil Sect. That brat is in deep trouble now. Many people saw that the Tranquil Sect sent out a pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8 immediately after being humiliated. Zhuang Meifeng was naturally aware of Li Su's realm. She was worried for Tai Xiaohu when she saw Li Su dash out. She wanted to warn him, but a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Sister, long time no see. Did you miss me? Boom, Zhuang Meifeng felt her brain explode when she heard this voice. This was because she was too familiar with this voice. It was gentle and seductive. It was Xiao Mimi. Zhuang Meifeng's body trembled. This was too pleasant and too crazy. Back then, Ling Yin went to the crater, Qin Shuyue left Qingshui for no reason, Tai Xiaohu was captured, and Xiao Mimi went missing. Qingshui City was turned upside down overnight. In the blink of an eye, she had to face the entire Sun family alone, but now, Tai Xiaohu and Xiao Mimi had appeared. Then, Zhuang Meifeng felt every cell in her body trembling. Is Ling Yin here? A thought suddenly appeared in Zhuang Meifeng's mind. She didn't dare to ask or even think about it, not because she was afraid of pain, but because she was afraid that the answer would be no. Sister, I'm useless. I couldn't save you back then, but you don't have to worry about anything now. Just watch quietly. Let's avenge you together. Xiao Mimi wasn't polite to the Tranquil Sect. In her eyes, there wasn't a single good person in the Tranquil Sect. They all deserved to die. Zhuang Meifeng was so excited that she couldn't stand still. However, the two people in the field had already started fighting. Li Su relied on her higher realm to suppress Tai Xiaohu by 3 realms. Therefore, she wanted to defeat Tai Xiaohu in one move with her bare fists. You don't have to be polite. Just beat him to death. Ling Yin had already sent a telepathic message to Tai Xiaohu when he saw Li Su jump out. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu's aura rose to the maximum in an instant. Facing Li Su who was charging towards him, he also dashed towards him in a flash. Bang! Tai Xiaohu's full force punch collided with Li Su, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. There was another explosion of true qi. Both of their fists collided, causing sand and pebbles to fly in all directions and a cloud of dust. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, followed by a shrill scream. Ah! Li Su's tendons and bones were broken by Tai Xiaohu's punch. Her entire right arm was crippled on the spot, but Tai Xiaohu wasn't satisfied. He followed up with a flying kick. This was the Gale Thunder Diamond Kick. The sound of wind and thunder was violent. This kick landed directly on Li Su's lower abdomen, sending her flying into the air. Li Su, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8 from the Tranquil Sect, was completely destroyed by Tai Xiaohu's punch and kick. Boss Buor directly search for Bu Jun. Please add me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. Bam! Tai Xiaohu kicked Li Su into the air. This time, he didn't kick Li Su far away. Instead, he kicked her up into the air because he wanted to continue beating her up. In any case, Ling Yin had spoken. If this person could be beaten to death, then so be it. Whoosh! Before Li Su could land, a person from the Tranquil Sect flew up like a bolt of lightning. It was Abbess. Milan. When she saw that Li Su was no match for her opponent, her expression changed drastically. She immediately flew out to save Li Su. She was at the 2nd level of the Divine Power Realm, so her speed was naturally very fast. Even though she had moved later, she arrived first. She immediately hugged the unconscious Li Su and flew back. It's over. After saving Li Su, Miao Lin immediately checked her injuries, and then sighed deeply. Li Su's arm was completely fractured by Tai Xiaohu's attack. The bones at the joints poked through the skin and flesh. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Tai Xiaohu's kick had destroyed Li Su's energy center. Li Su's true qi was in a mess now. She was completely crippled. What a vicious lunatic. Milan was furious. She didn't even turn her head. Third junior sister, contact the abbess immediately and tell her that something happened here. Actually, she didn't even need to give the order. Someone was already causing trouble for the Tranquil sect the moment the auction started. Moreover, 2 people from the Tranquil sect were severely injured in just a few minutes. The only thing they could think of now was to contact the abbess. The Tranquil sect was in a state of chaos. However, the 600-odd people in the Wind Thunder Valley were completely silent. Everyone was stunned. In a fight between experts of the same realm, if it was just 1 or 2 small realms, it was normal for one side to crush the other side with strength or combat skills. However, the Tranquil sect sent someone at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. Tai Xiaohu was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, but he was still able to kill his opponent instantly. Master Zhu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Ba. The ferocious tiger is out of the cage. Taoist Master Chongsu laughed. That's within expectations. The current Ling Yan can easily defeat both Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng. The people he nurtured are now at a higher realm than he was 2 months ago. Wouldn't it be easy for them to defeat someone at the pinnacle of Xiantian 8? Master Zhu Yuan and Taoist Master Chongsu watched the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain from start to finish. Of course, they knew that Ling Yan was able to kill Guo Tian when he was only at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Now that Tai Xiaohu was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to defeat Li Su? Sigh, let's see how Abbess Lin of the Tranquil Heart Nunnery will deal with this. It would appear that she is about to make a move. Chongsu found it funny and said, if those people don't come tonight, it's useless no matter who makes a move. Even in the Devil Subduing Conference tomorrow night, it's still uncertain who will win. Well done. Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu telepathically. Holy sh*t, brother Tai, you're really famous now. Emma Wudao watched Tai Xiaohu strut around on stage. He was really envious and thought to himself, it seems like I'll have to train harder in the future. Well fought, brother Xiaohu. Bai Xianer said. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu stood in the middle of the arena like a tall demon god, releasing a shocking aura. He was a little embarrassed to hear all the praises coming from him. Training is really good. It seems like I have to work even harder later. Today, Tai Xiaohu could finally fight for Ling Yan and do something for him. Naturally, he was very excited. You scoundrel, repeatedly injuring the disciples of the Tranquil Heart Nunnery. This is intolerable. Abbess Lin's face was gloomy. She walked out of the crowd slowly, step by step, towards Tai Xiaohu. Indeed, she was going to fight him personally. Tai Xiaohu was fearless and looked at her with a cold smile. Back in Beijing, Ling Yan had taught him too many skills. Even if he was facing a master at the 2nd level of the Divine Power Realm, he would still dare to fight. You old nun, your words are so funny. I've been standing here all this time, and I didn't provoke the Tranquil Heart Nunnery. It was you guys who jumped out one by one to attack me. How am I a scoundrel? You wanted to kill someone, but you couldn't beat them and got beaten up, so you put the blame on others? What bullshit is the Tranquil Heart Nunnery? You don't even talk reason. Tai Xiaohu was domineering to the end because he was indeed in the right. At this time, words didn't matter. What mattered was their fists. Whoever's fists were harder was the one in the right. Still, no one expressed their opinion. This sudden battle was too baffling. Both sides obviously had no grudge against each other, but the Tranquil Heart Nunnery wanted to kill them. It was only natural for them to retaliate. If it were their sects, if they were killed just because they were talking to someone they knew, the 2 sects would have fought each other a long time ago. Miao Lin was speechless once again. However, 2 of her disciples were seriously injured. No matter how reasonable she was, she couldn't just swallow her anger and let the other party scold her. Scoundrel, you're still so stubborn. In that case, let me teach you a lesson first. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. Miao Lin said no more and was about to attack. However, at this time everyone in the Wind Thunder Valley felt their vision blur. They saw a person in a green robe appear in the field. Stubborn and obstinate? I think the Tranquil Heart Nunnery is the stubborn one. Old B***tch, let me show you what it means to say that there's always someone better than you out there. This person was even more domineering because it was Wang Chongxiao. He was beaten up by Ling Yan in his first battle in the mainland. Now, he could finally show off his skills. Hiss, what the F***ck? What's this person's realm? I can't see through him. He's definitely in the divine realm. F***ck, no wonder that brat is so arrogant. The person behind him is the real deal. Wang Chongxiao's appearance in the field immediately caused countless discussions. That was because at this moment, no one could see through his realm except for Ling Yan's side. Abbess Miaolin stopped in her tracks. She was completely dumbfounded, she didn't even need to fight. Just by looking at the other party's aura, she knew that even 10 of her wouldn't be a match for him. As long as this person was here, even if the entire Tranquil sect attacked together, they would only be slaughtered. Furthermore, they would be killed instantly. Abbess Miaolin's expression turned ugly. She didn't know what to do. This was a real dilemma, advance or retreat? She was killed in one move, faster than the 2 people before her. Retreat? Then tonight, the Tranquil Heart Nunnery would lose face. From then on, they would only be the laughing stock of the world. She froze, but the other 2 people in the field were busy bickering. Old Wang, you're not being kind. It's not like I can't beat him up. Why did you come up? Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up when he saw Abbess Miaolin. He was ready to fight to his heart's content. Now that Wang Chongxiao appeared, he didn't even have to think about it. You brat, you're done showing off. Go do your business. Let me stretch my muscles first. Because they were both Ling Yan's subordinates, Wang Chongxiao treated Tai Xiaohu as an equal. He didn't put on any airs with Tai Xiaohu because he knew that with Tai Xiaohu's physique and aptitude, he would have the strength to fight him head-on in less than a year. Hey, old B***TCH, do you still dare to fight? If not, I can't be bothered to bully you. Hurry up and ask that lady to come out. We still have business to do. Wang Chongxiao didn't even bother fighting with Abbess Miaolin. Without Ling Yan's order, he wouldn't have come out. It was Ling Yan who asked him to intimidate them. Ling Yan's goal tonight was to give Zhuang Meifeng 3 big surprises. He didn't want to blow things up. In front of more than 600 people, Abbess Miaolin didn't dare to retort. That kind of awkwardness was indescribable. After struggling for a long time, Abbess Miaolin said with a dry throat, "Senior, don't you think it's beneath your status to bully the Tranquil Heart Nunnery with your cultivation?" Ha 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 ha, the moment Abbess Miaolin said that, someone outside the field laughed wildly. Where did this retarded Tranquil Heart Nunnery come from? You think you can bully people, so you say that there's always someone better than you. Now that you can't beat them, you praise them to the skies and tell them to respect their status and not to bully them. F***ck, so you're the one in the right? Women are indeed women. Even if they're nuns, they're still unreasonable. That's too funny. The person who spoke was naturally Ling Yan. It couldn't be anyone else. Ling Yan was speaking as a spectator, but his words were extremely reasonable. Many people listened and nodded their heads subconsciously. If you're afraid, just say it. You're still trying to save face. How shameless. The Ling Yan now wasn't the Ling Yan who pretended to be a young man who didn't know martial arts. He was strong and well-trained, and he could crush everyone. Old nun, quickly admit defeat. I'm still waiting to buy something. F***ck, you made so many of us waste our time here. These words were too merciless. If Abbess Miaolin admitted defeat, then the Tranquil Heart Nunnery would be completely disgraced from then on. However, she had no choice. If she didn't admit defeat, then she would lose even more face. Since Senior is protecting this person, the Tranquil Heart Nunnery will admit defeat. With that, she turned around and walked away silently. Stop right there. Wang Chongxiao shouted softly, causing Abbess Miaolin to stop immediately. I told you to invite that young lady out. Didn't you hear me? F***ck, Ling Yan was his young master now. It was obvious that the outstanding lady in the Tranquil Heart Nunnery was one of his young mistresses. Of course, Wang Chongxiao had to give Zhuang Meifeng enough face. Abbess Miaolin's body shook violently. Everyone was dumbfounded, this was too much of a face. Everyone was stunned. Lycan, you better come out for a while. Abbess Miaolin could only speak slowly in shame. Wang Chongxiao didn't give up. Old nun, are you deaf? Or have you gotten amnesia? I told you to say please. Then he added, also, from now on, you can only call this lady by her secular name. If you dare to call her by her Buddhist name again, I'll destroy the Tranquil Heart Nunnery. Wang Chongxiao's last sentence was said in a domineering manner because it was taught to him by Lingyun telepathically. What's going to happen is going to happen, Abbess Miaolin sighed deeply in her heart. At this moment, how could she not understand that everything that had happened tonight was fake? It was all because of the Tranquil Heart Nunnery. Everything was for Zhuang Meifeng. She didn't hesitate anymore. She looked deeply at the beautiful lady in front of her and said, Miss Zhuang Meifeng, please come out for a while. Old Boer search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. Priestess Milan knew very well that once Zhuang Meifeng took a step forward, she would no longer be a disciple of the Tranquil sect. Master and senior uncles, the teachings of the sect, and the rules of the sect were all useless against Zhuang Meifeng. The expert on the other side was very domineering. He had just announced in front of the world that she was not allowed to call Zhuang Meifeng by her Dharma name. She was not even allowed to call Zhuang Meifeng by the name that the Tranquil sect had given Zhuang Meifeng. What face would they have left to say that she was a disciple of the Tranquil sect? Furthermore, based on today's situation, not only would Zhuang Meifeng no longer be a disciple of the Tranquil sect, she would also be their enemy. Tai Xiao, who had injured the two disciples of the Tranquil sect, and the person behind him was even more ferocious. Even though he did not attack, his words were even more powerful than his attacks. The Tranquil sect had lost all face. With such a huge grudge between them, the Tranquil sect would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely think of a way to take revenge. However, with such a powerful person on the other side, they would not even be able to take revenge on their own. The other side wanted her to call Zhuang Meifeng by her real name and even wanted her to personally invite Zhuang Meifeng out. This was clearly an act of coercion. They wanted to tell the world that it was the Tranquil sect that invited Zhuang Meifeng away, not the other way around. Of course, Priestess Milan did not know that after the demon subduing conference tomorrow night, the Tranquil sect would no longer exist. If she knew now, she would not have thought about these things. She only took in a disciple, the other side would not be so ruthless. Priestess Annihilation watched as Zhuang Meifeng slowly walked out of the Tranquil sect's crowd and towards her. She thought to herself, Priestess Desireless is a violent person. She might have taken in this layman disciple and hid the truth from us. Thinking up to this point, Abbess Milan gasped in shock, thinking back to the situation when Zhuang Meifeng first arrived at the Tranquil sect. This was very possible. At this moment, Zhuang Meifeng had already arrived in front of Priestess Milan. She smiled and extended her hand. Priestess, please return me that stone. Priestess Milan looked at Zhuang Meifeng deeply before reaching into her clothes and taking out the clear spirit stone. She had mixed feelings as she thought about the young man who had left. Good physique, good aptitude, good fortuitous encounters? It was really too funny. The other party was obviously a peerless master who she could not see through. She actually naively thought that the young man really had heaven-defying luck and accidentally picked up this clear spirit stone. Thinking of this, Priestess Extinguishing Forest broke out in a cold sweat. She could not help but look at the dense forest in the distance, where the Tranquil Nunnery had once been. If Priestess Desireless had really slammed her palm down, she probably would not have survived until now, right? To think that our Tranquil sect would be the one holding you back. It's laughable that we thought that we would have to groom a talented disciple. Abbess Milan smiled bitterly and handed the clear spirit stone back to Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng took the clear spirit stone and did not speak to Abbess Milan. She took another 3 steps forward before stopping and turning around. She took one last look at the people from the Tranquil sect. Then, with a clang, she pulled out her sword and slashed it across the ground, leaving behind a terrifying scar. I, Zhuang Meifeng, hereby announce that from today onwards, I have nothing to do with the Tranquil sect. Too domineering. Too straightforward. Then, Zhuang Meifeng threw the scabbard and sword in her hands to the side of the scar. Then, she pointed at Priestess Extinguishing Desire who had forced her to consume the tranquil pill of forgetfulness. Desireless old nun, you used my entire family's lives as a hostage to force me to consume the tranquil pill of forgetfulness. You almost made it impossible for me and my beloved to see each other in this lifetime. With such deep hatred, I will definitely kill you. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes were sharp. In front of everyone, she only said 2 sentences. One was to leave the tranquil sect, and the other was to kill priestess. Extinguishing desire to take revenge. Wow. So that's how it is. That's no wonder. So the tranquil sect saw that she was talented and forced her to consume such a tyrannical pill. This is too much. Breaking up a loving couple is not something a righteous sect would do. Bah, this is really, immeasurable heavenly lord, sigh. Serves you right. With just 1 sentence, Zhuang Meifeng had explained everything that Priestess Desireless had done to her. When the 600 people present heard it, they immediately understood what had happened. On the other side, Xianxia couldn't help but marvel at Zhuang Meifeng's actions. She turned to Lingyan and asked, "Stupid fatty, let me ask you, who is older between the 2 of us?" Hehe, she's 21 this year. On the other side, Lingyan was overjoyed to see Zhuang Meifeng's actions. Because of this scene, when he saved Zhuang Meifeng at the Zhuang family's villa in the western suburbs, she also broke up with his father on the spot in the face of the entire Sun family's power. Then I'll call her big sister from now on. Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was very moved by Zhuang Meifeng. She was very shocked. She really couldn't blame Lingyan for treating Zhuang Meifeng so well. It was worth it, however, the people from the tranquil sect were all dumbfounded. Faced with the mockery and criticism of the world, they all blushed and lowered their heads. It was really too embarrassing. This was especially so for 3rd senior sister and 7th senior sister who were treating Priestess Desireless. When they heard that Zhuang Meifeng had broken up with the tranquil sect, they were still in shock. However, when they heard the last sentence, they were so angry that they threw Priestess Desireless to the ground and jumped away. Li Xiu was really angry. She blurted out, "Aya, how could Uncle Master Desireless do such a thing?" Li Qing shook his head. "Li Xiu, you don't have to call her Uncle Master anymore. The sect won't tolerate such a person anymore. Don't bother about this person. Let her fend for herself." After hearing Zhuang Meifeng's oath, Milan instantly understood the cause of the disaster. She flew back and said to the disciples of the tranquil sect. Priestess Desireless' actions not only brought disaster to the tranquil sect, but also caused the tranquil sect to be despised by the martial arts world. Her death was not to be regretted. After being treated by the 2 of them, Priestess Desireless had already regained consciousness. However, when she heard that the matter had been exposed, her entire body froze. Then, she fainted again. However, this time, no one cared about her life or death anymore. Sister Zhuang. Tai Xiaohu could finally continue his auction. He did not even look at the chaos at the tranquil sect. He flew directly to Zhuang Meifeng's side. "Xiaohu, you're really amazing now. You didn't train for nothing." Zhuang Meifeng was very happy for Tai Xiaohu after seeing him make a move twice. Hehe. Tai Xiaohu did not dare to be rash in front of Zhuang Meifeng. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he said, "Sister Zhuang, come with me. Help me verify these 2 pills." Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the auction stage. Then, Tai Xiaohu opened the 2 jade bottles in front of everyone. He took out the beauty pill and handed them to Zhuang Meifeng. "Come and take a look. See what the effects of the pills I'm auctioning are." Tai Xiaohu did not forget to promote his products. After he finished speaking, he turned to Zhuang Meifeng and smiled. "Sister Zhuang, eat the purple one first." "Okay." At this time, even if Tai Xiaohu gave Zhuang Meifeng poison, she would swallow it without hesitation. Therefore, without any delay, she swallowed the beauty pill. Half a minute later, the entire place was silent. All the female cultivators were breathing heavily. They were all dumbfounded. This was because Zhuang Meifeng had obviously become younger. She had become at least 3 to 4 years younger. Although it could not be said that she had regained her youth, she had really become younger. Everyone can see clearly. Because Sister Meifeng was originally only 21 years old, this beauty pill can only make her look 17 or 18 years old. The other effects of the pill cannot be seen. This was because Tai Xiaohu had already explained the effects of the two pills in detail at the beginning. Therefore, no one paid attention to this point. It was a fact that Zhuang Meifeng had become younger. Moreover, the effects were instantaneous. In less than half a minute, everyone saw it with their own eyes. That could only mean one thing. The effects of the beauty pill were real. Tai Xiaohu did not lie. Then, under Tai Xiaohu's urging, Zhuang Meifeng ate the beauty pill. The results were obvious. She was already beautiful. After eating the beauty pill, all the blemishes on her face disappeared. Because she did not put on any makeup, she looked better than a beauty of the same level with makeup. Her beauty was breathtaking. What a heaven-defying pill. How much does this cost? Hurry up and tell us the starting price. There's no need to verify it. We believe you. I want to bid. After everyone recovered from their shock, there was no longer any doubt. Especially those female cultivators, they could not wait any longer. Tai Xiaohu raised his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then, he said loudly, because the effects of the beauty pill were not verified just now, I need to verify it again for everyone. Auntie Qin, please come up. After that, Tai Xiaohu began to call Qin Dongxue. Ling Yun, you brat, I'm not done with you. Of course, Qin Dongxue knew that all of this was arranged by Ling Yun. Ever since they boarded the plane, Ling Yun had repeatedly tricked her into eating the beauty pill and even used the green bird as a real case study. Who knew that after seeing the effects of the beauty pill on the green bird, Qin Dongxue was so scared that she did not dare to eat it. But now, Ling Yun wanted to verify the pill, and Tai Xiaohu came to find her. She really could not refuse. Sigh, I have to eat it sooner or later. Qin Dongxue flew up to the stage and comforted herself. But this was not the main reason. The real reason was that she saw Zhuang Meifeng's determination just now. That kind of courage for one person was too shocking to her. Compared to Yi Xingchen and Zhuang Meifeng, she was simply too ashamed to show her face. At this moment, Ling Yun was clearly promoting his Ajarasia pills. In order to sell them in bulk in the future, if she did not even do this for Ling Yun, then she really did not have the right to stay by Ling Yun's side. Give it to me. After Qin Dongxue went up to the stage, she took the beauty pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one go. She was different from Zhuang Meifeng because she was already 28 years old. After consuming this pill, she looked 10 years younger. The whole place was silent for a long time, everyone was dumbfounded. Who wouldn't want such a pill to rejuvenate one's youth? Old Boo's official WeChat account, Boojing3721, or directly search for Boojing. Please add me to follow and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Give me the beauty elixir too. Qin Dongxue felt the intense changes in her body after taking the beauty elixir. She felt like she was 10 years younger. Her body was full of life and energy. She felt like she had returned to the prime of her womanhood. She heard from Ling Yun that the beauty elixir and the beauty elixir came from the same furnace. They complemented each other and had the best effect when taken at the same time within a day. The shorter the interval, the better. Qin Dongxue was a rare straightforward person. Since she had already taken the beauty elixir, she might as well go all the way. There's no need to verify it. We believe it. There's really no need to verify it. It'll be gone if we verify it. What's the point of selling it then? Zhuang Meifeng had already taken a pair of elixirs. Now that Qin Dongxue had taken a priceless beauty elixir, Tai Xiaohu would only be left with one beauty elixir and one beauty elixir if she took another beauty elixir. What you say doesn't count. Qin Dongshue's eyes were filled with disdain. She swept her gaze across the crowd before taking the other beauty elixir. In just half a minute, Qin Dongshue's appearance changed once again. Her already stunning beauty was perfected and flawless. Standing next to Zhuang Meifeng, who had also consumed 2 elixirs, they looked like 2 fairies who had just walked out of the palace. Without a doubt, this was the best advertisement. Tai Xiaohu didn't need to say anything else. Aya, what a pity. There's only a pair of elixirs left. Yeah, we shouldn't have let them verify it. There were only 3 pairs of elixirs, and 2 pairs were gone in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and tell us the starting price, we're waiting. In an instant, the crowd recovered from the shock and started to urge Tai Xiaohu to state the starting price. Before the auction begins, I would like to remind everyone of two things. First, these two pills are not only effective for women, but also for men. Second, these two pills are extremely difficult to refine, because each of the materials used to refine them are the rarest and most precious herbs in the world. Now that we are only left with this pair of pills, it is estimated that we will not be able to refine them for the next 30 years. Tai Xiaohu raised a finger and said, "The starting bid for these two elixirs is 10,000 Heaven Group merit points. Each bid cannot be lower than 10,000 Heaven Group merit points. The bidding begins now." The youth retaining pill and the beauty pill were both superior grade elixirs, but Tai Xiaohu had set the base price at 10,000 merit points, which was equivalent to the final value of a dragon tiger pill. It could be said that the base price was extremely low. To everyone present, if only one person bid for it, it would be equivalent to giving it away for free. However, this kind of situation was obviously impossible. Because the 2 points he had warned about were too harsh, especially the second point. It was estimated that within 30 years, this pair would be the only pair left. This was too much of a scam. Thinking about how Ling Yun could refine hundreds or thousands of elixirs at any time, Tai Xiaohu was too embarrassed to say anything definite. Therefore, he added the word estimated to prevent himself from being slapped in the face by Ling Yun in the future. What the F***ck, who said that he didn't trust him and asked him to verify it. "Do you dare to jump out and see if I don't beat him to death? F***ck, this is the only pair left in 30 years. It's over, I definitely won't be able to bid for it. Sigh, my ancestors are still waiting to extend their lives. This is a sky-high price, definitely a sky-high price, 100,000 Heaven Group merit points, youth retaining pill." After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, countless cries of lamentation rang out from all around. It was practically a field of wailing. However, someone did not waste any time and directly placed a bid. F***ck, 100,000. 10 times the price. That's equivalent to 3,120,000, 150,000. Within 3 seconds, 3 bids were placed, and 150,000 Heaven Group merit points were reported. That was equivalent to 15 dragon tiger pills. In fact, this price was already unbearable for most of the lone wolves. They knew that this auction no longer had anything to do with them. At this time, the importance of the ancient martial arts sects and hidden families was immediately reflected. Only those with strong backing could afford the price. Otherwise, they could only watch helplessly. 200,000. Another jump of 50,000 Heaven Group merit points. At this moment, Ling Yun did not care about the price being called for the youth retaining pill. He knew that it would definitely be a sky-high price. He was now using the light assimilation technique and enveloping the entire venue with his divine sense, paying attention to the movements in the entire auction house. As expected, they can't sit still anymore. Ling Yun noticed that many people in the seats of the major sects around the auction stage had quietly left their seats and hid outside. They each found a secret place and began to contact the outside world. Because of the nature-defying effects of the youth retaining pill, it attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, the youth retaining pill was actually temporarily neglected. Those who left to contact the outside world were obviously also for the only youth retaining pill. Because that was at least 15 years of life. Regaining youth and living for at least 15 more years was too important for the key figures of some top forces. Just like Ling Yun's role to the Ling family, the life of the most important figure of a top force was too important. As long as he was alive, others would not dare to easily offend this force. One person could be related to the life and death of the entire sect and its prosperity and decline, 15 years, no more and no less, just enough to extend one generation. There were too many things that could be changed, that was why Ling Yun played this hand. He was not selling the pill, but the prosperity and decline of a top sect. There would only be one in 30 years. Buy it or leave it, how could anyone not fight for it? The atmosphere of the entire auction house was too intense. Until now, there were dozens of forces taking turns to bid. In the blink of an eye, the price of the youth retaining pill had reached a sky-high price of 500,000 Heaven Group merit points. This was equivalent to 15 billion. It's equivalent to 1/6 of the price of a spatial ring. Barely enough. Ling Yan smiled. Of course, this was not the price in Ling Yan's mind. This was originally the price he set for this pill this time. The bidding was intense, but the auction stage was a different kind of leisurely scene. At this moment, Wang Chongxiao was still standing there domineeringly, watching the crowd like a tiger, preventing anyone from directly snatching the treasure. This was very normal. Tai Xiaohu was even more calm as he stood there watching Zhuang Meifeng and Qin Dongxue meet. The auction had just begun, and it would not end anytime soon. He could not be bothered with the bids below. Zhuang Meifeng was stunned when she saw Qin Dongxue on stage. After Qin Dongxue consumed the youth-retaining pill and returned to her 18-years-old appearance, she was even more dumbfounded. There were two reasons for this. The first was naturally the amazing effects of Qin Dongxue after consuming the pill. The other reason was that Qin Dongxue and Qin Xiuyue looked too much like each other. This was because Ling Yan had entered the crater after saving Zhuang Meifeng from the Zhuang family's western suburbs villa. That night, Ling Yan's life was in danger and the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor brush flowed backward. Using the immortal spiritual energy that filled his body, he temporarily reached Qi Cultivation level 9. Not only did he successfully kill everyone, but he also did several shocking things in succession. He had given Tai Xiaohu, Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Miao Xiao Miao, and the rest of them a celestial spiritual energy. This was the main reason why they were able to cultivate so quickly. In addition, he made Ning Lingyu's innate spiritual body into a celestial spiritual body. At the same time, he cleansed Qin Qiuyue's tendons and marrow and injected a large amount of immortal spiritual energy into her, making her 10 years younger overnight. Finally, he used Tang Meng's platinum ring to hastily make the first spatial ring. After that, Ling Yan entered the crater. Before entering the crater, he decided to let his wife meet her mother-in-law and let Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi go to his Qingshui Wharf villa. He said that he wanted to help decorate it, but in fact, he wanted them to be protected by Qin Qiuyue. Who knew that after Ling Yan entered the crater, Qingshui city would change drastically? Qin Qiuyue left a letter and Ling Yan's influence in Qingshui city was uprooted by the Sun family. Therefore, before the incident, Zhuang Meifeng saw Qin Qiuyue, who was 10 years younger, turning into a 20-year-old Qin Qiuyue. Qin Dongxue and Qin Qiuyue originally looked 50% similar. Now that she consumed the pill, she looked 80% similar to Qin Qiuyue. They were too similar, almost like twins. Looking at the current Qin Dongxue, Zhuang Meifeng felt like a lifetime had passed. She looked at Qin Dongxue with teary eyes and knelt down. "Greetings, Aunt Qin." She greeted Qin Dongxue the same way she greeted Qin Qiuyue in the past. "Meifeng, get up. There are too many people here. It's not a good place to talk." Qin Dongxue admired Zhuang Meifeng very much. She quickly pulled Zhuang Meifeng up from the ground and smiled. "Yes, that brat really knows how to pick a wife." This sentence caused Zhuang Meifeng's face to turn bright red. This was because this sentence was exactly the same as what Qin Qiuyue had said to her when they first met. Everything seemed to be repeating itself. Tai Xiaohu was there, Xiao Mimi was there, and Qin Dongxue was there too. Even though it wasn't Qin Qiuyue, it was almost the same. This feeling was too amazing for Zhuang Meifeng. She felt her blood rush to her head in embarrassment. Suddenly, she felt an explosion in her brain. The restriction of the tranquil pill of forgetfulness was completely broken. The figure that was about to jump out of her mind suddenly appeared in her mind like a bolt of lightning. Ling Yan, Zhuang Meifeng's body shook violently. She couldn't care about anything else. She clenched her fists and focused all her attention. She forgot about the people in front of her and couldn't hear any sound around her. She just wanted to grab hold of that lightning-like smile. "Auntie, don't touch her." Ling Yan was naturally the first to notice Zhuang Meifeng's abnormality. He was overjoyed and immediately sent a telepathic message to Qin Dongxue. "Wow, you two don't have to dress up so beautifully, right? You're going to work, not a beauty contest." This was the first sentence Ling Yan said to Zhuang Meifeng when he asked her to go to Qingshui Wharf Mansion number 9 to see her and Xiao Mimi change their clothes. "Don't worry, it won't disappear. Be a good girl and wait for me at the place. I haven't punished you for saying that you're going to marry Sun Xing just now. This was what Zhuang Meifeng had said to Ling Yun after the Nine Dragons protection avatar had appeared in the Zhuang family's western suburbs villa. After saving Zhuang Meifeng, he wanted to leave at the last minute. Moreover, even if they really let me go because of you, it's not my style to exchange my wife for my own life. This was what Ling Yun said to Zhuang Meifeng when the heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization suddenly appeared and Zhuang Meifeng wanted to marry Sun Xing's wife. Don't panic. Don't be afraid, your husband is here. This was what Zhuang Meifeng thought when she was captured and brought back to the Zhuang family. She had given up all hope and was prepared to die for Ling Yun. That was when this voice exploded in her ears. This was Zhuang Meifeng's deepest memory of Ling Yun. When she remembered this sentence, Zhuang Meifeng no longer had to struggle to hold on to the lightning that had flashed across her mind. That figure and that evil smile had already appeared clearly in her mind and in front of her eyes. At that time, he was here. This time, he was here again. Then, in the private room of Shengdao Coffee in Qingshui City, on the sofa in the rented house, in Ling Yun's bedroom, in the bathtub that he had just bought, everything that happened between Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yun flashed in the deepest part of her mind. Those unforgettable memories flashed in front of Zhuang Meifeng's eyes like a movie. After Zhuang Meifeng consumed the tranquil pill, she finally, completely remembered that boy again after half a year. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, but her face was filled with the happiest smile. Zhuang Meifeng swore that she would never forget him again. At this moment, she was the happiest one among the 600 people in the audience. This chapter was not easy to write. From Ling Yun's encounter with Zhuang Meifeng to Zhuang Meifeng remembering Ling Yun, this chapter had been set a long time ago. It was not easy to write, but it was finally satisfactory. She was very touched and very happy. Genius website. Mobile version. Oh my god. Senior sister Lycan actually broke through the restriction of the tranquil pill. Junior sister Li Xiao couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Zhuang Meifeng's situation from the tranquil sect. There was no advertisement. Since Qing Dongshua's back was facing the tranquil sect, Zhuang Meifeng naturally had to stand in front of her. That was equivalent to facing the tranquil sect. There was only one youth retaining pill for 30 years. Who wouldn't want it? Especially the women, even the women from the tranquil sect. That was why they temporarily let go of their hatred and pride to participate in a few rounds of bidding. However, due to their limited financial resources, they had no choice but to give up after 300,000 merit points. That was how Ling Yun knew that 10 billion was the tranquil sect's greatest financial resources. After the people from the tranquil sect gave up on the auction, it was impossible for them not to pay attention to Zhuang Meifeng, who had just drawn a line with them and was standing on the stage after consuming a heaven-defying elixir. Junior sister Li Xiao was usually the closest to Zhuang Meifeng. After she understood why Zhuang Meifeng entered the tranquil sect, not only did she no longer hate Zhuang Meifeng, she was even secretly happy for her. Hence, she did not even pay much attention to the auction of the youth retaining pill. Instead, she had been paying attention to Zhuang Meifeng. That was why Li Xiao was the first to shout when she saw Zhuang Meifeng's sudden tears and blissful smile. The people of the Tranquil sect naturally understood the effects of the Tranquil pill and the Tranquil Heart Sutra the best. After a woman consumed the pill and cultivated the Tranquil Heart Sutra, she would first forget about the person she loved the most. Then, as her cultivation realm deepened, she would gradually lose all desire. Not only towards men, but also towards everything in the world, especially emotions. For example, unless they were in unbearable pain, the women who cultivated the Tranquil Heart technique to the Xiantian realm would almost never cry. It was even more impossible for their faces to glow with happiness. Furthermore, this was before consuming the Tranquil pill of emotion. If one consumed the Tranquil pill and cultivated the Tranquil Heart Sutra, unless they broke through the tyrannical restrictions of the Tranquil pill, it would be impossible for them to shed tears unless they suffered any injuries. Now that Zhuang Meifeng was in such a state, how could Li Xiao not know that Zhuang Meifeng had completely broken through the restriction of the Tranquil pill? That's right. This is the first Tranquil sect master to refine the Tranquil pill in more than 300 years since he established the Tranquil sect. Naturally, Abbess Milan also noticed it. She was very shocked. One must know that Zhuang Meifeng had not even seen her lover yet. Yet, she could remember him just like that. This kind of willpower was really terrifying. Of course, Abbess Milan didn't know how much Ling Yun had done for Zhuang Meifeng and how much he had prepared for her. Even so, to be able to break through the double restriction of the tranquil pill and tranquil heart technique without seeing the person she loved, Zhuang Meifeng had already completed a heaven-defying feat. AI, what kind of deep love does she have to go this far? Extinguishing her desires is truly sinful. On the tranquil sect's side, several female disciples sighed deeply. They looked at Priestess Desireless with even more disgust. You remember everything? I didn't expect the words that Xiao Mimi taught me to say to you. After Zhuang Meifeng had calmed down, Qin Dongxue said to her with a smile. That brat really knows how to pick a wife. These words coming out of Qin Dongshue's mouth were exactly the same as Qin Qiuyue's when they first met Zhuang Meifeng. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Ah. Zhuang Meifeng was dumbfounded. Hee, big sister, I told Aunt Qin about it. How are you going to thank me? Xiao Mimi's voice drifted into his ears. Zhuang Meifeng was speechless for a long time. She was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes again. She really didn't know how much these people in front of her, as well as the person in her mind, had done for her in secret in order for her to regain her memories of Ling Yun. There were simply too many things. The coincidental meeting at Tianmen Mountain, the pestering along the way, the clear spirit stone in her hand, the long story beside the waterfall at Wind Thunder Valley, Tai Xiaohu's appearance, Xiao Mimi's telepathic message, Qin Dongxue taking 2 elixirs and becoming 80% similar to Qin Qiuyue, and the words that she deliberately said. Of course, there was also the purple immortal spiritual energy that Ling Yun secretly injected into Zhuang Meifeng's body. All of these were working. Zhuang Meifeng knew that the one who truly accomplished this heaven-defying feat wasn't her, but Ling Yun, who had never appeared. Or perhaps, you have already appeared by my side, but I just didn't know it was you. Zhuang Meifeng was extremely intelligent. As she stared at the clear spirit stone in her hand, she could feel her heart overflowing with happiness. Which student would be able to describe every detail of their past experiences through retelling? Even the private matters between the two of them could be described as if they were playing a movie? Which person who didn't know martial arts could remain unfazed after seeing so many people wielding all kinds of weapons in Wind Thunder Valley, other than Ling Yun, who could face Priestess Desireless raised palm fearlessly and just look on with a smile? He came and told her everything. He left and promised her that they would meet again. He said that he would ensure her safety, so she could rest assured. Ling Yun did it all. Big Sister Meifeng is so blessed. I really wish that person was me. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but say this to Zhuang Meifeng through telepathy. She wasn't jealous, but she felt that everything that Ling Yun did for Zhuang Meifeng was unbelievable. Even though she was only a witness, she was extremely touched. Yi Xingchen knew that if Ling Yun was willing to do this for Zhuang Meifeng, he would naturally do the same for her. Don't, F***ck, if this happens again, I might as well just die. Ling Yun heard this and felt a headache coming on. Meifeng, there's nothing else for us to do here. Let's go down and find a place to talk. At the same time, I'll bring you to meet a few people. In the auction hall, Qin Dongxue waited for Zhuang Meifeng to regain her memory before pulling her away. Xiaohu, I'll be leaving first. Thank you. Zhuang Meifeng didn't forget to say goodbye before she left. And this senior, thank you too. It was because of Wang Chongxiao's sudden appearance that the tranquil sect was shaken. Hence, Zhuang Meifeng naturally had to thank him. No need, young mistress, please don't say that. I don't deserve it. When Wang Chongxiao heard Zhuang Meifeng call him senior, he was so shocked that he almost stumbled on the spot. Zhuang Meifeng was dumbfounded. Let's go, he's here on behalf of someone else. He definitely wouldn't dare to accept your thanks. Qin Dongxue laughed and gently pulled Zhuang Meifeng away. In a flash, the two of them flew out of the auction hall and walked towards a secluded area. As soon as the two of them left, several people in the crowd around the auction stage quietly left as well. Naturally, it was Xiao Mimi, Miao Xiaomiao, and Bai Xianer. They were all old friends of Zhuang Meifeng and couldn't wait to meet her. Hey, are you going or not? Yi Xingchen didn't leave. She still stayed by Ling Yun's side and asked with a smile. Nope. Ling Yun resisted the urge to leave and rejected her righteously. At the same time, he raised his chin and pointed at the auction stage. The bidding is at its peak now. It's rare to see such an exciting show. I have to enjoy it. 1,200,000. At this moment, the price of the beauty pill had reached a sky-high price of 1,200,000 merit points. It was close to 40 billion. However, there were still more than 10 top forces bidding, including Shaolin Temple, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Beijing's Long Family, Yi Family, Kunlun Sword Sect, and Deity Sword Villa. Due to the difference in effects, the beauty pill had been completely forgotten. Now, all the top forces were desperately fighting for the beauty pill. 1,300,000 merit points. Someone bid again. It was Dragon Tiger Mountain. They had sold too many elixirs and talismans over the years and were shockingly wealthy. 1,400,000. Shaolin Temple was hot on their heels and had no intention of giving up. 1,800,000. Someone actually jumped the price by 400,000. This was too ruthless. It was equivalent to throwing 40 more Dragon Tiger pills at once. Soon, the price of the beauty pill reached more than 2 million. In the end, there were only 6 top forces competing for the beauty pill. Shaolin Temple, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Beijing's Long Family, Yi Family, Kunlun Sword Sect, and an unknown force. It was also this force that jumped the price by 400,000 just now. It was obvious that they were determined to get the beauty pill. The Heavenly Sword Sect is crazy. Although Ling Yun didn't know who that force was, the other 5 forces knew, including Taoist Master Chong Su from Wudong Mountain. Taoist Master Chong Su also participated in several rounds of bidding and stopped at 1 million. At this moment, he was watching the show and couldn't help but say to Master Zhu Yuan, "That crazy woman Di Xiaoxin, she's not that old. What triggered her to be so determined to get the beauty pill?" Zhu Yuan smiled bitterly. "You ask me, but who should I ask? Now that the price has exceeded 2 million, our Shaolin Temple can only give up." Sigh. The conversation between the two of them entered Ling Yun's divine sense without missing a single word. His heart skipped a beat. Heavenly Sword Sect? Di Xiaoxin? What triggered her? Damn, Ling Yun instantly figured it out. It must be because Qin Qiuyue was 10 years younger. After being seen by Di Xiaoxin at the Heavenly Sword Sect, she went crazy with jealousy and desperately wanted to regain her youth. Ling Yun still wasn't clear about Qin Qiuyue's situation at the Heavenly Sword Sect, but he guessed that this was probably the reason. In fact, Ling Yun's guess was right. This was indeed the reason. The goal of the Demon Annihilation Conference was to deal with Ling Yun. The entire pugilistic world knew that Ling Yun had captured Di Yutong. Naturally, the Heavenly Sword Sect would arrange for people to come. When their people saw the nature-defying effects of the beauty pill, they naturally reported it to Di Xiaoxin. This made Di Xiaoxin wild with joy. She gave the order to obtain the 2 pills at all costs. Moreover, they must obtain all of them. Di Xiaoxin wasn't as pretty as Qin Qiuyue, and now she wasn't as young as Qin Qiuyue either. How could she not want these 2 pills? 2,400,000. The people from the Heavenly Sword Sect jumped another billion merit points to 2,400,000 merit points. Hearing this price, another 3 parties immediately gave up. This price was too terrifying. It was equivalent to more than 70 billion merit points. The Shaolin Temple had already given up. Now, there were only 2 parties bidding. The Kunlun Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect. 2,600,000. The Kunlun Sword Sect bid again. 2,800,000. The Heavenly Sword Sect was too crazy. This time, the Kunlun Sword Sect didn't raise the price. 2,800,000 going once, 2,800,000 going twice. Tai Xiaohu finally started shouting. Tai Xiaohu finally began to shout. Just when everyone thought that the Sky Sword Sect was going to win the youth retaining pill at an astonishing price, someone else made a bid. 3 million. Wow. Who is it? Why is he bidding now? Is he crazy? Can he afford such a terrifying price? Is he trying to mess things up? Hearing this bid, everyone cried out in alarm and discussed spiritedly, looking for the person who suddenly made the bid. F*CK, it's actually a woman. This is crazy. soon, someone found it. It was a masked woman. Who else could it be? Of course, it was Xianxia. After Lingyan confirmed that the Heavenly Sword sect was determined to get the beauty pill, he began to scam people. Hearing this bid, Tai Xiaohu glanced in the direction of Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Friend, I hope you are not making trouble for me, otherwise," although Tai Xiaohu was acting, of course, he knew that it was Xianxia, so he didn't dare to say the consequences. He just glanced at Wang Chongxiao next to him. The meaning was too obvious. If anyone made trouble, Wang Chongxiao would take action. Since I can afford the price, I can naturally afford it. You can rest assured. Xianxiao's voice was cold, but firm, making people believe that she had enough strength. 3,200,000. In this way, the people from the Heavenly Sword sect were fooled and could only grit their teeth and bid. 3,400,000. Heavenly Sword sect, 3,600,000. Xianxia stopped and seemed to be thinking. Tai Xiaohu was very cooperative at this time and began to report the number again. 3,800,000. After waiting for Tai Xiaohu to call out 2 more times, Xianxia grit her teeth and called out another number. On Lingyan's side, everyone who knew the inside story was sweating profusely, worried that the Heavenly Sword sect would stop bidding. Lingyan arranged for Xianxia to bid at the last minute in order to cheat 1 million more merit points from the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the Heavenly Sword sect didn't disappoint Lingyan in the end. 4 million. This time, Xianxia didn't increase the price. In the end, this beauty pill was won by the Heavenly Sword sect at the sky-high price of 4 million merit points. Behind them, Lingyan was elated. This 1,200,000 merit points was really free, and it was a whole million merit points more than a spatial ring. One beauty pill was sold for 120 billion merit points. He had made a huge profit. You won again. Beside him, Yi Xingchen was naturally very happy, smiling as he sent a telepathic message. Hee, this time Di Xiaozhen is in trouble, Lingyan smiled casually. His success in auctioning the sky-high price pill couldn't compare to making Zhuang Meifeng remember him again tonight. A sky-high price pill can't compare to you. Old Bu or directly search for Bu Jing, please add me and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Xingchen, what do you think Di Xiaozhen's expression will be like when we snatch the youth-retaining pill back after the deal is done? Lingyan smirked. He was already imagining Di Xiaozhen's expression when she found out that the pill had been snatched. Aren't you tired? Why are you snatching the pill? Who knew that Yi Xingchen would reject it on the spot, which surprised Lingyan. Then, Yi Xingchen giggled and said, in my opinion, why don't we just let her eat this pill? We'll slaughter our way to the Heavenly Sword sect when she's the happiest, and then we'll kill her. At that time, the expression on her face will be the best. Hearing this, Lingyan was dumbfounded. That was too awesome. Why didn't he think of something so awesome? At that moment, Lingyan regarded Yi Xingchen as a celestial being. Di Xiaozhen bought the pill at a sky-high price, then carefully arranged for people to escort the pill to the Heavenly Sword sect. She ate it and instantly became 10 years younger. In the end, Lingyan came and took her life. She died just after becoming 10 years younger. Let's do it. Lingyan was overjoyed just thinking about it, so he made the decision on the spot. One pill was sold for 120 billion, which was equivalent to 400 dragon tiger pills. Losing one didn't matter to Lingyan at all. The most important thing was that it felt great when he took revenge. Yes, since we sold it, we have to let her eat it. It's too immoral to snatch it back, Lingyan added solemnly with a solemn expression, causing Yi Xingchen to laugh so hard that he rocked back and forth with laughter. In the auction hall, the person from the Sky Sword sect who had won the bid quickly went up to the stage and completed the transaction with Tai Xiaohu, taking the purple elixir into his hands. Tai Xiaohu was very generous and even gave him the bottle that contained the youth-retaining elixir. Thank you for your support just now. Now, let's start the auction of this beauty pill. After completing the transaction, Tai Xiaohu immediately started the auction of the beauty pill. However, it was obvious that the beauty pill wasn't as attractive to these ancient martial arts experts. Many of the top forces didn't even participate in the bidding. Even so, the 100 or so female experts present were still bidding wildly, and at one point, the beauty pill had reached a price of 500,000 merit points. This was 15 billion, which was far beyond Ling Yan's expectations. However, there were still 5 or 6 forces bidding one after another, seemingly determined to get it. Oh, the people from the Heavenly Sword sect are competing again. Looks like that Xianxia is determined to get her hands on this beauty pill. That woman is truly greedy and crazy. She's willing to throw her life away when she gets jealous. Ling Yan found that the people who had just bought the beauty pill were competing fiercely for the beauty pill again. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, just wait to be cheated. In the end, after the Heavenly Sword sect raised the price to 800,000 merit points, all of their opponents were defeated, and they all gave up. After all the other forces had given up, Xianxia naturally went on stage again. She seemed to be very unreconciled that she didn't get that face-retaining pill, and she competed with the people from the Heavenly Sword sect, but who would have thought that she would fail at the last moment? The Heavenly Sword sect doubled the price and used 2 million Heaven Group merit points to successfully obtain the beauty pill. 6 million merit points. Damn, Ling Yan was really overjoyed. 2 superior grade elixirs were actually equivalent to the value of 2 spatial rings. He had earned close to 200 billion merit points. Thank you. Thank you, Xianxia, thank you so much. What kind of spirit does a person who is about to die have to be willing to give me this 200 billion? I bless you, you must successfully obtain these 2 elixirs and eat them. Actually, because he could mass-produce spatial rings, Ling Yan didn't care about how many merit points he obtained. He also didn't care how much money he earned from these 2 elixirs. What he was most pleased about was that he had gotten Xianxia to raise the price twice, and both times, he had successfully cheated an additional 2,400,000 merit points from the Heavenly Sword sect for no reason. This was what he was most pleased about. Of course, this was only from the current perspective. Right now, he only had to imagine the despair of facing death immediately after Xianxia consumed the 2 elixirs. That would be the most satisfying moment. I'm really looking forward to it. Ling Yan was so happy that he wanted to hug Xianxia and give him a few kisses. After Tai Xiaohu completed the transaction with the people from the Heavenly Sword sect and received 6 million merit points, he didn't stay any longer and left the auction stage with Wang Chongxiao. There were more than 600 people present, but none of them paid attention to the person who had just walked up to the stage for the auction. Instead, they were all looking at Tai Xiaohu. That was because his consecutive performances were simply too dazzling. That night, Tai Xiaohu, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, killed 2 people from the Tranquil sect in 2 seconds. Then, he auctioned off 2 heaven-defying elixirs at a jaw-dropping price. It was impossible for him not to become famous. Of course, that was excluding Master Zhu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su, who knew the inside story. Taoist Master Chong Su shook his head and sighed. Sigh, Ling Yan really earned big this time. Isn't he too heaven-defying? Zen Master Zhu Yuan smiled faintly. Yeah, when has that guy ever suffered a loss? When has he not been heaven-defying? Taoist Master Chong Su turned his head and asked, what does the Shaolin Temple plan to do tomorrow night? Wudong Mountain practiced the Tao of Tai Chi and had always adhered to the Tao of nature. That was why they rarely participated in worldly conflicts and had little to do with the Ling family or the current Ling Yun. However, he knew that someone from the Shaolin Temple had invaded the Ling family and was involved in the case that happened 18 years ago. Even the current Shaolin Temple had a lot of entanglements with Ling Yun. At least, from what Chong Su knew, Ling Yan had killed many people related to the Shaolin Temple. For example, Master Compassionless, Master Xingqi, Master Zhikong, Sun Tianbiao from the Sun family, and Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia from the Qin family were all Shaolin disciples. It was because of this that Taoist Master Chong Su asked this question. What else can we do? We can only take it one step at a time. Everything has its own fate. Ba. Zen Master Zhu Yuan shook his head and sighed. The auction continued, and the pace became faster and faster. After another hour, someone finally went up on stage and took out an item that Ling Yun wanted. The 10,000-year ice essence. This was a good material for making talismans, forging weapons, and setting up formations. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't give it up. He didn't hesitate to let Tai Xiaohu participate in the auction. Tai Xiaohu was the one who auctioned the elixir. He had the most merit points now, so Ling Yun naturally let him participate in the auction. Many people knew that the 10,000-year ice essence was a good item. After a fierce competition, there were only 3 parties left. However, the other 2 parties knew that Tai Xiaohu was rich now, so they didn't dare to jump the price. They just slowly raised the price according to the lowest unit. The bidding of the 3 parties became slower and slower until Tai Xiaohu stood out from the crowd. He only said one sentence, and the other 2 parties gave up at the same time. Fellow Taoists, this 10,000-year-old ice soul is a rare item, and it is one of the necessary materials for us to refine the face-retaining pill, so I must get it. If you want us to refine the face-retaining pill as soon as possible, please give me this 10,000-year-old ice soul. Of course, this was another one of Ling Yun's schemes. It was too much of a scam because the 10,000-year ice soul could be used to refine talismans, weapons, and even high-level formations. However, it couldn't be used to refine pills. The weirdest thing was that Wang Chongxiao, who was beside Tai Xiaohu, came out to testify. Indeed, I hope everyone can give us some face. Just these 2 sentences made the other 2 parties give up directly. In the end, Tai Xiaohu obtained the 10,000-year ice essence that weighed 50 kilograms for 100,000 merit points. Of course, after Tai Xiaohu said that the 10,000-year ice essence was a necessary material for making the beauty pill, it wasn't that no one thought of raising the price and scamming him. However, after seeing Wang Chongxiao's ability, those people weighed the pros and cons and decisively gave up on this idea. After all, Tai Xiaohu had just sold 2 pills at a sky-high price. He wasn't short of money now, and he wasn't in a hurry to make a new beauty pill. Moreover, he said that the 10,000-year ice essence was only one of the ingredients. If he didn't have enough other ingredients, he could choose not to make it. In the end, if he gave up on bidding, the people who raised the price would be digging their own graves. After the 10,000-year ice essence was sold, the auction continued. After another hour, someone carried a special box that was 1 square meter square onto the auction stage. Everyone, please hold your weapons carefully. The next item I'm auctioning is a magical magnet. After reminding everyone, the person opened the special box. Inside was a huge magnet. Before the huge magnet was completely revealed, it exploded with a terrifying magnetic force. Everyone's metal weapons, be it gold, silver, copper, or iron, were actually attracted to the magnet. Many Xianxia realm masters almost couldn't hold their weapons. Extreme magical magnet. This is the best treasure of the night. Ling Yun was instantly moved. It was actually the extreme magical magnet. Such a huge piece of magnet, its magnetic force was terrifying. This thing had 2 uses for Ling Yun. One was for refining weapons, and the other was for setting up spell formations. Its terrifying effect was much stronger than the 10,000-year ice essence. Without a doubt, Ling Yun was determined to get this treasure. He was too lazy to think of anything else. He just wanted Tai Xiaohu to keep bidding and crush all his opponents. After all, they were the richest people in the hall. In the end, Tai Xiaohu successfully bid for the extreme magical magnet at a price of 800,000 merit points. That was 24 billion merit points. Xianxia didn't lie to Ling Yun. Even though this kind of ancient martial arts auction wasn't as professional as the Yi family's auction, there were indeed heaven-defying treasures that a cultivator like him could use. Ling Yun was a master blacksmith and a master array master. With this extreme demonic magnetic field in his hands, it was like a fish in water. Its value was far higher than the innate sword embryo that he had obtained in the Yi clan's auction. This was because once the spell formation was activated, it trapped a group of people. Weapons made from the Xiantian sword embryo had to be killed one by one. Comparing the two, the effect was obvious. After obtaining the 10,000-year ice essence and the extreme magical magnet, Ling Yun was overjoyed. At least for tonight, he had earned enough. Phew. Luckily I didn't show up. Otherwise, if I messed up this auction, I wouldn't be able to get these 2 treasures. Ling Yun secretly rejoiced in his wisdom. However, as long as there's the extreme magical magnet, there should be Xianming heavy water. Will it appear tonight? While he was excited, he was also secretly looking forward to it. Old Boer directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. The polar magnetic field, as the name suggested, would only appear at the poles because the two poles of an ordinary planet had the strongest magnetic force. Of course, it was not that there were no planets made purely of magical magnetism in the vast universe, but they were too rare. Generally speaking, one might not even be able to find one in a galaxy. This was because such planets could only be formed near a black hole. Moreover, the location of the planets had to be neither too far nor too close to the black hole. Not only could it not be sucked in by the black hole, but it could also coincidentally be affected by the black hole's powerful gravitational force. The probability of this happening was too low even in the entire universe. As for the Xianming heavy water, it was a symbiotic product of the polar demonic magnetism. As long as there was a water source near the polar demonic magnetism that did not flow for a long time, whether it was above or below the ground, the water would be affected by the polar demonic magnetism over the years and gradually turn into Xianming heavy water. The Xianming heavy water was one of the most poisonous waters in the world. Its penetrative and destructive power was shocking. As long as a person's skin came into contact with it, the Xianming heavy water would immediately seep into the skin, blood vessels, and bones. It could even completely destroy a person's neurons. Places that were contaminated by it would turn pitch black. Even though it wouldn't hurt, those places would no longer feel anything. What Lingyan valued the most was the penetrative power of the Xianming heavy water. It was simply too terrifying. He couldn't reach the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Once he came into contact with the Xianming heavy water, he would have to dig out that piece of flesh immediately. There was no other way. To Ling Yun, the Xianming heavy water was definitely a good item for traveling, killing, and robbing. It was simply too useful. It was definitely a lethal weapon. Moreover, Ling Yun could also use the Xianming heavy water to make the Xianming pill. This pill wasn't a good pill. It was a highly toxic pill. It didn't need to be eaten. As long as it exploded on the enemy's body during battle, the only outcome for the enemy was death if their defense wasn't strong enough. It was too convenient. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yun was looking forward to it. So, would there be Xianming heavy water in the auction this time? Of course there was, and it was being sold by the same person. The person who auctioned the polar magnetic field immediately took out the Xianming heavy water after completing the transaction with Tai Xiaohu. The pitch-black liquid was stored in a huge transparent bottle that weighed at least 25 kilograms. F*CK, I've struck it rich this time. When Ling Yin saw the other party take out the Xianming heavy water, he was instantly excited. He had to buy it no matter what. Oh my god, it's the amnesia water. There are so many of them. As soon as the Netharism heavy water was placed on the stone platform, many people were instantly moved and cried out in surprise. Because in the eyes of these people from the righteous sects of the martial world, this item was absolutely an item of great danger, and everyone was afraid to avoid it. Love for getting water? What a stupid name. Ling Yin frowned slightly when he heard those exclamations. At the same time, he recalled that Abbess Miao Lin from the Tranquil sect had mentioned that they were here to bid for the main ingredient of the Tranquil pill, the intestine-severing grass. As for whether there would be any amnesia water, that would depend on luck. With that thought in mind, Ling Yin immediately used his divine sense to scan the area. Indeed, after the appearance of the water of forgetfulness, the people from the Tranquil sect all revealed looks of excitement. Ling Yin thought about the effects of the Xianming heavy water and instantly understood. No matter what kind of herb the intestine-severing grass was, it was obvious that it was a highly toxic item just by hearing its name, and the Xianming heavy water was also a highly toxic item. The combination of the two would coincidentally be able to fight poison with poison, causing the toxicity of both to be ineffective. Furthermore, the Tranquil sect had a unique secret method to refine these two toxic items into the Tranquil pill of forgetfulness. Love forgetfulness, forgetfulness. Damn, so that's how it is. Ling Yan's heart was filled with hatred. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly admire the amazing person who used these two items to refine the Tranquil pill of forgetfulness. Putting aside the effects of the intestine-severing grass, at least after losing its toxic effects, the Xianming heavy water still possessed a terrifying penetrative power. It no longer affected one's senses, but it could kill a portion of a person's special neurons or brain cells, causing them to completely forget some of the most important things. Why could the tranquil pill of forgetfulness only allow a woman to forget the person she loved the most? It must be because when a woman thought about the person she loved the most, her body secreted a certain hormone that would stimulate certain brain cells or the neurons that connected these cells to each other. And the tranquil pill of forgetfulness, combined with the intestine-severing grass and the Xianming heavy water, could kill those neurons or brain cells. How could such a woman not forget the person she loved the most? Ling Yan instantly understood the crux of the matter and was instantly enraged. He made a prompt decision. No matter what price he had to pay, he couldn't let those crazy women from the tranquil sect obtain the Xianming heavy water and use it to refine the tranquil pill of forgetfulness to harm others. Xiaohu, we have to get this tranquil pill of forgetfulness no matter what price we have to pay. If the people from the tranquil sect bid for it, we'll fight them to the death. Ling Yan immediately gave the order to Tai Xiaohu. As if knowing that the tranquil pill of forgetfulness wasn't popular here, the person who had just successfully auctioned the polar demon magnet didn't offer a high starting price. 55 kilograms of the tranquil pill of forgetfulness, the starting price is 10,000 merit points. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. After saying that, the person looked directly at the people from the tranquil sect, as if he already knew that they would definitely participate in the auction. Of course, the tranquil sect was determined to get it. As expected, the first person to bid was 50,000. Abbess Milan was really excited. Never in her dreams did she expect that the tranquil pill of forgetfulness to be auctioned this time. Furthermore, the other party was auctioning so much at once. It hadn't happened in decades. With so much tranquil pill of forgetfulness, the tranquil sect could refine at least 1,000 supreme-grade tranquil pills of forgetfulness. Not only could they double their cultivation speed, but they could also save those women who had their hearts broken by men in the world. As long as the tranquil pill of forgetfulness appeared, the tranquil sect was determined to get it. Most of the martial arts experts present were well aware of this. Everyone also knew that the tranquil pill of forgetfulness would only be used in the hands of the people from the tranquil sect and wouldn't be used to harm others. Therefore, there were very few people who jumped out to bid against them. In front of hundreds of martial arts experts, no one dared to come out to bid because they knew that even if they managed to win the bid, they wouldn't be able to take it away. With so much tranquil pill of forgetfulness, other people would definitely use it to harm others. Someone would definitely destroy the tranquil pill of forgetfulness. Moreover, destroying it was very easy. They just had to find a way to break the transparent bottle. This was not difficult. Thus, only a few people came out and competed with the people from the tranquil sect for a bit. When the people from the tranquil sect shouted 90,000 merit points, they all stopped and gave up on the auction. This situation made Abbess Milan extremely excited. She thought that after the tranquil sect suffered a huge loss at the beginning of the auction and lost face, they had finally turned around and were blessed by Buddha. However, her happiness didn't last long. Very soon, Tai Xiaohu made his move. 100,000. Hearing this voice, the expressions of Abbess Milan and everyone from the tranquil sect changed instantly. This was because the voice was too familiar. It was Tai Xiaohu, who had been selling like crazy tonight. 150,000. Abbess Milan's heart trembled. However, she didn't hesitate to increase the bid by another 50,000. She thought that Tai Xiaohu was purely targeting the tranquil sect and purposely making things difficult for them. 200,000. Tai Xiaohu jumped the price as well. He actually jumped the price by 50,000 in one go. He was also determined to get it. Needless to say, Ling Yan had already spoken before the auction had even started. He told him to go all out against the tranquil sect. What was there for Tai Xiaohu to be afraid of? 220,000. Abbess Milan was a little bitter. She gritted her teeth and called another number, increasing the bid by 20,000. 280,000. Tai Xiaohu crossed his arms in front of his chest. He didn't even look at the people from the tranquil sect. This time, he directly increased the bid by 60,000. This, Abbess Milan was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Even her lips were trembling. She actually walked out of the crowd and came to the center of the auction. From her point of view, Tai Xiaohu's targeting was too obvious. Everyone else had already stopped bidding. Only Tai Xiaohu jumped out, and the price kept increasing. However, there was no other way. At this moment, everyone in the auction knew that Tai Xiaohu was rich and imposing. They also knew that the two parties had already formed a deadly feud. He deliberately jumped out to cause trouble for the Tranquil sect. Tai Xiaohu looked at Abbess Milan and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He had long disliked the Tranquil sect. He didn't care about money at all when Ling Yun asked him to go all out. 300,000. Abbess Milan called out another price. She never dreamed that she would be able to get this item for 100,000 yuan at most, but because of the other party, she had to pay twice the price. 300,000 was 9 billion. This was already the Tranquil sect's limit. 310,000. Ling Yun already knew that the Tranquil sect's limit was 300,000 merit points. Therefore, after calling out this price, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to increase the bid by 10,000. He wasn't short of money anyway. Fight, Abbess Milan almost cried when she heard Tai Xiaohu's bid. Because she had participated in the bidding for the pill, Tai Xiaohu obviously knew her psychological limit. 330,000. Tai Xiaohu, 340,000. This was obviously a fight to the end. Abbess Milan finally couldn't take it anymore. She took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart. She said to Tai Xiaohu from afar, "Little benefactor, I know that the Tranquil sect is not on good terms with you because of Zhuang Meifeng. However, Zhuang Meifeng has already left the Tranquil sect. Moreover, the culprit, Milan, has been severely injured by you. The Tranquil sect has also expelled Milan from the sect and left her to fend for herself." After saying all this, Abbess Milan's attitude changed to one of sincerity. Furthermore, apart from our Tranquil sect, anyone else who uses the love forgetfulness water will only harm others. Even if you manage to win the bid, the heroes of the world will not allow you to take it away. Why don't you be merciful and give the love-forgotten water to the Tranquil sect? She was clearly begging, but there was a hint of threat in her words. Tai Xiaohu didn't say anything. He really couldn't be bothered to say anything. It was already good enough that he didn't beat up Abbess Milan. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu didn't respond, Abbess Milan thought that she had finally convinced him. She instantly heaved a sigh of relief and immediately shouted, 350,000. 360,000. Tai Xiaohu immediately made a bid, almost at the same time. You. Milan was furious. She was about to go crazy with anger. The true qi in her Taoist robe fluttered loudly. She angrily said, "Don't go too far." Tai Xiaohu finally glanced at her. He smiled faintly and said, "Does the Tranquil sect always think the same way as you? How do you know that other than the Tranquil sect, other people will use this love-forgotten water to harm others? Also, what makes you think that you won't harm others by buying this love-forgotten water? Wasn't my sister harmed by the people of the Tranquil sect?" Tai Xiaohu's words were irrefutable, but they were all ironclad facts. Abbess Milan was dumbfounded by his words. Also, even if my sister wasn't harmed, the Tranquil pill that you refined forcefully kills a person's most unforgettable memory. It doesn't matter if a woman loves or hates a man. That's her own experience. She can remember and forget as she pleases. It's her own business. Why should the Tranquil sect control it? It's true that consuming the Tranquil pill allows one to forget the person they love the most. However, from then on, a woman will completely lose the opportunity to love someone else. Have you never thought that this in itself is the most harmful thing? Tai Xiaohu naturally couldn't say these words. They were all taught to him by Ling Yun. The Tranquil pill could erase a woman's most painful memory. However, it also made her lose the right to love someone else. Her entire life would be completely changed. She would never have a normal life again. That was the most disgusting part of the Tranquil pill. The harm of the Tranquil pill was far greater than its benefits. These words made the hundreds of female experts around them feel the same way. As long as it was a normal woman, who would have the time to eat that thing? Actually, you've been harming people all this time, but you still act so high and mighty. You act like you're saving women from disaster. I really can't stand you guys. Tai Xiaohu threw down this last sentence and laughed coldly. Are you still going to bid? If you still want to bid, I'm willing to use all the merit points I earned from auctioning the 2 pills just now to play with you. Abbess Milan was completely stunned. She had never thought about what Tai Xiaohu had said. Was the tranquil pill helping people or harming people? Brother, you did a great job. I support you. I support you too. F*CK, I've long hated the tranquil sect. What the hell is the tranquil pill? That's right. Look at those girls from the tranquil sect. They lost the chance to love someone at such a young age. They can only accompany the ancient Buddha statues every day. This is too harmful. Someone's words immediately resonated with the crowd. Almost instantly, all the female experts present erupted. Like a tsunami, they completely drowned the tranquil sect. F*CK, I'll beat you guys to death. Ling Yan had achieved the desired effect. He laughed coldly in his heart. It was simply too satisfying. Beating them first, then killing them. After the battle tomorrow night, he would eliminate those stubborn people from the tranquil sect and save Li Xiao and the other young ladies from the abyss of suffering. That was Ling Yan's plan, 360,000 merit points, it was worth it. It was a comfortable spending. In the one-sided situation, Abbess Milan stood there for a long time. She didn't make another bid. Therefore, the 25 kilograms of Xianming heavy water was easily taken by Ling Yun. After the transaction was completed, Tai Xiaohu handed the Xianming heavy water to Wang Chongxiao. Then, he said, "Thank you for your help, everyone. In that case, I'll tell you the truth. This tranquil pill is also one of the necessary ingredients to make the beauty pill and beauty pill." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This, who said that other than the tranquil sect, no one else could take away this tranquil pill? Tai Xiaohu resolved everything with just one sentence. He did it openly and honorably. At the same time, this was a fatal blow to the tranquil sect. What they used to refine was the tranquil pill, but what they bought to refine was the beauty pill. The difference between them was obvious, it was just a little too shameless. Old Boer directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. No one here was a fool. Most people didn't believe Tai Xiaohu's last words, but no one dared to refute him because Wang Chongxiao was standing beside him. Of course, the most important thing was that no one knew what materials were used to refine the beauty-retaining pill. Tai Xiaohu could say whatever he wanted since he didn't know the ingredients or the method of making it. Xiaohu, your mission is complete. Go over now and take that old nun away. You and Wang Chongxiao can leave this place immediately. It was already 11 o'clock at night. After auctioning 2 expensive pills and obtaining 3 treasures, it was about time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tai Xiaohu strode across the empty space in the auction hall and went straight to the tranquil sect's seats. What else do you want? Priestess Extinguishing Lin seemed to have woken up from a nightmare. She felt that if purgatory really existed in this world, her experience tonight was no different from suffering in purgatory. She was already doubting her life. Tai Xiaohu glanced at Priestess Extinguishing Lin and sneered. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. My big sister Mei Feng has already said that she will kill that old nun. What do you think I want? With that, Tai Xiaohu appeared beside Priestess Desireless in a flash. He kicked Priestess Desireless in the ribs without hesitation, causing her to cry out in pain. Old B*TCH, stop pretending to be dead. Even the gods can't save you tonight. At first, Priestess Extinguishing Lin was seriously injured and unconscious. However, after more than 2 hours, she had already woken up and understood her situation. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape tonight, and her heart was filled with fear. The more selfish and greedy a person was, the greater the fear in their heart. Second senior sister, third senior sister, seventh senior sister. For the sake of us being from the same sect, please save me, save me. Priestess Extinguishing Lin couldn't care less at that moment. She ignored the injuries on her body and crawled to Priestess Extinguishing Lin's feet. She hugged her legs and shook them violently, wanting to ask for help. Milan Abbess did not even bother to look down at her. Her eyes were cold. Milan, Do you know why Master gave you such a Buddhist name back then? This is because she has long since seen that you are actually an extremely greedy and selfish person. The desires in your heart are very difficult to control, so she gave you this Buddhist name. She wants you to always remember to extinguish the desires in your heart. Only then will you be able to cultivate with a clear mind and ensure that you will live a peaceful life. However, the desire in your heart was unquenchable. The nunnery master sent you down the mountain to handle some matters, but you violated the sex rules and forced someone to consume the tranquil pill of emotion. After you returned to the nunnery, you hid the truth and ultimately caused the tranquil nunnery to face such a calamity. Now that they've come knocking on our door and declared that they're going to take revenge on you, let alone the fact that you're no longer a member of our tranquil sect. Even if you were still a member, do you think that with the strength of our tranquil sect, who would be able to help you survive this calamity? Priestess Milan Abbess said these words not only because she hated Milan Desireless for bringing such a calamity to the tranquil sect, but also because she had suffered consecutive setbacks. At this moment, she was a little disheartened. In the face of absolute power, no matter what she said or did, it was really useless. She had no way of resisting. Wang Chongxiao was just standing there. What was the point of saying such tough words? She could just raise her hand and slap her in the face. Second senior sister, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I beg you, please save me. After hearing Priestess Milan Abbess' words, Priestess Desireless was first stunned. Then, she began to cry and wail. Old nun Desireless, now do you know what it means to cry for help but to no avail? When you forced my sister into a corner and forced her to consume the tranquil pill of emotion, did you ever think that this day would come? When Tai Xiaohu saw Priestess Desireless wailing, he felt both angry and exhilarated. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Then, he suddenly bent over and stretched out his hand, dragging Priestess Desireless' leg as he walked back. Priestess Desireless slapped the ground with both hands and cried loudly for help. However, no one came to help her. No one spoke up for her. Tai Xiaohu was like dragging a dead dog. He dragged her all the way to Wang Chongxiao's side. Then, the two of them separated from the crowd and left in front of everyone's eyes. Priestess Desireless finally tasted the despair and pain that Zhuang Meifeng felt when she was threatened by her. Tai Xiaohu really didn't follow me for so long in vain. This matter was handled beautifully. After watching the entire process, Ling Yan couldn't help but nod his head proudly. He felt that even if he went over himself, the result would be the same. Yi Xingchen asked Ling Yan with a smile, that old nun Desireless, how do you plan to deal with her? She has already suffered enough. I can't be bothered to deal with her. I'll let Meifeng deal with her, Ling Yan said casually. However, he guessed that Zhuang Meifeng would end the man's life. After Tai Xiaohu and Wang Chongxiao left, there were only 4 people left on Ling Yan's side: Ling Yan, Yi Xingchen, Qing Miao, and Mo Wudao. After another 20 minutes, the auction gradually came to an end. Ling Yan felt that there wouldn't be any more items that he needed to be auctioned here. Hence, he secretly said goodbye to the others and the 4 of them left the auction site quietly one after another. As for the intestine-severing grass, it was just a poisonous herb. It wasn't of much use to Ling Yan, and he couldn't be bothered with the tranquil sect. Ling Yan, I feel that I'll be able to break through the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique and enter the unscathed realm that you mentioned. When they were 2 kilometers away from the auction site, Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped and said seriously to Ling Yan. Let's break through together tomorrow night. Yi Xingchen had the body of a star, and she cultivated the stellar condensation technique and the void star attraction technique at the same time. The two complemented each other, so Ling Yan wasn't surprised that she progressed so quickly. Then, I won't accompany you anymore. Yi Xingchen blinked her beautiful eyes and pointed at the bright moon in the sky. Smiling, she said, such a beautiful moonlight, I have to find a place to cultivate and consolidate my realm in preparation for my breakthrough tomorrow night. Alright, but you have to be careful. Ling Yan was very touched. With Yi Xingchen's talent, there was no need for her to find a place to cultivate and consolidate her realm under such moonlight. She clearly knew that Ling Yan was going to meet Zhuang Meifeng and found a random reason to avoid him. I really admire big sister Meifeng, you have to treat her well. Yi Xingchen said this last sentence before her delicate body swayed and disappeared from Ling Yan's sight, heading towards the deep mountains. At this moment, Ling Yan's group of 10, except for Ling Yun, were no longer in the vicinity of the Wind Thunder Valley. They had already gone to the agreed meeting point. After Yi Xingchen left, Ling Yun immediately increased his speed. After traveling for a while, he released his divine sense and made sure that there was no one around. He took out the green shadow flying sword and flew directly into the sky. He identified the direction in the air and flew towards the north of the Wind Thunder Valley. Very quickly, he flew 7 kilometers away. From afar, Ling Yun saw a steep mountain peak. He flew towards it quickly and found Qin Dongxue, Bai Xianer, Zhuang Meifeng, and the rest within the range of his divine sense. Other than Green Bird and Mo Wudao, everyone else was here. Since Tai Xiaohu and Wang Chongxiao had left the auction earlier, they had also rushed here. At this time, Zhuang Meifeng had already met the other 6 people. She had even chatted with Xiao Mimi, Bai Xianer, Miao Xiao Miao, and the rest for more than 2 hours. They had finally reunited after a long time and told each other everything that had happened in the past 6 months. Of course, those things were all centered around Ling Yun. Suddenly, Zhuang Meifeng felt something in her heart. She turned her head and saw a black dot growing bigger in the bright night sky. It was a black figure that she had imagined countless times in her heart. He was riding on a green flying sword and flying towards her. It was still that fatty with his hands behind his back. It was still that naughty smile. It was still the Ling Yun in her memory. Nothing had changed. However, to Zhuang Meifeng, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Zhuang Meifeng's petite body trembled violently, and hot tears instantly flowed down her cheeks. She didn't wait for Ling Yun to fly over and rushed in his direction. "Hubby." Ling Yun laughed heartily and agreed loudly. He opened up his arms on the flying sword and hugged Zhuang Meifeng's hot body in his arms. He was flying very high from the ground, but when he neared the peak, the flying sword was only about a meter above the peak. With Zhuang Meifeng's current movement technique, she could naturally rush directly into Ling Yun's arms. "Wifey, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Ling Yun asked with a smile as he hugged Zhuang Meifeng tightly in front of Qin Dongxue, Xiao Mimi, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao, and the rest. No one answered him. The only response he got was sobbing and hands that hugged him tightly and refused to let go. After Zhuang Meifeng regained her memory of Ling Yun, there were a few people talking to her just now. However, no matter who it was, it couldn't compare to Ling Yun alone. Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He let the person in his arms cry and let her cry out all the grievances and loneliness she had endured for the past 6 months. After some time, Zhuang Meifeng finally stopped crying. She lifted her head from Ling Yun's arms and stared at Ling Yun's face with tears in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't get enough of looking at him. The entire peak was silent. At this moment, silence was louder than sound. "Meifeng, I'm late." Finally, it was Ling Yun who spoke first. His face was apologetic, and his eyes were full of heartache. "I've made you suffer." As he spoke, Ling Yun floated down to the ground with Zhuang Meifeng in his arms. "After eating that vicious pill, I forgot about you. How could it be bitter? You're the one who suffered." Zhuang Meifeng stared into Ling Yun's eyes and said softly. After 6 months apart, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng were finally reunited on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Moon. Elder Bu's official WeChat account, Bujing3721, or directly search for Bujing and add him to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Wow. Big Sister Meifeng is finally with Big Brother Yin again. I'm so happy. Among everyone present, Bai Xianer and Xiao Mimi were the ones who knew the most about their past. She couldn't help but cheer. Xiao Mimi watched this scene quietly, her heart filled with emotions. Ling Yun had put in so much effort to help Zhuang Meifeng recover her memory. She could empathize with him. It was too shocking. Of course, Ling Yun's current appearance was exactly the same as before he entered the crater. She couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of the past. It was also very touching. Never in her dreams would she have thought that the youth she had been sent to assassinate on the assassin mission would grow to this stage in half a year. Because they had chatted for more than 2 hours, Zhuang Meifeng had a complete understanding of not only Ling Yun, but also everyone present. No one hid anything from her, and everyone said whatever they wanted to say. Therefore, after enjoying the joy of reuniting with Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but feel a little shy. We'll talk about the rest later. Let's finish our business first. Ling Yan patted Zhuang Meifeng's shoulder lightly. Then, he swept his gaze over to Priestess Desireless, who was lying on the ground in the distance. His eyes instantly turned cold. He held Zhuang Meifeng's hand and slowly walked to Priestess Desireless' side. He looked at Priestess Desireless as if he was looking at a dead dog. Old thief, look up. Do you know who I am? Priestess Desireless had been brought here for half a day. Naturally, she had heard these people talking as if no one else was around. At this moment, she had already lost all hope. I know, you are Ling Yun. Priestess Desireless raised her eyelids and looked at Ling Yun. Her voice was hoarse. Ling Yun held Zhuang Meifeng's hand and looked at her. Then, he lowered his head and said, Look, your tranquil pill has no effect on my wife. Priestess Desireless was speechless. Ling Yan let go of Zhuang Meifeng's hand and took the initiative to squat down. He sneered at Priestess Desireless. How dare you steal my wife and bring her back to your rundown nunnery to pray and pray? You even made her completely forget about me. You have guts. Priestess Desireless, when you forced my wife to take the pill, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Let me give you a piece of advice. When you go to the netherworld and reincarnate in the future, you must remember that no matter what you want to snatch, you must first use that stupid pig-like brain of yours to think about whether you have the ability or not. With that, Ling Yan stood up abruptly and turned to Zhuang Meifeng. Wife, how do you plan to take revenge? It's up to you whether you want to kill me or torture me. As he spoke, he took out a long sword from his universe ring and passed it to Zhuang Meifeng. Clang, the long sword was unsheathed. Under the moonlight, the cold light was like water. This was a true godly weapon. It was a treasured sword that Li Junhua of the capital's Li clan had spent a lot of money to bid for at the Yi clan's auction. Hubby, I hate her when I see her, but now that we're reunited, I want to give her a quick death. Zhuang Meifeng pointed the tip of her sword at Priestess Desireless. Ling Yan already knew that Zhuang Meifeng wouldn't torture Priestess Desireless. Thus, he nodded his head lovingly and said, Then let's do it this way. Kill them all with one sword. However, at this moment, Priestess Desireless, who was lying on the ground, suddenly slammed her palms on the ground. Using all her strength, she flew out of the cliff. Outside the peak was a steep cliff. Even though this mountain peak was steep, it was only 500 meters high. With Priestess Desireless Xianxia realm level 5 realm, she might be able to survive by jumping off the cliff if she was lucky. Seeing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh bitterly. Sigh, you don't believe me when I say that you're stupid. With your stupid brain, you still want to play this trick? What a joke. There was no need for him to do anything. Just as Priestess Desireless flew off the cliff, Wang Chongxiao made his move. He directly flew into the air and arrived first. He grabbed Desireless Daoist robe and threw her back. Bam! Priestess Desireless was thrown at Ling Yan's feet. Completely dumbfounded, she suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced Meifeng to eat the tranquil pill. Now that you've reunited, please be magnanimous and spare my life. Ling Yun was truly disgusted by Priestess Desireless' behavior. He backed away from her and frowned. I say, how did you cultivate in the tranquil sect for so many years? Are you that afraid of death? Of course, Priestess Desireless was afraid of death. She couldn't care less now. She only hoped that these people in front of her would let her live. Desireless, did you know that Sun Tianbiao brought more than 100 experts to Qingshui City and turned it upside down? He uprooted my forces. Now, those people are all dead half a year ago. And I think you should already know that even the Sun family in Beijing has been destroyed by me. I want to kill you not only because you kidnapped my wife, but because you were also involved in that incident half a year ago. I am a person who repays kindness and takes revenge. Even if Meifeng is soft-hearted and doesn't kill you, you won't live past tonight. With that, Ling Yan gave Zhuang Meifeng a look. Whoosh! Zhuang Meifeng swung her sword furiously, and the sword light flashed across the night sky. Priestess Desireless head flew off the cliff. This time, there was finally no one to stop her. Ling Yan casually sent out a palm strike, and Priestess Desireless' headless corpse spurted out blood. The blood splattered across the sky as it was sent flying off the cliff. Phew! I've finally gotten my revenge. Ling Yan turned his head and gave Zhuang Meifeng an admiring look. He knew that this was the first time Zhuang Meifeng had killed someone. Zhuang Meifeng only smiled sweetly back at him. After the revenge, Ling Yan brought Zhuang Meifeng over to greet Qin Dongxue. After a few words with everyone, he immediately said, Meifeng might have regained her memory, but the poison from the tranquil pill is still in her body. Moreover, I have to immediately destroy the tranquil technique in her body, so, don't worry, we've already discussed this. We still have to settle some other matters in a while. You two can enjoy your time together. No one will disturb you tonight. Qin Dongxue didn't listen to Ling Yan's explanation at all. Zhuang Meifeng was so embarrassed that she didn't even dare to raise her head. Sisters, follow me. The moon is big enough, let's not be the third wheel. With that, Qin Dongxue took the lead and flew down the mountain. Big brother Ling Yan, big sister Meifeng, I wish you happiness tonight. Bai Xian'er said to the two of them with a smile before her figure floated and flew directly off the cliff. Then, Xiao Mimi and Miao Xiaomiao also left after saying their blessings. Big brother Yun, I don't feel safe keeping these with me. I'll give them all to you. Tai Xiaohu stepped forward and took out the extreme magnetic field, the ice soul, and the Xianming heavy water for Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded and put them away. He then said to Wang Chongxiao, Old Wang, their safety tonight, please rest assured, young master and young mistress. Leave their safety to me. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. With a thought, he took out 2 emerald green medicine bottles and took out 2 elixirs, 1 beauty elixir and 1 beauty elixir, and threw them to Wang Chongxiao. You did well tonight. This is for you. Thank you, young master. Wang Chongxiao received the elixir, his excitement indescribable. He actually knelt down on one knee. Get lost, don't be an eyesore here. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with his flowery words. He acted as though he was about to kick them and chased Wang Chongxiao and Tai Xiaohu away. Wow. Wifey, it's finally just the two of us. I'm so happy. Ling Yan couldn't help but shout as he opened his arms in a V shape to embrace the bright moon in the night sky. All of a sudden, a warm and delicate body burrowed into his arms and hugged him tightly, not letting go. Hubby, I just killed that old nun. I don't like it here. Let's go somewhere else. Zhuang Meifeng said faintly. Okay. Ling Yan agreed and asked with a smile, where do you want to go? We'll go wherever you say. Zhuang Meifeng lowered her head shyly. She thought for a while and said softly, I've had enough of this wilderness. Why don't we go to Yingtan City? Ling Yan chuckled as he carried Zhuang Meifeng onto the green shadow flying sword. Then, in high spirits, he said, why are we going to Yingtan City? Let's go, your husband will bring you to the big city to play. Boom. Ling Yan carried Zhuang Meifeng and burned 9 drops of divine energy. At the same time, he opened the mixed elements shield to block the sound of the wind. Pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage Level 3, coupled with the burning of divine energy, Ling Yan almost reached the limit of the speed of the sword. It was too fast. 300 meters per second was close to the speed of sound. Because they were flying, there was no need to turn. Nanchang City was less than 100 kilometers away. At this speed, Ling Yan arrived at Nanchang in 5 to 6 minutes. He found a deserted place and landed. He kept the green shadow flying sword and took out a 7-seater Mercedes-Benz from his universe ring. Zhuang Meifeng was stunned. Hee, wifey, you missed out on a lot of things in this half a year. From now on, hubby will make it up to you. Get in. Both of them got in the car. Ling Yan could only drive himself. He sped up and soon arrived at the 5-star hotel. After entering the hotel, he went straight to the front desk and asked for the best presidential suite in the hotel. Then, he brought Zhuang Meifeng upstairs and checked in. The receptionist waited for the two of them to enter the elevator. She was stunned for a long time. Then, she slowly turned her head and said, "Hey, if I'm not wrong, that beauty was wearing a Taoist robe, wasn't she? Or a monk's robe? Is this how people do things these days?" Old Boer search for Boujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of chapter 1447. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.